Chapter 72. Know Thyself, or whatever. Rose felt like she was walking a tightrope. It was imperative that she make a good impression, but she didn't know how to act. At first, she thought that playing the innocent schoolgirl would be enough to diffuse any suspicion, but that had backfired. For some reason, both men thought that her attitude was indicative of some kind of past trauma. She had no idea how they came to that conclusion.
The halls at their barracks were practically emptied by the expulsion of the noble spies. As she was walking to the showers in her towel and flip-flops, she realized that she was the only spy left. Somehow she had managed to stay in position even after Lord Walker had found out her purpose. With a furrowed brow, she tried to figure out the little lord's game. Did he really think he had converted her to his side? Or was he keeping her around in order to feed false information to the general? The older lord, Nick Salvatore Verena, was easy to figure out. Fighting him was very informative. The man was only here so he could watch over Lord Walker and complete his trials. He was easily deceived and lacked the motivation to excel in the game. Steering his attention wasn't going to be an issue. Even the bodyguard didn't appear to be a problem. Kathleen Averitt was a simple warrior. She may think she is clever, and in a way, she is. However, her area of expertise is combat. Deception and intrigue are outside of her understanding. Rose knew that as long as she trained hard, Kathleen wouldn't be a problem. Reaching the communal bathroom, Rose schooled her features. Putting on a vapid smile, she opened the doors and went inside. After hanging her towel on a peg, she walked into the steamy shower. Kathleen and Nick were already there. Both of them were talking about how their training was going while sharing a shower pillar. Each pillar had 4 shower heads, and Rose walked over to join them. "Are you two as tired as I am?" Rose asked, trying to foster some companionship. Nick was collecting some shampoo from a dispenser on the pillar. Turning his head to Rose, he said, "I don't think I've ever been this tired. It's hard to believe that this is a standard elite training schedule. Did you know that they train like this year-round? The only time they're not training is when they are out in the field." With a huff of derision, Kathleen said, "It wasn't that bad. You'll get used to it. Just focus on your training. Every drop of blood you shed while training is an increase in your life expectancy. The wilds are not for the weak." Kathleen had undone her combat braid and was massaging shampoo into her scalp. Rose couldn't help but admire her form. The woman was solid muscle. It was like she was carved from black marble. Lithe like a panther, even at rest she looked ready for combat. Nick blew a raspberry at her, then said, "You're enjoying this too much. We're only here to help out Nero. There is no reason to worry. We'll have an entire squad of elites with us when we face the wilds. We'll be perfectly safe." Rose stood under the hot water, rubbing down her sore muscles with the liquid soap from the pillar. She had thought Nick was soft, but looking at him naked proved it. His skinny limbs contrasted with his slight pouch of a belly. Rose said, "I think this is an opportunity for us all to get better. Like Lord Walker said, we need to remember why we are here. The danger in the wilds will only grow with time, and what we are doing is important." Nick scoffed and said, "There are going to be 100,000 troops clearing the wilds, not to mention all the hunters and aspiring adventurers. I'm not saying what we are doing is pointless, but Dorchester's future doesn't exactly rely on our success or failure." Just then they heard a squeak from the entryway. Everyone turned to see a red-faced Nero looking like he was frozen in terror. Rose couldn't help but chuckle. Quickly coughing into her hand to cover her slip-up, she returned to her shower. She could feel Nero walking over to the 4th shower head. When he finally joined them at the pillar, Rose got a chance to see the little man without his clothes. As she thought, he was wiry and taut like a spring. His frame didn't have a lot of power, but it did have resilience. She remembered the beating he gave her well. Rose said, "We were just discussing the intensity of the training. Lord Salvatore Verena doesn't seem to think it's necessary to push ourselves this hard. Probing for information was what she had been brought here for, and she wouldn't forget it. Even if these two nobles thought they had scared her off. Nero was staring forward at the pillar. He was obviously uncomfortable, and Rose couldn't help but find that adorable. The contrast between how dangerous he looked on the training field and how weak he looked right now was startling. While in combat he was a little man, but here he was a little boy. He might be the most dangerous freshly awakened young man in the city, but he could be defeated by a public shower. General Branson will want to hear about this. Nero couldn't get the images of Kathleen and Rose out of his head. His communal shower experience was just as bad as he thought it would be. Nero was both enticed and disgusted in equal measure. While Rose looked like a thick-thighed Instagram model, and Kathleen looked like a professional fitness competitor, Nero found Nick's dad bod was more than enough to counteract any physical reaction. Okay, along with silverware, staples, and paperwork, teenage hormones are multidimensional, Nero thought to himself with a grimace. After finally retreating to his room, Nero closed the door and sighed in relief. He wouldn't have to deal with that again until tomorrow. Nero knew that he had to push all his teenage confusion to the back of his head and focus on getting his first pillar. It was time to make the push to level 10. Turning off the lights in his room, Nero tossed his wet towel over his chair so it could dry. Hopping onto his bed, Nero sat cross-legged and tried to imitate the yoga nerds from the internet. Leveling required reflection, and Nero planned to go all in. While taking deep breaths, he opened his identity along with his stats. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 9. Race: human. Growth: 100%. Tier: 1. Condition: 92%. Age: 14. Center: 49%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 0 over 0. Body: 2. Base: operative. Level: stress, presence. 11. 15.4. 1.2. Durability: 8. 11.2. 8.6. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 12.3. Speed: 13. 18.2. 6.1. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 9.1. Power: 8. 11.2. 12.4. Mind: 4. Base: operative. Level: stress, weight: 26. 46.8. 4.2. Control: 29. 52.2. 8.3. Field: 23. 41.4. 11.3. Precision: 39. 70.2. 14.6. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 13.2. Focus: 48. 86.4. 9.1. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 0.3. Density. 101. 141.4. 0.3. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.2. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.2. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 4.6. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0.1. Nero knew that he was ready to level. His soul felt like it was bursting. Turning his senses inward, he could almost see the experience floating away. Wasted growth was evaporating into the atmosphere every second he delayed. While taking calm, deep breaths, Nero thought back to when he had last leveled. He had waited too long to address this. In the future, he'd have to start paying closer attention. Maybe he could be a little more reflective throughout the day. He'd leveled without meditating before. There was no reason he couldn't do it again. Forcing his thoughts back on track, Nero went through his experiences and the lessons he'd learned. He imagined that each was a stone on a path that spread out before him. Mentally moving forward, he felt them etch their memory into his soul. Meditation is so much easier now that I'm a psychic, he thought. Ignoring the stray thought, he concentrated on the path in front of him. The essence in his room pushed on his essence shield, and Nero released it with a sigh. All of the surrounding essence shook, and his center gave the world a metaphorical hug. Instead of coming out of his meditation, Nero felt stuck. Deciding to call his imagined path his mindscape, Nero took a moment to look around. He felt as though he were inside his soul, with images of his life floating around in a fog surrounding him. The stone path under his feet felt more real the longer he stood there. Right in front of his eyes, he saw many paths forward fade into existence. Nero realized this must be how he would choose his pillar. Rather than choosing a path, it felt more like he needed to confirm his destination. Where was he going? And why? There weren't signposts, but Nero knew what each path meant. He could feel it. Starting from the left, Nero could choose the pillar of air. When he looked at the path in front of him, he felt wind and storms. There were hints of pressure, temperature, and lightning. But there were also hints of flight, dodging, speed, and even cutting. Nero felt awed at the complexity. Thinking back to what Nick had said about pillars, Nero realized that he didn't really grasp that concepts covered a lot of ground. Pulling his attention away from the air pillar's path, he examined each one in turn. There was fire, water, earth, ice, evasion, avoidance, insight, defense, equivalence, adaptation, observation, recovery, deception, and intuition. Each path felt like it led to infinite possibilities, colored by the concepts they represented. Some had more direct applications, like the elemental pillars, while others were more esoteric, like equivalence and adaptation. The paths were so broad, Nero was having trouble deciding what to do. For example, with the ice pillar, he could follow the path and eventually freeze anything. Nero could make shields brittle or hold people in place. The path led to endless applications. If Nero took the ice pillar, one day he could use it to stop people teleporting by freezing the space around them. With interest, Nero examined the path that followed the equivalence pillar. It was all about converting things. He saw that all matter was essence, and all essence was energy, and all energy eventually met at a singularity. If Nero followed that path, he would one day be able to reshape reality at will. The possibility was intoxicating, and Nero started to feel lightheaded. But Nero couldn't stop thinking about the path that followed the adaptation pillar. The concept was so vague, the options so varied, Nero couldn't dismiss the feeling that it was perfect for him. He realized that his leveling was so fast because he was adaptable. His soul had traveled the upper realms and carried his mind along for the ride. The experience had made him malleable. This new world was completely foreign to him. Everyone was odd, and the rules seemed to always be changing. While the mental comparisons to his old world were becoming more infrequent, Nero felt that he was still making assumptions. He knew he was never going to fully embrace the changes, but he could at least look at them with fresh eyes. Nero would be his own man, make his own way. Someone important once said, "Adapt and overcome." It was good advice that Nero would take. It wasn't really a choice. Nero stepped onto the path associated with the adaptation pillar and felt like he was accepting an aspect of himself. Nero felt like he was back in college when he finally realized that he wasn't as cool as he thought he was. The feeling of accepting an aspect of his identity was like affirming a pillar of his existence. With that realization, Nero instantly became annoyed. The literal pillar was now in place, and Nero felt like the target of a cosmic joke. He could almost hear the world around him giggling while saying, "It's a pillar, get it? Your pillar, lol." After mentally cursing out the hippie reality he had found himself in, Nero opened his eyes and checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 13%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 57%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Absently noting his 13% growth, Nero noticed that his star was already spent. Confused, he took a closer look at his new Pillars panel. Pillars: Adaptation. Stars assigned: 1. Increased ability to handle level stress: 1. Surprised that he had somehow made a choice about where to assign his star, Nero tried to examine the ability he gained. Increased ability to handle level stress. You've always been more adaptable to change than those around you. Your body, mind, and soul benefit from the stress the world puts them under. You now can adapt to that stress better than before. You will adapt and overcome the challenges on your path. While he didn't completely understand what the ability was, Nero didn't feel cheated. The ability to adapt to circumstances was an essential part of life. He didn't know what was coming, but being able to handle it would require him to adapt and overcome. Opening his eyes, Nero felt at peace. This time, he didn't feel any negative repercussions from his level up. If that's all the pillar ever did for him, Nero would count it as a solid investment. After all, magic could do everything he needed. Sitting cross-legged, naked on his bed, Nero smiled as he told himself, "Abilities are for chumps. Magic is where it's at." Chapter 73. Weird,
but appropriate. Now that Vera was no longer running Gate 7's center intake, she would be spending most of her time working from home. She had already been spending at least 3 nights a week using her home office to operate her shipping concern, Precision Shipping. So the office was already well suited for her new duties.
Her local hub was top of the line, and she had spared no expense appointing the room with tasteful furniture. There were floor-to-ceiling windows which opened up onto a veranda overlooking her courtyard. She even had potted plants to keep the room feeling lively, while she had placed track lighting ringing the recessed ceiling in order to preserve the feeling of professionalism. Multiple displays were open on her desk, alongside several folders filled with expense reports and project updates. Like a machine, Vera systematically addressed every issue with utmost efficiency. Now that she had time, she was personally making sure the absorption of Dorchen shipping proceeded without any issues. She had already blocked several plots from other noble houses trying to shift contracts, falsify records, and generally cause problems. As the screens flashed, her pen slashed across the pages, and she smiled. As much as she had liked her job at the center, this was her guilty pleasure. Plots against her interests were foiled and then turned against the aggressor. Machinations with many levels across fiscal and political arenas. Recent events had resulted in her having to face them all at once, and she had achieved victories that made her blood boil with excitement. Receiving a ping from Nick, she paused her work and opened a connection. "Hello, dear. How was your first day of training?" she asked. Feeling his annoyance, she smirked and took a sip of her wine. Nick replied, "It was fine, Vera. You were right about how General Branson responded to Nero's outing of the spies. From what I can tell, a new batch of actual elite recruits will be here tomorrow. The girl, Rose, is still here, though. What did you find out about her?" Vera changed one of the screens to display the file she had created for General Branson's spy. "Her name is Rose Vikander, 18 years old, trained since awakening under Ulrich Linderman, a hunter/assassin who was near her town on contract when she awakened. All accounts show that she was trained primarily as a hunter, and her assassination training hadn't started. Unclear if that was a long-term priority, or if she was only there to learn hunting. She is the 7th child of the town blacksmith and a local hunter. Neither parent is anything special. It appears she fled the town for a city at the first opportunity. Linderman was most likely just a means to an end," she said, while reading the report from the screen. Vera felt Nick's interest as he asked, "Have you found out anything about her personality or capabilities? I'm having trouble getting a read on her. At first, I thought she was a simple village girl, but Nero seemed to see right through that. Now she's trying to come off as an airhead, but I'm not buying it." Vera sighed and said, "I was able to get hold of her records from the Hall of Hunting, but they weren't very extensive. All I can tell you is that she is primarily a long-range fighter who excels in ambushes. She isn't level 10 yet, so no pillar. For her personality, all we have to go on is what we've seen for ourselves. I'd say she is highly adaptable and motivated solely by self-interest. She didn't hesitate to cut ties with her mentor and move on to new opportunities when they were presented. She's also intuitive. Lord Bennings said that the girl took one look at Nero and decided she didn't want anything to do with the plot against him. It seems her intuition was the reason General Branson took note of her. In short, I'd recommend caution when dealing with her. Her threat isn't physical, it's psychological. You'll have to limit her information-gathering capabilities. I doubt she's forgotten her mission." Nick replied, "I'm pretty sure Nero converted her to our side, but I'll follow your advice. This isn't really my area." Vera nodded in agreement, then asked, "Speaking of deceptive individuals with a highly developed intuition, did you find out what pillar Nero gained?" Nick chuckled and responded, "Not yet. He's leveling as we speak. Kathleen thinks he'll gain some type of recovery ability, but I'm guessing something along the lines of an observation pillar.
But you're probably right. Deception or intuition would fit Nero like a glove. Taking a sip of her wine, she said, "You'll be unable to keep his pillar secret, so don't bother trying. Don't make your moves in the open, you—" Nick interrupted her with an annoyed tone. "Yes, I know. Move in the shadows, and don't appear until I'm ready to strike. I know, dear," he said. Smiling, she said, "I'm sure you'll do fine. One spy isn't a concern. Just consider it training for Nero. Now you should get some meditation in. This change of pace will be good for you. Don't waste this opportunity, Nick. You'll regret it if you do." Vera felt her husband's acceptance of her words. He said, "I won't. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated on what's happening. Expect a ping around this time tomorrow." "I'll be available. Talk to you then, my love," she said, and then closed the connection. Sipping her wine, she looked at the file on Rose that was still up on her desk. With a thoughtful look on her face, she debated what, if anything, she should do about the girl. Deciding that it was still too early in the game to make a move, she closed the file and returned to work. She had less than a week before Nick and Nero were out in the wild, and she wanted to get their trading posts up and running before they got back. As the screens on her desk started flashing, she smiled. She was really enjoying her new job. Waking up to morning reveille, Nero threw on a fresh pair of training clothes and dragged himself onto the field. Kathleen and Rose looked wide awake, but Nero took solace in the fact that Nick looked exactly how Nero felt. Tired. Captain Angelton must have sent the other trainers away, because he was personally running their morning training. There were only 4 recruits remaining: Nick, Nero, Rose, and Kathleen. Nero wasn't able to hide his shortcomings in a crowd any longer. During the run, Nero was lapped by everyone multiple times, after which he still couldn't perform the physical training at all. While everyone else was contorting their bodies and performing feats of gymnastics on the adult-sized jungle gym, Nero was falling on his face with alarming regularity. Yet he persisted. Captain Angelton spent the morning offering compliments and encouragement to Rose, Kathleen, and even Nick. He praised their successes and encouraged them to push their limits. But all Nero heard was, "Way to keep trying. You'll get it eventually. Don't give up." Rather than get angry, Nero just kept plodding along. His inexhaustible well of stamina was still working, and Nero didn't hesitate to keep trying. He knew that it would take time and effort. Occasionally, he'd check his stat panel and watch the stress pile up. It was growing slower than the day before, but it was still growing. Once again, his smile was eternal in the face of the physical torture he was enduring. Eventually, the morning training ended, and the captain sent them off to breakfast. As the group of 4 were heading off to the dining hall, they saw the new recruits being organized across the field. Nick said, "Looks like the replacements are here. You think the general just pulled them from the monster hunting teams?" As they walked, Kathleen was the one to respond. "Probably. Some of them might have been on the road teams, but I doubt it. He'll have wanted the best of the best to make up for his previous gaffe." While Nick and Rose nodded, Nero just looked over at the group and wondered if it really mattered. Taking his past into account, Nero doubted he would be able to tell the difference between someone's skill level. They could have been from maintenance and would still probably be able to kick his ass. Small talk ensued while they collected their food and took their seats at their table. Nero stayed rather quiet, as he was busy daydreaming about the future. He imagined being a physical powerhouse that could throw around magic as if he were Superman crossed with the God Emperor from Warhammer. Nick seemed to not be able to hold back his questions any longer, and made Nero jump when he nearly shouted, "Nero! Seriously, just tell us what pillar you took. I can't keep talking around the subject. You did level, right?" Nero looked up from his meal to see everyone staring at him intensely. Sighing, he said, "I took the adaptation pillar. Hey, do you guys go into a kind of mental world when you meditate? It started happening to me, and It's weird.
Nick's eyebrows rose in interest as he said, "Mental world. We'll definitely have to talk about that. But what do you mean you took an adaptation pillar? What is that? I don't think I've ever heard of that." While Rose and Kathleen kept silent, they were paying close attention to the conversation. Nero didn't see the harm in telling them about his pillar, as everyone else freely discusses their pillars. Tapping his fork on his plate while trying to figure out how to describe his pillar, Nero took a large drink from his water. Setting it down, he gave Nick a serious look and said, "It's about acceptance and change. When I was on the path, it felt like I could become anything I needed to be. The pillar is all about internalizing change and growing in the face of challenges." The table was quiet as they thought about what Nero had said. Nick spoke up with some confusion in his voice. "So your pillar is about growth? You're already leveling at ridiculous speeds. I guess it makes sense in a way. Compared to where you were, you've changed a great deal in a very short amount of time. I can't say that the pillar isn't appropriate, but it seems like a very ill-defined pillar. Did you gain an ability, or is it more passive?" Nodding as he ate, Nero took a sip of water to wash down his morning sausage. "I gained an ability that helps me handle level stress. I'm guessing it has something to do with how much I can gain while infusing stars. I'll just have to see." Rose joined the conversation. "Why didn't you choose a more useful pillar, like one for observation or recovery?" she asked with interest. Nero said, "I didn't really feel like I chose a pillar. It was more like there were many paths in front of me, and the one with the adaptation pillar just felt the most right. The other ones felt like half-truths. My pillar was always adaptation. I just didn't know it until I saw it." Nick nodded and said, "That's how it is with some people. They just know what they should pick." "Now, what did you mean when you said you saw paths in front of you?" Looking at Nick, Nero replied, "It's like I said. Lately, when I've been meditating, I feel like I'm mentally projecting myself into my soul. This time, I saw a path surrounded by my memories. I even had a body. It was kind of trippy. Then there were all these paths that were associated with the different pillars. They were layered on top of each other. It was like I could scroll through them in order to choose which path I wanted to put in front of me. I didn't read anything about that, so I was curious if that was weird." Once again, silence met Nero's words. Everyone had stopped eating and was staring at Nero like he was crazy. Nick said, "Yes, Nero, that is weird. Most people just see an interface they can interact with at level 10. I've never heard about anyone experiencing what you just described." Shrugging, Nero said, "I'm sure it will be fine. Let's finish our meal and get back to training." Pointing at Kathleen, Nero said, "Today, I'm going to at least make you earn it." Kathleen smiled as she stabbed a sausage and pointed it at Nero. "I always earn my victories. Learn quickly, little lord. Right now, you are nothing but a crappy training partner. Hopefully, you'll be more dangerous than a puppy by the time we head into the wilds." After she finished her taunt, she ripped the sausage from her fork with her teeth. Snorting, Nero said, "That was the lamest trash talk I've ever heard. It felt like you were encouraging me. What the hell is wrong with you? Let me show you how it's done." Clearing his throat, Nero straightened in his chair and scowled at Kathleen from across the table. In a cold voice, he said, "I'm gonna kick your ass so hard that your pillar will change to shame. You'll rue the day you stepped into the ring with this little lord. You hear me, you ancient harpy?" Rose couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Nick hid his head in his hands as his shoulders shook in amusement. Kathleen, however, was smiling ear to ear when she said, "Oh, it's gonna be a great day. I can feel it." Feeling a shiver down his spine, Nero gulped and forced himself to return a smile of his own. Maybe he went a little too far? This wasn't a MMORPG. He was going to be within arm's reach. On the way to the training ring, Nero could only take comfort in the fact that there were 2 green-shirt medics waiting for them. Even death wouldn't stop him.
Telling himself that it would be fine, Nero faced off against Kathleen and prepared himself to receive an ass-kicking of epic proportions. Chapter 74. All practice is boring. The Council of Mages meeting room in the Tower of Magic was always relatively full. At minimum, there would be 2 or 3 archmages using the room to argue about something. There were always new findings to discuss and new conclusions to defend. But over the past week, the topic of conversation always had to do with the anomaly that was currently living in Dorchester.
At first, the Mage Council was watching the young man's every move with interest.
But over time, their attention began to slip. It was difficult for any subject to hold their interest for a prolonged period of time. But there was still always at least one mage watching what the young troublemaker was up to. In fact, the council had a long-range scry connection set up between the council chamber's communication crystal and their leader, Archmage Jennings, who was currently in Dorchester, personally monitoring the anomaly.
But this morning, the Mage Council was gathering like ants on an apple core. Word had gotten around that the anomaly had received his first pillar, and it was said to be a doozy. Large screens were hovering in the room above the large circular table, each displaying records of readings taken from Nero during some of his more interesting events. There were videos playing of the young man's highlights, although, if asked, the archmages would refer to them as reference materials. As more and more random mages burst into the room as word of mouth spread, the conversation became more lively as those who had been absent were caught up on Nero's life. From the side of the table, a mage shouted, "I found it! There was a record for an adaptation pillar. Damn it! Give me control of one of the projectors." Taking control of one of the screens, she brought up the historical account of the only person in history to have an adaptation pillar before Nero. The mages all quieted down and started reading the report currently displayed on the massive hologram. Quiet mutterings could be heard, but the room was relatively silent considering there were almost 35 mages and archmages crammed into the room. One of the mages broke the silence by asking, "Is this everything we have? All of this is anecdotal. There was no data collected? No studies on the subject?" Angry murmurs started throughout the crowd, as the mob was unhappy with the limited information. Archmage Mathers took control of the room by shouting, "Quiet down! Jennings needs to hear this. Everyone who isn't on the council, I want you out of here. Feel free to take over one of the meeting halls and continue with your analyses and debates." As the mages started filing out of the room, Mathers pointed to the mage who'd found the record and said, "Mage Adept Clancy, you can stay. You found the record, so you should be the one who presents it to the director." Mage Adept Clancy nodded with a smile, proud to be included. She straightened her robes and tried to adopt an air of confidence. Soon, she was the youngest person remaining in the room by hundreds of years. Taking a seat at the table, she watched as the Mage Council took their places, while Mathers contacted Jennings through the scry link. The communication crystal lit up, and an excited Jennings appeared on a screen hovering in front of the Mage Council. "What did you find out? The records out here were useless. Tell me everything," he said, while bouncing in his seat. Mathers smiled and waved permission for Mage Adept Clancy to share her findings. Coughing into her hand to clear her throat, she stood up and addressed the room in a clear voice. 1830 years ago, during the reign of King Marcus, a boy awakened while in a dungeon. He had been living in the dungeon since he was 6, as his older siblings had tricked him into the dungeon and then left him there. Lost, he went further in and eventually forgot about the outside world. He stayed there until he was 23, at which time he was found by delvers.
His story was so unusual that it was recorded, and the man became a local celebrity in the nearby city of Connington. She brought up the relevant holograms depicting images of the man along with his story, displaying them for the council's evaluation.
Jennings said with obvious annoyance. I'm assuming you're telling me this because the man had the adaptation pillar. Clancy didn't seem to mind the interruption and just continued. The local mage tower worked with him, recording his life story and observing his growth. Their findings were logged in the Regional Oddities section of the Historical Archive. The man lived to 640 years old when he was killed by a marsh hydra while delving the Pit of Despair outside Connington. But his life was rather interesting. Jennings interrupted, wanting her to get to the point. He said, "Just tell me about the pillar, then send me the file." Frowning in annoyance, Clancy replied,
From the records, the mages didn't seem to be very impressed with the pillar. The man was a physical fighter, and his pillar seemed to aid in his training. He was reported to have unlimited stamina and could fight well past the point where others would collapse. He recovered faster from injuries and could survive in any environment. The mages made note of the fact that the pillar just seemed to increase the man's natural abilities. Reportedly, there were no special abilities that were gained or powers that manifested. By all accounts, the adaptation pillar was the least interesting thing about the man. Going back to what I was saying, he was a renowned bard who adventured into...
Jennings interrupted again, even more annoyed.
Didn't they do any level tracking? Essence evaluations? Don't we know anything?
Mathers, who had been looking through the file, said, "They didn't seem to think his pillar was worth investigating. Most of what was recorded concerned his life and how he survived such an ordeal while growing up. I'm afraid that you'll have to figure it out on your own. Have you noticed anything of note?" Jennings shook his head and replied, "He just got the pillar last night. It will take some time before I can make any conclusions. I was hoping for some information on what to expect going forward. I guess it doesn't matter. But let me know if you find anything else." With a wave of his hand, the connection winked out, and the Mage Council was left staring at the wall. Clancy said, "Well, at least Dorchester hasn't made him worse." The council chuckled, and one of the Archmages addressed Mage Adept Clancy.
"Thank you for your work. We'll let you know if we need anything else."
Clancy offered the council a small bow, then left the council chambers. Another Archmage from off to the side said,
"While we're here, did anyone see the kids' close-quarters combat training yesterday? If you missed it, it's definitely worth seeing."
Mathers said, "I was busy meeting with the Expansion Commission about that Bloodwater thing. If you have a copy, throw it up. Let's see what we missed." Along with nods from around the room, the sound of personal spaces being opened to retrieve popcorn were omnipresent.
Soon the mages were chewing and wincing as they watched Nero being beaten to death by Kathleen, over and over again.
"The kid really is fun to watch, huh?"
one of the mages whispered to the mage next to him.
His friend just nodded as she watched the screen while sipping her drink through a curly straw. He tried to ignore Specialist Howard and Nick arguing about how battlefields affected large-scale magical combat while focusing on his spell work. Rather than attempting to stamp his spells, he was trying to conserve as much center as possible while rapid-firing small fireballs at his target. According to Specialist Howard, the trick was to inscribe the spell form into reality as quickly as possible while keeping a firm hold on the essence from your center. If you were careful, you could collect most of the essence back into your center when you released the spell form. Stamping a spell form made the recovery more difficult, but it could be done. The more Nero learned about casting, the more he realized that everything came down to control of his identity. His constructs would become extensions of his identity when he infused them with his center, and as long as he kept firm control of his center, it kept his identity intact. Over time, the world would overwrite his control, and the essence he spent on the constructs would return to being the world's. Standing with his left foot forward while crouching, Nero fired baseball-sized fireballs from his hands like he was in an anime. Every 2 seconds, he felt a thump as the essence was collected in the ether, then released as a shot. Trying to keep his breathing even, he blinked away the sweat while trying to concentrate. Although this wasn't the kind of training he had been expecting, he understood its purpose. "Nero, take a break and get some water," shouted Specialist Howard. Panting, Nero let his arms fall to the side, after collecting whatever essence was left from his spell form. He stumbled over to a bench and took a seat. Grabbing a canteen, Nero took large gulps as he spilled water all over the place. Both Nick and Specialist Howard were impressed with Nero's dedication. However, they also thought he was an idiot. Nick sat down next to Nero and said, "Have you managed to infuse your center into your spells?" Nodding, Nero tried to catch his breath. Nick just waited patiently for Nero to be able to speak again. Specialist Howard went over to the targets to inspect them for damage and check on Nero's essence signature. Nero finally managed to say, "I've been doing what you said, but it's hard to give the spells my meaning. Infusing my center into every spell takes a lot of concentration. Is it really necessary?" Chuckling, Nick said, "Yes, Nero. If you don't impart your center into your spells, they will just fall apart when they interact with another identity. Even a fireball wouldn't harm a bush without you putting some of yourself into it. Remember, the stronger you are, the more of you your spells can hold." Gesturing at Specialist Howard, Nick continued, "Someone like him would barely have to make an effort, and he would obliterate your essence shield. Sentient species can add their will to their essence, but everything in this world has an identity. Magical combat is dependent on you enforcing your identity into your constructs. Every spell, every single spell, requires your full effort." Shoulders slumped, Nero could only manage to nod weakly. Even though it sounded like jibber-jabber, Nero understood what Nick was trying to say. The material world was made up of essence constructs that had an identity. The spells Nero formed just made temporary, weak imitations. Unless he poured some of his identity into them, they weren't really there at all. They were just holograms, without substance. It was weird to think about, but a 100-year-old tree had a better natural defense than a freshly awakened human. Thinking back to his arena fight, Nero realized just how lucky he had been. If his opponent were just a few levels higher, Nero's laser would have been useless. And he had only won the noble war because his air bomb relied on the surrounding air's identity, not his spells. Magical combat was so very simple, yet so very hard. All of the books Nero had read were theory books. Even the Household Spells book was really just a list of spell forms that were considered useful. Nero had learned more in the past 2 days from Specialist Howard than he had from all of hours he had spent reading. But it hadn't really been the information offered. It was mostly the simple explanations Specialist Howard offered on how to properly cast. It was like Nero had been trying to learn how to drive from reading manuals describing how internal combustion engines worked. Now that he understood the basics of magical combat, he saw why it was so difficult. The center requirements were harsh. If Nero didn't have such a larger center, then he could only cast a spell or two before he would be out of energy. Stamina could be increased by keeping tight control of his center, but precision required practice, so any waste was disastrous. Luckily, Nero had center to spare for training. It turned out that although the amount of center a person had was based on several factors, it mostly boiled down to how large a soul you had. And if there was one thing Nero had going for him, it was a ridiculously robust soul. Checking, he saw his center was at 56%. It would take a while for his body to appropriate more essence from the surroundings and infuse his identity into it in order to replenish his reserves. On average, Nero was refilling his center at around 20% an hour. Both Nick and Specialist Howard seemed to think that was incredibly fast,
but to Nero, it felt absurd. Why couldn't he refill his mana like a video game? 30 seconds while out of combat and back to full.
While Nick watched over a recovering Nero, Specialist Howard walked up and said,
"All right, let's take a break from casting and work on some spell forms. Nero, how is your personal space coming?"
After groaning in annoyance, Nero said, "I haven't had a chance to work on it. The conceptual method for retrieval is easy, but I'm not comfortable with the creation spell form, and I don't want to screw it up. Who knows what can happen if I mess up the anchor? This is my soul we're talking about here." Nick answered the rhetorical question. "I know what can happen. Nothing. If you mess up, the space will just lose cohesion and return to the ether. Show me your spell form. I'll be able to tell if you're ready to cast it," he said. With a grimace, Nero said, "Fine, but I'm not actually going to cast it." Still sitting on the bench, Nero held out his hands and carved the spell form for creating a personalized pocket dimension, along with the anchor he could hook onto his soul. As it was solely comprised of his center, the spell form seemed to glow to his senses. Nero was careful not to let any ambient essence be pulled into the spell form. He didn't want to accidentally cast it. Both Specialist Howard and Nick were studying Nero's spell form. They were both looking intently and muttering to themselves. Nero felt like he was showing a drawing he had made to his parents and was now patiently waiting for their approval. After waiting for almost a full minute, Nero got annoyed and said, "Well, is it close enough? How hard is it to just tell me what I did wrong?" Nick's eyes snapped to Nero and he said, "Not everyone can actually see spell forms, Nero. We have to feel around for them, and then build an image in our head of what the spell form actually looks like. Just be patient." Nero raised his eyebrows in surprise. While he focused on keeping the spell form stable, he thought about what Nick had just said. Nero knew that he had very astute psychic senses, but he hadn't realized it was that out of the ordinary. In a way, this was game-changing, while also changing nothing. It was an advantage that he had been taking for granted. He decided that he should spend some more time watching other people cast and start mentally studying their spell forms. Finally, Specialist Howard said, "It should work. I don't see any issues. But I have to ask, why did you make it so small?" Nero replied, "What do you mean? This is how the spell was in the book. Should I make the spell form bigger? Why would that matter?" Nick said, "He means, why do you have the size component of the spell form so small? This is a beginner's pocket space. You should be able to manage a much larger one. Do you know which part of the spell designates the volume of your personal dimension?" Nero looked at his spell and said, Yeah, I think so. I just need to change this part." As he spoke, he shifted the spell form to quadruple the space. If his guess was right, it would make a personal dimension around 4 feet by 4 feet, which should be plenty of space for all his books and spare clothes. Both Nick and Specialist Howard nodded, and Nick said, "Yeah, that'll work. Just cast it. You'll be fine. Stop being a baby." Frowning, Nero gave in to peer pressure. The moment he let the spell form activate, it started dragging in space essence along with numerous others. Nero watched as it seemed to attach a tendril to his chest, then expand quickly and vanish. Yet Nero could still feel it. It wasn't uncomfortable, but he felt like he added a tab to his identity panel. It only took a thought, and it was like his mind could see a very small room. Even though it was completely dark, he could feel the emptiness waiting to be filled. Smiling, Nero said, "I think it worked. I can see a small room in my soul waiting to be filled. That's just wild." Specialist Howard asked, "What do you mean when you say you can see it?" Nick responded, "I think Nero has achieved soul-mind unity. Don't worry about it. It's most likely because of his unique history. From what I understand, it usually happens around level 75 for mages, sometimes later. I've read about it." Nero looked at the two with confusion and said, "Huh?" Specialist Howard looked shocked, but snapped back to reality quickly. Turning to Nero, he said, "Don't worry about it. Look it up on your own time. Now I want you to show me the spell forms that you know. Keep hold of your center, and try not to let any escape. Cast nothing, just carve the spells. We'll see what you remember from yesterday." Turning his head to look at Nick, he said, "And you should go actually get some training in. Standing here watching Nero work his ass off doesn't count." Nick huffed at the implied insult, but still got up to go get some practice in. Although he did manage to convey his disinterest by walking away like a child being told to go to his room. Ignoring Nick's petulance, Specialist Howard crossed his arms and said, "All right, now start with the basic elemental series I showed you. Start with the 10 earth spells I showed you, then we'll move on from there. Hold them, one at a time. I'll tell you when you can release them." Sighing, Nero stood up and returned to the training circle. Checking, he saw that he was down to 53% center. Mentally, he scolded himself for having such poor control. He'd have to get better at holding his center. Focusing, he cast the first earth spell Specialist Howard had shown him. As the spell form for creating a blast of pebbles formed in front of him, he heard Specialist Howard bark, "Focus, Nero! Stop leaking your center! Hold on to your center like your life depends on it, because at some point, it will." Nodding, Nero furrowed his brow and focused. Time and effort. That's all it takes. Time and effort, he told himself. Chapter 75. Try, and try again. City Lord Cosgrove sat in her office, chuckling at the report that had just come in. The noble house of Morrison had lodged an official complaint against General Branson. They were apparently unhappy with his recent actions. As she read the specifics, she just shook her head in amusement. They were saying that the general had no right to remove their spies. Lord Morrison was of the opinion that their house's retainers having a secondary objective didn't violate the oaths of service to the army. As it wasn't illegal for a house to have their retainers serve in the military, he wasn't technically wrong. And since the spies were told to follow all of the orders they received from their superiors, they would have been indistinguishable from a common soldier. However, she doubted that spying would be considered an acceptable personal activity, which would fall outside of the army's purview. Guard Dalton was sitting across from her, waiting patiently for her to read the report. His face was serious, as he didn't see what was so funny about the situation. Sitting next to him was Terence Blackwood, one of her consorts, and he, at least, seemed to share her amusement. Terry sat there with a subtle hand covering his smile. Finishing the report, she said, "So what's the Tower of Law going to do about this?" Terry answered, "I heard that Lord Bennings was trying to stop the Council of Law from ordering sanctions." Surprised, she said, "They were actually going to try and sanction General Branson?" Terry replied with a smile, "No. They were so annoyed with House Morrison they were going to sanction them for wasting the Council's time with such a ridiculous complaint. Last I heard, Lord Bennings was trying to calm them down." Dalton interjected, "That's the least of our problems. Since yesterday, the general has been very loud. Historically, he has worked behind the scenes, but now he is visiting the various army compounds in person. He has started multiple training initiatives, along with increased recruiting drives. He even ordered recruiting posters to be put up in the guard stations. There is going to be a picture of Lord Walker standing bloodied on a training field, along with a caption, 'Our nobles are working hard to protect Dorchester. Are you willing to make them defend the wall alone?' From what we can tell, it's already having an effect on the guard enrollment numbers, and it's only been a day." Terry laughed and said, "That's not the half of it. The general also applied for additional funds from Oglevock to supplement what he receives from Dorchester. I've heard that he plans to mount defensive emplacements along the wall. He has army engineers going through the old plans which are archived in the Mage Tower. It seems he wants to recreate the old defenses from before House Cosgrove took over the city seat." Lord Cosgrove sat there with a smile, completely unconcerned. In her opinion, all of these were positives. If the general could fund the increase in defences without harming Dorchester's war chest, she was completely fine with it. The issue with the guards wasn't ideal, but word had already been sent out to the surrounding villages and towns. An influx of refugees seeking safety within the walls would be coming soon. There would be plenty of fresh bodies to replenish the ranks. Looking at Head Guard Dalton, she said, "Make sure the guard increases their recruitment efforts in kind. Have someone come up with something catchy to make serving as a guard sound like a worthy cause. In the next few months, we'll have plenty of refugees coming in. I'll set aside some of the funds from the Noble War with the Dorchans. I want you to use them to increase training initiatives for the guard." Terry tapped a finger on his chair arm while taking on a look of concern. Noticing his change in demeanor, Lord Cosgrove asked, "What is it, Terence?" Looking at her, he said, "I was just thinking about what has the general so spooked. Is it possible we're underestimating the coming beast wave? I have to admit, I didn't really understand what that presentation was trying to convey. I'm talking about the one that Center Research gave." Lord Cosgrove nodded and said, "It was rather difficult to follow. From what I understand, it will be a large beast wave. But you're right. Try and find someone who has a handle on what's coming. If we're missing something, find someone capable of clearing up the confusion. If the general is doing all this, there must be a reason." Dalton asked, "Are we going to do anything about the fact that we no longer have eyes on the army? The general didn't limit his purge to just the elite camps. He released a total of 1,590 troops with ties to the noble houses, ours included. And I doubt he'll stop with just them. This could change the political landscape of the city." Lord Cosgrove nodded and said, "It will. But in the long run, this is a good thing. The army is supposed to be separate from the political arena. The fact that we let it get to this point was our fault in the first place. This is a good time to refocus the city's defenses onto what matters. We have other ways to keep apprised of what's going on with the army, and our spies were just there to keep an eye on the spies from the other noble houses." Dalton seemed to accept her position, even if he didn't agree with it. Looking at him, she said, "Now I want you to get started on those initiatives for the guard. I'll have the funds for you by the end of day." Head Guard Dalton stood up and offered a short bow, then left without another word. As the door closed behind him, Terry's tone changed to one of worry as he asked, "Are we going to talk about Deidre's plan to eliminate Lord Walker? I think that—" Lord Helima Cosgrave stared at him with cold eyes and interrupted him. No, we are not." They were now on day 3 of their training, and Nero was starting to feel the pressure. Captain Angelton had introduced the 16 new recruits to Nero's squad before their morning workout. They were, in a word, intimidating. Each one of them had been serving the army in the field. They were all hardened warriors, very different from the spies Nero had met 2 days before. The morning workout went poorly for Nero. Instead of his weakness being ignored, he heard snickers and mocking from the new recruits. For Nero, it was both reassuring and disappointing. On one hand, it was nice to know that people could suck in this world, but on the other, it was depressing to see that people were fundamentally all the same. As he was running around the track, Nero heard another recruit shout, "On your left, little lord!" Then the woman blew past him like he was standing still. Growling in annoyance, Nero tried to increase his pace. No matter how much he pushed, he was just too slow compared to the other recruits. He tried to tell himself that they were all probably at least level 15, and some of them might even be level 20. But it didn't help. "On your left, little lord!" another recruit shouted, then blew past him. Nero was going to get Kathleen back for starting that nickname. The woman was getting better at hurling insults. In fact, she was improving at a faster rate than Nero was when it came to fighting. If Nero didn't step up his game, he'd lose the verbal war in addition to the physical one. "All right, recruits, fall in!" shouted Captain Angelton. Like a well-oiled machine, all the recruits collapsed into formation in front of the captain. Of course, Nero was the last to find his place. Panting, he stood there, doing his best to stand at attention. Captain Angelton assigned their groups, and luckily Nero's squad stayed together under Sergeant Wesker. After some bland words of encouragement, they were released to have breakfast. Nero was a half a second behind everyone as they all cast a cleaning spell in unison, getting rid of their morning grime. Looking around, he saw Nick and Kathleen and walked over to join them. On the way, he was joined by a tall woman with a combat braid and the sides of her head shaved. She tapped his shoulder and said, "So is it true that you killed 5 men in single combat to earn your house? Or is that just noble propaganda?" Nero looked up at her and said coldly, "It's true, but I didn't exactly fight fair." She smiled and said, "Hey, no judgment here. I was just curious. I saw your arena fight. That took some guts to just stand there and let that guy try and take your head. How'd you manage to cast a plasma lance at such a low level?" As they walked toward the dining hall, Nero had to reassess the mocking he had been hearing. It was less like hazing, and more like they were treating him as a mascot. Nero didn't know how he felt about that, but he supposed it was better than having his head shoved in a toilet. He chatted with the woman, whose name turned out to be Marie Denton. She introduced him to her friends from the monster hunting squads. They were Carrie Moonshanks and Vance Platt, and they had all come from the same team. They'd been out in the wilds hunting dangerous monsters and beasts for years. The walk wasn't long enough for Nero to ask half the questions he wanted. By the time they got their food, Nero felt like they could be good people to know. Promising to talk later, Nero took his plate and went to find his squad. After locating them, he took his seat and said, "I was just talking with some of the new recruits. It seems most of them came from the monster hunting squads." Nero poured himself a glass of water and dug into his eggs, sausage, and something that looked like hash browns. Kathleen said, "Don't take anything they said too personally. They're warriors, not politicians. Any insult they gave was probably just meant as a joke." Before Nero could say anything, Nick spoke up while laughing. "Did they pick on you about the posters?" Nero gave Nick a look of confusion and said, "What posters?" Rose and Kathleen both looked at Nick with curiosity. They didn't seem to know what he was talking about either. Nick smiled and said, "I heard from Vera that the general used a picture of you for a recruitment push. I'm told it looks great. Vera promised to get me a framed copy. I'm going to need you to sign it at some point." His amusement was clear, and he dug into his meal happily. Nero grimaced and said, "He could have at least asked. Don't people have image rights or something?" Nick raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you really going to cause a stink? You want House Walker to go on record saying that it doesn't support the army?" Nero stabbed a sausage and said, "No, of course not. I'm just saying that my image shouldn't be used without my permission." Seeing the blank stares looking back at him from around the table, he continued, "But I guess in this case it's for a good cause, so I'll let it slide." Rose muttered, "Good choice." Their breakfast continued with some light chatting, and Nero forgot to tell his squad about his new friends. Nick tried to constantly focus the conversation on science, while Kathleen spent most of the time calling Nick a nerd without actually saying it. And Rose just smiled and watched. Nero knew she was trying to present herself as an airhead, but he wasn't buying it. The meal ended before he made a decision on how to handle her. All too soon, Nero was back in Training Ring 2, facing off against Kathleen in hand-to-hand combat. She never went easy on him, or at least Nero didn't think she did. Although Nero was improving rapidly, he never got close to actually hurting her. Every time he tried to tackle her, he went face first into her knee. His every punch was met with a block and instant counterattack. Nero had learned that trying to kick her was idiotic. It only took getting hit in the nuts over and over again in order for him to learn that lesson.
Blood dripping from his chin, Nero grinned as he traded blows with Kathleen. She would counter-jab, and he would bob. Back and forth they went, until Nero eventually overextended.
"Keep your elbows tight when you strike," she said, as she elbowed him in the temple.
His mage armor helped by muting the blow, and Nero dove into a roll in order to gain some distance and let his head clear. Smoothly coming out of the roll, he took his stance and met her low kick with his shin. Instead of just blocking, he tried to angle his block to make her unable to pull her leg back. When she dropped her leg to the ground, Nero stepped forward into her guard. He managed to hit her stomach with a quick 1-2 combination, and then the lights went out again.
Dying in this world was weird. By this point, Nero had gotten rather used to it. 1 minute you were fine, the next, blackness. According to Nick, the soul couldn't perceive the material world without a medium, like a body. So when a person died, they just stopped receiving input from the world around them. Nero had asked why he couldn't use his psychic field to see what's going on, but Nick just called Nero an idiot for not understanding how a psychic field was formed. After promising himself that he would look it up at some point, Nero had dropped it. Coming back to life, Nero shot up from the ground, coughing.
"It was an elbow, wasn't it?" he asked, while hacking up a wad of blood.
Kathleen stood over him, while the medic worked on fixing his numerous fractures and bruises. She said,
"Yup, getting in close is good, but because you're tiny, like a puppy, it limits your vision. And you are still dropping your guard. You're relying too much on damage and not focusing enough on defense. It doesn't matter if you injure your opponent if you end up dead. Now get up. You look pathetic lying there like that. I know you aren't a man, but for the next few minutes, how about you pretend you are?"
Nero chuckled at that last line.
"You're getting really good at the trash talk. I know it's hard to learn new things when you get older, so I applaud your efforts. It's too bad you put so much effort into learning how to fight when you were younger. You should have worked on your personality back when you were still pretty." Nero took his fighting stance and squared up for round 136, maybe? He had lost track around 30 minutes ago.
Kathleen chuckled and said,
"All right, little lord. Show me something."
Nero growled. He really needed her to regret that nickname. Charging, he feigned a front kick, then dropped it to allow a low spin kick. He hoped to take out her ankle, but over his shoulder he saw her raise her foot out of the way with casual grace. Completing his spin, he rose to his feet and met her right cross with his forearm. Ducking under her left, he threw out a weak jab with his right into her floating ribs. Up close, his lack of height was an advantage, but it was always hard to get close enough for it to matter. Back and forth they went. Nero focused on feeling the world teaching him what he was doing wrong. His senses were spread wide, and the small mental nudges added up. Every second he spent in combat felt like a lesson. His brow furrowed in concentration. Nero blocked, dodged, and parried Kathleen's onslaught. But things eventually reached the inevitable conclusion, and Nero watched the ridge hand approach his neck from the corner of his eye. He was unable to do anything to stop it, and winced in anticipation of the pain. Luckily, his neck must have snapped cleanly, as once again the lights went out. At least I think I'm getting better, and I bet her hands must be hurting by now, so that's something, he thought, while floating in the blackness. Chapter 76. Prior Knowledge for the Win. Laying in her bed with her hands behind her head, Rose was using her link to catch up on current events. She was waiting for her check-in with her handler. Every night, she was responsible for summarizing her day and reporting on what her target was up to. She understood why the general was interested in Lord Walker. The young man was definitely odd. While she was watching the weekly rank matches from the arena, she received a connection request. With a start, she shot up into a sitting position. Instead of the request coming from her handler, she was receiving a ping from General Branson himself. After taking a second to calm down, she took a seat at her desk and opened the connection. She said, "Hello, sir. Is something wrong?" The general's mind was calm, while carrying a sense of strength, and Rose found his mental presence as intimidating as his physical one. His voice came through clearly, and her palms started to sweat as he had adopted a stern tone. "Why do you think there is something wrong?" he asked. "Well, I was expecting a ping from my handler, but it's no problem. What can I do for you, sir?" she said. The general's amusement colored his psychic presence, and he said, "I was available, and I wanted to hear more about our little lord. Anything interesting happened today?" Rose replied, "Well, it seems you've already heard about his nickname. It seems to cause him some irritation, but I haven't figured out why. He is still training extremely hard. I tried to keep an eye on him during close combat training, and I saw his bodyguard kill him at least 20 times. I still don't understand why that is being allowed. It's insane. Anyway, I haven't heard anything more about the mental projection he talked about yesterday. Lord Salvatore Verena didn't bring it up, or he was avoiding talking about it. And as usual, Ms. Averitt was only interested in training. So nothing interesting. How did the training with the new recruits go?" he asked. "It was surprising. Everyone seems to like Lord Walker. It's like they adopted him. No one gives him a hard time, and they all tease him as if he were one of them. Although they seemed to ignore me, Ms. Averitt, and Lord Salvatore Verena. Did you order them to get close to him? Because if you did, it's working," she said. "No, I think they just like the stories that are going around about him. I think he would have seen through it if I had offered a suggestion to befriend him. He is remarkably observant," he said. "Yes, sir. But I have to tell you that you may be overestimating him. He is observant, but only concerning things he's interested in. His tendency to ignore what he doesn't want to deal with is much stronger than his observational skills," he said. Chuckling, the general asked, "So he is still staring at the floor while showering, huh?" Rose smiled and responded, "Today was even worse than yesterday. One of his new friends from the recruits joined him in the shower and tried to have a conversation with him. Her name is Marie, but I didn't catch her last name. She seemed to be trying to befriend the target. The result was rather funny. The little lord turned red from embarrassment and avoided all eye contact. He must have gotten his shower done in less than 3 minutes. He practically ran back to his room." The general said, "That's so weird. Did you figure out why he is acting like that? What did Nick say when you asked him about it?" Rose said, "I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. And Lord Salvatore Verena wasn't any help. I asked him as ordered, and all he said was that Nero has some odd cultural hang-ups, and I shouldn't worry about it. Today, both he and the bodyguard laughed at the little lord's display. The bodyguard told the recruit, Marie, that she shouldn't be offended and should just treat his actions like a compliment. I didn't know what she meant, but I think she meant that the little lord found the recruit attractive." The general's confusion came through the connection, and he asked, "But if Lord Walker was attracted to the woman, then wouldn't he have been staring at her rather than at the floor?" Rose nodded and said, "That's what I thought, hence my confusion. I said that I thought I understood what she was trying to say, but I didn't say I understood why she said it." After a pause, the general responded, "Fair enough. Anything else to report?" "No, sir. I'll try and find out more about the mental projection he saw during his pillow choice tomorrow," she said. "Copy that. Good job so far. Keep it up," said the general, and then he cut the connection. Rose's shoulders slumped in relief. She hated talking to that man. He was just so damn intimidating. Standing up, she shook it off and decided to get some meditation in before bed. Sitting down in the corner of the room on a small mat, she closed her eyes and reflected on her day. Nero had placed all of his books and spare clothes in his personal dimension. Sitting on his bed with his eyes closed, he observed the little room next to his soul and admired his space pocket. How cool is this? He thought. In order to pull something out of the space, he just had to focus on it, then mentally reach for it. It was like his psychic field pervaded the entire dimension. After mentally grabbing hold of an item, he could simply pull it through the wall, and a microportal would appear wherever he wanted. The only annoying thing was that in order to store something, he had to own it. That required him to saturate an object with his center in order to make it his. That little detail severely limited the utility of the spell, as saturating an object took around 20 to 30 seconds of concentrated effort. The good news was, it took a day or two for his ownership to wear off. So as long as he returned the item back to his space within that time frame, he could keep control of whatever he wanted. As he was playing with his personal space, he received a ping from Vera. Surprised, he closed the little mental window into his personal dimension and opened the connection. "Hey, Vera. I wasn't expecting to hear from you. How's it going?" he asked with a smile. He had finally gotten out of the habit of speaking out loud while talking over the link. Amusement colored her psyche as she replied, "It's going well. But for the record, I was expecting to hear from you. We haven't spoken since that debacle with the general. Why haven't you pinged me to let me know how you're doing? Or at least to check in on some of our projects?" Nero said, "I didn't want to bother you, and I'm at a training camp. Aren't I supposed to be cut off from the outside world? And I'm sure you would have found a way to contact me if you needed to." Vera sighed and said, "Nero, why would you have to be in isolation in order to train?" "Never mind. I don't care to listen to your weird theories right now. I need to ask you about our trading posts. I've procured a storefront near the Hunter's Hall in Gate 15. I'm stocking it with arms and armor, and I've set up the paperwork allowing us to purchase essence crystals. What I don't know is what the plan is. How is this supposed to work? How are we supposed to make a boatload of money like you said we would? The prices for essence crystals are fixed. Everyone can turn them in for the same amount. I'm assuming you have a reason for saying we had to get this set up quick." Nero chuckled and said, "Vera, you're too nice a person. You know that?" Irritation came through the link loud and clear as she said, "I'm not typically referred to as nice. In fact, that might be the first time in recent memory that anyone has ever accused me of that particular fault." Nero smiled and leaned back, his back against the wall, while he sat on his bed. "Got it. I won't make such a horrible mistake again. Now listen carefully. We are nobles. We get tax breaks and can buy in bulk. Now we have a trading post, so we can trade goods for crystals rather than money. Stock the store with tents, travel rations, lamps, rope, and all the other little things that are cheap but people have to buy over and over again. Now, in addition to us getting the weapons and armor at a discount, we can sell them for full price. We trade the goods for crystals at an inflated price, allowing the hunters to turn in their crystals to us and get their goods right away. As long as our prices aren't too outrageous, they'll buy from us because it's just easier than waiting in line to turn in their crystals to get paid, then go out and haggle to try and find all the things they'll need in the wilds. You see, we are charging a premium for the ease of a direct trade. In addition, we make even more because we can get the stuff for cheap as we are nobles. If we can manage to make our own products, we'll make even more. But that is for later," he said. Vera was stunned. She did some basic math in her head and tried to run the numbers. If they just charged a service fee of 5% for the convenience, then added the discounts to the profits, they'd be making a killing. "Nero, that's brilliant. You're taking advantage of human laziness and their desire to save time by blatantly overcharging people and making them thank you for it. How the hell did you think of that?" she asked in amazement. Nero shrugged and said, "In my old world, that was like 90% of what business was. Well, That and illegally hiding profits and paying their employees as little as possible without losing them. That touches on the production thing I just mentioned. If we find a village or something where people don't get paid a lot, we can open up manufacturing centers out there and then just use our shipping company to collect the products after they're made at a steep discount. We can then charge our trading company for the transport, pay ourselves, record a loss, and then pay even fewer taxes. For the trifecta, we need to establish a separate production company. That way we are always paying ourselves a loss, then all the money being made is just shunted to both you and me as the heads of the company. The company will be losing money every year, while we take home all the profits at the reduced tax rate of the nobles. If we do it right, the companies will be paying no corporate taxes, and we'll get rich.
Vera's psyche was vibrating with conflicting emotions as she said,
Nero, I am so proud to know you. You have never been more attractive than you are right now. I need you never to tell anyone about any of this. This is just between you and me. We're going to own everything. I'll be in charge of it all. You just keep coming up with ideas. I'll handle everything. Remember, don't tell anyone about anything, you amazing little man. She then cut the connection.
Nero was stunned.
Vera had never spoken to him like that before. In fact, he'd never heard her sound so happy. It was like seeing a school principal skipping to class, or a comedian praising the human condition. It took Nero at least a full 3 minutes to process what had just happened. Eventually, he shook it off and stood up to stretch. He still had an hour or two before he had to get to sleep. Opening his identity, he checked his progress. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 17%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 68%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Jennings wasn't kidding when he said that Nero's leveling speed would slow down when he reached level 10. He'd only gotten a few points in his growth. He wondered if it would really take a week for his next level. He opened a stat breakdown to check his daily progress. Body: 2. Base: operative. Level: stress, presence: 11. 15.4. 1.6. Durability: 8. 11.2. 9.2. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 13.4. Speed: 13. 18.2. 8.5. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 9.9. Power: 8. 11.2. 14.2. Mind: 4. Base: operative. Level stress. Weight: 26. 46.8. 4.8. Control: 29. 52.2. 9.1. Field: 23. 41.4. 12.9. Precision:
39.
70.2.
16.4.
Endurance.
46.
82.8.
14.1.
Focus.
48.
86.4.
10.9.
Soul.
2.
Base.
Operative.
Level.
Stress.
Size.
29.
40.6.
0.4.
Density.
101.
141.4. 0.4.
Intensity.
76.
106.4. 0.3.
Pressure.
27.
37.8.
0.3.
Harmony.
24.
33.6.
5.3. Adaptability.
270. 378.
0.1. If he remembered right, he gained a little across the board. Maybe a point or two? All of that hard work for a few measly points. Well, he was sure his skills had gone up a lot at least. Rather than check to see if he was right, he told himself that he was right, and then adamantly forgot about it. Walking over to the desk, he pulled out one of the books Jennings had given him. Nero smiled at the ease of using his personal space. It made him feel like a real-life mage. Sitting down, he opened up the spell book to go over the common spells that every hunter needed to know. Having paged through the book before, Nero knew what kind of spells there were. Included in the book were spells for attaching a soul-bound tracker to an item/person/beast, and some for starting fires and cooking, even some for placing deterrent wards. The section on wards didn't make any sense, but Nero was completely unfamiliar with the field, so he just chalked it up to something future Nero would have to deal with. He spent the next few hours trying to master a technique which highlighted anything with a mind within his psychic field. Basically, a person had to look for disruptions in the ether. It was like looking for holes in the ambient essence. Supposedly, it would be incredibly useful for finding ambush predators that could hide their thought signatures and emotions. Nero, however, thought it would be useful for finding people trying to kill him. The fact that he was going to be out in the wilds, and comparatively unprotected, was not lost on him. If you were trying to kill someone like him, he'd wait for them to be outside the walls. After all, the CIA didn't perform political assassinations on American soil. They did it when people were outside of the country. The internet was very clear on that. Eventually, he found himself in bed, mentally going over his memories, collating and assimilating the experience he had gained throughout the day. It was getting easier to feel when he had unclaimed essence floating around, waiting for him to take it into his soul tree, which was his clever term for what he calls his growth stat. It was getting easier to slip into his soulscape and let the memories become part of him. With a smile on his face, Nero drifted off to sleep, happy with the day's accomplishments.
Chapter 77.
Making the best of it. Vera walked into the conference room armed with a thick leather portfolio filled with revolutionary business plans. She had spent all of last night working on them, as had 3 of Precision Shipping's lawyers. They were under secrecy contracts and had been working for Vera for over 20 years. She also had made sure they knew what would happen to them if they crossed her.
The conference room was full, and the board of directors watched patiently as Vera took her seat at the head of the giant table.
Taking her time, she set up her papers, arranged her mug of coffee, then set out several pens in a line. No one interrupted her preparations, or even spoke a word. Every single person in this room knew who really ran their company, and they rightly feared her wrath. The stories of what she did to people who had defied her were legendary. There were stories of noble houses ruined,
people transferred and seemingly disappearing, and financial penalties so severe that generations were affected. Employees of Precision Shipping whispered these tales to each other during holiday events, or while chatting at the water cooler, or sometimes when trying to warn new hires what to avoid. Finally ready, Vera looked up with hard eyes at the men and women who were responsible for the day-to-day affairs of Precision Shipping.
I've called you all here for several reasons. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work in absorbing Dorchen Shipping over the last week. Although we had to cut their workforce by 30%, most of those employees were fired for cause, and thus we didn't incur any penalties. Looking at a woman near the end of the table, Vera said, "Well done, Mrs. Upton. Your team performed exceptionally. You can expect your quarterly bonuses to reflect that."
Tapping her finger on the table, she continued.
We have succeeded in keeping hold of 87% of the shipping contracts, which were previously handled by Dorchen Shipping. Although I asked for 90% retention, I will let this slide. There were unforeseen factors which affected our initial projections. Always remember, failure to meet projections is not truly failure if you did all that you could. However, an explanation is always required. Mr. Hornton, your team's performance was adequate.
Her gaze rested on a man, shivering midway down the conference table. He sighed in relief when she said the word adequate. Moving on to human resources. I looked at your proposal for the new hires. I'd like you to move up your timelines. We'll purchase another warehouse and double our training schedule. I want our wagoners and haulers trained and out working sooner rather than later. The city is going to be swelling, and our business will grow with the population. We need to be prepared. Ms. Grady, check your pings for the updated proposals. I want them done by the end of the week, said Vera. Now, before we move on to new business, is there anything that needs to be addressed? She said. A tentative hand raised from midway down the left side of the table. Vera said, Yes, Miss Caston, the floor is yours. Ms. Caston stood and addressed Vera. I was wondering if you could tell us how we should address the Lord Walker situation. Technically, he now owns 40% of the company. As you have never offered shares, I'm not sure what to think. The room filled with tension. Everyone was on pins and needles, as they didn't know what to think about the situation. They were both thankful and nervous that someone had the guts to raise the question of Lord Walker's relevance to the company. Vera offered a rare smile and said, I am now the proxy for House Walker. For the time being, I am House Walker. There will be no creative accounting or plots to regain full control. In fact, I'd say that Lord Walker and I are partners. He and I are opening several businesses and expanding the reach of Precision Shipping across all of Dorchester. I spoke with him last night, and he had several very impressive ideas on how we can increase profits and shrink our overhead. As for his presence, you don't have to worry. This company is still under my control, and always will be. Lord Walker will be a silent partner, merely an advisor to me. Does that answer your question? Nodding quickly, Ms. Caston returned to her seat. The tension bled from the room, and everyone seemed happy that nothing had changed. If there was one thing they believed in, it was Vera's leadership. Under her, they would grow and prosper. Tapping her hand on the leather folder in front of her, Vera said, I mentioned that I spoke with Lord Walker last night. Here in this folder are some updated business practices that will be implemented immediately. We are doing some shuffling of our resources on paper. Based on a few words from Lord Walker, we're going to be reducing our operating costs by 13% and increasing our profits by 9%. Seeing the shocked looks of the board members, she smiled and said, Yes, you heard correctly. With a little clever reorganization of our books, we'll make more and spend less. Everyone bring up the file I just sent you labeled the Walker Plan, and we'll get started. One of the members of the board muttered a little too loudly, An advisor indeed. Vera just smiled and started walking them through their updated business model.
They would be using their new company, Precision Trading, as their clearinghouse for storage and sales. Blacksmiths and crafters would comprise another new company, Precision Manufacturing. And finally, the company would now be paying profits directly to the company director, Vera Salvatore Verena, and the company president, Lord Nero Walker. The profit distribution would be the same, but now the income would be taxed under the noble rules, rather than as a noble business. Vera was a rich woman, but Nero had just increased her projected income for the year by nearly 30%, and their new companies hadn't even opened yet. Even better, when she officially reported this exploit under House Walker's name, she would be on the paperwork. Therefore, any future regulations and laws addressing this type of business practice would have an exemption for her.
She couldn't help but smile at the faces her rivals would make when they heard what she'd done.
This was a masterstroke.
While the board of directors went through the paperwork, Vera tried to think of a suitable marriage candidate for her favorite little lord. Nero focused his attention on maintaining the essence induction into his training blades. The idea was that by filling them with his center, they would more easily pass through an opponent's essence field. If he let it drop, his blades would be rendered useless. It hardly took any essence, but the concentration was stressful. Dodging a spear thrust, he batted the haft toward the sky. Taking advantage of the open space he had just made, he crouched and quick-stepped forward, thrusting the knife in his left hand toward Kathleen's calf. Nero focused on making sure the blade was thoroughly coated in his center. His heart leapt in joy as he felt the blade graze the backside of her knee. But before he could take advantage of his strike, he was struck in the face as she pushed the haft of the spear into his nose. His vision went white with pain, and he felt his facial bones shatter. Even though he couldn't see, he stubbornly tried to swing the sword in his right hand. Had his thrust gone as planned, he would have planted it directly in her gut. Alas, it was not meant to be, as he struck only air. He felt the spear hook his right leg, and his feet were pulled off the ground. Unable to see, he tried to keep hold of his weapons as his entire body was now horizontal to the ground and about 3 feet in the air. Plummeting to the ground, he landed flat on his back. The air was forcefully expelled from his lungs, and he felt Kathleen's spear rip into his chest and pin him to the training field. Thankfully, the pain went away along with the lights, and Nero was returned to the black. Realizing that she must have speared him in the heart, Nero floated in the blackness and cursed her training methods. As he waited for his body to be repaired by the medics, Nero tried to feel around the black. Regardless of what Nick had said, it didn't make any sense that his soul was unable to do anything without a body. After all, he still had a mind. A mind was in the soul. It was just copied into the body. Who he was, all that made him, was in the soul. Nero was surprised to feel the tether to his body. It was so fragile. He felt like he could just tug on it a little and release his soul from his mortal coil. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and realizing that you could end it all with just one step. Carefully, he mentally took a step back. He didn't want to mess up and actually kill himself. Before he could look around anymore, he was thrust back into his body. It felt like the tether grew in thickness and pulled him down into the body. He awoke to a coughing fit, like always. Hacking up gobs of blood, Nero threw up onto the training field. This was a bad one. As he came back to his senses, he heard the medic screaming at Kathleen. She actually looked a little sheepish. She wasn't embarrassed or sorry, but it looked like she realized she might have gone a little too far. Looking around, he saw that Nick and Rose were standing next to an irate Sergeant Wesker. Nobody appeared happy with Kathleen at the moment. Nero tried to stand up and calm things down, but all he managed to do was have another coughing fit and faceplant back into the training field dirt. Feeling the restorative essence wash over his body, Nero laid there
and just enjoyed the sensation of having his body fixed.
His hearing seemed to come back, and he heard Nick shouting, "You do it in your clan territory. This isn't the North. Here we have some gods be damned sense. I've stood by and let you break this poor man over and over again, but no more. This is not gonna happen again. You hear me?" As he lay on his back with his eyes closed, Nero shouted to the sky, "Nick, shut up for a second." Everyone seemed to pause, and Nero could feel their psychic fields freeze in anticipation of what he would say. Nero didn't move, other than to slowly grin, and said, "I finally got you. I know you felt it. If these blades were sharp, you'd have been hamstrung. I told you I'd get you. Don't feel bad for overreacting. If I were bested by someone who had only been training for 4 days, I'd feel pretty pissed too." Then Nero burst into a joyful laughter. He had done it. Maybe he hadn't even come close to winning a single round, and he hadn't actually caused her any real pain. But that was a solid hit. He had fought with a sword and knife, in combat with a warrior woman holding a spear. They were surrounded by magic force fields on a field hundreds of years old which was dedicated to training warriors. And he had struck a solid blow. Nero laughed as he imagined how he'd fight in 100 years. He would be unstoppable. As his laughter died down, Nero could hear Nick arguing with the medic. "Are you sure he's all right? He's not having an issue with his brain." Sitting up, Nero gave Nick a harsh look and said, "I thought I told you to shut up." Nick snorted and offered Nero a grin. Kathleen stepped forward and offered Nero a hand to help him up. Taking it, Nero let her pull him to his feet and offered her a wide smile of victory. She just grinned at him and said, "Fine, you hit me. Once. It wasn't even life-threatening, so it doesn't count." Nero chuckled and dusted himself off. Looking around at all the concerned faces, he said, "I'm fine. The green shirts are good at what they do." Realizing that he didn't know the medic's name, he was about to ask what it was when Sergeant Wesker interrupted his train of thought. "Don't worry, you won't be training with Ms. Everett any longer. We'll put you with someone a little more your speed," he said with an apologetic tone. Shaking his head quickly, Nero said, "Absolutely not. She's my training partner. I get to fight her to the death until I win. How can any training compare to that? I've got the trusty green shirts right here to fix what she broke, and I can learn from the pain." Shocked faces surrounded him, aside from Kathleen, who just looked proud. Nero shrugged and said, "Pain don't hurt. Failure does." Kathleen rushed forward and hugged him. It was so unexpected that he tried to stab her with his training sword. However, as usual, she was just too fast, and he missed. She picked him up and gave him a crushing hug. "You are a treasure. You're going to be the finest warrior in Oglevark. Armies will tremble when they hear of your coming. You will be a mage unlike any that has come before. With fire and steel, you will decimate your enemies and stand victorious among their broken bodies," she said while spinning him around and proclaiming her goals for Nero in the happiest voice he had ever heard from her.
"Put me down, you old bat!"
he shouted. She dropped him like sack, and he landed lightly on his feet. He offered her a grin and held out his fist. She was smiling from ear to ear as she gave him a fist bump. "Turning to face the group of still shocked people," he said with pride. "I taught her that." Eyes still wide in shock, Rose said, "What? The speech thing or the fist thing?" Nero tossed her a grin and said, "Both. Awesome, right?" Chapter 78. Philosophy used to be science. Lord Cosgrove had just finished dinner when her aide said that Lords Bennings, Brinks, and Masters were waiting for her in her office. "I'm sure this is going to be good news," she said to herself sarcastically. Walking with her aide to her office, she asked, "They said nothing?"
Not even a hint as to what this is about?
Ms. Chandler said.
No, my lord. They just said it was urgent, and that they needed to see you right away. When asked why they didn't just ping you, they said they didn't want to explain their reason for trying to reach you to anyone. They needed to speak with you first.
Frowning, Lord Cosgrove said,
Very well. Let's see what has them so worked up.
When she finally got to her office, she entered without knocking, while Ms. Chandler followed her in and then closed the doors. Seeing their nervous yet serious faces, she asked, "All right, I'm here. What's this all about?" Lord Bennings spoke first. "House Walker has proved an exploit to the House system. All of the forms were filed this morning. They made sure that an hour had passed after they took advantage of the exploit. The timestamps are irrefutable, and the exploit is a Class 5. Standing in shock, Lord Cosgrove felt her gut churn, and she fought to keep her dinner down. "I'm assuming that it was already passed on to the Tower of Law in Hennings." Nodding, Lord Bennings said, "I verified it personally. It is both brilliant and diabolical. Had this gotten out, the House system would have been thrown into upheaval. The Crown may very well offer the full award for its discovery." Looking at the two men, Lords Brinks and Masters, she said, "And it has to do with trade and taxes?" The two men exchanged a look, and Masters waved for Brinks to answer. "Yes, House Walker reorganized their shipping company and created several new concerns they started alongside House Farina. They figured out a way to legally report massively reduced profits and then pay the profits as a salary to both Vera Salvatore Verana and Lord Walker. The company will be losing money on paper, but be able to be propped up by them, gaining them a second round of tax breaks. Furthermore, they filed paperwork for the concerns charging each other for their use. They essentially are paying themselves back and forth, reporting no profit, while taking home what used to be taxable company income. Had this been allowed to spread, our current house system would have fallen within a month, across all of Oglevark." Stunned, Lord Cosgrove started to feel her knees weaken. She managed to get to her chair before she started to stumble. Taking a seat, she said, "And they reported the discovery to the Tower of Law? Has the exploit been countered?" Lord Bennings stepped forward and said, "Yes, the law is clear. The exploit was countered immediately. No one can do it, and the relevant laws will be reviewed at dawn by the Council of Leadership in Hennings. Unfortunately, as per the law on exploit discovery, House Walker, along with Vera Salvatore Verana, are able to take full advantage of it for as long as Lord Walker lives. That is, unless the King directly forbids it. However, that is very unlikely, seeing as it was Lord Walker who discovered the exploit, and Vera Salvatore Verana who filed the paperwork, and, in a very real way, saved the kingdom." Lord Cosgrove poured herself a glass of wine with trembling hands. "How in the hells did this happen? How was what they found actually legal? Bennings must have checked before she validated it, right?" she wondered. "You're sure this exploit is valid? Anyone could have done this. They could have just paid out the company profits as salary and then reported a loss. How is that possible?" Lord Cosgrove was practically shouting. Lord Bennings looked nervous and said, "I checked it more times than I could count. There is no law saying that they couldn't. It wasn't only legal as a technicality, it was actually legal. And the thing with several companies being owned by the same people, charging variable prices to affect their reported earnings, that was legal too. It's just that no one had thought to do it. It was always a point of pride to have a successful company. A noble's status is dependent on how much they pay in taxes, so why would anyone want to head a failing company?" Snorting, Lord Cosgrove said in a quiet voice, "Because they could get obscenely rich doing it. I can't believe this." For a full minute the room was silent, drinking in her words. "So what happens now?" "I'm not familiar with the protocol surrounding exploits," Lord Cosgrove asked. Lord Bennings responded, "A lot of it depends on what happens in the capital, but one thing is for sure. House Walker just became the richest house in Dorchester. Even a Class 1 exploit would have a payout larger than the city's yearly budget. And to think, right now the house is only 2 people, a proxy and a recently awakened 14-year-old. Lord Cosgrove slumped in her seat as her face lost all of its blood once again. She muttered, "I can't even begin to imagine the marriage proposals and suitors that are going to descend on the city in the next few months." For the first time, Lord Masters spoke up. "At least it will result in a boost to the trade and tourism revenue. We should host a ball," he said excitedly. Everyone in the room stared at the man, until his smile wilted. Nero was sitting on the floor of his room, leaning his back against the bed with his legs crossed. The pillow under his ass provided a nice cushion, and he was enjoying his book. His selection for the night was on Listening to the World. As he read, he munched on some biscuits he had hidden earlier in his personal space. Nero had swiped them from the dining hall during lunch. Absently scratching his chest, his focus was entirely on his book. He was having trouble coming to terms with what he was reading. It was like the first time he learned that light behaved as both a particle and a wave. He couldn't imagine reality working like that. In this world, reality was just too weak. Everything influenced it. If there was a particular type of matter, that would generate essence, which would in turn affect the matter. Only time could solidify essence into material reality. Miro couldn't wrap his head around it. He knew it was important to conceptualize it, but it just seemed so ridiculous. Setting his book off to his side, he sat in contemplation. He was staring at his chair, trying to imagine it as frozen essence, which was given form by its identity. Focusing his psychic field on the chair, he tried to look at it with more than his eyes. It worked, kind of. With a small grunt, he got to his feet and got closer. Running his hand over the wooden backrest, he spread out his center to reach into the chair. He could sense its purpose, its history. Nero knew there was a name for it back home. Psychics who could look at the history of objects in stories and urban legends, but he couldn't remember the name of it. He could almost see the carpenter fitting the slats together to make the backrest. Going deeper, he saw the lumberjack using a sharp axe to fell the tree the wood came from. The deeper Nero went, the more pressure he felt on his mind. It felt like he was trying to swim against a current. This wasn't what the chair was now. It's what it used to be. There was a pop in the room, but Nero was too invested in his experiment to notice. He felt himself being pulled away from the chair and forced to sit on the bed. His eyes were glassy, and he was having trouble focusing. As his senses came back into focus, he looked up to see Archmage Jennings staring into his eyes with concern. Nero was confused and asked, "When did you get here?" Jennings' eyes softened and he cracked a smile. "I was alerted to your situation by one of the mages that happened to be looking at what you were reading. When they realized what you were doing, they contacted me immediately. I was the closest person they could reach who would be able to help you. Are you all right?" Nero nodded. His head was still fuzzy, and he was having trouble following what Jennings was saying. "I'm fine. I was just listening to the world. It's just so big, you know? The history of everything. It's like a big rug. You can step back and see the whole thing, or you can look closer. Each thread is placed with care. It all comes together to make what we see. But reality isn't the rug, it's the threads. But even the threads come from somewhere," he said, rambling. Jennings patted Nero's shoulder, then waved his hand and pulled a glass of water out of thin air. "Here, drink this," he said. Nero did as he was told. The cold water caused him to regain a little color, and his eyes started to focus a little easier. Nero frowned as his brain started working again. He was now sitting on his bed, only in his underwear, and Jennings was standing over him. Looking up at him, Nero said, "What the hell was that?" Why are you here? When did you get here? How did— Jennings held up his hands to interrupt the panicking young man and said, Nero, calm down. Just breathe for a second. I already told you. Think. Focus on trying to remember. It will help. Nero nodded, calming himself back down. He started to remember what happened, working backward. He remembered what Jennings said when he showed up. He remembered the pop sound. And then he remembered the images he saw of the history of his chair. It was like he was observing the chair's life in reverse, going deeper and deeper until he had gotten lost. At one point, he was floating on the ether among the essence of the world. Looking up at Jennings, he said, That was delving too deep, right? I read about that, but it didn't make sense. Now I see what they were talking about. Holy crap. It was like I forgot I was a person. Time stopped meaning anything, and I was just essence on the wind. Jennings snapped his fingers in front of Nero's face, causing the young man to focus on him. Don't try and chase the memory. You're not nearly strong enough to ride an essence trail like that. I'm surprised you were able to even go that deep. Every time you delve, you need to remember to hold on to who you are. You are just an observer, not the object you're observing. You have to keep that thought in the front of your mind, or you will end up in a coma, he said sternly. Seeing that Nero was taking the situation seriously, he turned around and put the troublemaking chair to use. Sitting down, he looked at Nero and asked, So why were you so interested in the history of a chair? You risked a lot to study a common chair. The mages over in Hennings are screaming theories at each other. Please tell me that you weren't trying to unravel the essence streams that make up the chair. That's the prevailing idiotic theory. Nero shook his head and chuckled. No, I was just reading about how all matter is made up of solidified essence, and I wanted to get a closer look at how the hell that was possible. I was having trouble understanding this book, and I thought that taking a closer look at what the chair was actually made of might help. Nodding in understanding, Jennings said, It's a complicated concept which is usually covered during adept training. I gave you that book so that you would have some idea as to how essence can create constructs, not to try and understand the fundamentals of the material plane. You need to learn how to start small. Answer the small questions before taking on the big ones. For example, show me how you create a basic construct. It doesn't matter what you create, just create something. Nero nodded and carved a simple spell form for creating a metal spike. He didn't fire it, just created the spike. Specialist Howard had shown Nero this spell for launching mini javelins. It was one of Nero's favorites. Jennings watched as the essence was pulled into the spell form and then coalesced. The shiny iron spike hovered in the air, trapped by Nero's psychic field. The boy was a natural. Okay, now infuse your essence into the spike. Claim it as your own so it won't dissipate, said Jennings. Nero did as he was told, and felt the spike anchor itself into reality. It felt more real. Without really meaning to, he delved into it. There was no history, no story. The spike was so flimsy. It was like the world wasn't sure if the spike really existed at all. Nero's mind was still examining it when he felt Jennings impart his essence into the spike, stripping Nero of his control. Gasping, Nero recoiled. What the hell, man? Why did you do that? He shouted. Jennings chuckled, held out his hand, and the spike floated over to it and then started spinning. Just focus your senses on it, then pay close attention, he said. Nero focused his psychic field and watched what Jennings was doing. In awe, Nero saw Jennings impart a story into the spike. It was no longer a flimsy construct. Now it was a spike created from the essence of the world, shaped and cared for by an archmage. With every passing second,
the spike became more and more real. By the time Jennings finished, the spike was as real as anything else in the room.
Nero looked up at Jennings, eyes wide with wonder, and said,
"That was amazing. You made it real. How?"
Smirking, Jennings plucked the 8-inch spike out of the air and tossed it to Nero. He said, "That was enchanting, Nero. If you're powerful enough, you can create an identity out of nothing but your will. I don't know how reality was back in your world, but here, reality is what you make of it. Study hard, but carefully. I don't want to have to come back here and save you again. Remember to start small. The path is long, and there is no need to rush." With that, Jennings winked at Nero and vanished with a golden pop. Nero stared at the spike in his hand that was once essence, but now made manifest. He said to the empty room, "Challenge accepted, old man. Reality is what I make of it." Playing with the spike, he smiled and muttered, "Damn, that was cool. I wonder if the magic school he went to had a drama department, 'cause that dude has style." Infusing the spike with essence from his center, Nero stored it in his pocket dimension. He wanted to keep it as a reminder. Picking up his book from the floor, Nero returned to his studies with renewed determination. Chapter 79. Worlds with magic have magical problems. The king was sitting in his drawing room, enjoying some time with his head consort, Lydia Collins. She had been in charge of his household for many years, and he had never tired of her fascination with gossip. While he could observe the whole of his kingdom through his abilities, she could do the same with just whispers and rumors. It always made him smile when she fixated on something, then forced him to hear about it. Sipping his wine, he was listening to her describe how she caught Marissa, the queen, ignoring a servant's pregnancy. Calling the situation amusing was an understatement. Lydia stood in the middle of the room, waving her arms as if she were on stage performing in front of an audience. "So I'm standing there just listening to Marissa go on and on about what needs to be done, and I'm thinking to myself, how does she not see how ridiculous this is? I mean, the poor servant girl was just standing there, arms full of bed sheets, her belly making her almost tip over as more sheets were added to the pile she was carrying," she said. At that point, the king started laughing. He could picture Marissa being completely oblivious to the situation. The woman was the definition of focus. She hadn't earned her position of champion charity by being scatterbrained. Pointing an accusing finger at the king, Lydia continued, "You laugh now, but you should have seen the looks on the faces of the other servants in the room. They were all panicking. Every one of them was paralyzed with indecision. They couldn't decide if they should help the poor girl out or just stand there and watch." While the king laughed, she took a sip of her wine. I finally couldn't take it anymore. Walking up to Marissa, I said, "Dear, put the bedding down. We still have weeks before Clan Shimmershield arrives. There is plenty of time to put fresh linens down and clean up the rooms. It will all be taken care of before they get here. Besides, they normally sleep wherever they pass out. They won't care if things aren't up to your standards." She looked at me like I was crazy and said, "Whether it gets done now or later, it will take the same amount of time. This task isn't going anywhere." I matched her stare and said, "That may be true. But Marissa, my love, the servant you're currently drowning in bedsheets is leaving to have her baby in an hour. The task may remain, but she has somewhere to be." It was then that our dear Marissa actually looked at the poor girl. I haven't seen her so apologetic since that time she burned down Sarah's gazebo when she was trying to learn how to cook, finished Lydia, while flourishing her wine glass. If anyone were to have been watching other than the king, they might have expected her to bow at the conclusion of her performance. King Oliver Oglevart was holding his side as he laughed, while doing his best to not spill his wine. Just then, the star of the story,
the queen, walked in. Seeing the two of them laughing, she furrowed her brow in anger.
"Damn it, Lydia, you said you wouldn't tell him!"
Screamed the queen, sounding like a teenage girl shouting at her mother. The king gave up on holding his wine glass. He released it into the air, but instead of letting it fall, he held it with his psychic field. That allowed him to fully embrace the laughter. As he roared in amusement, the queen was throwing pillows at Lydia while chasing her around the room.
Lydia flitted across the room like she was dancing through the furniture.
She shouted over her shoulder, "Marissa, dear, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Anyone could have missed it. How could you have known she was pregnant? She had only been standing next to you for the past year. It's perfectly reasonable for you to not have noticed her growing belly. I mean, she wasn't having twins."
Marissa's embarrassment was coloring her face a hilarious shade of red, and the king couldn't help but watch the women he loved, acting like schoolgirls picking on each other. The queen finally got fed up with the fact that she couldn't catch the nimble woman. She stopped and put her hands on her hips and looked at the king.
"Did she tell you that she is the one who spilled wine on your first edition of Mortigan's treatise on shaping?"
The king's laughter died down and was replaced by shock.
He looked over to see a furious Lydia staring daggers at Marissa. Lydia took off toward Marissa like an arrow while shouting, "You promised you wouldn't tell! I'm going to shave you bald, you traitor!"
Laughing merrily, Marissa ran out of the room, shouting back,
"You'll never catch me! Not when you're wearing that ridiculous dress! You look like a closet threw up on you!"
King Oliver just watched them leave with a smile on his face.
Sometimes he wondered if those two even wanted him around. Their love for each other made him feel like a third wheel most of the time. He didn't blame them. They were both more fun to be around than he was.
Shaking his head at their antics, his internal musings were interrupted by an emergency alert from the Tower of Law.
His good mood evaporated, and he mentally reached out to discover the details.
His eyes widened in shock at what he found. He muttered into the now silent room,
"Gods above and below. How could I have missed that?"
Day 5 of their training found Nero covered in mud. The rain was coming down in sheets, and it didn't seem to bother anyone other than Nero. Dragging himself along the rope, he did his best to keep his grip from slipping. This particular exercise was a series of ropes hanging 10 feet above the ground. While over the past few days Nero had become used to failing at this, the rain made the failures more humiliating. Several recruits who were waiting for their turn on the rope walk watched as Nero's grip finally gave out. Rather than the scream they were expecting, they heard Nero yell, "Fuck you, rain!" Then they got to see Nero crater into the mud. Everyone cheered as Nero crawled out of the mud hole while muttering expletives, fury clear on his face. Instead of going to the back of the line, Nero marched right back to the beginning of the obstacle and shouted at the woman who was about to start. "Don't you dare start your turn early. I'm not done yet. I haven't even begun. This damned thing is going down. I'll tell you when you can start. Just stand there and watch how it's done," he said, then threw himself off the starting platform. The training equipment wasn't designed for someone Nero's size. Therefore, most of the time, in order to start an exercise, it required Nero to hurl himself at the obstacle. There wasn't a single person among the recruits who didn't find it hilarious. The recruits cheered Nero on as he dragged himself along the ropes, cussing at the rain and mud. Every foot he progressed was met with clapping and encouragement. Nero's persistence and irritability were a delight to the serious warriors. His crass manner and complete lack of regard for his safety had them all treating him like a beloved mascot. Against all odds, Nero finally completed the rope walk. It only took him 6 tries. He was covered in mud, and the rain caused his eyes to burn, but he made it to the end. It was the first time that he had completed the exercise. The trainers even let the recruits celebrate for a full minute before they started yelling at them to get back to work. Nero's white smile stood out as he took his place at the back of the line. Pats on the back were awarded by everyone around him. Nero felt like he had finally started to get the hang of this training thing. Captain Angelton walked up, and Nero noticed an almost translucent shield protecting the man from the rain. He looked down at Nero, and the surrounding recruits went silent. He said, "Nice job, Walker. Now you just need to do it without using your legs. Then you will add swinging. When you eventually manage to get through the exercise correctly, then you can celebrate." After ruining Nero's good mood, the captain walked off. Nero stared at the man's back and contemplated throwing a mud ball at him. As the image of a furious Captain Angelton covered in mud soothed his anger, Nero heard Marie say, "Don't mind him. He's just trying to push you forward. You're doing great." "Thanks, Marie. But you know as well as I do that until I get some more levels, there is no way I can do most of these courses the way they're supposed to be done," he said. "If it were easy, it wouldn't be training. I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere," she said with some amusement. Nero stood in the rain, looking up at her and said, "Never use my words against me. They're my primary weapon. You should stick to your arrows." The recruits standing nearby all laughed. The line moved forward, and Nero prepared himself for another round of, "What bone will Nero break this time?" Chuckling at his mental joke, Nero cast a spell to remove the mud. However, there was nothing he could do about the rain. Reminding himself to ask Specialist Howard about shields, he took another step forward in line. The remainder of the day went as expected. He forced as much food into his stomach as he could in the dining hall. He got his ass kicked by Kathleen during close-quarters combat training, got skewered numerous times during weapons training. Then he was chastised by Specialist Howard for asking questions about things he wasn't ready to learn, suffered some more humiliations on the obstacle courses during physical training, and he ended his day with a terrifying shower filled with super-attractive women alongside physically intimidating men. When Nero finally got back to his room, everything hurt. His joints were sore from overuse of his center, while his muscles burned from being constantly ripped apart, then healed. Nero's pounding headache was a testament to the limits of healing magic. He had read that constant deconstruction and reconstruction would cause a body to stop healing correctly. When he read that, he thought it sounded like taking a photocopy of a photocopy. Eventually, the details got blurry. Dropping his towel on the floor of his room, he face-planted into his bed. With a groan, Nero thought about how just a few days ago, he was so proud of his unlimited endurance. The reality that everything had its limits was not an enjoyable lesson. While Nero once again contemplated giving up on his training, and instead opening Dorchester's first t-shirt shop, he checked his identity and stat panels. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 31%. Tier: 1. Condition: 88%. Age: 14. Center: 17%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluent: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Body: 2. Base: operative. Level: stress. Presence: 11. 15.4. 6.4. Durability: 8. 11.2. 16.3. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 22.1. Speed: 13. 18.2. 14.3. Adaptability: 32. 44. 16.8. 16.8. Power. 8. 11.2. 19.4. Mind. 4. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Weight. 26. 46.8. 5.6. Control. 29. 52.2. 11.3. Field. 23. 41.4. 14.8. Precision. 39. 70.2. 18.2. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 16.3. Focus. 48. 86.4. 12.8. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 0.6. Distance. 101. 141.4. 0.5. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.5. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.4. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 8.6. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0.2. Seeing his numbers, Nero groaned once again into the pillow. He had known that his growth would slow down. Everyone had warned him. But seeing it happen was totally depressing. Even though compared to the average person, he was still leveling incredibly fast, it still seemed slow to Nero. His incredible level stress didn't even cheer him up. Nero didn't have the perspective to realize how insane his numbers were. So he just laid in bed, wallowing in his misery. Rather than get up and study like he had planned, Nero instead retreated into his mental space and reflected on his day. The world seemed to fall away, and Nero looked around the path he was on, examining the events of the day. Everything was fuzzy, as he felt like he was watching himself relive the broken bones and suffering the brutal ministrations of Kathleen. Nero integrated the experience into his soul and started to feel his burning desire to overcome any and all obstacles reignite. A part of him realized that he was just reaffirming his identity, like the books recommended. But mostly, he tried not to think about anything, and to just live in the moment. Nero enjoyed the feeling of purpose. But all things must come to an end, and he eventually let his senses return to the real world. His time sense told him that he had been laying face down on his bed meditating for hours. He only had a couple hours to get his studying done before he'd have to go to sleep. Forcing his sore body to move, he started to get up. Nero was surprised at the lack of pain. Eyes widening in shock, he stood up and tested his muscles. Standing naked in his room, he started laughing as he stretched and discovered that all his pain was gone. With a bright smile on his face, he opened his identity to see what had changed. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: Human. Growth: 46%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 78%. Body: 2. Mind.
4. Soul.
2. Confluence. 10. Stars. 0. Pillars. 1/1. He was fine again. Completely healed. Even his growth had shot up. Thinking about it, Nero realized what had happened. It was just like Jennings said. Reality was his to determine. That time spent reflecting was really just infusing his body with his story, strengthening his identity. As happy as he was with that realization, the very fact that the world worked like this annoyed Nero to no end. Grimacing at the implications, Nero couldn't help but hear the imaginary voice of some hippie whispering, "Hey man, we're just the sum of our experiences. You gotta know where you were to know where you are, and then you can finally know who you are. Cool, huh? Hey, pass that joint." Banishing the imaginary hippie from his mind, Nero stomped over to his dresser to grab some clothes. He refused to sit around his room naked, thinking about how reality is just a dream or some other such nonsense. After getting dressed, he plopped himself into his chair and pulled out a book on healing. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the ephemeral questions of reality. Nero was going to focus on something useful. Considering how his day went, he thought learning about how to bring people back to life was the most useful thing he could learn. Flipping to the chapter on resuscitation magic, Nero started reading. He found out that a person's soul stayed tethered to their body for between 5 and 10 minutes. As time passed, the tether would weaken, as the world reinforced the idea that the body was actually dead. If a healer could get to a body, they could heal the damage, and then use this spell to delve into their soul and pull them back into their body. Nero kept reading, focusing completely on the lessons in the book. That was until a thought hit him like a taser. Were the people I killed still alive? Did someone resuscitate them? The mercenaries were probably dead, but what about that assassin kid? Am I going to have a destined enemy after all? He wondered. Not wasting any time, Nero pinged Vera. It only took 2 seconds for her to accept the connection. She greeted him by saying, "I guess you heard about what happened. Don't worry, I'm taking care of everything." Confused, Nero responded, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure you have it under control. I just wanted to ask you if any of the people I killed are still alive." Now it was Vera's turn to be confused. She said, "What? Who are you talking about?" "The assassin and those mercenaries. Did anybody resuscitate them? Are they still alive? Am I going to have to fight them in Act 3? He asked. Vera mentally snorted over the link. "No, Nero. Everyone you killed is still dead. During an arena challenge, deaths are confirmed and then the soul link is monitored through its collapse. As for the mercenaries, all 5 bodies were confirmed deceased." "Why do you ask?" she said. Not knowing how to phrase it, he said, "Well, over the past few days, I've died more times than I can count. Once I realized that it was easy to fix a body and shove the soul back in, I thought that maybe one of the people I killed would return to face me in an epic final confrontation on some bridge somewhere." Vera mentally sighed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. And what do you mean you died? Was there a training accident or something?" Nero said, "Oh, Kathleen kills me a lot during training. Don't worry, the green shirts bring me back pretty fast. It's not that big a deal, I guess." Vera's psychic presence went cold, and Nero repressed a shiver. She said, "What do you mean she kills you a lot? How hard are you training? Nicholas told me that you were taking your training too seriously, but he didn't say you were dying." "Don't worry, I'll talk to Kathleen. This will not happen again." Nero interrupted her rant by nearly shouting, "Hold up! It's fine. The training is good, and I'm learning a lot. Don't say anything to Kathleen. I need her to keep pushing me. I don't want her, completely justifiable, fear of you interfering with my growth. I only brought it up because I was afraid of how easy it is to bring someone back from the dead. I want my enemies to stay in the ground." Vera seemed to calm down, then said, "Well, if you want your enemies to stay dead, make sure you don't leave a body capable of being healed. Burn it to the bone. By the time the marrow vaporizes, resuscitation magic won't be enough to save them. After that, you could take their head with you. Populators do that sometimes. There are a lot of ways to destroy a body. Just be thorough." Nero gulped, as Vera calmly explained how to make sure his enemies stay dead. He said in a weak voice, "Right. Destroy the body, got it." Trying to change the subject, he asked, "Anyway, what did you think I was calling about?" Vera's psychic profile startled a bit. "Oh, that. Well, you remember 2 nights ago when you told me your ideas about how to organize our businesses to increase our profits?" she asked. Nodding, Nero said, "Yeah, what about it?" Vera happily said, "It's nothing. You see, I implemented your ideas. Then I filed the exploit with the Tower of Law so it couldn't be repealed, and so that only we could use it. The funny thing is, they decided it was a Class 5 exploit. So you're probably going to get a very large award from the Crown, and we might have to go to the capital for a ceremony. You might get a noble promotion. Oh, and you will probably have to deal with some marriage proposals. Also, you might have to testify to the Council of Leadership in Hennings. I think that's it. Like I said, don't worry about it." Nero sat at his desk, completely stunned. That didn't sound like it was nothing. It sounded like it was something. Unable to comprehend the enormity of the situation, Nero only managed to mentally mutter, what? Chapter 80. Adulting is just realizing that actions have consequences. The entire Council of Leadership was in attendance, even the members that rarely bothered to participate. Even though the Council of 9 was effectively in charge, there were 30 total members on the council. Today, every one of them had made the trip to the capital. This emergency session was too important to miss. The Hall of Leadership was filled with shouting. Upon arrival, the nobles were given the details of the exploit they were summoned to discuss. Pandemonium had ensued. Shouts of support for the ideas represented were met with declarations of doom if they were ratified into law. Some nobles wanted to take advantage of the situation. Others wanted to maintain the status quo. The only thing everyone in the hall had in common was that they all recognized the importance of the exploit. The hall was brought to silence when the massive doors were slammed open. King Oliver Oglevarch stomped into the room, his face furrowed in anger. The essence around him seemed to freeze in fright. It was so rare to see the king showing strong emotions that most of the nobles didn't know how to react. As he walked through the middle of the room, the king shouted, "Everyone sit down and shut up!" The nobles all rushed to their seats. The area normally reserved for observers was empty. This subject was too important to allow pageantry to interfere with their duty. The gigantic room echoed with the nobles' hurried steps as they all scurried to take their places. Taking his seat on his throne, the king abandoned all sense of decorum. Normally he looked regal, but now he looked like he was at a war council. Perched on the edge of his seat, the king's voice rang out into the room. "The House of Oglevarch owes you all an apology. This shouldn't have been allowed to happen. I am as stunned as the rest of you. The fact that this exploit has been available since the founding of the house system is a travesty of the highest order." One of the few nobles in the room who wasn't intimidated into silence, Lord Cranston, addressed the king from his house's table. "Are we sure we want to classify this as an exploit? It's just clever bookkeeping. I think there might be aspects of the exploit that could be ratified into law without issue." His words sparked an explosion of shouting and calls for sanctions.
They were met with insults and jeers from those nobles who shared Lord Cranston's opinion. In the Council of Leadership, there were many power blocks, and few of them ever agreed on anything. There was a reason that their kingdom was led by a king. Infusing essence into his voice, which echoed through the hall, the king said, "I thought I told you all to sit down and shut up." His tone was so powerful that everyone froze in their seats. Eyes squinted in anger, King Oglevark looked around the hall, daring anyone to meet his eyes. Even Lord Cranston and his friends wilted under his stare. Lowering his volume, the king said, "This is an exploit. The house system was designed to put order to the noble class. It seamlessly integrated politics and economics into a cohesive support system around which our kingdom would grow. It was meant to turn the noble houses into a resource for the good of our kingdom. In the distant past, our ancestors provided a framework for what the house system needed to address. One of the core issues was allowing businesses to avoid taxes and bleed cities of their resources while amassing a fortune. To allow a hint of that insanity today would be contrary to its purpose. Taxes are meant to aid the citizens of our kingdom. They provide the roads. They allow the centers to operate. They are what keeps the walls protecting us strong. If we were to allow anyone to avoid them, we would be inviting disaster. Noble and common, everyone is responsible for our kingdom." The king swept his fierce gaze across the room, looking at each noble. He needed to be sure they understood what was at stake. Most seemed to agree with him, but there were still a few holdouts. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Do you really want to be the nobles who presided over legislation that led to the destruction of the kingdom? Do you want to return to isolated cities, surrounded by the wilds? You have all read what it was like 10,000 years ago. Do you really want that? If exploits like this are allowed to exist, that's the world you and your descendants will have to face. As word of these methods of tax evasion spread, corruption will run rampant. Our society will devolve into one of personal gain through the exploitation of the masses. In a mere 10 or 50 years, we would have unprecedented inflation leading to a shattered economy. Warlords would create an atmosphere where economics drove policy instead of logic. That cannot be allowed to happen. It is our responsibility to shape our kingdom into something that can stand the test of time. We must grow it with care and never steal its resources for short-term gain. The house system is what allows Oglevark to function. It allows for taxes and assets to work together for the good of all. Society cannot function with antagonism and deceit in the halls of power. Until now, we thought we had a system without loopholes. The exploit reporting system was created to address this very concern. As time goes on, we will find more issues that need to be addressed. Our ancestors didn't want us to be inheritors of their words, but of their ideas. They wanted the house system to grow alongside us and continue to serve its original purpose, and we must ensure that it remains the backbone of our kingdom. Otherwise, the noble houses will fall, and the kingdom will fall with it. Nods of acceptance went around the hall. They were all intelligent men and women, but they had let their greed blind them. They needed to rise to the challenge and be the leaders the kingdom needed them to be. The king saw them straighten in their seats. Even Lord Cranston and his cronies were nodding. In light of their support, the king's anger cooled a bit. He said, "Now, we have a great deal to do today. It is imperative that we overhaul the tax code along with the laws governing businesses and close the loopholes so that they will no longer allow this kind of exploit. The new laws must be fair and serve the purpose for which they were originally intended. If anyone sees an issue, let's address it immediately. We must not fail in our duty. We are nobles, and it's at times like this when we earn our titles." The nobles in the room were ready. Their steely eyes demonstrated the desire to fix what was broken. The king nodded in silent thanks, then stood up and shouted, "For Oglevark!" The hall erupted in response.
Every noble in the room raised their hand and cheered, "For Oglivarch!" Nero had trouble falling asleep the night before. Vera's casual words weren't easy to forget. He had injected the shady politics of his old world into this new one, and now he felt dirty. Hopefully the system they had in place would survive. The hope of smarter people being in charge here was the only comfort he had. The morning had found a tired Nero, struggling to keep up his frantic training. Here in this new world, focus was paramount, and he was too distracted with worries to push himself as hard as he had been. His struggle was so obvious that Captain Angelton personally pulled him out of his morning workout.
"Recruit Walker, front and center," the captain shouted.
Huffing, Nero dropped from the monkey bars he was on. While wiping his forehead with his sleeve, he jogged over to the captain, who was standing in the middle of the training field, observing everything.
"What's up, Cap?"
Nero asked. Frowning, the captain said, "I'd like to ask you that question. You seem distracted. In fact, if I didn't know better, I'd say you aren't the same young man who has been here all week. What's the issue?" Covered in sweat, Nero laid his hands on his hips as he tried to catch his breath. He looked exactly as tired as he felt. With a look of defeat on his face, Nero said, "I got some news last night. One of the ideas I had may have led to something bad, but I'm hoping it won't end up being a big deal. I'll shake it off. Sorry, Cap." The captain looked at the young man with curiosity. He asked, "Is this about the exploit House Walker has registered with the Tower of Law?" Shocked, Nero's eyes snapped up to meet the large captain's stare. "You heard about that?" he asked. Nodding, Captain Angelton said, "General Branson thought I should know about it. He wanted to know if you had voiced any thoughts on how the military is organized. I told him that the subject wasn't a current concern of yours. You are here to train, not evaluate our execution of our doctrine." Nero chuckled. He said, "Thanks for that. If it matters, I don't know enough about how you guys run things to have an opinion, and I'm not sure I should say anything anyway. Why mess with something that seems to be working fine as it is?" As he finished, Nero's mouth twisted into a sour expression. His regret of trying to game the system clearly evident. In a rare show of understanding, the captain took a step toward Nero and placed a large hand on the young man's shoulder. He said, "New ideas aren't dangerous. They are what drives progress. It is the responsibility of those with power to address them logically and without bias. Just because you have an idea does not make you responsible for what others do with it. Personally, I want everyone under my command to come forward if they see something that is an issue. That's how we improve. That's how we grow. We are here to train to be better tomorrow than we are today. Isn't that why you are here?" Nero looked up at Angelton's cold, hard, gray eyes. The man looked like a mountain blanketing Nero in his shadow. The captain's words were like a balm on Nero's soul. Sighing, Nero said, "You're right. I'm here to train. What happens outside these walls isn't my concern. I'm here to train to fight. Someday what I learn here will help me survive those things outside the walls, both the political monsters along with the actual monsters. I'll do my best to remember that. Thank you, sir." The captain offered Nero a rare smile. It wasn't a large smile, but it was something. He gently patted Nero's shoulder and then loudly said, "All right, recruit. It's time to get back to work. Get moving." Nero grinned and slammed his fist into his chest like he'd seen the army people doing to each other. "Yes, sir!" he shouted, then ran off to return to his training. Reinvigorated, Nero spent the rest of the day doing his best to push his limits. Every exercise, every challenge, every task, he gave it his all. Despite that, he still spent most of the day getting his ass handed to him by Kathleen. On a positive note, she seemed happy with his enthusiasm. Nero didn't even slow down during his magical combat training. Rather than pestering Specialist Howard about teaching him more complicated spell forms, he kept his mouth shut and just practiced. Like a machine, he cycled through the elemental spell forms, casting them in quick succession. There were 4 basic elements: earth, fire, water, and air. Specialist Howard had shown Nero 10 each and wouldn't teach him anything else until he mastered them. Normally, Nero would complain, but today he just rolled up his sleeves and did his best to destroy the target dummy. Spells Rock Pellets, Sandstorm, Iron Spike, and Ground Spike were among the basic 10 spells that made up the Earth spells. Everything was a variation on creating temporary Earth constructs. Some were dirt, others metal, but they all were basically the same. That was a fact that Nero typically pointed out repeatedly. Nero had spells that could send frozen spikes, along with superheated plasma to make up the fire spells. Instead of complaining that the category should be called heat or temperature spells, he followed the training regime. His training dummy was frozen and heated like a poorly cooked turkey. His water spells, like Water Whip, Geyser, and Water Orb, caused the humidity in the room to rise. Even though his spells just created constructs, the amount of essence in use seemed to affect the entire training hall. Yet Nero didn't even bother to complain about the Mud spell having multiple points of commonality with the Earth spells. Air spells like Gust, Cyclone, and Air Slash caused the wind around Nero to pick up. The air became an issue when the sweat on his shirt started to rapidly evaporate. It felt like he was wearing wet clothes in a monsoon. To avoid the distraction, Nero just took his shirt off and got back to work. 10 spells an element, and 4 elements meant that each cycle was 40 spells. Nero managed to get through 6.5 cycles before he started losing control of his spell forms and was unable to reclaim what he spent when forming them. Once that happened, he started losing more and more center with every cast. By the time Nero got to his 8th cycle, he was running on fumes. Before he managed to complete his water spells, he collapsed in exhaustion. Panting on his hands and knees, Nero felt like he was experiencing the worst flu of his life. His every joint was on fire. There was nausea, along with a cold sweat, and he even had a headache. The only thing missing were clogged sinuses. As he tried to focus and recenter himself, he felt someone approaching. "It's about time you started pushing yourself. You can't just learn these spells, you have to internalize them. I gave you these exercises because it's how we all start. First you learn the basics, then you train the basics, and finally, you know the basics. I think you're ready to learn how to fight," said Specialist Howard with a smug look on his face. Nero just looked up at him from the ground and asked, "What does that mean? What the hell have I been doing?" Nick walked up behind the specialist and said, "You first have to know how to cast before you can be taught how to fight. Why don't you ever listen?" Nero didn't have the energy to argue, so he just rolled onto his back and splayed himself out on the ground. He said into the air, "Hey, if there are any super mages watching right now, please disregard what I say in the next few minutes." He rolled his head to face the 2 men standing over him. They were both sporting grins. Nero gave them the most disgusted look he could manage and said, "You guys are going to regret teaching me how to fight. Maybe not anytime soon, but rest assured, your regret will be epic." The 2 men just stared at Nero, clearly unimpressed. Specialist Howard said, "Sure thing. I'll be sure to keep an eye out. Take 10 minutes, get your center under control. Use the focusing techniques I showed you. After that, we'll do a review of how to impart your center into your spells. Depending on how you do, we'll start on mage duels." He turned around to walk away, but paused to say over his shoulder, "And don't worry,
I know how to cast Resuscitate as well as any medic.
Nick watched the specialist walk off, then looked back down at Nero and said, "He's been watching you train with Kathleen. I think he's been waiting for this. Good luck." Nero just closed his eyes and groaned. "I shouldn't have warned him. His future ass-whooping should have stayed a surprise," he thought. "I should have learned to juggle." Kathleen Averett had forgotten how much she enjoyed real training. When she had followed 2 of her brothers south, she had hoped to find worthy warriors to bring into her clan. Yet all she found since arriving over 40 years ago were weak Southerners. Kathleen had found that training in the South was nothing but a pale imitation of what she had faced in her youth. But she stayed anyway, because training wasn't why she had settled in Dorchester. Over the centuries, the Averett family had spread out across Oglevark, always looking to improve themselves. They had branch houses across the kingdom, intermingling with the local houses while staying loyal to their clan. She had chosen to stay in Dorchester while 2 of her younger brothers joined the army in the South. It had taken more than 40 years, but she finally had something worthwhile to report. The sense of accomplishment was wonderful, and she had almost forgotten what true happiness felt like. As she watched Nero cast a cleaning spell to remove the blood and dirt from what was left of his clothes, Kathleen used her link to update the report she was compiling on the Little Lord. While reviewing what she had just written, her pride in her student was obvious, despite her efforts to rein in her praise. Training Day 6. The Little Lord started the day poorly. He was worried about some noble nonsense, and it looked like he was going to fold under the pressure. I am happy to report that he mastered himself quickly. His dedication to training returned with a vengeance. He approached his combat training with the same ferocity that I have come to expect over the past few days. 72 times he faced death today, and not once did he hesitate after resuscitation. The captain has fulfilled his promise, and there are several more medics from Central Command. Even so, the medics are still working in rotations to keep up with the Little Lord's requirements. I'm surprised to report that the Army didn't try to interfere, ask me to let up, or in any way scale back the training. In fact, the captain has given me full control of the Little Lord's physical combat training. With the Army's support, I've stepped up the intensity as much as I could. We may not have a true warrior camp here, but I'd say we've come as close as circumstances allow. If I had a year, I'd say the Little Lord would have no trouble becoming a warblade. Unfortunately, I only have 4 days left until we head out into the wilds. I don't know how long we will be deployed, but if he survives, the training will continue. Closing her link, she watched Nero meet up with Nick and Rose, while she went to drop off her weapon at the training racks. The Little Lord was all smiles, as if he had not spent the past few hours on the end of her spear. She couldn't hold back a smirk at his antics. There was no doubt in her mind. The young man was something special. Even while distracted, she felt a disturbance a few units behind her. Kathleen was careful not to indicate that she had noticed anyone approaching. Instead, she continued on her way to the racks. "Ms. Everett, I need a moment of your time," Specialist Howard said. Feigning surprise, she turned around and raised an eyebrow. "What can I do for you, Sergeant?" she asked. Specialist Howard wore a serious expression and said, "Tomorrow I'm going to introduce Walker to mage duels. Captain Angelton told me to push the kid hard, but from what I've seen, you're the one who's really in charge of his training. I need to know how you want me to proceed." Kathleen gave the specialist her patented look of appraisal. While staring him down, she was pleased to see he didn't shy away or offer any hint of weakness. "How is the Little Lord's mage training progressing? Is he actually ready to learn combat casting?" she asked. Crossing his arms, Specialist Howard replied, "Yeah, the kid's ready. I've never seen anyone progress this fast. I haven't even heard of anyone doing it. I tried slowing him down by teaching him the elemental wheel, but he's already mastered it. That took me 2 years.
and I think he's already working on infusing his center into his casts. I don't even know how he has enough center to do what he's been doing. Long story short, he's ready.
Smirking, she said,
So you want to know how hard you should push him?
Nodding, he said,
The captain just said push him, but I've watched him training with you. If you give me permission, I'll bring over some medics and give him a few days of real combat. The captain will probably glower at me, but I think the kid can handle it.
Kathleen stared hard at the specialist and said,
If you have the medics available, then use them. Put the little lord down, then pick him back up. I want you to hammer him like steel. You don't have to worry about him breaking. But I'm warning you. Her eyes burned with promise. If he dies while under your care, you'll be following him into the afterlife along with anyone you care about. That is a promise.
Specialist Howard gulped, but his eyes never wavered.
He said, Your lord will be safe in my care. I just want to see what he can do. Like I said, I've never seen someone progress this fast. I want to see what he's really capable of.
Kathleen and Howard stared at each other for a few seconds, then offered each other a nod.
The specialist walked off, while Kathleen opened her link to update the report she was compiling.
When day 7 of their training started, Nero was ready. He had spent the previous night reviewing his spells and meditating on his growth. If everything went according to plan, he would be leveling to 11 at the end of the day. He was looking forward to it, as he really needed to clear his level stress from his body stat. His morning training went well. Although he still wasn't able to keep up with anyone, he thought his improvement was spectacular. It felt like he was having weeks of progress compressed into a few days of workouts. Nero didn't get sore or suffer from shin splints. His recovery stat was able to refresh him every day, and every morning he felt a little stronger than the day before. Nero's close-quarters combat training with Kathleen was still a nightmare. But he felt like he was improving faster than should be possible. With the world correcting his form, he let himself float in the ether during his fights. Even though he never came close to winning, he'd gone from a complete novice to a skilled warrior. He had learned how to grapple, what strikes worked and what didn't. He now knew how to dodge and how to position himself for a proper counterattack. What would have taken years back home was compressed into days. Unfortunately, Kathleen didn't seem to notice. Nero didn't fare any better with weapons. He had long since stopped counting how many times Kathleen killed him, yet he still showed massive improvement. His preference was a one-handed sword along with a knife, or sometimes a buckler. Nero had mastered the essence blade technique and had figured out how to improve his mage armor. While he still couldn't stop Kathleen's spear, he was getting very good at making her miss her target. The result was him dying by bleeding out rather than being stabbed. Nero considered it a win. By the time Nero arrived for his mage training, his pants were barely hanging on, and his shirt was gone. Thinking about it, Nero couldn't remember the last time he managed to go a whole day without his shirt being destroyed. Luckily, he found a fresh set of training clothes in his room at the end of every day. As Nero thought about how repair magic might work, and whether or not it was hard to learn, he was interrupted by Specialist Howard.
All right, Walker. Let's do this, he said.
The specialist walked into the middle of the training hall, taking his place in the circle designating the training arena. The man wore a blue shirt like all the other trainers, and he looked like he was enjoying Nero's hesitation. Frowning, Nero joined him in the arena. He stood about 20 paces away and stared the specialist down. He said, "Before you tell me about all the rules and crap, how about you tell me what makes combat casting different from what I've been doing? I'm already infusing my center into my spells. What else is there?" Nero heard Nick shout from the side of the arena. "I already told you! You have to control the essence. Both combatants will fight for control. It will affect your casting." Specialist Howard said, "We'll start with a simple training exercise.
I want you to take over the essence around the ring. Spread out your field and make it yours. You have to hold on tight, because I'm going to take it from you."
Nero nodded, then did what he was told. While keeping his mage armor tight, he spread out his psychic field and took hold of the ambient essence. He let it flow, but held on tight. It felt like he was holding onto a fire hose. As Nero concentrated on his task, he felt the specialist's psychic presence fill the arena. At first, it was just a sensation of them sharing the same space. Then, without warning, Nero felt a lurch. It was like he was in a mental tug-of-war over the essence. Specialist Howard was kind enough to give Nero a few seconds to get a better mental grip. Then he started to yank. In seconds, Nero was sweating. He felt like he was trying to do math problems while mentally playing a game of push-pull. Nero focused on keeping hold of the essence, while he tried to pry the specialist loose. Meanwhile, the specialist kept jostling Nero's grip. They traded mental tugs, while slapping each other's mental probes. It was the oddest, most interesting feeling Nero had ever experienced. His concentration nearly broke when he heard the specialist ask, "Okay, now that you have an idea of how this works, try and stop me from taking control." Nero firmed his grip, then immediately felt his control slip. It was like he was playing tug-of-war with a greased rope. In less than a second, the ambient essence was completely out of his control. He could feel Specialist Howard's mental presence enveloping the flows, and there was no purchase to be found. Nero couldn't take it back. "Now try and cast something," Specialist Howard said, sounding bored. Nero's brow was furrowed in annoyance. He didn't like how easily he'd been bested. Nonetheless, he was curious about how casting would work while the essence was out of his control. He cast a simple water ball, which was essentially just a water balloon. While he had no issue carving the spell form with his center, it didn't seem to want to pull in any essence. Confused, Nero tried to nudge it, the mental equivalent of kicking the lawnmower, hoping it would magically start. Specialist Howard said, "If you don't have control of the essence, you can't do anything. Now I'll release my grip a little. Try and take control from me, but keep your spell form active." Nero felt the specialist's hold loosen, and immediately tried to rip it out of his mental hands. Instead of taking control, all Nero managed to do was return their mental tug-of-war to a stalemate. Yet, that was enough. The essence started flowing into his spell form. It seemed slower than normal, but he was still able to cast the spell. Nero smiled as a basketball-sized ball of water flew toward Specialist Howard. Nero watched as the water ball flew straight and true, but before he could celebrate, the ball seemed to evaporate around 5 feet from the specialist. Frowning, Nero wondered what happened. Luckily, Specialist Howard was more than happy to tell him what he did wrong. "You're still not putting enough center into your spells. Do you think I'm some low-level apprentice? I didn't even try and dispel your construct. You didn't even manage to get through my essence field, let alone my essence shield. Try again, and don't lose control of the ambient essence," said Specialist Howard, while still sounding bored. Nero grimaced at the tone and redoubled his efforts. He had to mentally fight for control of the essence while maintaining his spell form, holding his mage armor, and then impart his essence into the collected essence for the spell. Even though Nero was just standing there, he was drenched in sweat. It only took 7 casts for Nero to finally breach the specialist's essence field. He smiled as he saw the water ball explode and then evaporate. His happiness wasn't allowed to flourish as he heard Specialist Howard's laughter from across the arena. Specialist Howard said, "All right, now that you know how to cast during a mage duel, let's add some complexity. Do your best to hit me with whatever you want, while I stand here and try and hit you with some iron spikes. I doubt your essence shield will be able to stop them, so I suggest dodging." Before the specialist even finished speaking, Nero watched an iron spike launch itself toward him. Eyes wide with panic, he jumped to the side. Unfortunately, his concentration broke and his spell form cracked. The mental pain from losing his spell caused a cascade of failures. Nero winced as he lost his grip on the ambient essence. Distracted, he never noticed the iron spike heading for his chest. Nero's psychic field collapsed, and he looked down to see a foot-long spike sticking out of his chest. Too stunned to feel the pain, he managed to mutter, "Huh?" As Nero collapsed to his knees, he gripped the spike, while hearing Nick asking, "Hey, Specialist, did you manage to keep his essence shield up?" The last thing Nero heard as the lights went out was Specialist Howard saying, "Nope, I think he got distracted." Then the man shouted, "Medic! Let's get him up and we'll try again." Chapter 82. It's the small things that make life worth living. The Council of Fate had served Oglevark for the last 4,000 years, gently guiding it ever onward, avoiding dangerous paths, their course set by the matrix of fate itself. Sacrifices were avoided whenever possible, but sometimes the optimal path required them to watch the kingdom they served suffer an unavoidable tragedy. Cities were saved and lost, but always with a greater purpose in mind. The council saved who they could, and remembered those they couldn't. Director Charles Weatherby, known to the council as the High Prophet, took his place at the head of the table. The Council of Fate was meeting in their hall as recent events demanded their attention. None of them had ever seen such a divergence from an expected path. Everything was changing, and together they needed to make some hard decisions. In the dark room, lit only by an essence globe suspended above their table, the council waited in silence for their high prophet to call the meeting to order. Sitting in his ornate stone chair with a frown on his face, Weatherby asked the room, "So, what do we know?" One of the prophets said, "As we suspected, everything stems from the anomaly in Dorchester. It's already spreading across all of Oglevark. We have the entire order working day and night updating our predictive models. Unfortunately, we've had a divergence of over 60%. The projected path doesn't exist anymore. We do not yet know how serious this is or what the future holds. We are essentially blind." Another prophet nearly shouted, "We can't keep stalling. There are powerful people who rely on our prophecies, and we cannot afford to fail in our promises. Our foreknowledge has helped shape economic policies, political decisions, and even private concerns. We have already had to send out updates for prophecies that have been altered by the Matrix. I have been fielding pings from furious adherents all day. This cannot continue. We need to do something. If this gets out, we'll have a considerable loss of support from the public sector as well." Nods and shouts of agreement circled the table. Weatherby held up his hand, and all the sound in the room vanished with a clap. Everyone calmed down and turned their attention to the High Prophet. Sighing, Weatherby lowered his hand and said, "We have asked the Matrix for a recommendation. It refused to offer a path forward. The words of the Matrix were, 'A pebble has been cast into the lake, and the ripples change the picture. A time of change is upon you. Be sure to change with it, or be left behind.' That was all it said, and it hasn't responded to our pleas. But fear not, it has still been offering prophecies to guide us. We shall use those prophecies to chart a new path." An angry voice spoke up. "Are we just going to allow the anomaly to live? He caused all of this. He must be cut from the tree so that it may grow without his interference." Shaking his head, Weatherby said, "I asked the Matrix what should be done with Nero Walker. It said he wasn't a concern. The words of the Matrix were, 'The child of the heavens has made his choice. Change is upon him, as it is upon you. He will face those who wish him harm,
and his smile shall end them. Stand aside, and let him pass, for his path does not need to trample yours. Let others fear his coming. The Matrix refused to elaborate or offer any specific prophecies directly relating to Nero Walker.
The room was silent after the High Prophet's declaration. The words of the Matrix were not to be ignored. Another prophet broke the tension by saying, "The Matrix is wise. As far as we can tell, Dorchester now has a chance to survive a level shift. The anomaly may be causing issues, but not all of them are negative."
Hesitant agreements were voiced, but there was little enthusiasm. Some of the prophets still looked like they wanted blood. Weatherby spoke loudly in order to be heard. "What we need to do is figure out how to tell people that the prophecies we have been proclaiming at every hall of fate are now invalid. There has to be a way to phrase the issue in a way that doesn't shake the confidence of the adherents. Does anyone have any ideas?"
The only answer Weatherby received was a silence so profound that he was surprised he didn't hear crickets.
Nero bobbed and weaved, dodging foot-long spikes and finger-length needles. His psychic field was humming as he tried to maintain his control on the ambient essence while managing his floating spell form. He could almost sense the constructs hurtling across the arena. It felt like the entire world was just a little out of focus, but it was clearing up as the fight went on. "Focus, Nero. Remember to cycle through the elemental wheel. Don't just hold a spell form. Recapture your center and cast a new spell form after every 5 casts. Concentrate," Nick shouted from the edge of the arena. Even though Nero was covered in sweat, panting with effort, Nick seemed happy to sit on the sidelines and sip from his flask. Nero didn't know if Nick was doing it on purpose, but his resulting anger definitely helped him concentrate. Specialist Howard stood in stark contrast to his pupil. He wasn't sweating, or doing anything other than standing still and smiling. The essence shield surrounding the specialist was more than enough to deal with whatever Nero managed to throw at him. As if to spite Nero, he wasn't even using his hands to cast anymore. Like a turret, he just stood there and launched pain and death at his pupil, while seemingly having the time of his life.
Nero couldn't help but notice his teacher's nonchalance, and it served to stoke the young man's fury. As he dodged the incoming projectiles, Nero swore to himself that he would repay this humiliation. Unfortunately, his determination wasn't enough to overcome the difference in skill, and once again he was a step too late in dodging a spike. The spike slammed into Nero's chest below his left clavicle and spun him around like a top. Hitting the ground, Nero groaned in pain while doing his best to recapture the center he had used for his current spell form. He didn't manage to save it all, but he did avoid suffering a miscast. As he lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling, he felt Specialist Howard pause his bombardment. Nero recognized the courtesy the specialist offered by not shooting him while he was on the ground, yet that only seemed to make Nero angrier. He felt like the man wasn't even taking him seriously. Instead of waiting for a medic, Nero forced himself to his feet and glared across the arena at Specialist Howard. Reaching up, he ripped the spike out of his chest with a bloody cough. As he had managed to keep his hold on the ambient essence, he cast the medical analysis spell and took stock of his injuries. Part of his mind dove into his body, and he saw that ribs were shattered, and there was a hole in his chest. As the blood started pouring out, he carved a quick healing spell to close the wound. Once he stopped the bleeding, he changed the spell to a bone-mending spell to fix his body's structural issues. Finally, he finished closing his wounds with another general healing spell. Nero may have channeled it a little longer than necessary in order to remove some of his fatigue. The entire time he was healing himself, he had kept up his glare. Although he was rather far away from the specialist, Nero did his best to hide any signs of his discomfort. Once he was healed, He bent over and coughed up the remaining blood, clearing his lungs. He heard Nick shout, "Nero, stop being an idiot! Don't waste your center on healing. That's what the medics are for. You should be focusing on combat." Chuckling, Nero shouted back, "Knowing how to heal while in combat is something that I need to learn. Sometimes I keep the spell up, weakly channeling it, while I fight with Kathleen. I'm pretty sure she hasn't noticed. One of these days, I'm going to surprise her by surviving something she thinks should have killed me. She'll never see it coming." Nero gave Nick a glower and warned, "You better not say anything. If you ruin my plan, you're going to regret it." Specialist Howard interrupted their exchange by harshly yanking on the ambient essence. Nero had grown used to the man's games and kept his grip tight. It had taken him a while to find the perfect balance of loose but firm in order to be unshakable. It had been a while since the specialist was able to take control of the arena's essence. Smirking at the specialist, Nero said, "You need to start varying your technique. You're too predictable." Nero's heart soared as he saw the specialist's smile fade from across the arena. Specialist Howard shouted, "Enough talking! You should be training!" As he finished, he launched another foot-long spike, followed by a series of needles. Nero didn't know if the man was holding multiple spell forms, or if he was just exceptionally fast at stamping, but it didn't really matter either way. Realizing that he had no chance to dodge the wide spread, Nero decided to try something new. His psychic field was already spread out, so he used it to focus on the constructs the specialist had fired. While keeping his grip on the arena's essence, he reached out to implant his center into the projectiles. Since the specialist was being lazy, he hadn't imbued them with much of his center. Nero had no trouble taking them over. Instead of dismissing them, he let them continue on their path. When they got close enough, he had them swing around like a tetherball on a string, and they headed right back toward the specialist. Nero added a stamped spell form Iron Spike of his own, hiding it among the projectiles he had borrowed from the specialist. A veritable wall of spikes and needles headed back toward Specialist Howard, and Nero grinned like a maniac at the successful maneuver. The specialist's eyes widened, and he used his psychic field to take over and dismiss the projectiles. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated how much Nero wanted to cause him pain. The iron spike Nero had created was packed to the gills with his center. Nero had put more than double the amount of what he normally used, doing his best to make it as solid as possible. He could only hope that it was enough to ensure it would go through the specialist's essence shield. By the time Specialist Howard realized that he would need to use more of his center than usual to counter Nero's control, it was too late. Like a railroad spike being hammered into the ground, Nero's iron spike blasted into the specialist's gut, causing him to bend over in pain. Laughing in delight, Nero shouted, "Medic! The big bad war mage has a boo-boo! Somebody get him a band-aid!" Fists in the air, Nero jumped around in victory. Even though he was covered in blood from the many injuries he had taken, Nero had never felt better. Regardless of what happened in the future, Specialist Howard would never forget that Nero had gotten through his shield. Nero wasn't surprised when he felt another wall of spikes and needles heading toward him without a warning. He rightly assumed that the specialist was a sore loser. Instead of trying the same trick, as he assumed the specialist had taken precautions, Nero pulled another dirty trick. Instead of doing anything fancy, he dropped flat on the ground and performed his first dual cast. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't as hard as he had feared. It felt like tapping his head while rubbing his belly, but only using his mind. Nero fired an iron spike, but this time with a water ball surrounding it. He didn't have much center left, and he felt like his joints were screaming at him. All he could do was lay there and hope that his plan would work. Through his psychic field, Nero watched his Trojan spike fly toward the specialist. As expected, The man had no trouble overcoming Nero's control and dismissing the water ball. But Nero was happy to see that the man hadn't noticed the spike until it was too late to do anything about it. With bleary eyes, Nero watched as his trainer was spiked in the gut. Again. His head was pounding, and he felt terrible. But it was worth it. Nero heard Specialist Howard grunt in pain and yell, "Gods damn it!" Nero was still laying on his stomach, propped up on one elbow. He may look like he had one foot in the grave, but his goal had been achieved. As he laughed his ass off, he started to feel lightheaded. The effort he spent projecting his laughter so that the specialist could hear it turned out to be too much. Nero's eyes rolled back into his head, and he passed out. If Nero got to do it all over again, he wouldn't have wasted his time laughing. He would have taken the opportunity to verbally mock his teacher instead. Years of online gaming had taught him that an insult is remembered far longer than a mocking laugh. Chapter 83. What you don't know can hurt you. Deidre Cosgrave was nervous. She had received word that the contract she had put out on Lord Walker had been accepted. It would be several days until his training unit went into the wilds, and another few days until the attempt was made. It was the waiting she was having a problem with. Every day, she worried that her mother would decide that Derek was too large a liability to leave alone. Wringing her hands, she stood on her balcony, lost in thought. She tried to force herself to calm down, but it didn't work. She almost jumped when she felt her link inform her of the incoming ping she had been expecting. Opening the connection, she heard her contact say, "Darling, the team is ready to leave. They have the planned route I acquired from the army. I've done everything I can to ensure their success. Are you absolutely sure you want to proceed with the plan? This is the last chance to call it off." Her contact didn't seem very nervous. She knew this wasn't the first time they'd arranged something like this. Officially, they were a fixer. Whether it was finding someone, delivering a message, or anything else, they were an intermediary and facilitator. Every city in Oglevark had fixers. They were even protected by law up to a point. Essentially, they were information mercenaries. Deidre knew that if the plan went south, the fixer would usually have no problem selling out their client. She could only hope that her personal connection with the fixer would be enough for her to avoid that fate. Firming her resolve, she said, "Proceed as planned. I expect to hear the good news in a week's time. Please make sure that everyone involved knows the consequences of failure or exposure. Even if nothing goes wrong, my mother can't know that we were involved." She felt the fixer's amusement over the link as they responded, "There are very few who know any of the details, and I can vouch for them all. If everything goes to plan, you have nothing to worry about. I have even taken the liberty of ensuring that the team will not be able to make it back to Dorchester if they are captured. Regardless of the legal protections in place, I don't want anyone associated with that madman knowing I was involved. I've heard enough stories about the Little Lord, the man who faces death with a smile." Feeling a shiver, Deirdre said, "Well, let's make sure there are no more stories to hear. And thank you for doing this. I know that you aren't happy about it, but I need this to happen. House Cosgrove needs this to happen." A feeling of agreement along with affection came over the link. Then the fixer closed the connection. Sighing, Deirdre looked out over the city, hoping she hadn't just made a terrible mistake. Nero woke up to a sense of pain. His entire body felt like it was sore. The sensation was becoming familiar, and Nero didn't like what that implied. Maybe he needed to cut back on his training a little. It probably wasn't a good idea to treat this level of pain as normal. The conversation going on around him was making his head pound. "You're not thinking about the individual streams. Yes, the spell forms will pull in what they need if they were designed correctly, but that is just because of an imbalance inside the spell form which demands the world around it to fill in the blank. If you don't consciously monitor the streams, any spell form can easily be disrupted, said Specialist Howard with an "I told you so" tone apparent in his voice.
Nero heard Nick reply, "You're just overcomplicating things. The likelihood that someone would have the required knowledge and ability to do that would make the fight a loss anyway. If someone could do that, they'd just seize the center of the fight and be done with it. No one would bother disrupting a spell like that."
Kathleen's voice interrupted the argument. "The little lord is awake," she said quietly but firmly. Nero groaned and spun his legs off the bench. He adjusted himself into a sitting position and rubbed his temples. He saw that everyone was sitting on benches surrounding him, apparently waiting for him to wake up. "What happened?" he asked with a raspy voice. Rose walked over to hand him a canteen. She said, "Training's over for the day. It seems you went a little too far during your combat casting class." Nero offered her a nod of thanks and took the canteen. Almost by reflex, he cast a purification spell on the contents. Ever since he had found the spell in one of his Hunter books, he had been casting it on anything he ingested, even if he poured it himself. The moment he stamped the spell, he grimaced in pain. Although the spell form worked fine, and the cast went off without issue, he felt like he had just tried to mentally split a check at a restaurant while suffering from a hangover. Taking large gulps of water, Nero heard Nick ask, "You understand what happened to you?" Nero finished his drink and breathed heavily. He felt out of breath from the effort required to drink. He said quietly, "I think I overtaxed my center. I've done it before. I just need to meditate a bit. I'll be fine." Specialist Howard spoke up harshly. "What do you mean, you've done it before? Are you insane?" Surprised at the specialist's tone, Nero looked at him curiously. "What's the big deal? I'm surrounded by medics." Looking around the room, Nero spotted two green shirts talking to each other on the other side of the room. He pointed at them and said, "See, there's a couple over there. Worst case scenario, I kill myself by being an idiot, and then they bring me back." Rose gasped, and Kathleen said, "Nero, medics can't bring someone back if the soul has lost its tether. If you empty your center, you will die. Then your soul will release itself into the upper planes, and the cycle of reincarnation will begin. Your mind will be taken to your afterlife, if you are promised to one. But you will be dead. That is a big deal." Nero looked around at the serious faces and said, "Huh. Okay. Well, that would have been useful information before I started training with magic." He glared at Specialist Howard and Nick. Both men looked sheepish, but Specialist Howard said, "You already knew how to cast when I met you. How was I supposed to know that you didn't know the dangers?" Throwing his hands up in the air, Nick said, "I don't know what you don't know. You just learn random crap, then do things that are insane. If you don't ask questions, I don't know what you are wrong about." Nero's glare lost its edge. He knew Nick was right. Nero had been focusing on his reading. It was like he skipped the tutorial and just jumped into the game. He had been figuring things out on his own. Looking at Nick's worried face, Nero said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you. You're absolutely right. I haven't been following a lesson plan. I haven't even opened the Introduction to Spell Forms book that Jennings gave me. I figured the spell books were more important." Rose spoke up. "I thought you were self-taught. If you didn't read how to do it, then who taught you how to cast? I don't understand." Kathleen jumped into the conversation. "Let's not get into this right now. Lord Walker needs to recenter himself. Let's all head back to the dorms and get some sleep. I have some food for Lord Walker in my personal space." She stood up, forcing the conversation to end. Nick shrugged and went along with it. Rose looked annoyed but didn't say anything. Specialist Howard stood up and watched Nero struggle to his feet. "Listen, Walker, I'm sorry about what happened. I didn't mean to push you hard enough for you to nearly kill yourself. I formally apologize for my part in what happened," he said with as serious a voice as Nero had ever heard from him. Nero smirked and said, "You're just feeling crappy because I gut-shotted you twice in a row. Don't feel bad. I tend to cheat. So feel free to keep pushing me. My idiocy is my own, and I refuse to have anyone take that away from me. I'll see you tomorrow." Stunned faces watched Nero walk toward the doors like an old man. His steps were small, and he was hunched over in pain. Nick, Kathleen, and Rose soon followed him. Along the way to the dorms, Nick and Nero chatted about Nero's clever use of embedded constructs. Kathleen even joined the conversation, as she found the tactic interesting. As usual, Rose kept quiet while listening closely to what everyone was saying. Soon enough, Nero was in his room. He had taken the plate of food from Kathleen, then ignored her when she said she'd see him in the shower. Nero wasn't in the mood to share a communal shower, and decided that he could skip a day. Even though cleaning spells weren't as rejuvenating as a hot shower, they would work well enough for today. Nero ate a quiet meal while thinking about what had happened. He hadn't realized that he had come so close to actually dying. He had died so many times over the past few days. The feeling was weird. It was like he was a professional skydiver, and he had forgotten what would happen if the parachute didn't open. Nero could barely taste the food, and mechanically ate the steak and potatoes. After he finished, he put the dirty dishes in his personal space. He peeled off his destroyed pants and threw them in the corner with all his other destroyed clothes. Looking over, he saw a fresh set of training clothes on his dresser, and he almost smiled. If they come in and drop off the new clothes, then why did they leave the old ones? He wondered to himself. Judging the question pointless, Nero didn't bother to think about it anymore. He got into bed and sighed in contentment. He was still feeling the pain as he opened his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 10. Race: human. Growth: 94%. Tier: 1. Condition: 67%. Age: 14. Center: 16%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Grimacing, Nero looked over his identity. It was no wonder why he felt so terrible. His center was almost depleted, and his condition was crap. At least he was almost level 11. Laying in bed, Nero debated whether or not he wanted to meditate. He knew it would probably heal him, but the effort seemed too great. It was so nice to just lay there and not do anything. As if he had made some insight check, he realized that his laziness was probably a symptom of his condition. His center was what made him who he was. If he didn't have a strong center, then he wouldn't have a strong motivation to do anything. He felt like he was back in his apartment on Earth, too lazy to get up and do anything. How many times did he feel like he should be out doing something productive, but ended up sitting on his couch ignoring something on his TV while scrolling through memes on his phone? Summoning a great deal of will, he closed his eyes and slipped into his spiritual world. He was once again on his cobblestone path, surrounded by images of his experiences. The world felt weak, insubstantial, and it was hard to hold it together. Focusing, Nero started going through his experiences. He felt the level come, and the world snapped into place. The fire in his belly seemed to ignite, and Nero's purpose was renewed. Proceeding as if he was in a trance, Nero categorized and re-experienced the past few days. He came to terms with his pride, which had almost killed him.
He saw the shady way Rose seemed to watch him. There was no doubt in his mind that she was still spying on him. He recognized Nick's protective streak and appreciated the man's friendship. Nero basked in Kathleen's pride in his accomplishments. She was amazing. Nero observed his life and smiled at the adventurer he had become.
Eventually, the images cleared away, and the path was clear. Looking into the distance, Nero saw the path he was on led to a mountain. He knew this was all a metaphor or something, but it didn't matter. He liked it. The open woods around him weren't real. They seemed like a backdrop. The only thing of importance was his path and where it led. Smiling, a renewed Nero opened his eyes.
Name: Nero Walker. Level: 11. Race: Human. Growth: 28%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 2. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 1. Pillars: 1/1. Body: 2. Base: Operative. Level stress. Presence: 11. 15.4. 9.6. Durability: 8. 11.2. 26.5. Recovery: 21. 29.4. 29.1. Speed: 13. 18.2. 18.6. Adaptability: 32. 44.8. 21.2. Power: 8. 11.2. 26.3. Mind: 4. Base: Operative. Level stress. Weight: 26. 46.8. 9.4. Control: 29. 52.2. 16.2. Field: 23. 41.4. 21.5. Precision: 39. 70.2. 27.6. Endurance: 46. 82.8. 26.3. Focus: 48. 86.4. 18.3. Soul: 2. Base: Operative. Level stress. Size: 29. 40.6. 0.8. Density: 101. 141.4. 0.6. Intensity: 76. 106.4. 0.6. Pressure: 27. 37.8. 0.5. Harmony: 24. 33.6. 11.1. Adaptability: 270. 378. 0.3. Nero felt amazing.
and he looked at his identity and stats with pride. His efforts haven't been wasted. If the books were to be believed, he should have a massive increase in his physical stats after using his star. Following the plan he had made, he pushed his star into his body stat. The feeling of being was just as wonderful as he remembered. Reality seemed firmer, and Nero felt like he was becoming more solid. It was as if he were coming into focus. The world's essence hugged him, letting him know that it recognized his existence. The feeling of belonging was marvelous.
Body. 3. Base. Operative. Level.
Stress. Presence.
15. 24. 0.
Durability.
18.
28.8.
0.
Recovery.
34. 54.4.
0.
Speed. 21.
33.6.
0.
Adaptability.
41.
65.6. 0.
Power.
20.
32.
0. Nero felt the sensation fade and checked his stats. Just as he thought, his physical stats had skyrocketed. While laying in bed, he flexed his arms and reveled in the power he felt. This was the first time that he felt like he really leveled. He couldn't contain his excitement and hopped out of his bed. While in his boxers, he stretched and flexed. The smile on his face was ear to ear. Nero dropped down to do a few push-ups and couldn't help but laugh at how easy they were. Jumping to his feet, he felt energized. He spent a few minutes throwing punches and kicks, shadowboxing with an imaginary Kathleen. Nero couldn't wait to put his new stats to the test. Would it really make that much of a difference? He thought. Like a bucket of cold water, his enthusiasm was destroyed by the thought. He knew Kathleen was far stronger, faster, and more dexterous than he was, not to mention her skill level. Refusing to be discouraged, Nero calmed himself down. He needed to get some sleep. This was just one step along his path. He was better than he was yesterday, and if he continued improving, then one day he would be strong enough to meet any challenge. Hopefully, he'd level in a few days, and then he could improve his casting. One step at a time, he reminded himself. Nero fluffed his pillow, then got back into bed. He went to sleep with a smile on his face, as he imagined himself slinging spells and fighting monsters. Someday, he would do it all. Chapter 84. You're having fun wrong. Nick was enjoying watching Nero train. He had initially thought it would be nothing more than a review session, as he expected to be reminded of his time at the Centerpoint Academy. Yet, he found himself admiring the unique curriculum Specialist Howard had created. It was a very bare-bones introduction to spellcasting, and Nick found the idea of using the elemental wheel as the foundation for the class inspired. But he had to admit that it only worked because of how rare a student Nero turned out to be. Nero seemed to be able to actually watch individual streams of essence with his psychic field. Typically, mages could only get a general sense of what went on around them in the ethereal plane. It could take weeks before they could learn to recognize the individual streams, but Nero could do it in moments. Nick found it both fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. Over the past few days, Nick had watched Nero pick up spells like he was reading what the specialist wrote in the air. Not only that, but Nero also seemed to be able to memorize the spell forms without issue. The worst part for Nick was that Nero seemed to be able to recognize the individual sections which made up the spells. Nick could do the same, but it took him hours of correlative analysis, while Nero just said,
Huh? This looks a lot like that part from the last spell. Neat. Nick couldn't help but be a little jealous.
Nick was thinking about how odd Nero was, while sitting on a chair at the edge of the training arena. He was enjoying an iced tea from his custom-made expanded flask, while shouting out encouragement to Nero. He had to admit, this was the best part of his day. He got to sit down and watch Nero constantly fail. Specialist Howard did an amazing job of always pushing Nero a little faster than he could handle. Nick watched as Nero bounced around the arena, dodging spells while muttering insults and complaints. The smile on Nick's face was unconscious, and he didn't even notice he was doing it. When Nero took a spike to the shoulder, Nick winced. That had to hurt, he thought. Shaking his head in amusement, he watched Nero stand up and rip out the spike while healing himself. What a stubborn jackass, thought Nick. He shouted, "Nero, stop being an idiot! Don't waste your center on healing, that's what the medics are for. You should be focusing on combat." Nick was worried that Nero was getting a little too worked up. If he knew Nero, and he thought he did, the young man would soon do something idiotic and amazing. Sure enough, during the next exchange, Nero managed to overpower the specialist's control of his constructs and use them against him. How the hell did he do that? Nick wondered. Listening to Nero laugh at the specialist's pain, Nick frowned in worry. Specialist Howard was a professional soldier. They didn't typically handle failure well. Unsurprisingly, the specialist responded with several spells overlapped. Wincing, Nick braced himself for the pain Nero would soon be feeling. He watched Nero drop to the ground and avoid turning into a pincushion. But then Nero did something he had never seen before. He wrapped a construct inside another construct and launched them both at the specialist. That's diabolical, he thought. Glancing over at Specialist Howard, Nick wondered if the man had noticed. The specialist was looking furious, and his anger and pride were clouding his judgment. Uh-oh, he thought. Nick watched as the specialist refused to dodge and relied on his control to dissolve Nero's construct. Nick's worry was justified, as the specialist hadn't noticed the spike. When it hit the man in the same place as Nero's previous spike, Nick stood up. Hopefully, the specialist would take a breath and not rise to the insult. Nick kept his eyes locked on the specialist as he heard Nero's raspy laugh. But his eyes whipped over to Nero as the laugh cut off abruptly. Nick stored his flask of iced tea into his personal space and rushed over to check on Nero. Did that little shit just kill himself? He mentally screamed. Everyone knew that center overuse could result in permanent death. Nick was panicking while he ran. He was only 5 units away when a gold flash caused him to stutter to a stop. Nick saw Archmage Jennings appear with an annoyed look on his face. The man bent down over Nero, and then his hands glowed. Nick cautiously approached and said, Mage, how bad is it?" Jennings didn't look up, but said in an annoyed voice, "The idiot almost emptied his center. You don't have to worry, though. His soul is damn near welded into this body. I don't think he's in any danger. Although, he'll be out for a while." "What the hell happened? I just got an emergency request to get over here," Nick said. "Nero was training in combat casting. You'd be amazed at his progress. He already has a pretty solid grasp on seizing the center of the fight. But I think he got a little annoyed at how the specialist was treating him." As they were talking, Specialist Howard walked up to them. He had already healed himself, and then cleaned and repaired his shirt. The man looked fresh as a daisy. He said, "I was trying to teach him to dodge while casting. I wanted him to work on paying attention to multiple things at once. But I think I might have pissed him off." Nick snorted and said, "You think? You were standing there pelting him from across the arena, making him dance like a performer, while you stood there with a smile on your face." Nero's anger was justified. What I don't understand is how you let him hit you. You lost control of the fight." While Archmage Jennings' eyebrows rose in interest, the specialist bristled. Specialist Howard said in a tight voice, "I just didn't expect him to take control of my constructs. We hadn't covered that yet. I may not have imbued them with a lot of center, but he still shouldn't have been able to take them over." The Archmage stood up from the bloody body of Nero, seemingly satisfied with leaving the young man as is. He said, "He actually took over your constructs. That's amazing." Nick smiled and said, "You think that's amazing? Then listen to this. He wrapped a construct inside another construct in order to hide it." Nick gestured to the specialist and said, "Our brilliant war mage over there didn't bother to check and just dispelled the outer shell. He took an iron spike right in the gut." To his credit, the specialist blushed, but the Archmage seemed shocked and stared down at Nero's passed-out body. After a few seconds of appraisal, he looked back to the specialist and said, "You actually let him hit you?" Specialist Howard met the Archmage's stare and said, "I didn't let him do anything. The boy tricked me. And let me tell you, his constructs aren't weak. He pierced my essence shield on his own. I may not have been reinforcing it much, but he still managed to pierce it. His accomplishment was earned." Nick smiled at the interchange. Although he enjoyed giving Nero a hard time, it gave him an odd sense of pride to hear two powerful individuals talking about Nero's talents. The more time he spent with Nero, the more the young man felt like the little brother he always wished he had. His actual family was too annoying. Frowning, Nick realized that Nero was just annoying in a different, more preferable way. Archmage Jennings broke the staring contest and said, "Well, the young man is remarkable. You are his trainer, so his accomplishments are yours to share. I'd recommend not letting your pride blind you. I'd bet that he used it against you." Nick chuckled and said, "Did it not occur to you two that Nero succeeded because the specialist was ignoring the very lesson he was trying to teach Nero? The man just stood there and didn't dodge. He didn't pay enough attention to what was going on in the ethereal plane. And even worse, he didn't focus on keeping control of the center." Archmage Jennings and Specialist Howard shared a look. Then they both burst into laughter. Rubbing his neck in shame, Specialist Howard said, "You're right. In fact, you're both right. I'm going to have to keep on my toes around him. The general warned me that the kid had a tactical mind, but I don't think I understood what he meant until just now." Archmage Jennings nodded, with his amusement clear on his face. The man then lost his smile and said, "But you both neglected to warn him about the dangers of center overuse. He could have killed himself while achieving his victory. You need to sit him down and explain how stupid that was. Also, don't make me come back here. I have other things I need to be doing. I can't keep coming around here." Fixing both Nick and Howard with his harsh glare, he said, "I am busy." Then, with a pop and a flash of gold, he vanished. Nick smirked at the Archmage's antics, and then looked down at the splayed body of Nero. The young man had blood trails from his ears, eyes, and nose. His chest and back were covered in dried blood, and his pants were ripped up and covered in blood as well. If Nick didn't know any better, he would have thought he was looking at a dead body. Nero didn't even look like he was breathing. Sighing, he said, "Okay, let's get the little lord cleaned up. He can sleep it off while we try to figure out how he stacked constructs." When the specialist and Nick bent down to drag Nero off to the side, the specialist said, "You don't know how to do that. It's not that hard. You just need to cast 2 spells simultaneously, then have one of the spell forms create the construct over the other one. It's a simple trick." Snorting, Nick said, "If you already knew that it could be done, then why didn't you stop him from spiking you in the gut? Twice." While Nick was holding Nero's legs, the specialist was holding Nero by his shoulders. They were carrying Nero's unconscious body off to the side of the arena in order to put him on a bench and clean him up. Specialist Howard grimaced at Nick's question and muttered, "Shut up, Nick."
Stifling a chuckle, Nick tried to keep quiet.
He really did enjoy watching Nero train.
Day 8's morning training was everything Nero hoped it would be.
He felt like he had grown metaphorical wings. Everything was so much easier. He even managed to complete the rope walk on his first try. Captain Angelton had noticed Nero's progress and made sure to adjust Nero's tasks to keep it interesting. Nero went from having to do the very basics to now having to do a more difficult version. For example, Nero had been doing normal pull-ups, but now he had to pull himself up, then raise himself above the bar, resting it on his stomach. Then he could drop back down and do it again. He still wasn't doing the crazy crap the other recruits were doing, but it was a step in the right direction. By the end of the morning exercises, he was just as tired as usual. Smiling, Nero cast a cleaning spell, then joined his training group for morning breakfast. On the way to the dining hall, they slowly came together. Rose and Nick spent the time talking about some famous person they both admired. Kathleen ignored everything, as usual, and just walked next to them in silence. Nero couldn't help but ask, "I don't get it. You're saying that this Madam Humphrey got famous by hosting a show over the link?"
Rose seemed excited about the subject and said,
"Yeah, it's in the editorial section. She covers trade concerns and how to understand the pricing structures. Her editorial last year on the expanded caravans was amazing."
Nick nodded along, apparently in agreement. Nero just looked at them like they were crazy.
"So she hosts an educational program on how the trade system works between cities. That made her famous? She can live off that?" Confused, Rose said, "No, she doesn't make any money from that. She just does it as a public service. Although she does get sponsored to attend symposiums and lectures across all of Oglevark. But she usually stays in Dorchester. She is technically a member of House Margrave. She makes her money managing a shipping concern out of Gate 3, I think. But she is pretty famous, I guess."
Nero shook his head in exasperation.
It was like the entire city was treating Bob Ross as a movie star. After reflecting on that thought, Nero couldn't decide if it was any weirder than celebrating a Twitch streamer. He decided that it probably wasn't, then promptly ignored the rest of their conversation. He only cared about his favorite streamers. Other people's were stupid. By the time they sat down for breakfast, Nero had completely mentally detached himself from what was going on around him. His thoughts were filled with spell forms, along with a really cool martial arts kata that he was designing. He figured that if the world was going to teach him how to fight, he could at least offer a kata to collective memory of humanity. Nero considered it his good deed for the decade.
"Are you even listening to me?"
Nick said, snapping Nero out of his thoughts. Nero's fork was halfway to his mouth, and he froze like a deer in headlights. He looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. Calmly setting his fork down, he turned to Nick and said, "Of course I was listening. I just thought you were talking to Kathleen." Nick gave Nero a blank stare and said, "You thought I was asking Kathleen whether or not she was looking forward to fighting herself, now that she recently leveled?" Nero returned the stare and said, "Yes. I thought you were being metaphorical, and I didn't want to presume." Kathleen chuckled, while Rose's water went down the wrong pipe. Rose started coughing, while holding back a laugh. Nick just shook his head in exasperation. He knew there was no point in trying to get Nero to admit anything. He said, "Fine, forget about it. Do you have something on your mind you want to talk about?" Nero took a sip of coffee, then said, "Not really. Wait, did you ever figure out anything about my mental projection thing that I do when I meditate?" Nick shook his head and said, "Nope. I looked into it but didn't find anything. I even checked the Mage Tower and referenced their archives. The closest thing I could find was a meditation technique for archmages to categorize their memories. When you're 1,000 years old, there is a great deal of information they have to remember. In order to speed up their recall, they practice mental indexing, which sounds similar to what you're doing. However, I think your mental space is a byproduct of your overly developed soul, Nero asked. Because I'm an old soul. Nero smirked as if he just made a joke. Nick didn't seem to notice and just nodded. Yes, who knows how long you floated around the higher planes before you were pulled down. All that time would allow your soul to change in ways we can't predict or even measure without some intensive scans. If you really care, we could hook you up to a delving sled and see what we can find, he said. Nero shook his head emphatically. No way! I don't really care, and it doesn't matter anyway. The whole thing makes leveling easier, so I'm just going to say thank you to the powers that be and forget about it. Shrugging, Nick returned to his meal. Kathleen stepped into the conversation by saying, So, Nero, are you looking forward to pushing your new body stats? Smiling, Nero said, Sure. I doubt it will make much of a difference, but it should be fun.
Rose asked,
This wasn't your first body star, was it? Why is everyone so fixated on this? Nero shrugged and replied, I think they just want to get my hopes up. That way they can enjoy watching me get pissed when I fail to see a substantial improvement. Kathleen and Nick chuckled, while Rose looked confused. Nero felt bad for her. She didn't seem to understand their dynamic. It must look weird to see close friends excited to see one of their group get angry. Rather than explain it, he decided to change the subject. How do you like your training? You doing archer stuff, right? He asked. Rose nodded and said, Yes, the firing range here is amazing. I even got to shoot an essence bow, but it tired me out faster than I thought it would. I can't imagine how powerful people have to be in order to use them in the wilds. Normally I use... Nero interrupted. Hold on. What's an essence bow? Rose raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, Essence bows are enchanted bows that channel your center in order to create arrow constructs. They use the ambient essence to create solidified spell forms. They can be incredibly powerful, but they require a lot of center. People are usually over level 50 before they get to use them. Nero was intrigued. He hadn't really explored the crafting of this world, and this seemed like a good place to start. So someone created an identity for the bow, and then taught it how to make enchanted arrows? He asked. Nick chose to answer the question. Kind of. I'm guessing from your word choice, you don't really understand how enchanting works, he said. Kathleen snorted a little laugh, as if Nick had just spouted a world-class understatement. Nero shot her a dirty look, then turned to Nick and said, I read a little about it, but I could use a quick summary of the subject. Rose perked up and added, I'd like to hear about it too. All I know is what I've heard, but I've always wanted to know how it was actually done. I never got around to researching it. Nick squared his shoulders, apparently happy with the opportunity to lecture. Nero prayed the summary would be brief, but didn't hold out much hope. Clearing his throat, Nick set down his silverware. Sounding like a professor, he said, Enchanting is a complex and intricate art, which, at its core, is very personal. The overall goal is to imbue a purpose and history into a material object, with the intention being for that object to serve a specific purpose. To discuss the various methods of enchanting would require more time than we have available at the moment. However, we can touch on how enchantments work, what they actually are, and why they are so difficult. Please hold all questions until the end, as I will probably answer your questions during the lecture. Nero groaned. This was his nightmare. He had always hated school, but never more than when he was interested in the subject. It always infuriated him how his teachers could take an interesting subject like how to make something blow up and turn it into a boring lecture on chemistry. Instead of talking about the energy required to split covalent bonds, they should have just thrown some sodium into a bucket of water and enjoyed the show. While Rose and Kathleen listened to Nick droning on about essence manifolds and pseudo-identities, Nero pretended to pay attention. He spent the rest of his breakfast mentally reviewing all the ways he knew how to cause an explosion. After he reached number 10, he realized that he might have an obsession with explosions that he hadn't been aware of. That, of course, caused Nero to think about all the things that he no longer cared about, but which he used to think were important. Memes, web novels, TV shows, Fortnite, his Xbox, John Wick, the Cubbies, Chicago's baseball team, various types of vapes, his bong, and the list went on. Nero was amazed at how much he had changed. None of those things seemed to matter anymore, and he wondered why he used to care so much.
Luckily, Captain Angelton appeared at the entrance to the dining hall and shouted, "All right, recruits, fall out to your training rings and get back to work." Shaken out of his thoughts, Nero heard Nick say,
"We can discuss this more later if you'd like, but that is generally why it requires essence crystals to aid in the enchantment process." Rose and Kathleen were nodding, and Nero joined them. As all of them went to bust their dishes and head out to the training field, Nero said, "Really interesting stuff, Nick. You wouldn't happen to have a book that covered the subject from a beginner's perspective, would you? I'd like to review what you talked about. It was really fascinating." Nick was all smiles and said, "I actually wrote a book on the subject. It's a primer for learning enchanting. I called it Enchanting, the How and Why. I'll be sure to get you a copy." Nero managed to hide his cringe while outwardly returning the smile. "I'm looking forward to it," he said. "Thank whatever gods they have here that I get to have Kathleen kill me in a few minutes. Otherwise, I'd have to do it myself," he thought to himself. Chapter 85. You can get used to anything. Archmage Jennings was waiting at the teleportation hall. He hated waiting. He leaned against the wall, tapping his foot with impatience. Any minute now, the replacement for that idiot Cranston would be arriving, and he promised Mathers that he would show him around. Mentally, he felt around for the connection he had to the communication crystal in the Mage Tower in Hennings. It was still there, but no one seemed to be using it from the other side. Grimacing, Jennings realized that even they didn't want to watch him wait. He looked around the transportation room. The 5 technicians were fiddling with the receiving controls, isolating the local essence signatures and filtering out the interference. They must be preparing for receiving a targeting lock. It shouldn't be too much longer. Huffing in annoyance, he tried to distract himself by watching Nero train. Currently, the young man was being choked out by that Averett woman. After admiring her technique for a few seconds, he mentally moved on. Jennings had subtly placed scry markers on several people. It made paying attention to what was going on much easier than trying to isolate their essence signatures every time he wanted to look in on them. He cycled through his favorite subjects with a mental scrying window. The City Lord was currently arguing with that idiot Lord Bevan. The man was convinced that Dorchester would fall due to having a relative in Hennings that was an adherent to the Fate Weavers. Apparently, his relative had secretly warned him that this beast wave would raise the city. Jennings snorted at the thought of those fools being proven wrong. Again. Moving on, he checked on the City Lord's children. The son was sitting in a carriage, far away from Dorchester. The idiot was currently arguing with his guard. The boy had no idea that the guard may be ordered to kill him if he didn't stop acting like a moron. His sister wasn't any better. She was currently yelling at a servant for not cleaning her bedroom properly. Shaking his head, Jennings realized the entire family needed a reality check. Mentally rebuking himself, he realized that the City Lord wasn't so bad. Her kids sucked, though. The general was meeting with the city engineers. He was actually making some real progress on getting the essence cannons back on the walls. The man had impressed Jennings. There weren't many people who were capable of being sly while also being direct. Jennings reminded himself to pull some strings to help the general out a little. The trade commissioner was in a meeting about essence crystal pricing. The moron was recommending that they create a proposal for shipping out the reserves in order to sell them at the current high price, rather than wait for the influx of new crystals to depreciate the stocks. Jennings paused his viewing and sent a ping to have the man's plan exposed to Lord Cosgrove. Since he had arrived, he had cultivated a few people who were in positions to deliver his warnings without them being traced back to him. It was always good policy to not get directly involved. That way people didn't expect him to help. As he pondered that bit of wisdom, he was shaken out of his introspection by the Astra platform activating. The essence in the room roiled, and a young woman appeared on the well-lit platform. He heard a technician call out, "Transport successful. Confirmation of receipt sent to Hennings. Welcome to Dorchester." The woman wore a gentle smile and stepped down from the platform. She looked over at the technicians and said, "Thank you for the smooth transport. You're all a credit to your profession." She walked across the room and presented herself with a bow to Jennings. "Mage Adept Catherine Newbanks, reporting for duty as the new court mage. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir." Jennings didn't stand up from his leaning position on the wall. He looked at the whipcord-thin woman. She was an average height, with gentle features. Her pixie-cut black hair complemented her large, dark eyes. She wore a soft smile and seemed perfectly at ease with his obvious appraisal. He said, "I thought that kid Paddington was being sent." She replied easily, "I challenged for the position this morning. I apologize for the delay. The new paperwork had to be filed for me to receive permission to teleport in his place." Jennings chuckled at the gentle woman. He said, "You took him to an arena? How did you get him to agree to the challenge?" Still smiling like a nun, she said, "I told him that he was too pathetic for any position in Hennings, and they were just sending him here to die. He should just let me take his place, and he could go back to doing unimpressive research on whatever stupid idea he was currently working on. Paddington was offended and challenged me to an honor challenge. I accepted, and then bet my yearly wage against this position. My words were proven true, as I defeated him easily. After he was resuscitated, he filed the paperwork for our change of position. Now I am here." Jennings stood up from the wall and casually asked, "You chose not to wage a soul death?" Mage Adept Newbanks shook her head gently and said, "I didn't want to kill him. Pathetic mages are still useful to the tower. I just wanted him to return to what he was good at. He wouldn't have liked it here anyway." Nodding, Jennings said, "Well, I think you'll love it here. Come along, we have a lot to see. I'll introduce you to some people and tell you who is worth knowing. I plan to hand over all of the court-made responsibilities to you as soon as possible." As they walked through the halls, she listened to the Archmage as if he was the most interesting man in the world. Her subtle display of sucking up wasn't lost on Jennings, and he found it charming. She asked, "And if you don't mind me asking, what will you be doing, sir?" Jennings didn't miss a beat and responded, "Whatever the hell I feel like. Now let's first stop over at the local mage tower and get your identity filed as the new court mage." Mage Adept Newbanks didn't seem offended, and just nodded, as if she weren't surprised at his response. Archmage Jennings decided at that moment she was his new favorite person in Dorchester. He really liked it here. Nero's day went exactly how he had expected it to. Kathleen didn't seem to notice his improved body stats at all. She spent both close-quarters combat and weapons training tiring the medics by systematically destroying Nero. It didn't seem to matter how much he had improved. All he could do was get better at delaying the inevitable. His combat casting class with Specialist Howard didn't go much better. Nero noticed that his psychic field had improved a little. He thought it was due to his increased presence stat. But it didn't make much difference in his training. He still spent the entire time dodging spells, and now had the added task of trying to take control of the specialist's constructs. Every time Nero started to feel comfortable, Specialist Howard added something that resulted in a skewered Nero.
The man even started varying the spells. The first time Nero felt a plasma burn, he screamed like a girl. Nick had found it so hilarious that he had fallen out of his chair.
Unsurprisingly, Nero had learned a great deal about healing over the past few days. He had watched the medics heal him whenever possible. Although he hadn't seen them cast Resuscitate, he had seen them fix his limbs and organs. A lot. In fact, he was pretty sure he could regrow a limb at this point. The spell form was complicated, but Nero had seen it enough that he was confident that he wouldn't have any issues with it. When he asked to see the spell form for Resuscitate in action, Specialist Howard had just laughed and said, "You'll see it when you actually manage to kill someone." Once again, Nick had laughed his ass off. Nero silently vowed to do just that. But regardless of Nero's resolve, Specialist Howard had learned his lesson, and now treated their exchanges like games of chess. Whatever Nero tried, the man countered it without any problems. No matter how dirty Nero played, nothing worked. As much as it annoyed Nero, the constant failures were enlightening. By the end of the day, Nero went to dinner without a shirt again. As usual, he only had rags for pants, and his boots were in pieces somewhere. By this point, the sight wasn't anything special, and none of the recruits batted an eye. Nero walked into the dining room with Nick. He was ignoring the men's recounting of his favorite Nero deaths of the day. Seeing his acquaintance Marie, he tossed her and her squad a wave. She waved her fork in acknowledgement and returned to the conversation at her table. Nick said, "That's that group of monster hunters you were talking about." Nero nodded and said, "Yep. We usually spend the morning training together. We've talked a few times after dinner, but you know how it is. There isn't a lot of time here for anything other than training." Nick and Nero collected their food and joined Rose and Kathleen at their table. Kathleen looked at a bare-chested Nero and said, "I see that your combat casting class didn't go any better than your physical combat classes." Nick snorted and said, "I don't typically get to watch you training Nero, but if it's anything like what he just went through, might actually start feeling bad for him." Nero was chewing on some vegetables and spoke with his mouth full. "Bite me," he said with some venom, although it came out as a mumble. Nick and Kathleen chuckled, but Rose didn't seem to find the situation funny. She was frowning and asked, "How can you handle dying so much? Doesn't it get to you? I've been resuscitated before, and the black void gave me nightmares." Nero shrugged and said, "I actually find it comfortable. It kind of feels familiar." Nick piped up excitedly. "It's probably due to—" Nero interrupted him. "Stop, I don't want to hear it again. I know what you're going to say. It's because of my experience in the higher planes or whatever. While we're on the subject, I need a book on that too. I want to understand all those references you and Jennings keep making about the different planes. Like, what's the difference between the higher planes and the upper planes? Or are they just different names for the same thing?" Surprisingly, it was Kathleen that answered him. "The higher planes are no longer associated with the material realms. The upper planes are higher than ours, hence the name. They are where the gods reside." Nick added, "There is more there than the realms of the deities. There are other material planes, with different inhabitants. For example, the Fey realms are rather close to us, if I remember correctly." Rose chimed in. "Don't forget about the lower planes. There are the different hells and purgatories, right?" Nick nodded and said, "Yes, there are just as many lower planes as there are upper planes. In many ways they are similar, but they are also drastically different. Souls traveling the lower planes typically don't join the cycle of reincarnation. Some do, but usually they are ripped apart by the denizens of the hells." Nero was shocked. It was odd to hear people speak so matter-of-factly about life after death. He had known that they had studied it extensively, but it was still difficult to accept. Nero had to remind himself that this was a fantasy world. Don't let the steak and potatoes fool you. You are in a place with magic and elves. This probably isn't even cow, he thought to himself as he stared at the piece of meat on the end of his fork. Trying to focus on the conversation, Nero asked, "And what about the higher planes? What are those?" Nick said, "They are planes of existence that are purely ethereal. They butt up against all of the material planes. They act as a buffer between us and the void. You must have crossed them when you came from wherever you were. It is there that the souls are wiped clean and reintroduced to the material planes. They are difficult for us to view, but they can be studied. Several thousand years ago, Archmage Devon succeeded in his efforts to track the soul of his late wife through the cycle of reincarnation. It took 50 years, but he found her in a small boy on another continent. He couldn't travel there, but he spent the rest of his life watching the boy grow up. It was a sad but interesting paper." Kathleen said, "My mother read it to me when I was a child. I liked to think that someone was watching me train, hoping for me to be a great warrior like my previous incarnation. My mother was kind enough to leave me with that delusion." Rose and Nick smiled at the cute story. Nero, however, was flabbergasted. He dropped his fork onto his plate and said, "Your mother read you a research paper as a bedtime story." Everyone looked at Nero like he had just asked why water was wet. Nick said, "What else was she going to read her? Children don't have enough knowledge to understand anything more complicated." Nero asked, "What about something that isn't nonfiction? Something with a moral lesson or whatever?" Confused looks were exchanged among the three of his dinner companions. Rose asked, "That word you used, non-fiction, doesn't that just mean true? And wouldn't moral lessons have more of an impact if there were real examples given?" Nick responded, "I think what he meant was—" Nero shook his head in defeat and stopped listening. There was no point arguing with crazy people who believed in logic. He returned to his meal and remembered a time where people chose to believe in whatever made them happy. It was a great time to be alive. The arguments were so much fun. Chapter 86. "No one wants to play with me." General Branson frowned at the projections floating above his desk. Tapping his fingers on his armrests, he mentally cycled through the reports his office had been receiving all week. Instances of increased activity were reported at every gate. Even here at Central Command, in the inner ring of the city, there was a noticeable increase in issues needing to be addressed. Sighing, he sent his approval for 2 squads to enter the sewers below the keep. He hoped that the Slime Queen hadn't migrated to the inner ring, but all the evidence seemed to support that theory. The last thing he needed were slimes crawling out of sewer grates and assaulting nobles in the streets. Putting the slime issue aside for the moment, he reviewed the current population numbers. 2 whole villages had been abandoned, and the survivors were now here in Dorchester looking for sanctuary. The general had expected this, but not this soon. It had only been a week, and already the city gained almost 10,000 citizens. Maximum capacity was only 3 million if they didn't reopen the mountain. But who knows how many people are already on the way here. He had asked the mages to keep an eye on the roads, but all he got in return was a report on increased migration from areas affected by the level shift. The report had no hard numbers, and no one had felt comfortable even offering an estimate. He'd have to plan for the worst-case scenario. With a grimace on his face, he sent a request for Gate 22 Army Command to come up with a plan for reopening the mountain. Cycling through the reports, he didn't see a single area that wasn't dealing with problems. The forests to the east were filled with monsters and beasts. The plains to the south had beast hordes ravaging the land. The northern mountains were teeming with monsters fleeing their caves. Even the western steppes were reporting bogs replacing the patches of forests. The entire landscape outside the walls was changing, and quickly at that. He already had half his men patrolling the roads, while everyone else was either training or trying to thin out the threats. Clenching his fist in anger, all he could do was offer support. It had been years since he had felt this powerless. He opened the projections that Center Research had sent over. All of their estimations were based on limited data. The Essence had only started the density shift a little over a week ago, but they tried to do what he asked. He told them that he needed to know what to expect, and they did their best. The report they sent over had timeline estimations for density thresholds. It looked like Dorchester had a few more weeks of relative peace before things really started getting out of hand. In anywhere from 3 to 6 months, his men could be fighting at the walls. Rubbing his head with his hands, he groaned at the implications. Hopefully this was all just pessimism. Either way, he would do his job and save as many as he could.
Tone.
Nero spent day 9 of training doing what he did best, annoying his trainer partners. His personal goal was to make them mad enough to stop holding back. He only had 2 days of training left, and he felt the pressure building. With limited time, he needed to get the most out of each training block.
Captain Angleton was the first to suffer during the morning exercises. Nero had made it a point to ask the man things like, "How was that?" and "Am I doing this right?" every 2 minutes. At one point, the man had tried to stop answering him, so Nero started yelling his questions, then asking, "Can you hear me? Sir, are you all right?" When the captain finally snapped, Nero feigned shock and replied, "Sorry, sir. I was just trying to do my best. I'll try and take it easy on the next few exercises." The captain's red face was too much, and Nero laughed his ass off while running away. It didn't surprise Nero that Kathleen hadn't needed much prodding. After only a few sarcastic questions about why she braided her hair the way she did, the woman was positively brutal with her attacks. A blood-covered Nero emerged from Training Ring 3 after she finished with him. Specialist Howard was a little harder to rile up. Yet Nero persevered until he saw the man's forehead develop a pulsing vein. Even from across the room, Nero felt like he could hear the specialist grinding his teeth in annoyance. Smiling, Nero focused and tried to survive the man's wrath. Even though Nero didn't, the medics were nice enough to keep giving him chances to try. By the end of the day, Nero felt physically destroyed, yet spiritually renewed. There was just something about getting under people's skin that made him feel complete. Plopping into his seat in the dining hall, he greeted his squad mates. "Hey, girls, how was your day?" he asked. Rose raised her eyes in surprise at his good mood. Kathleen just grunted and didn't look up from her meal. However, Nick said, "I'm here too, Nero." Nero offered him a wide smile and replied, "Yeah, I saw you. You look very pretty today." Nick just smirked and shook his head, then returned to his meal. Nero saw them all sitting in silence, eating their meals mechanically. The fact that no one wanted to trade barbs with him was destroying his good mood. As he started eating, he said, "Okay, I get it. You're all mad at me. I'm not saying you were wrong to be angry, but I respectfully would like to offer an alternative opinion. Is it possible that you all just need to lighten up a bit?" Harsh stares snapped to Nero, and he felt a slight shiver. Holding up his hands in surrender, he said, "Look, I'm just saying that psychological warfare is a completely viable tactical option. It's also funny. I don't mind when you are calling me Little Lord and mocking my continued failures. We only have 1 day of training left, and I wanted to make sure that everyone was giving 100% effort." Smiling, he attacked his meal with gusto. His squad mates shared a look, and Nick said, "Nero, if you're worried about what's going to happen in the wilds, we understand. Fear of what we will face is perfectly reasonable. There's no need to lash out. But if you feel like you have to, we'll still be here for you." Nero's fork paused in front of his mouth. He looked around at the kind and understanding faces. Even Kathleen looked like she was forgiving him. He dropped his fork to his plate and leaned back with a sigh. All he wanted was for some good-natured ribbing. It had nothing to do with fear or any other psychological issue.
The last thing he wanted was for this dinner to turn into a therapy session. He squinted in anger and said, "Listen closely. I am not afraid of the wilds. I am fully aware of what we will face, and I am looking forward to it. My actions today were not lashing out. I didn't try to piss you all off as a cry for attention. The simple fact of the matter is that I wanted everyone to get a fire in their belly. People perform better when they are pushing themselves. Anger clouds judgment and focuses the mind. Your kindness and understanding are unnecessary, and I recommend that you all grow a pair. The beasts and monsters will not care if you are emotionally well-adjusted."
Kathleen started laughing, while Nick looked offended.
Rose just looked confused and said, "What do you mean, grow a pair? It sounded like you were meaning to say be fearless. I don't get it."
Nero looked around the table, shocked at what they all took away from what he just said.
Nick looked like he was offended Nero didn't want to talk about his feelings. Kathleen looked like she was proud of his dedication to battle. Yet it was Rose's confusion that irked Nero the most. He wasn't specifically trying to offend the women or anything, but the fact that he hadn't been lambasted for his obviously chauvinistic remark was jarring. The fact that gender inequality wasn't a thing in this world was just too weird for Nero to handle.
Kathleen broke Nero from his internal musings.
"I agree wholeheartedly. The wilds aren't for the weak. We will harden our wills, silence our feelings, and face the horrors with hate in our hearts. Rest assured, tomorrow I will push you to your limits. You will not be coddled by me. I will make sure you get the most out of your time here," she said, with steel in her voice.
Nick snorted as he stabbed his dinner.
"I think you are both taking all this too seriously. Constant tempered effort will produce the best results. It will just take time. And for the record, I think you are just worried about what will happen. But I recognize that you aren't ready to hear that, so I'll not say anything more," he said as if he were talking to an unruly child.
Rose piped up.
"I still want to know what grow a pair means. Is it some type of saying from where you come from? I'm guessing it's a pair of horns."
Nero cocked his head in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Horns?" Rose said,
"Yeah. Is it a reference to animals that grow horns when they reach adulthood? You know, babies just have the little nubs. But when they grow up and have to face the perils of adulthood, they grow horns to face the challenge head-on." By the time she finished talking, she looked very proud of her theory.
Nero just stared at her. It was ridiculous how much sense that made.
In fact, it made a lot more sense than saying people needed a pair of testicles to be brave. Instead of correcting her, he internally admitted defeat and said, "Yup, that's exactly where it comes from."
Rose nodded with a smile on her face, proud that she had figured it out.
Nick looked interested in the subject and started listing off the different types of animals that grew horns during their adolescence. Kathleen just smiled and attacked her food with vigor.
Nero was still leaning back in his chair.
He felt like the fight had gone out of him. There was no joy in picking on puppies. He needed to shake it off and focus on the upcoming expedition. Sitting up, he returned to his meal while trying to force himself to participate in their polite dinner conversation.
Eventually, dinner ended, and Nero found himself back in his room after another annoying group shower.
As usual, everyone had treated it as completely normal, and he had even felt himself starting to ignore all the naked people. If he were being honest with himself, the fact that he was adapting to the new social norms was terrifying. Would he be an emotionally healthy robot in 10 years? It's only been a couple weeks, and he had already changed so much.
Sitting at his desk, Nero pushed the worries to the back of his mind.
There was no point in worrying about it. Just because everyone else was crazy didn't mean he was going to be. It's not like New Age wisdom was contagious. He just had to stay true to himself and continue being considerate to their alternative lifestyles. He'd done it before. One of his old girlfriends was a vegan.
That was weird, but he had never made a fuss about it.
Smiling at his internal decision to be the better man, he went into his personal dimension for the book of the day. Searching, he found a large leather book about essence vortices. Nero knew that dungeons, spawn points, planar gates, and other things all fell into the category of essence vortices. It seemed like an appropriate subject to study before he went into the wilds. In fact, he was surprised that no one had brought it up during training. If he remembered correctly, General Branson's primary reason for creating this unit was to fix those vortices in order to slow down the density shift. Opening the book, Nero sipped his coffee and looked over the introduction. It basically said what he already knew. Occasionally, essence would pool in certain areas, and the interactions in the ethereal plane would reach a critical mass, causing a manifestation in the material world. Spawn points for animals could be corrupted into monster spawners by merging with a planar shift. It wasn't uncommon, or even that big a deal. Nero flipped through the pages and read about monster spawn points. There were charts and diagrams showing how the different planes could send information to corrupt local animals. It was all very interesting, but Nero didn't really care about the how or why. He was more interested in what to do about it. After taking a sip of his coffee, he checked the index of the book. Finding a chapter called Returning the Local Essence to Balance, Nero flipped through the pages with a smile. As he read, Nero tried to filter out all the scientific mumbo-jumbo and translate what it was saying into something useful. The chapter assumed a lot of knowledge on the part of the reader, and Nero had some trouble figuring out what it was trying to say. From what he could tell, the most important thing to consider was whether or not anything should be done at all. For example, when faced with a monster spawner, the question is whether or not it serves the greater good to untangle the essence knot and return the area to its original design. Nero ended up reading the entire chapter, and all he took away from it was that before taking action, hunters should speak with the local hunters' hall in order to find out whether or not they should do anything. Annoyed, Nero slammed the book shut. Mentally checking the time, he realized he just wasted an hour. As his mood was already sour due to the fact that no one seemed to want to argue with him today, Nero wanted to spread the pain. He felt the need to bother someone. Opening his link, he sent out a connection request. The connection was immediately accepted, and he heard Jennings say, "What's wrong now?" The old man's annoyance was broadcasting over the link without any issue. Nero smiled and said, "Don't pretend you're doing anything important. I have questions about essence vortices, and the book you gave me is useless. Get your ass over here, and don't forget to bring something to drink. You can tell me all about a subject you know tons about. Think about it. It's win-win. You'll feel really smart doing it, while I get to enjoy learning something useful. I don't want to have to ask Nick. He'll just turn it into a boring lecture on the history of essence studies or something." The connection closed abruptly, and Nero's eyes widened a little in shock. Sitting at his desk, Nero wondered if he had offended the crazy old archmage. Seconds later, a bright gold flash happened above his bed, and Jennings fell into a comfortable sitting position. He waved his hand, and a bottle with 2 cups appeared. Offering Nero a smile, he said, "I was just finishing a stupid meeting anyway. This seems like it will be more fun. What do you want to know?" Nero smiled at the man's enthusiasm. It was like when Nero used to call his married friends and tell them to come over to play Xbox. They were so excited that Nero couldn't help but find it adorable. Waving his hand, Nero mentally grabbed the full glass Jennings was holding out to him. After bringing it over to his hand, Nero offered a toast and said, "To a night of drinking and talking about magic." Jennings' smile was wide as he raised his glass, seemingly familiar with the concept of a toast. "Hear, hear," he added. Chapter 87. The Proper Way to Teach a Class. Archmage Jennings was bored. The petty arguments he was hearing were nothing new to him. Over his nearly 1,000 years of life, he had heard all of this before. Looking around the room, he saw the same archetypes wearing different faces. The large hall of leadership was familiar in its own way. No matter how different and seemingly original someone designed a conference room, they always looked the same. A bunch of people with a great deal of power sitting around in a circle, arguing. The upper ring was filled with citizens of importance, hoping to join those currently in the center ring. Everyone always wanted to be a noble, until they were put in charge of something. Then they would start complaining and pointing fingers. It was never their fault, it was their political enemies. They were the ones who were responsible. Snorting at his inner thoughts, he glanced at the current city lord, Lord Cosgrove. She was the typical political powerhouse, spending all her time putting out fires and managing perceptions. He knew that she was effective, disturbingly so, but he couldn't help but find her political maneuvers annoying. Yet he knew that he only felt that way because he could never do what she did. Her machinations held her city together and corralled the nobles into doing what was needed. He both admired her and didn't want to be around her. It was a familiar feeling that he always felt around people particularly skilled in politics. He turned his attention to her current political opponent, the one who had demanded this full meeting of the council. The idiot was still shouting about Dorchester's imminent destruction, citing those fate-weaving morons as his source of prophecy. Jennings wasn't surprised by the support the man had received by making that declaration. He and his supporters were all the same type of coward that Jennings had seen 1,000 times before. Lord Bevan stood tall, pounding his fist as he shouted, "The signs are all around us. It's obvious to everyone with a mind stat over 20 that the Fate Weavers are right. Dorchester will fall, and we have to prepare for that eventuality. Wasting resources on a doomed city is just hubris. You must declare an evacuation. There is precedent for Oglevark to cover our losses. It is our duty to make that cost as reasonable as possible. The earlier we evacuate, the more we can save." Shouts of agreement rang out, some even from the upper ring. Jennings smirked, as cowards always spouted nonsense about how they were avoiding the fight because of some reason or another. Although he did like the idea of blaming it on fiscal responsibility. It's been a while since he had heard that one. Lord Cosgrove remained seated and knocked her knuckles loudly on the table to bring order to the proceedings. Her voice was grave as she said, "I hear what you are saying, Lord Bevan, and I understand your concerns. However, the law is clear. Dorchester is our responsibility until we can no longer hold it. If an evacuation is necessary, then it will come after we have exhausted all other options. We are citizens of Oglevark, and we will not shirk from our duty." Cheers met her declaration, and Lord Bevan and his cronies grimaced. As he was about to speak, General Branson stepped into center platform from the second ring. Jennings raised an eyebrow. "That's not part of the script. What does he have to say?" he wondered. The general's blue tabard was pristine, the gold inlays accentuating his dark silver chainmail beautifully. He strode forward like he was marching to battle. He stood at the edge of the platform, so he could address every noble in the inner ring. Without waiting to be recognized, he spoke with an essence-infused voice, forcing everyone to hear what he had to say. "I've heard plenty of excuses during my many years of service. Soldiers saying that there was no point in patrolling a forest no one goes into, or complaints about manning a wall that was never under attack. It comes down to what kind of soldier you want to be. Do you stand by the oaths you swore, or are you only ready to serve when that service isn't required? You are the Council of Leadership for Dorchester. You all swore oaths to protect this city. If you want to run, I won't stop you. But if you think I'll let you handicap my efforts to defend these walls, then you are sorely mistaken." The general stood with his chin jutted forward, daring anyone to challenge him. Jennings smiled at the delightful surprise. It was rare to see a general who hadn't been browbeaten by the nobles into becoming a political tool. He usually only saw that in more martial cities, like in the north or along the borders. In fact, this seemed very out of character for the man. Jennings squinted in thought. He wondered what prompted the general to make such a stand. His eyes darted to the small table for the new Lord Walker. Vera Salvatore Verena stood up, her gray robes declaring her neutral stance, as House Walker hadn't yet chosen any house colors. Jennings leaned forward in his seat, excited to see what she had to say. Facing the general with her hands crossed in front of her waist, Vera looked like the picture of nobility. Her calm voice carried a hint of essence, so everyone could easily hear what she had to say. General Branson, House Walker is with you. We recognize your determination to save this city from the coming peril. With your help, Dorchester will weather this storm and emerge the stronger for it, she said, then turned to face Lord Bevan. If Lord Bevan wishes to flee with his riches, then he need not hide behind precedent. House Walker is willing to buy out his manufacturing concerns to allow his house to leave Dorchester without having to doom the city. We will pay half the current market value, as that is what he'd receive from Oglevark if an evacuation were ordered. What say you, Lord Bevan?
Jennings was trying to contain his laughter. He really did like that woman. She reminded him of a powerful sorceress he had met in the White City several hundred years ago on the coast of Maybourne. While he was trying to remember the woman's name, his thoughts were scattered by Lord Bevan. If you want to stay in this doomed city, then fine. House Bevan accepts your offer. I'll do an accounting and have it sent over to you before morning. He nearly spat out the words, as if it was a threat. Lord Cosgrove stepped in and said, "The Tower of Law will do the appraisal, Lord Bevan. I'm sure you have some packing to do." Looking around at the other nobles, she said, "Would anyone else like to liquidate their assets and run away? This is probably the best deal you will get. If you plan on leaving, I'd speak up now, as this is likely to be your last chance before we declare a siege." There was some grumbling, but Jennings hadn't taken his eyes off Vera. She looked like she had just found the last piece of a puzzle under a desk. What is she up to? He wondered. Lord Bevan stormed out of the council hall, and Lord Cosgrove went about closing the meeting. While the meeting was breaking up, he was surrounded by nobles asking his opinion. Looking around, he saw Majodept Newling was surrounded as well. It was too bad he couldn't pawn these morons off on her. Forcing himself to project the image of a dignified archmage, he tried to calmly answer their questions. Receiving a ping from Nero, he maintained his calm exterior as he split his mind to open a connection. "What's wrong now?" he asked. Nero sipped his whiskey, or something that was close enough to whiskey, then sighed in contentment. This was just what he needed after a day of dealing with people who belonged in the Human Resources Department. He looked over at Jennings. The man was propped up on Nero's bed, smiling and smelling his whiskey. It looked like the man needed this as much as he did. "Long day?" Nero asked. With a smirk on his face, Jennings said, "Did you know that you just bought out several manufacturing concerns? At least Vera got you a good deal." Nero shrugged. The last thing on his mind was money. That was the entire reason he put Vera in charge of House Walker. He said, "I'm sure she knows what she's doing. I'll bet you 100 valens that she has a convoluted plan to—" "Never mind. I just figured out what she's doing. They are a bunch of general manufacturing concerns, aren't they? Maybe some blacksmiths or fabrication shops." Jennings raised his eyebrows in shock, lowering his glass to stare at Nero. "How in the hells did you know that? What's she going to do with them?" he asked, genuinely curious. Shrugging, Nero took another sip and propped his legs up onto the edge of the bed while still sitting in his desk chair.
Offering a smirk, he said, "Trade secret, my man. You'll just have to wait a bit. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough."
Jennings chuckled, but let it go. "So what did you want to talk about?" he asked.
Nero pulled his legs off the bed and leaned forward in interest.
"Right," he said. Reaching behind him, he grabbed the book on essence vortices and tossed it over to Jennings. The man caught the book with his mind, then set it off to the side.
"I know what you were reading. Just ask your questions," said Jennings while smiling slyly.
Nero snorted and said, "Stop being so dramatic. I wanted to know how to close dungeons and other things like that. We're going to be heading out into the wilds soon, and I need to know how to deal with what's out there."
Jennings gave Nero a look like he was an idiot. "Why do you have to know anything about that? You're not going to be doing any of that. It's not your responsibility. As a matter of fact, it's not even your call whether or not the essence knots need to be unraveled."
Not backing down, Nero said, "Let's call it a hunch. I'm betting something annoying is going to happen that separates me from my group along with the main force. Then I'm going to have to perform some heroics, save some people, resolve some interpersonal issues among squad mates or hunters that I run into. Then I'll have to close a dungeon or planar gate in order to avert a disaster."
Jennings leaned forward off the wall and sat cross-legged on the bed. With wide eyes, he hurriedly asked,
"Have you seen this? Do you have predictive sight? Was it a vision? How do you know what will happen?"
It was Nero's turn to look at Jennings like the man was an idiot. "Isn't that what always happens in situations like this? I'd say that I'm not psychic, but that doesn't mean what it used to mean. But rest assured, I don't have predictive sight. I just recognize logical patterns. Now tell me how to close a portal or whatever," demanded Nero. Jennings squinted at Nero, as if he wasn't sure what to believe. Visibly shaking his head to clear the question from his mind, he said, "It's actually pretty simple, but difficult to accomplish. You have to approach the essence knot. For all intents and purposes, they are all the same. The scale is just different. Spawn points tend to be tiny, so you might be able to untie one of them. Never untie a dungeon or planar gate." As he said that, he gave Nero a hard stare, in order to emphasize that what he had just said was an absolute. Nero asked, "Why not?"
Jennings said, "Several reasons. 1, because people might be on the other side. 2, because they can be incredibly beneficial to a city's economy. 3, and this is the most important point, they actually serve to stabilize an area's essence signature. Granted, during a time of transition like this, they are very dangerous, but in the long run, they will be needed." Nero said, "All right, but spawners need to be shut down, right?" Jennings nodded and said, "Oh yes, especially now, during a density shift. After things stabilize, there will probably be a ton of them needed in order to maintain the essence flow around Dorchester. But now they are acting as a trap for the essence flows. General Branson was smart when he reinstated the elite hunters. For the next few months, every spawn point will need to be untied so that the essence can get to the nascent proto-dungeons in order to bleed off some of the potential. It will serve to slow down the city's level shift, buying time for preparations and allowing the outlying villages and towns to evacuate into Dorchester."
Nero tried to conceptualize what Jennings was trying to say, and he sort of understood what the man was getting at. He said, "It's like making sure the hose isn't kinked when filling a pool." Nero nodded at his brilliant metaphor. Jennings cocked his head in confusion and said, "It's nothing like that. Using your analogy, the pool is going to be filled anyway. All you're doing is poking holes in the hose so that it takes longer. The dungeons are the holes, and the spawn points are acting as patches, covering the leaks." Nero nodded and said, "Yeah, exactly what I meant. I knew you'd understand what I was trying to say." He pointed at his head, then pointed at Jennings, indicating that they were on the same mental wavelength. "You get me," he said. Jennings chuckled and said,
Well, when you find a spawn point, just focus on trying to untangle the essence streams. It shouldn't be that difficult. The hard part will be getting close enough. Spawn points are typically swarmed by whatever they are spawning, Nero said. That's incredibly vague, but I guess I'll just have to wait and see what you mean. Nodding, Jennings said, I'm sure you'll do fine, but I don't think you'll have to do it yourself. Your unit will have plenty of people with experience in shutting down spawners. Now, is there anything else you'd like to talk about? I really should get going. I have other things to do. Nero smiled and propped his feet back up the bed and said, Oh, just one or two things I was wondering about. Shouldn't take too long. Pour yourself another drink. You've got time. Jennings shook his head at Nero's antics, but leaned back and decided to humor the amusing young man. Okay. So what do you want to know? Nero smirked and said, Let's start with how to maintain communications while in the field. I've heard that's important. Jennings shrugged and said, Sure, if you say so. For the rest of the evening, Nero took advantage of the old man's wisdom. He couldn't believe how useful it was to have someone who actually answered the questions he asked. Nero had become used to being told that in order to receive an answer, he'd have to sit through all the related material. Jennings, however, didn't seem to care. The wonderful man just answered what was asked and enjoyed watching Nero try and figure out the details. After several glasses of whiskey, Nero was feeling a little tipsy. He held up his glass and said, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Jennings looked confused and asked, What in the hells are you talking about? Nero frowned. Realizing that Jennings was never going to get the reference, he said, Don't worry about it. I'd rather hear about what that Mathers guy said when he found out you were the one who kept stealing his coffee. Chuckling, Jennings said, Oh, well, that's a good one. Chapter 88. The Substandard Pep Talk. Mike was checking his supplies in their common room when Heather burst through the door. Startled, he spun around and dropped into a combat stance as a pair of knives appeared in his hands. Recognizing his teammate, he rose from his crouch and frowned. He was about to berate her for barging in like a lunatic when she held up a folded map. With a wide smile on her face, she said, Our friend's contact came through. We have the route they're going to take into the wilds. Reaching out to take the map, Mike shouted over his shoulder, Hey, Jerry! Get your ass in here! Coming out of his room, Jerry looked at the happy rogue and Archer. What's got you both so excited? Mike was looking over the map, while Heather was smiling like a maniac. Raising his head, Mike said, We've got the route. Now all we need to do is choose where to set the trap. Scratching the back of his neck, Jerry said, We still need a plan for separating him from his protectors. I think you two might be underestimating the difficulty a bit. There are going to be a lot of things we have to get right before we get paid. Heather waved a dismissive hand and said, The fixer already thought of all that. He's given us the route and how the teams are going to be deployed. There will be 5 five-man teams, along with 1 5-man command team. Mike spoke up as he was reading the map and flipping through some handwritten pages. Everything is here. How the hell did he get this? We've got a basic rundown on every recruit and trainer, along with the deployment schedule. He even provided a recommendation of where we should hit them, he said in a voice filled with wonder while he looked through what Heather had given him. Heather looked proud and placed her hands on her hips. She said, Who cares where he got it? He's probably got a contact in the training facility, or maybe Gate 15 Army Command. Either way, it doesn't really matter. He's even hinted at a possible mage being available for scrying. If we can get real-time tracking, we'll know exactly when to strike. Mike frowned as he noticed something, and Jerry immediately asked, What's wrong? You see a problem? Staying silent, Mike seemed to be trying to decide whether or not there was an issue. He eventually looked up and asked Heather, Can you take out a skilled mage along with a northern warrior before they put up their defenses? Scratching her chin in thought, she asked, How good is the mage? Mike replied,
It says here that he was Centerpoint trained, but has been working as researcher for like 70 years. He's probably around level 50, so he might have dual pillars. Heather said, "That Lord Salvatore or whatever? We're sure he's going to be there?" Mike nodded and said, "I can take out their team leader, and Jerry can take out their archer while he casts his illusion. But this will only work if you can take out the mage and the bodyguard simultaneously." The group stood in silence as they thought through the problem. After a minute, Jerry said, "Tell me about the archer." Mike checked the dossier and smiled. "Never mind. Heather, you only have to worry about the mage. Jerry can take out the bodyguard. We can deal with the archer and the little lord after their protection is dead. The archer isn't even level 10. Heather laughed and said, "Seriously? Then yeah, no problem. I can snipe him without him even seeing me. My disruptive shot shouldn't have a problem getting through his essence shield. But we'll have to be coordinated. I guess that's why the fixer reminded me to bring communication crystals for everybody." Jerry said, "I've got some. I even know how to tune them for direct communication. They won't sense us talking, but we'll have to silence the connection to our tracking mage when they get close. Salvatore might sense it if we leave it open." Turning to look at Heather, he asked, "Are you sure you want the mage? The illusion will be up, so I can take care of him easily." Heather took a moment to think, then replied, "All right. If you're confident in taking out the mage, then I can take care of the bodyguard. Mike can handle their team leader. We just need to time it correctly." Mike nodded with determination. "Sounds like we have a plan. After they're dead, we strip them and dump them near the closest spawn point. Whatever is there will clean up after us, and we'll be in the wind." Folding the map, he sent it into his personal space and said, "Get your gear together. We head out tonight. Our target will be there in 3 days, and I want us to be waiting for him. Remember to pack some gear that won't identify you, along with some masks. Who knows who will be watching? Hopefully no one other than our friend's mage will be scrying the area, but we shouldn't take the risk." Heather and Jerry nodded in agreement, then split off to finish packing. Mike stared down at the table, looking over his gear. This was a big payday, and he needed it to go perfectly. Yet, in the back of his mind, Mike couldn't help but worry. How the hell did the fixer get all this information? Did he arrange for the target to have a weakened team? How much did he spend to get a mage from the tower involved? And if the hit was so easy, why did it pay so much? The amount of money the fixer was spending on this assassination was ridiculous. Clapping his hands to break out of his nervousness, Mike started putting his gear into his personal space. He wasn't going to find any answers, so it was best not to think about it. Nero's final day of training went quickly, and the butterflies in his gut got worse with every passing hour. He kept thinking, this time tomorrow, I'll be out in a forest filled with monsters. Throwing himself into his training didn't help as much as he hoped it would. Nevertheless, Nero did his best to push his worries to the back of his mind and focus on improving as much as possible. After all, each day of training equated to weeks of effort back in his old world, and he knew that he would be a fool not to take advantage of every moment. But all good things eventually come to an end, and Nero found himself standing at attention with the rest of the recruits, waiting for Captain Angleton to address them. There, in front of the 2 lines of recruits, the captain looked like the prototypical soldier, the one from which all other soldiers were based off of. He was massive. His tight blue linen shirt was struggling to contain his shoulders. Nero didn't know if they had irons or if it was because of some spell, but the captain even had crisp creases running vertically along his pants' legs. The man stood at parade rest and looked over his trainees like a judge about to render a verdict. "Some of you haven't been here a full week, but while you were here, you worked hard enough to make up for it. I'm proud of every one of you. You are among the best that Dorchester has to offer," he said. The captain started pacing along the front of the lines, while his strong voice made sure everyone heard what he had to say.
Tomorrow, we deploy for the East Wilds. You will each serve under the trainer who is in charge of your squad. They will be your sergeant, and you will follow their orders. Many of you have been hunters for years, but that does not mean you have nothing more to learn. This will be our unit's first foray into harm's way, and I want every one of you to survive and grow from the experience. Everyone who completes our first excursion will be known as an elite hunter upon our return. He paused, then turned to face them with his hands on his hips.
He looked over the eager recruits and said,
1 year of service. That's what you promised when you agreed to sign on. And if you survive, forever after you will be an elite. His voice was solid, as though it was a promise.
Nero felt the recruit's emotions flash with pride and enthusiasm, but he didn't really understand what the big deal was. Dismissing it as unimportant, he returned his attention to the captain.
We will be deployed for 3 weeks this time. Each squad will have objectives which have already been scouted. When we return, we're back to training. Another week, then we're back into the thick of it. The constant stress will push you to your limits, and you will grow stronger for it. By the time your year is up, you will have earned your title. After you're dismissed, you will have dinner with your team. During your meal, be sure to talk about what's to come. Your sergeant will brief you. The 4 elites deployed with you will be your family. In time, you will come to rely on them. The bonds formed during stress are stronger than any formed while at peace. Prepare well, because this is just the beginning, he finished, then took his place at the front again. Pausing, he looked over the recruits, then gave a nod of acknowledgement. Captain Angelton shouted, "Dismissed!" then turned and walked away. Nero did his best to stifle his burgeoning chuckle. The entire little speech was so cliché that he wanted to shout, "Gnomes rule," or something else to mock the proceedings. Luckily, he was able to hold himself back and instead walked over to join his teammates who were gathering around Sergeant Wesker. As he walked up, he heard the sergeant speaking. "For now, you'll just have to listen carefully. Your links won't work outside the walls, and we aren't going to be relying on a portable hub. The goal of the elites is to be completely self-sufficient. Everything is going to be hard copy," he said. From his personal space, Nero watched him pull out several brown folders. The fact that they weren't manila was annoying. He took his folder and opened it to see a folded map, along with several pages full of reports and conclusions. While they were all standing in a circle, the sergeant said, "During our meal, I'll give you a brief overview of our objectives, after which we will head to the armory and the equipment depot. Once we get our gear, we'll break for the night. Enjoy your shower. It's the last one you'll have for a while. Then spend some time reviewing your deployment packet. Your personal responsibilities will be listed, along with our team objectives. Memorize them. Internalize them. They will explain who you will be for the foreseeable future. Now let's go eat." Nero joined his squad as they headed for the dining hall. While he stored his deployment packet in his personal space, everyone else kept looking at theirs while they walked. It made the walk to the dining hall rather quiet. Looking around, Nero saw that almost everyone was reading while they walked. The other teams were all heading to the dining hall in silence. Annoyed at the teacher's pets, Nero shattered the studious atmosphere by loudly asking, "Hey, Sarge, you do know I get to keep all the essence crystals from the kills I get, right?" Heads snapped up from all around Nero. Everyone stared at him and the sergeant, waiting to hear the answer. Noticing the attention, Nero smiled widely, while Sergeant Wesker grimaced. "I've been apprised of the deal you made with the general. But you'll be responsible for carrying them if you want to keep them," he said through gritted teeth. Mutters and questions started up among the groups walking beside them. Nero was happy with the wrench he threw into everyone's day. It probably wasn't nice, but it was funny. Nick looked up from his deployment packet and said, "Nero, do you even know how to harvest essence crystals?" Nero shrugged and said, "I read about it.
It didn't seem very hard. You just have to condense the residual essence lingering in whatever you just killed. Beasts and monsters are the best, but you can even get them from animals sometimes.
Nick chuckled in amusement, but didn't say anything else. He returned to his reading with a smile on his face.
Nero felt like he was missing something, but didn't push it. There were too many people around to hear if Nick started lecturing him. Nero would rather wait to be proven an idiot in private. Eventually, they got their food and were seated at their usual table. This time, Sergeant Wesker joined them by sitting next to Kathleen. Nero was sure it was because the man didn't want to sit next to him. Even though he felt mildly insulted, he managed to let it go. During the meal, the sergeant talked about what they'd face. None of it really surprised Nero. They were going to head into a massive forest, then break into groups. Each squad would have different places they needed to go and check out. Some of their objectives were to clean out areas of the forest, others were to eliminate spawn points. They would also be confirming the scouting reports. Everywhere they went, they had to document what they found. Nero's mind started to wander when the sergeant started talking about the multiple variants of the monsters they would be facing. Since the man kept saying that more details were in the deployment packet, Nero didn't know why the man bothered talking about it now. Nero's attention was caught again when Kathleen asked about their sleeping schedule. The sergeant said that the plan for the night's watch could be found in the deployment packet. He then started describing what he had written. Annoyed, Nero couldn't help but interrupt. Look, if all the information is in the packet, then why don't we just talk about something else? We're all going to read the packet. This entire conversation is getting ridiculous. How about we talk about the things we need to know that aren't in the deployment packet?
Nick chuckled and said,
Nero has a point. Is there anything that we should be aware of that isn't addressed in our information packets? Grumbling, Sergeant Wesker muttered, What the hell did I do to deserve this assignment?
Addressing the table, he said, The point of the deployment packets is for you to have reference material covering everything I'm discussing right now. It is not meant to be a replacement for a briefing. Despite the fact that Kathleen, Rose, and Nick all nodded in understanding, Nero said, That's because people tend not to listen. And if we aren't going to listen, why don't we just read the packet? You don't have to talk to people ignoring you, and we don't have to pretend to listen. Is there really nothing you can tell us that isn't in the packet? Staring hard at Nero, the sergeant said, No. Everything you need to know is in the packet. How about you just eat your meal in silence? Nero scooped up some more vegetables and took a big bite while smiling at the sergeant. Satisfied that he had won that round, Nero gave the man his petty victory and kept his mouth shut. The entire table spent the rest of the meal in silence, while the other tables filled with squads went over their deployment plans. The entire time, Nick would occasionally chuckle while the sergeant kept stabbing his food in impotent fury. Chapter 89. Packing sucks. Archmage Jennings was in his private room at the top of the Mage Tower, using his link to read a paper on planar magic. He always enjoyed the multi-layered spell forms. The author was a brilliant mage from out east, and Jennings thought that some of the ideas in the paper were extremely interesting. As Jennings looked over the data the man had collected from a planar disturbance he had found, the door to his room pinged. Lazily opening his eyes, he didn't bother to remove his feet from his desk. With a casual wave of his hand, the door opened and he shouted, "What? I thought I told you idiots that you were to report to Mage Adept Newbanks from now on."
They know. Thank you for that, by the way. In the future, if you'd like me to take over your projects, I'd appreciate the associated files for those projects, said Mage Adept Newbanks, as she strolled into the room with her typical calm expression plastered on her face. Snorting, Jennings replied, "I'm sure you did fine, but if it makes you feel better..." He opened his link and quickly collected and collated all of the current court mage files he had, then said, "There. You have everything concerning the current happenings in Dorchester. However, a word of caution. Jennings dropped his legs from the table, sat up, and gave the new court mage a serious stare. Do not interfere with any plots against House Walker. I want that young man to deal with those issues himself. Newbank's eyes lost focus as she mentally went through the files Jennings had sent her. After a few seconds of reading, she raised her eyebrows in surprise, then focused on Jennings. She said, You know that this is in direct violation of the new Noble Accords. Are we really not going to do anything? Shrugging, Jennings poured himself a drink, then leaned back in his comfy chair. He said, It doesn't matter. The plan will fail, after which we can decide what to do about it. Let the nobles play their stupid games. I have it all under control. And besides, we have more important things to worry about. By the way, did you get that coffee they have at the keep? Offering Jennings a blank stare, she replied, Yes, you now have a personal stash of the same coffee they use at the keep. It has been charged to your personal account and hidden behind the wards you requested. Also, I'm waiting to receive confirmation that your bid has been accepted by the artisans for the work on your yacht. They seem hesitant to paint over the royal colors. Chuckling, Jennings said, It's my yacht. I stole it fair and square. Just give them the paperwork that Mathers sent over. If I want a bright green yacht, then I should have a bright green yacht. Also see if there is a painter willing to put blue flames on it. That would look great. Without showing any emotion on her face, Newbank said, Very well. I'll look into it. Thank you for your time, sir. She abruptly spun and walked out of the room, slamming the door with her psychic field. Jennings just watched the woman leave, then shrugged at her display of anger. That woman is wound tighter than a dimensional knot. I'm going to have to work on getting her to lighten up, he thought, while returning to the interesting paper he had been reading. All of his gear was spread out across his room. There was so much it took up both his desk and his bed. In fact, he had to prop the spears up in the corner when he had run out of room. Nero looked around and shook his head in dismay. He couldn't believe how much crap they wanted him to lug around. Even if he had a personal dimension, he had more important things to store in it than half of this junk. Mentally checking his personal space, Nero looked over what he had picked up over the past few days. There were 8 pots of coffee, a bunch of dirty dishes, several plates stacked with cookies and bread, and his satchel, along with all his books. But there was still a lot of space that wasn't being used. It was like a really large room that had everything just floating in it. There was no time, gravity, or atmosphere. The dimension was so bare bones that it really was just a spatial pocket. Nero had paid close attention to the book Jennings had given him. In it were many different types of personal dimensions, and Nero had chosen the most basic one to start with. Even that was arguably more complicated than he should have been able to cast. He didn't fully understand the spell form, and if it hadn't been for them goading him into casting it, he wouldn't have tried. The more complicated dimensions described in the book could even allow for containing living beings. Nero wondered if one day he would be able to have the coveted inner world that the cultivation novels always talked about, although he couldn't imagine how complicated the spell form would be to cast one. The entire concept was crazy to him. It had taken only one spell, and he had created a separate dimension that didn't require any upkeep, and since it was tied to his soul, it would endure until he, and only he, cancelled it. The only limits it had were the initial design constraints and how powerful his soul was. If he had cast it wrong, he could have damaged his center, or if he had tried to make it too big, he wouldn't have been able to tether it to his soul, and it would have collapsed. Nero shivered at the thought of what could have happened if he hadn't succeeded. Even if the chances of failure were small, he shouldn't have let the old bastards goad him into creating it. Shaking off his internal musings, he returned to the task at hand. Looking around the room, he thought about how he wanted to do this. Rather than pack everything up into the large duffel bags, he figured it was a better idea to store everything separately.
He didn't seem to have a problem visualizing his personal dimension like some people did, so he figured it was better to be able to just grab what he needed individually.
Starting with his weapons, he stored 4 short swords, 10 spears that were taller than him, 3 small buckler shields, 1 large shield that was too big for him, and an assortment of knives. Smiling at his personal arsenal, Nero looked around the room and realized he hadn't really made a dent in all the stuff he had pulled from the large bags. Since he had to individually imbue his center into everything, he realized this was going to take forever. With a huff of annoyance, he stopped stalling and just did it. 3. Enchanted lamps, designed to pull in ambient essence and create a directed light. 5. Large bundles of ropes, various thicknesses, from twine to climbing rope. 2. Sleeping bags, enchanted to be sturdy and could be hung from trees. 1 tent, which could be activated to expand into a small dome. 1 small pillow, which looked like a large soft brick. 10 blankets, thick wool-like material, colored dark green. 2. Pickaxes, enchanted with an aid to piercing damage and sturdiness. 2. Wood axes, long handles, enchanted to aid cutting down trees. 2 hand axes, short handles, enchanted to aid in stripping trees and for combat. 1 fire starter, round foot-long stick that can produce a spark from ambient essence. 5. Illusion rocks, enchanted to cast a misdirection ward so enemies won't know where to find them. Meant to be placed in a pentagram. 10 full clothing sets, dark green, even the underwear. 1 set of cold weather clothes in case of planar displacement, however unlikely. 2 spare sets of boots. 30 pairs of socks, which Nero thought was overkill, but stored them anyway. 1 poncho-type rain gear. 1 barrel, enchanted to use ambient essence to collect water. 50 rations, which looked like small brick-sized energy bars. 2 cups. 5 canteens. 2 large sporks, which Nero was happy to see existing in this world. 4 large duffel bags, now empty. 2 pairs of goggles, enchanted to increase viewing distance and handle low-light areas. 2 masks, green. 2 breathing filters, which looked like a hospital mask had a baby with a welding helmet. Pausing, Nero felt drained. It was annoying to create a connection to so much random stuff. He looked through what was left and decided that he didn't need any of it. There were things like sewing kits, fish hooks, and tiny empty bags with drawstrings. Nero snorted at the assorted first aid tools. If he ended up needing them, he would already be dead. His magic would serve most of his needs. It was bad enough that he took a fire starter. Enough was enough, he thought. Taking everything that was left, he shoved it into the corner of his room. He already had all the important stuff. If he ended up needing something else, then he'd just have to suck it up and deal with it. There were more important things he could be doing, and he'd already wasted hours dealing with this. In fact, he really needed to talk to Nick before he went to bed. Opening a connection, he pinged Nick. When the connection established, he heard Nick ask, "Hey, Nero, is everything all right?" Nero took a seat at his desk and said, "Yeah, I'm all good. I wanted to ask you about essence crystals. You made it seem like there was more to it than just condensing essence." Nick's connection transmitted his amusement, and he said, "You'll see when you try it. It's not terribly difficult, but it isn't as easy as you think it is. Also, did you figure out how you were going to carry the crystals?" Nero asked. "What do you mean? Can't I just store them in my personal space?" Nick sighed and said, "No, Nero. Think about what an essence crystal is. Do you see the problem?" Nero thought about it for a full minute in silence. Eventually, he said, "I've got nothing. What am I missing?" Nick said, "Essence crystals are condensed potential, or essence. If you try to imbue them with your center, what do you think will happen?" Nero replied, Nothing?
Nero asked. Wait a second. If you can't store things with an identity, then how do you store enchanted items?
Nick replied, It's totally different. You can coat something with your identity and store it, but an essence crystal doesn't really have a shape. It is not really physically there at all. It is a condensed form of an ethereal concept. Most space magic won't work with them. Why do you think there are so many caravans moving between cities? It's mostly for moving essence crystals around. Other things are easily stored in dimensional dimensions, personal dimensions, and even dimensional crates.
Nero asked.
So how do people normally carry them?
Nick replied, Around here, they put them in a bag that grows the more things are put into them. It's like a stretchy backpack. I'm sure the military has tons of them, but in the bigger cities, they use an expanded bag. It's not a separate dimension, so there is no issue. Think of it as a really large bag, but on the outside it looks small. They aren't easy to make, and they cost a fortune.
Nero thought about what Nick was saying, and it kind of made sense. He could see why essence crystals were a pain in the ass to move around. Thinking of the satchel that Jennings had given him, Nero picked it up from the ground next to his desk. Looking inside it, he just saw a large empty black space, as he had already transferred all the books into his personal dimension. Hey Nick, I think I've got one of those expanded bag things, he said curiously.
Nick said.
Nero heard what Nick was saying, and he realized Nick was talking about Dukely valens. That would be like 100 million common valens. That was insane.
Nero asked, Why the hell are they that expensive?
Nick replied easily, Because they are hard to make, and they require essence crystals to create the added space. It takes a powerful enchanter to harness that potential into an expanded space. Not to mention that the cost of living in larger cities is much higher. You may be rich, but you're still rich in the middle of nowhere.
Nero grimaced at Nick, casually calling him ghetto rich.
Bite me. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the bag Jennings gave me is one of the bags you're talking about.
Immediately the connection slammed shut. Nero reeled from the unexpected mental disconnect. Shaking his head to clear it, he frowned in annoyance. Seconds later, the door to his room shook like someone was trying to open it. Standing up, Nero waved a hand to open the door. Rushing in, Nick said, "Show me the bag." Nero shrugged and tossed the bag to the man. Nick examined the plain-looking satchel. It was good quality leather and seemed well made. He opened it and looked inside. Nick's eyebrows shot up, and he looked like he had just found a sex tape of his favorite celebrity. Stepping forward, he shook the bag at Nero and said, "Do you have any idea what this is?" Nero offered a blank look and said, "It's an expanded bag which can store a shitload of essence crystals." Nick ignored Nero's tone and said, "It's an actual expanded bag. I haven't seen one of these in years. Do you know what this means?" Nero didn't say anything. He just stared at Nick, like the man was freaking out over nothing. Nick said, "Why do you have this?" Nero said, "Because I'm mysterious. It was a gift from a fan. Now give it back and get out. I'm going to sleep now." Nick seemed to struggle internally, then tossed Nero the bag and stormed out of the room. The entire time he was muttering about how much of a little shit Nero was and how much of an ungrateful idiot he was, culminating in him shouting over his shoulder, "Just you wait. I'm going to get my own bag, and it will be twice as big as yours, and it will be red leather with gold buckles. You'll be the one feeling jealous." Nick slammed the door as he left. Nero smiled at the man's rant. Envy was always an adorable trait in friends. Opening his link, Nero sent a ping message to Archmage Jennings. "Hey, old man. I just found out that the bag you gave me was like crazy expensive and super useful for collecting essence crystals. If you really thought that far ahead, then I'm impressed. But I'm guessing this is just a happy accident. Either way, consider this an official thank you. I'm sure I owe you a favor or two at this point. So if there is anything you need, let me know.
If it isn't something super annoying, or I don't want to do it, or if it's too expensive, then I'm perfectly happy to help you out with whatever you need.
Nero. Happy with his message, and feeling proud that he remembered to send a thank you card, Nero tossed the bag onto his desk. Stretching, he decided to call it a night. Tomorrow was going to be a big day, and he wanted to have a good night's rest. Chapter 90. Some people are more prepared than others. The head of the enforcement squad, Captain Reese, wasn't happy. She considered this entire mission a waste of her time, and she wasn't shy about showing her displeasure with the situation. Standing in front of her 50-man squad, she crossed her arms and said, "How many favors did you have to call in for us to be here?"
Vera faced the tall woman with a cold look on her face.
She was wearing her combat attire, which she hadn't used in years. Crimson red accents adorned a tight black robe, along with skin-tight, reinforced pants. Her boots had metal inserts and matched the theme perfectly. Everything she wore was custom-made and built to endure serious punishment. She was even wearing her combat cloak, which had a protective hood with a built-in essence shield.
Vera said in a voice filled with steel, "You were sent here because the Dorchin estate has been out of contact since the Noble War. Even though the populators declared the city clear of threats, we have no idea what we'll find. The only information we were given stated that there were no immediate threats, and the estate was left standing. As the entire estate was an award from the Noble War, the Tower of Law is responsible for overseeing the change of ownership. Would you like me to have my personal army clear the compound? I'll be more than happy to send the tower my bill."
With a huff, Captain Reese said, "Fine. Just keep your mercenaries out of the way. We'll handle this." Vera nodded in calm acceptance, and the captain turned to address the Astra platform technicians. "Are you receiving a coordinate signal from the estate?" she asked.
A technician nodded and replied, "Yes, we have a positive lock. The Tower of Law override worked to break the cloak. We're ready to transport at any time."
Over her shoulder, Captain Reese shouted,
"Team 1, on the platform. Get communications up as soon as you get there. If you can't get into the local hub, use the teleportation link to send us a message."
10 guards took their place on the Astra platform, and their team leader signaled the technicians to activate the teleport. Vera watched them vanish in a flash, then turned to observe the captain. As the minutes passed, the captain's face slowly grew more worried. The silence was broken by a technician shouting, "We've got a transmission coming through the signal matrix. They're using the link to transmit text." The technician fiddled with some controls, then continued, "They're saying that the local hub is locked down, and they didn't find anyone at the Astra platform. But there is a large sign indicating that they surrender, and a communication crystal is sitting on the control pedestal." Vera's mind raced through the different scenarios, trying to extrapolate what that meant. Before she could say anything, she watched the captain march up onto the platform and shout, "Get me over there!" In a flash, the woman vanished.
Frowning, Vera turned her head slightly and said,
"With me!" She ordered the 5-man team she had brought along to follow her. As she and her private mercenaries stepped onto the platform, she offered the technicians a nod, then transported to the Dorchin estate. She and her team appeared in an overly ornate private teleportation room. The captain was already holding the communication crystal and seemed to be surprised at what she was hearing. Unwilling to be left out of the decision-making process, Vera demanded, "Captain Reese, what's the situation?" The captain turned to look at Vera, and with a stunned look on her face, she said, "There are still 10 guards left here. They apparently were all that was left after Dorchin stormed the keep. When the populators showed up, they isolated the entire staff in a dining room and sealed the exits. The guards were personally charged with making sure that no one escaped. The local hub was isolated, and the estate wards were activated. The guards have been waiting almost a week for someone to show up and relieve them from their duty. They are terrified and asking why it took the Tower of Law so long to show up."
Vera didn't bat an eye at the unusual circumstances and said, "You're going to need to go back and get a logician along with a team to interrogate everyone on site. The populators seem to think the local Tower of Law could handle it. I recommend you live up to the responsibility they just gave you." Nodding, Captain Reese said, "Yes, of course. This needs to be handled carefully." Vera offered a smug smile and said, "Aren't you glad you decided to come? How foolish would you have looked if you stayed behind and I had to formally petition the Tower of Law to do their job? Perhaps in the future you will remember that situations are only bad when you enter them without preparation." Looking like she just bit into a lemon, Captain Reese replied, "Thank you for your counsel. I'll be sure to remember it." With a sigh, her shoulders slumped, and she took a step closer to Vera, then continued, "I formally thank you for including the Tower of Law. You have saved us from looking like idiots, and I recognize the debt." Vera waved her hand dismissively and replied, "House Walker has the deepest respect for the Tower of Law, and we will fully cooperate with your investigations. There is no reason for the Tower's negligence to be formally recorded. After you complete your operations, I will formally declare the estate received, and we can put all of this behind us. Perhaps, as a favor, you could make sure to ensure the loyalty of all the employees of the former Lord Dorchester. If House Walker is to staff the estate, it would be nice to know who is trustworthy." Captain Reese recognized the subtext of what Vera was saying and replied, "I'll see to it personally." Vera replied with a smile, "Splendid. I'll be waiting to hear from you." Turning, she offered her head mercenary a nod, and the stern-faced woman went to the Astra platform controls to set a delayed teleport. After fiddling with the control console, she rushed to join Vera and the other mercenaries on the platform. Making it just in time, the teleporter flashed and sent them all back to central Dorchester. Captain Reese watched Housewalker's proxy leave and wondered, how did that woman know we'd be needed here? The estate could have just as easily already been evacuated. There shouldn't have been any reason for us to be here. By the gods, that woman is terrifying. Shaking herself clear of her thoughts, she started shouting orders. Ravelli had been at the same time it had been for the past week, and Nero was filled with nervous energy. His body had already adapted to a morning workout, and the sedate march toward the gate was making him feel twitchy. Marching in two lines, the elite recruits walked through the streets of Dorchester, earning stares and looks of wonder from the citizens who rushed to make way for them. All of the elites were wearing their combat attire, but aside from the coloring, their gear was all different. Some wore chainmail, some wore leather armor, and some even wore full plate. Nero felt weird wearing just common fatigues, along with a dark blue tabard. When he asked why he didn't get armor, Sergeant Wesker had just laughed and said that Nero hadn't earned it. Glancing to his right, Nero saw Nick walking with a smile. The man seemed to be enjoying the attention. He was dressed just like Nero, but he had a large duffel bag strapped to his back, while using a large spear like a walking stick. Nero thought the man looked like an idiot. If there was one thing Nick was not, it was a soldier. Whispering, Nero asked, "Why didn't you throw your bag into your personal space? In fact, why is everyone wearing their bag?" Nick hissed his response. "Didn't you read the deployment packet?" Nero felt a little ashamed that he had forgotten to read it, as he had been too busy filling his personal space with all the crap he had been issued. He replied, "Remind me what you're talking about?" Nick sighed and said, "After all that fuss you made at dinner about just reading the information rather than listening to the sergeant, you didn't even bother to read it." Nero didn't want to get into it and repeated, "Just tell me what you're talking about." The soldiers surrounding them were all chuckling. Luckily, the team leaders, along with Captain Angelton, were near the front of their column and were too far away to hear Nero talking. Nick said, "In combat, you might not have enough concentration to pull a weapon out of storage. And the bag is because sometimes essence drifts make accessing personal dimensions difficult. There was a whole section about it.
You're going to have to read the damn packet, Nero.
Nero shrugged and said, I'll get around to it.
Mentally reaching out, Nero tried to form a personal connection to Nick, like Archmage Jennings had shown him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nick look toward him with surprise clear on his face. Nero frowned at him and shook his head. Nick looked confused, but reached out to establish a connection. I didn't know you knew how to do this. Why didn't you just use your link? Asked Nick. Nero kept his eyes forward, pretending that nothing was happening. He replied over the connection. I had Jennings show me. Don't tell anyone. We needed a way to communicate without anyone knowing. Nick kept his eyes forward, but his face made it clear that he was having a mental conversation. Espionage wasn't his forte.
Damn it, Nick. Try to act normal, said Nero.
Schooling his face, Nick said, Sorry. What's this all about? Nero said, I just wanted to make sure that we have a way to talk without anyone hearing us. Jennings said that I'm not strong enough to do it without someone else holding the connection. I wanted to see if you could do it. Nick mentally scoffed and replied, Of course I can create a mental link. I'm not an idiot. But why are you trying to hide our conversation? And you know that anyone with some mage training can sense us talking, so what's the point? Nero said, The point is that we're the only mages around. You think Wesker, Rose, or Kathleen will be able to tell? Nick took a second to think, then replied, No, I doubt they'd be able to tell. But you know this is just a waste of center. Keeping this up isn't practical. We don't need to keep it up. I just wanted to confirm that it was an option. Make sure to keep it secret, so we can use it if we need to communicate without anyone knowing. Also, I wanted to ask you what I should do about my gear. I put it all in my personal space last night. How screwed am I? Asked Nero. Mentally chuckling, Nick said, You'll be fine. Just pull out your weapon, otherwise you'll look like an idiot. When we're in the wilds, it will be unlikely that we'll run into anything that actually disrupts our ability to reach into our personal spaces. The essence disturbances only really affect people who aren't very skilled with magic. You should be fine. Relieved, Nero said, That's really good to hear. Now, can you tell me what I need to know from the packet? Nero felt Nick's annoyance over their connection. Nick said, Just read the packet. Now isn't the time for this. Get your weapon out and start acting like you know what you're doing. You're embarrassing me. Nick cut the connection, and Nero felt his mental probe dissipate. Realizing that Nick wasn't in the mood to help Nero with his homework, he mentally looked into his personal dimension, searching for a weapon. Nero found a bandolier-type thing filled with knives, along with a sword and a scabbard which could be attached to his belt. As he walked, he pulled out the bandolier and threw it on. Fiddling with the ties that made sure it stayed in place wasn't particularly easy to do while walking, but he managed well enough. The sword was another matter altogether. Nero couldn't figure out how to get the scabbard to attach to his belt. Slightly breaking formation, Nero moved to see how the recruit in front of him had her sword attached. When she noticed what Nero was doing, she looked over her shoulder with a smile. Nero offered a thankful nod as she lifted her arm so he could get a better look. Realizing that he was supposed to attach it to the belt under the tabard belt, Nero finally got it in place. Feeling like he had everything in place, Nero tried to get used to walking with a sword flopping around. He ended up just using his left hand to hold onto the hilt, holding it in place. Nick had watched Nero's antics and spent the entire time chuckling. Kathleen spoke up from behind them, her voice like ice. Little Lord, you're going to need to get your shit together. I'll do my best to ensure your survival, but you are going to have to start paying attention. Combat isn't just about fighting. It's about preparation and focus. Clear your mind of distractions and pay attention to everything. It's what you ignore that will kill you. Nero didn't turn around, but listened with rapt attention. The woman didn't speak often, but when she did, she was worth listening to. Nodding in thanks,
He firmed his resolve and tried to live in the moment.
He looked up to see the ridiculously large gate in the distance. He had read that Gate 15 was one of the 4 primary gates. Gate 7 was in the south, Gate 15 in the east, Gate 22 in the north, and Gate 30 in the west. The primary gates were usually kept open, and it looked like they were wide enough to drive a cruise ship through them, while being tall enough to fit a NASA rocket.
Feeling a shiver, Nero tried to calm the butterflies in his stomach.
It was really happening. He was going out into the unknown to fight monsters and beasts. It had only been a few weeks since he arrived here, and he was already throwing himself into danger. Well, I wanted to be the main character in my story, and this is what the hero does. He acts like an idiot and runs toward the burning building to save the maiden, he thought.
Nero's attention was caught by the incredibly dangerous woman walking in front of him.
Half the elite recruits were women, and every one of them seemed just as dangerous as the men. Nero realized that there may not be a maiden waiting for him after this adventure. I'll just have to settle for killing monsters and getting paid. Even warrior chicks like an expensive meal, right? He wondered.
His eyes glanced over to Rose, who was walking in front of Nick, and Nero wondered what kind of food she might like. Realizing what had just crossed his mind, Nero stamped down hard on that line of thought. He was not going to fall for a honeypot. He had seen every spy movie in the past 20 years, and he knew better.
Focus on the mission. Worry about everything else later, he mentally chided himself.
As they got closer to the gate, Nero couldn't help but stare in awe.
Yup, you've really stepped in it now, he told himself. Chapter 91. Into the Woods. Vera was in her office at the newly renamed Salvatore Verena estate. She wore a satisfied smirk as she monitored the multiple screens hovering above her desk. For her, there was no better feeling than watching multiple plots and plans proceeding in perfect harmony. The delicate web of cause and effect, move and counter-move, all resulting in her victory, along with a confusing loss for her opponents.
On one screen, she was keeping track of the acquisition team she had sent to Bevan Industries. The recent acquisition had cost a great deal, and House Walker had required a loan to cover the expense. Although Nero had a great deal of money coming in, and even more that would soon be awarded, he was anything but flush at the moment. She smiled at the thought of all those greedy politicians who had smelled blood in the water.
They had fought over who would sponsor the loans and what it would cost House Walker. She had carefully played them off each other and allowed herself to fall into a trap. Should House Walker default on their payments, it would have to hand over the entirety of Bevan Industries to House Lorak.
Vera turned slightly to look at the screen monitoring the team that was in charge of ferreting out House Lorak's plan to sabotage her efforts to repurpose Bevan Industries. The industrial assets would be the main supplier for all of the new trading houses she was in the process of opening. Apparently, Lord Lorak was trying to use his connections to limit her potential profits. He incorrectly thought the trading houses would be relying on goods for the margins.
Smiling, she sent out a few pings to tweak her orders.
Everything was proceeding according to plan. As she sipped her incredibly overpriced tea, she glanced at the other screens. One was providing updates on her shipping concern, Precision Shipping. Another was displaying the current results of her private mercenary firm's recruitment efforts.
Using Nero's advice, she had started the mercenary outfit under House Walker.
House Walker needed guards that were loyal and well-trained, while she could charge the businesses a hiring fee to use their services. Nero would be paying himself to provide the guards. It was brilliant. She had liked the idea so much that she had done the same thing with her shipping company. Unfortunately, she had to include House Walker as a part owner, so she wouldn't be embezzling from House Walker. Once again, she wondered how she hadn't thought of it. She checked her screens, and she still had no word on what the award would be for reporting the exploit.
As she had never heard of a successful exploit being found, she wasn't sure how long it would take to hear back from the Council of Leadership in Hennings. She took solace in the fact that Hennings' Tower of Law would be personally seeing to the award Nero would receive from the assassination challenge. Initial estimates were much larger than she had expected. All of that money should be transferred sometime in the next week. Nero would be returning to a surplus of Valens. She would have to fabricate a reason to explain why she didn't pay off House Walker's loans. Vera took another sip of tea and smiled at the thought of Nero hearing what she had accomplished. She would deliver him a bank statement that would make him run and hide. That young man's hatred of responsibility was like nothing she had ever seen. Maybe he would come up with another brilliant plan she could use. While House Walker rose, it would serve to cloud her moves for House Farina. It was so nice to be able to help a friend while helping herself. Yes, House Walker would rise high. And if everything goes to plan, Nicholas will complete his trials quickly. Then she would be raised to nobility by virtue of marriage and pedigree. Then, and only then, will she be able to activate Plan Mountaintop. While the screens flashed with updates, she leaned back in her chair and grinned at the visual representation of her will being enacted. After leaving the wall, the elites made their way through the exterior towns. Nero was told that they were still technically in Dorchester, but the areas outside the walls were for trade and considered expendable. While the buildings looked solid, Nero noticed that there didn't seem to be many complicated structures. There were no statues or fountains like there were inside the wall. Soon enough, they reached the end of the outer towns. Even though they had been lightly jogging, Nero was surprised to find that he didn't feel winded. It seemed that the past week of training had made him perfectly capable of jogging for hours without issue. He wondered if this was how it felt to run a marathon. The team of elites kept their pace, while occasionally having conversations with each other. Nero didn't bother to take part, as he was focused on the environment. He could see the large forest in the distance. Between the outer town and the forests were occasional houses and what looked like lumber mills. It seemed like they were constantly chopping down trees to keep the rolling hills clear of vegetation. The road they were on was dirt, but it was packed so tightly that it was like a highway. Nero could see trails where wagon wheels had marked the ground, but they hadn't managed to cause any grooves. The road was wide enough for multiple semi-trucks to travel side by side, and there were plenty of wagons and people traveling in both directions. As the elites jogged past them, the people offered their thanks and well wishes. It felt odd to Nero, but he figured it was just part of their culture to celebrate people facing the wilds. Without warning, the front of the column left the road and headed straight toward the forest in the distance. Nero couldn't figure out how they were deciding where to go. It's not like they had GPS. When they reached the edge of the forest, Nero looked up at the incredibly tall canopy. It was like a line had been arbitrarily decided. On one side was a forest, and the other was grassy plains. Even the brush was cut back. As he looked left and right, Nero thought it looked like a forest butting up against a beach, but instead of sand, it ended at a grassy field. He couldn't help but wonder what that meant for the lumber mills they had passed. They broke into their individual teams, and then turned to face Captain Angelton. The man stood in front of the command team. Nero tried to lock eyes with Sergeant Blackwood, whom he recognized from his time at Gate 7 Army Command, but the man seemed preoccupied with the map in his hands. The rest of the command team was checking each other's gear and prepping for combat. Captain Angelton spoke loudly, but didn't shout. "From here on out, you'll be in the wilds. You all know the drill. Listen to your team leaders, they know what they're doing. Watch out for each other. Keep an eye on your surroundings, and don't lose focus. We'll rendezvous at the designated campsite in 3 days. If changes to the targets have to be made, we'll address it then," he said. Looking around, seemingly judging the look in everyone's eyes, the captain asked, "Team leaders, do you have any last-minute questions or concerns that need to be addressed?" Silence greeted the captain, and he waited a full minute. Deciding that it was time to get started, he shouted, "All right, move out!" Nero turned to face Sergeant Wesker. His squad mates, Nick, Kathleen, and Rose, were standing next to him. Everyone seemed ready, and Nero's heart was pounding. He felt like he was in the pre-battle area before a paintball game. Trying to calm his nerves, he wiped his hands on his pants, clearing off the sweat, while he waited to hear what the sergeant had to say. "Okay, you all know what to do. We've only got 3 days before we have to meet up at the campsite the command team is going to set up. Stay in formation and keep your eyes open. Let's get moving," he said. The sergeant hefted his shield, made sure his sword was clear in his scabbard, then turned to start off into the woods. Nero watched as the others readied their weapons and tightened their straps on their bags. Seconds later, everyone walked off, leaving Nero standing there, stunned. He jogged to catch up and asked, What's the formation?" Sergeant Wesker stopped, and then so did everyone else. They all turned to Nero and gave him a look that made him feel about 2 inches tall. Nick hissed quietly, "You didn't even look at your responsibility section." Nero shrank a little and offered an apologetic smirk. "Well, it took a while to get everything into my personal space. Then I kind of forgot. Just tell me where to stand and I'll do my part," he said, sounding like a child reassuring his parents that he would take out the trash. Rose seemed the most surprised. She looked at Nero like she had never seen him before. Kathleen didn't seem too surprised, just disappointed. If Nero were honest with himself, that hurt more than Nick's quiet fury. Sergeant Wesker said, "Stand in the back left, next to Nick. Watch the left side, and keep an eye on our rear. Call out anything out of the ordinary. Keep your presence hidden, and don't make a lot of noise. Look, listen, and then report. And try not to get anyone killed." With a huff, he turned and started stalking into the forest. Everyone else followed suit, and Nero took up his assigned position in the formation. His left hand was gripping his sword's handle with white knuckles, while his right was holding the strap of the messenger satchel Jennings had given him. Nero's eyes darted around and tried to focus on the surrounding forest. They were only 5 minutes into their walk, and they were already in shadow. The tall canopy did an amazing job of blocking out the sun, and only shafts of light were allowed to dance among the trees. The first branches started about 10 feet up, but there were a bunch of large bushes, along with vines and undergrowth. There were even patches of odd flowers and stalks of weird plants that ended in glowing bulbs. Nero couldn't stop staring at the details. Although he knew this was a fantasy world, it was weird to actually see evidence of that fact. Overall, the forest resembled a typical North American forest, but the details weren't right. The moss was a little too green, and the shadows were a little too dark. The plants and bushes weren't right either. Everything was close, but just off enough that it freaked him out. Nero felt exposed, and he did his best to watch everything all at once. After a few more minutes of walking, Nero heard Rose shout, "Contact right!" Nero's eyes snapped toward her direction, and he saw her draw and fire her bow like a YouTube prodigy. Arrow after arrow shot into the trees. Nero couldn't see what she was shooting at, but he heard a roar in response to her barrage. Nick created 2 balls of what looked like purple fire in his hands and dropped into a ready stance. Kathleen hadn't even turned around. She kept her eyes on the left side of the formation, probably trying to look out for anything trying to sneak up on them from the other side. The sergeant stood next to Rose and planted his feet, waiting for the enemy to show itself. Nero was frozen in indecision. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, and he couldn't see what Rose was shooting at. Without any better options, he tried to draw his sword. As he hadn't practiced with a scabbard, it didn't go well. The harder he yanked, the more the sword seemed trapped. Bursting from the tree line was a 10-foot-tall monster. Nero couldn't decide if it was some kind of bear variant or a mutated beaver. Its black eyes and dark mottled fur made it blend into the forest's background. However, Nero had no trouble seeing its large maw open to display dual rows of sharp teeth. It reminded Nero of Shark Week on the Discovery Channel. The monster had arrows poking out of its shoulders, and a few were concentrated along its front legs, but they didn't seem to bother it much. It pounded forward, hurtling toward Rose like a linebacker heading for a quarterback, huffing and growling. Nero could only stare as the giant freak of nature kept getting bigger as it got closer. The sergeant stepped in front of Rose and braced his large shield to receive the beast's charge. Nero thought the man was crazy. It was like he was trying to stop a truck with a shopping cart. Nick released the spells he had prepped, and twin beams of purple energy slammed into the beast's side, making it stumble. Rather than blowing out chunks of meat, it just seemed to blacken the fur where it hit. Nero realized they may be in some real trouble. When the beast finally reached them, it slammed a shoulder into the sergeant, and Nero expected to see the man flying as the beast rushed through him. But instead, a sound like a gong rang out, echoing through the forest. The monster reeled back in pain, and Nero wondered if the sergeant had dislocated the beast's shoulder. Stumbling back, it narrowed its eyes and roared at the sergeant, who was still standing with his shield held at the ready. Rose had stepped behind him and was lining up a shot. Instead of purple, Nick fired several yellow beams at the monster, which had about the same effect as the first ones he had used. Nero heard Nick mutter some curse words at his failure to hurt the beast. Nero took a deep breath and finally managed to draw his sword. He stood at the ready, both hands on the hilt, trying to figure out how he could help, when he saw Kathleen rush past him on his left. The woman held her spear down and to the right as she hopped gracefully into air. She called out, "Over right!" And Nero saw the sergeant lean his head a little to his left. With her left foot, she pushed down on Sergeant Wesker's right shoulder and launched herself into the air. Nero's jaw dropped as the woman flew through a shaft of light which had broken through the canopy. Mid-air, she positioned her spear, while her combat braid floated in the wind behind her. Nero could swear he saw her eyes sparkling as she planted her spear into the monster's forehead, right between its eyes. Pausing in a crouch on its nose, she released her spear and pushed off like she was launching from a catapult. In response to the spear in its head, the monster started flailing around, slamming its paws and shaking its head in pain. Its roars were filled with misery and pain, and Nero felt like he was watching an animal suffering rather than a multi-ton engine of destruction. Looking up, he saw Kathleen soaring back behind Sergeant Wesker, while pulling another spear out of her personal space before she had even hit the ground. Watching her land in a crouch, Nero couldn't help but utter, "Holy shit, woman. That was fucking badass." Looking over her right shoulder, she gave Nero a stern look and asked, "Are you just going to stand there? Or are you going to do something, little lord?" Nero felt like he had taken a hit in the worst place imaginable. His pride. Furrowing his brow, he realized that he was being an idiot. Why hadn't he been using his psychic field to scan the forest? Why had he been wrapped up like a burrito, hiding his presence so completely that he had blinded himself? And why in the hell did he pull his sword out? He was a mage! As he straightened his shoulders, he could practically hear Jennings laughing his ass off. The thought of someone seeing his display of cowardice was too much, and Nero grit his teeth in anger. Nick had moved a little farther to the side and was collecting a large amount of essence into a flaming ball of death. Nero wasn't sure why Nick's spells weren't doing anything, but he wasn't going to stand there and do nothing. Like a bomb going off, Nero exploded his psychic field over the area. He felt Nick's grasp over the essence, and he felt the void of control around the monster. Nero immediately identified the problem. The monster's essence field was huge, and it was disrupting anything that came near it. Nick hadn't imbued enough of his center into his constructs, and by the time they had hit the monster, they didn't have enough power to do anything. It hadn't been 10 seconds since Kathleen had implanted her spear, and the monster had already snapped the haft against the ground. It seemed injured, but was still able to fight. Nick fired his plasma beam, and it managed to drill into the towering beast's side. This time, it looked like the beast had been burned by a giant blowtorch, and it wasn't happy about it. Turning away from the sergeant, it started toward Nick. But Sergeant Wesker knew his business and slid along the ground in order to stay between his team and the gaping maw of teeth. Nero returned his sword to his scabbard and cupped his hands in front of his chest. Focusing, he carved a spell form to summon a mud patch under the monster. He ignored the thwips from Rose's bow, the shouts from Nick recommending spells, and Kathleen's laughter as she danced into combat from behind the sergeant. Nero hadn't moved, and the team had rotated a little to the right, leaving Nero exposed. He was too busy focusing on his spell to notice, as he hadn't tried to carve a spell form this large before. Looking up, he saw that he was facing the monster's right side, and he had a clear sight line. With a smile, he released his spell, flooding the forest floor with center-imbued essence channeling earth and water. The ground below the monster's paws suddenly lost traction, and its belly slammed into the now muddied forest floor. Nero had created around a foot of loose, waterlogged mud in a giant circle under the beast. His aim was perfect, as the ground returned to normal right in front of Sergeant Wesker. Nero's entire team paused at the development. Even Kathleen stepped back to watch the monster flail around. Nero didn't waste any time and immediately started carving his next spell. Those years of gaming had prepared him well. Nero carved a lightning spell form, the largest he had ever tried. It took a full 5 seconds, but he made sure to imbue his will and desire for the spell to penetrate deep and cause the maximum damage possible.
A clap of thunder shook the forest, and leaves fell from the trees. Dust and loose dirt flew from the forest floor around Nero as a pillar of lightning lit up the surroundings. As quick as it came, it vanished just as fast. The forest was silent in the aftermath, and Nero stood there with a giddy smile on his face. He stared at the giant monster which was smoking maybe 15 feet away from him. There were patches of red-hot mud that had formed little crystals under the beast, and a giant hole was burned into its side. Nero started laughing like a maniac. He turned to the rest of the team that was staring at him like he was insane. He threw his fists in the air and shouted, "You see that shit? How you like me now, bitches?" Chapter 92. We're not in Dorchester anymore. Mike let go of the swords he had been using to hold on to the back of the monster and stood up. Taking a deep breath, he looked around to see if there were any other threats he needed to deal with. Seeing nothing, he said, "All right, let's get our perimeter set up. We'll base from here." Heather stepped out from behind the tree she had been using as a firing position. "Aren't we a little too close to the ambush site?" she asked. Jerry appeared as he dropped his essence cloak, replying, "No, this is perfect. This monster has cleared the area. Not that it really matters. If that was the strongest thing around here, we don't have much to worry about. We will probably have a day or two before anything else tries to take over. A simple misdirection ward should be enough to keep us from having to deal with constant attacks." Mike pulled out his swords, then hopped off the beast's back. It was around 10 feet tall at the shoulder, and looked like a deer crossed with a bear. The thing was already dispersing, and he hurried to get the essence before the corpse lost too much into the ether. Heather said, "So tomorrow then?" Activating the essence collection rod, Mike said, "Yeah, tomorrow." Jerry got to work securing the campsite, while Heather kept watch. Mike finished collecting the essence and tossed the crystal into his backpack. He stood up to watch his teammates work. They were both professionals, and he was glad to have them with him.
Sighing, he told himself that everything was going to work out, and in a few days, they would all be rich. Did you just waste your entire center on the first monster we've seen? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. What the hell is wrong with you? Shouted Nick. Nero lowered his hands from his victory pose and cocked his head in confusion. He was pretty sure that he had plenty of center left. Rather than answer prematurely and look like an idiot, he checked his identity. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 11. Race: Human. Growth: 81%. Tier: 1. Condition: 98%. Age: 14. Center: 72%. Body: 3. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Scoffing, Nero said, "I've got over 70% left, I'm fine. A little walking meditation and I'll be back to full." Everyone was still grouped up in front of the smoking bear/beaver monster thing. No one had moved. They just kept staring at Nero like he was a broken lamp they didn't know what to do with. Nero waited a few seconds and said, "Stop staring at me like that. It's freaking me out." Nick took a few steps forward and said, "Sorry, Nero. It's just that it is very unusual for someone who just broke level 10 to be able to do what you just did. Putting that aside, the standard practice when facing a monster is to slowly increase how much center you use during combat until you find how much center is required to break a monster's essence field. You'd know that if you had bothered to read the deployment packet." While Nick was calmly talking to Nero, Kathleen had taken a few steps away and was looking around to see if there were any other threats. Rose was still staring at Nero, but she now looked more confused than scared. Sergeant Wesker had taken off his backpack and was reaching for something inside. Nick kept blathering about how odd Nero was, and what kind of conclusions could be drawn from what Nero had just done. It got very technical, very fast, and Nero had stopped listening. The sergeant was doing something interesting, and it had drawn Nero's attention. Walking toward the deceased monster, Nero interrupted Nick by asking, "What's he doing?" Nick looked over at the sergeant and said, "He's going to use a harvester, usually referred to as a collection rod. Hunters who aren't very talented in essence control tend to use them to gather essence crystals." Apparently, Sergeant Wesker heard Nick's answer and angrily interjected, "It's just easier to do it this way. My essence control is fine." Nick gave Nero a look, like he didn't believe the sergeant at all, but was willing to humor the poor man. Nero spread out his psychic field to watch what was happening while walking over to take a closer look. The sergeant had pulled out a hefty 2-foot-long rod with a large hoop on the end of it. The thing looked like a giant bubble maker, but it was made entirely out of inscribed steel. It was shiny, and Nero had a strong urge to play with it. Holding it over the monster's head, the sergeant firmed his stance like he was wielding a sword or a fishing rod. The hoop started glowing light blue and seemed to gain weight as the man started looking like he was trying to reel in a big one. In the ethereal plane, Nero could see something being pulled out of the monster. Originally, there were small wisps floating up from the corpse, but now it was all being pulled into the center of the hoop. It looked like a psychic vacuum cleaner. Nero felt some shock as he watched a small crystal start to form inside the hoop. It was suspended in the center, seemingly held up by an invisible force. Nero didn't feel anything connecting it, and the crystal itself felt weird in his senses. Nero was now close enough to get a good look with his eyes. He saw the small crystal grow like one of the cool crystal growing kits you could get online. It started to take the shape of a hexagon, or, more accurately, a squished 20-sided die. By the time all of the essence was pulled out of the monster, the crystal was about 2 inches wide and maybe half an inch thick. Nero was in awe. He was looking right at it, but his psychic senses were telling him that the thing was barely there. It was like it wasn't fully real.
When the hoop stopped glowing, the crystal fell to the ground. Sergeant Wesker stood up straight and blew out a deep breath like he had just pulled in a marlin. The man said, "All right, I'm not going to be carrying around your loot, so pick that up and try not to lose it."
Nero could hear the condescension in the man's tone, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He tried to mentally pick up the crystal, but he couldn't get a good grip on it. It kept slipping through his mental hands. Rather than give up, he just stood there, staring at the crystal with an intense look on his face.
Nick broke his concentration by saying, "Just pick it up, Nero. You won't be able to interact with it. You'd have to resonate your psychic presence to the frequency of the plane from which the monster's pattern came." Nero turned to look at Nick. He said, "Anyone ever tell you that 90% of what you say is just gibberish that vaguely resembles a sentence? All the words are clear in their meaning, but when you put them together, it's completely absent of any useful information." Rose had been standing next to them the entire time, and at Nero's statement, she burst into laughter. Both Nero and Nick looked over at her, and she tried to stop laughing. She was nearly biting her fist to shut herself up. She said, "Sorry, it wasn't funny. I'll go over there now." She turned and walked over to Kathleen, who was diligently scanning the forest for threats. Nero bent down and picked up the essence crystal. It felt like a typical crystal. It wasn't even that heavy. He felt like he could break it pretty easily by throwing it at a wall or hitting it with a hammer. He turned to Nick and asked, "How durable are these things?" Nick raised an eyebrow and said, "They are pretty solid. You can break them, but it would just be a waste of money. They're not dangerous if that's what you're worried about. If you were to break the containment form, the essence inside would just disperse into the ether, and you wouldn't even have a residual material echo. You need to remember, that's just a construct with an internal potential for identity." Nero shook his head in defeat. Sometimes he really hated talking to Nick. Everything felt like a lecture. The man was incapable of speaking like a normal person. Putting the crystal into his bag, he asked, "Are we just going to leave the monster here? Shouldn't we harvest it or something?" Sergeant Wesker was the one who answered him. "It's a monster, not a beast. If you look closely, you'll see it's already starting to disperse." Confused, Nero turned back the giant smoking monster. Looking closely, he saw that it wasn't smoking from his lightning bolt. It was slowly losing mass. Some of it was staying put, but most of it was dispersing into the atmosphere. It's like it was construct that was losing cohesion. He felt like saying, "Fascinating," in a cold tone while raising one eyebrow. Luckily, he held himself back, as no one here would have gotten that reference. While Nero may have never seen a full episode of the original show, he had seen plenty of clips. Deciding that he was just wasting time, he turned back to the rest of the team. Sergeant Wesker was tapping his foot, giving Nero a not-so-subtle hint that he was ready to go. Nero nodded to the man and said, "All right, I'm done. Do we have to do an after-action report or something?" Sergeant Wesker gave him a hard look and said, "We've been here like half an hour. I'd barely consider us in the wilds. This was nothing. It was barely an encounter. The monster didn't even have any abilities. What's there to talk about? Get back in formation. We have a long way to go." Turning on his heel, the sergeant walked off. Everyone fell into position around him, and they continued on their way. Nero tried to wrap his head around the idea that a gigantic, mutated monster was nothing to make a fuss over. As they walked through the forest, everyone kept their eyes peeled.
This time, Nero had his psychic field spread wide, gently touching everything in order to have an idea of what was around him. His field had grown a lot, and he was rather proud of it. It may not be very impressive to most people, but having a 40-foot bubble of perception was enough for Nero to feel like he was making solid progress.
While trying to pay attention to his field, he also tried to keep his eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary.
Nero knew that there were animals and beasts who could hide their essence signature, and he didn't want to be caught off guard. He paid special attention to anything that disrupted his field. Even though they were just walking, Nero still had a great deal to pay attention to, and he was having trouble trying to free up mental energy in order to reflect on what just happened.
As time passed, things kept grabbing his attention.
He felt birds in the trees, along with small bugs flying around. Small animals were scurrying under the bushes. It was uncomfortable to see how his team's mere presence was upsetting everything. Although they were just walking, everything they did seemed to startle something. Even the ambient essence flows were being disturbed by their passing. Whispering, Nero asked without turning, "Why is everything running away from us?"
Nick answered,
"Do you want things to run toward us?"
Nero said,
"No, that's not what I meant. I was just—" His mouth slammed shut. As midway through his sentence, he felt a presence flicker among the tree branches. His eyes snapped up, and he saw something shimmer in and out of existence.
Sergeant Wesker paused and whispered,
"Did you see something?"
Nero. The sergeant asked, "Anyone have eyes on it?"
Everyone grouped up in a circle, their eyes on the branches floating above them. No one said anything, but they stood ready to receive an ambush. Nero used his field to actively sweep the area, mentally poking anything that caught his attention. Even though he was ready, he was surprised when one of his probes caused a 6-foot-long, large black cat to briefly materialize above them. The beast's eyes were yellow, but everything else was black. It was too bulky to be a panther, and looked more like a giant fluffy house cat. Its edges seemed to be a little blurry, and its coat was so dark that it made the shadows seem bright. There was a slight shimmer, and the beast disappeared again.
Sergeant Wesker shouted, "Contact left! Camouflaged feline variant!"
Nero was trying to figure out where it went, when he felt Nick's psychic field spread out and seemingly shook the ambient essence. Apparently, the beast hadn't moved, and it shimmered back into view in the same place it had disappeared. Whatever Nick had done seemed to have disrupted the cat's essence cloak. Nero had never seen anything like that, and he did his best to figure out how Nick had done it. While Nero was busy trying to figure out Nick's technique, Rose was releasing arrows at the now visible cat. However, the cat seemed to realize it had been spotted and started bouncing around the branches. Nero felt the essence around the cat shift, then watched as the cat vanished. Nero had been staring at it with all his senses, and it looked like this time it had actually teleported. Shocked, Nero felt around for where it had gone. Before he could offer a warning, he felt it appear behind Rose. Spinning around, he was just in time to see her get grabbed by its large jaws. The cat had clamped down on her throat from behind. Everyone turned to help, but it was too late. With a shimmer, the beast vanished, along with its prey. Nero was livid, but he also wasn't fooled. The beast hadn't teleported. He could feel its presence, dragging off his teammate. Stamping a spell form, Nero shot out a simple foot-long iron spike at where he felt the beast hiding. With a yelp, it reappeared and dropped Rose. Nero's large spike was stuck in its chest, but Nero saw the spike was already losing cohesion. Before he could cast another spell, Kathleen's spear flew across the short distance and buried itself several feet into the side of the cat. Even though the beast must have weighed several 100 pounds, the spear had carried enough force to send it flying into a tree. Nick was already running over to Rose's body. Seeing that the beast was dead,
Nero dropped his hands that were about to cast another spell. He slowly walked up to Nick, watching the man cast a healing spell on Rose's dead body. Nero could see the tissue reform, and in no time at all, she was restored. Without missing a beat, Nick switched to a resuscitation spell. Nero hadn't actually ever seen the spell being cast, even though he had been on the receiving end more times than he could count.
With a gasp, Rose sat up.
She was shivering, and looked like she had just emerged from an ice bath. Nick leaned over and hugged the young woman. She clung to Nick's shoulders, her eyes wide in fright. Panting, she started sobbing. Not knowing how to help, Nero just stood there and watched. He felt powerless. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kathleen return to watching the forest. Then he saw the sergeant heading over to the beast to retrieve the essence crystal. "We've been here for like an hour and a half. This place is everything they said it was. Maybe I should have stayed behind the walls and spent some of that money I won. What the hell was I thinking?" he thought to himself.
Walker.
Shaking off his fear, Nero went to grab the crystal and keep watch. He tried to follow Kathleen's advice from before they had left the city, doing his best to focus on the here and now. Chapter 93. Being in Shock. Captain Angelton stood in the center of the clearing he and his team had just cleared. He figured a 200-foot radius should be enough. They had chopped down plenty of wood, then burned everything that was left. Now there was nothing but a dirt patch waiting to be filled with a temporary camp. Looking over, he saw the two former hunters, Sergeants Peyton and Jackson, stripping the branches from the trees. Specialist Howard was floating in a lotus position, mentally monitoring the area. Meanwhile, Sergeant Blackwood was setting up the ward stones. With his hands on his hips, he breathed in the scent of the forest. The after effects of the burn were already dispersing, and the smell of growth and danger was thick. He had missed this. It had been years since he was part of a monster hunting squad. The constant danger had always been something he felt comfortable with. It felt like home. Sergeant, nodding, he replied, "Yes, and an essence cloak. We'll keep them up for 2 days. We'll need to be able to work without distractions. Our camp needs to be ready and waiting for the teams to arrive." With a calm, "Yes, sir," Sergeant Blackwood left to help Sergeants Peyton and Jackson prepare their logs. The captain walked over to the floating mage and asked, "Specialist Howard, you see anything I need to know about?" Without opening his eyes, the mage replied, "Nothing special. All the teams are doing well enough. No one has run into anything they couldn't handle. However, Wesker's team is struggling a little. The two young ones don't have the levels for prolonged combat, and Nick, the older lord that is, he isn't suited for combat. But overall, they're handling it well enough. That Averett woman is picking up the slack." Nodding, Captain Angelton said, "When all of our teams are out of your range, don't force it. Just keep an eye out as long as you can. Then join us." Eyes still closed, Specialist Howard nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Captain Angelton walked off and started plotting the buildings they would be making. Using shield constructs, he cut deep grooves into the dirt, designating where the walls would be. They only had a few days to construct a barracks, an outhouse, a shed, and a basic dining hall. Before he had even finished the outline for the barracks, he felt Sergeant Peyton approaching. He looked up to see the man carrying two 12-foot-tall posts. He offered the man a nod and pointed to where the wall should start. Sergeant Peyton said, 10 feet tall ceilings enough? We usually don't bother making them any higher." Captain Angelton replied with a stare. "The recommended height is 12 feet. Sergeant Peyton returned the stare and didn't seem to care. He just stood there, waiting for the captain to continue talking. With a smile, the captain gave in. 10 feet is fine. You know what you're doing. Just let me know how I can help. It's been a few years since I've been in the wilds, and I'll be relying on your expertise." Peyton didn't smile or offer any sign that he appreciated the victory. He just nodded in agreement, dropped off one of the posts,
and then went to plant the one he was still carrying. Over his shoulder, he said, "You're doing fine, sir. Me and Jackson don't have any complaints. We'll let you know if you're doing something stupid." Captain Angleton went back to work and replied, "That'll be fine, Sergeant. I appreciate the help." The command team worked well into the night, keeping the conversations to a minimum. Nero was exhausted. He was sitting on a stump, staring at a small fire, absently chewing on a ration bar. Nick and Rose were with him, and they looked just as tired as he was. Meanwhile, the sergeant and Kathleen seemed ready for more. Looking over, Nero saw Kathleen standing guard, facing the forest with a determined look on her face. She had her spear sticking up from the ground next to her, while she ripped into a ration bar and drank from her canteen. The entire time, her eyes never left the surrounding woods. On the other side of the fire, Sergeant Wesker was doing the same thing. Nero felt ashamed at how well they were handling everything. He had lost count of how many encounters they had survived throughout the day, and it had only gotten worse after night fell. With a 30-hour day, they had spent 6 hours walking after the sun had set, but eventually the sergeant told them to set up their camp and get some food. The plan was for each of them to have 4 hours of sleep, then 4 hours of watch. Kathleen would serve the watch with Nero first, then Nick, Rose, and Wesker would take over until dawn. Checking his identity, Nero didn't like what he saw. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 11. Race: human. Growth: 84%. Tier: 1. Condition: 92%. Age: 14. Center: 27%. Body: 3. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. He had barely grown, and his center was low enough to make him feel woozy. The familiar pains he had come to associate with a low center were making it hard to concentrate. All he could do was stare into the fire and try to keep hold of his sanity. He felt like screaming or passing out. Both sounded like great ideas. Nick spoke up. "Nero, try and meditate. You're feeling a disconnection from reality right now. Your body is your tether to the material plane, and your center is what holds your aspects of existence in balance. It's imperative that you keep your identity healthy." Nero turned his head to stare at the man and said, "Nick, buddy, I love you, man, but you gotta stop talking like that. I'm in no mood to hear about all that mystical crap right now. I just want a beer and an internet connection." Rose asked, "What's an internet connection? It sounds kind of like a link. You know there aren't any hubs out here, right?" Nero slumped further into the small impromptu wooden stump he was using as a stool. He said, "Don't worry about it. Just ignore me." Nick said harshly, "Nero, stop talking and meditate." Nodding weakly, Nero took a last sip from his canteen. Then he put his half-eaten ration bar, along with his canteen, off to the side. Closing his eyes, he fell into his soul space and returned to his path. Everything was a jumble of terrifying images. He felt indistinct, like his body wasn't really there. Hazy clouds were moving all around, depicting the encounters of the day. The fog was so dark it was almost black, and he couldn't see the path beneath his feet. Trying not to panic, Nero took a deep breath and focused. He confronted the memory of the bug swarm they had fought. The little bastards were almost a foot long and had stingers that stung like a bitch. He remembered the feeling of being surrounded and then lashing out with fire.
The smell was awful, and the sound of popping exoskeletons put his teeth on edge. Immersing himself in the feeling of being there, he let the fear wash through him.
Memory after memory, he confronted the horrors he had seen. There was the pack of small weasel-looking things that Nick called weed evils. Wincing, he remembered the wolf pack that required him to regrow his left hand. Then the different cats, which occasionally pounced and tried to steal one of their party. And how could he forget about the damn bear/beaver things? They must have fought 20 of them. Sergeant Wesker said that they were probably coming from the spawn point, which they should reach tomorrow. Nero faced each memory with a growing sense of stubbornness. He felt the anger in his belly growing. The damn wilds were a nightmare. It was insanity to live next to them. But that was just how the world was outside the walls. It may be a little worse than normal, given the fact that there was a density shift happening, but the danger was everywhere in some form. Nero would have to get used to this being his new normal. No more casual hiking trips. Not that he had ever actually taken casual hiking trips before. Nevertheless, he always liked the idea of hiking. He had been glad that the option was there. But that world was now his past. Now he was in a world of adventure. Outside of the city, battles were commonplace, and only the strong survived. He needed to get his shit together. Here, there was magic. It wouldn't be easy, but with a little effort, along with his patented refusal to admit defeat, nothing would stop him from achieving his goals. His heart was beating wildly, and he felt like shouting a challenge to the world. He was Nero fucking Walker, and nothing would stop him. The level up came as the fog in his soulscape cleared. The dark fog seemed to brighten, and then fade away, revealing a healthy forest with shafts of sunlight breaking through the canopy. The light brown cobblestone path was back under his feet, and he could see it leading off into the distance, promising future adventures filled with wonder and magic. Feeling renewed, he opened his eyes to see a smirking Nick and a stunned Rose. Nick said, "I'm guessing you're feeling better?" Nero smiled and said, "I feel awesome. I'm ready to slap this forest like it owes me money. Before you distract me with whatever it is you want to say, let me spend my star." Closing his eyes, Nero opened his identity and stat panels. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: Human. Growth: 12%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 3. Mind: 4. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 1. Pillars: 1/1. Body: 3. Base: Operative. Level stress: Presence: 15. 24. 3.2. Durability: 18. 28.8. 6.2. Recovery: 34. 54.4. 5.3. Speed: 21. 33.6. 4.8. Adaptability: 41. 65.6. 3.5. Power: 20. 32. 4.6. Mind:
4. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 26. 46.8. 13.6. Control. 29. 52.2. 21.2. Field. 23. 41.4. 28.6. Precision. 39. 70.2. 34.1. Endurance. 46. 82.8. 39.5. Focus. 48. 86.4. 29.1. Soul. 2. Base. Operative. Level. Stress. Size. 29. 40.6. 1.1. Density. 101. 141.4. 0.8. Intensity. 76. 106.4. 0.7. Pressure. 27. 37.8. 0.5. Harmony. 24. 33.6. 15.3. Adaptability. 270. 378. 0.3. Nero already had a plan, and he was going to stick to it. He was going to throw one more star into his mind, then keep at least 5 levels between his confluence and his highest stat. Nero had a theory that his ability to handle having low center levels was due to his high confluence in relation to his other stats. It was getting harder to handle having anything under 30% of his center since he started growing his stats. It may be a waste, but he didn't want to end up like most people. Nick had told him that people usually started feeling like crap with anything under 50% in their center. Nero had once been down to around 12% and hadn't felt too bad. He'd have to start putting some stars into his confluence if he wanted to get back to that. But for now, he needed to increase his mind stat. His level stress was high, but that was probably because of his pillar, and he planned on taking advantage of that. Without any more hesitation, he pushed his star into the mind stat. As usual, he felt his mind expanding. The feeling of understanding was just as amazing as he remembered it being. It felt like he was capable of doing any Sudoku puzzle, dominating any quiz show, pointing out all the discrepancies between the Star Wars movies' plot points. But the feeling faded all too quickly, and he returned to his usual level of faux intelligence. Mind. 5. Base. Operative. Level stress. Weight. 32. 64. 0. Control. 39. 78. 0. Field. 36. 72. 0. Precision. 55. 110. 0. Endurance. 65. 130. 0. Focus. 61. 122. 0. Nero looked at his numbers with pride. His operative levels were really getting up there. This had to be some kind of record for a level 12. He spread out his psychic field and felt it reach further than ever. It even felt more full. Compared to before, it seemed effortless to conceptualize what he was seeing. Instead of having to concentrate, he could just know where everything was.
Even the resolution was better. Everything was clearer.
Nick said, "Nero, you should lighten your touch. You are broadcasting your position." Shaken out of his thoughts, Nero did as he was told. The world lost a little resolution, but he could still feel everything around him in a large bubble. He guessed it must be over 50 feet wide now. He couldn't affect everything at that distance, but he could still see it. Nick said, "Good, but you're going to have to work on your control. It's amazing how fast you've grown, but you need to train hard in order to take advantage of your stats. Your skills are probably lagging." Nero offered Nick a glare and said, "I'm not dealing with skills at the moment. I have enough problems just dealing with stats. I'll look into those later. Probably. I'll just get better with practice." Holding up his hands in surrender, Nick replied, "Do what you want. I'm just saying that you are fumbling around like a child right now. You need control. Instead of just closing off your field to hide, you need to learn how to use your psychic field while still keeping yourself hidden. It's not an all-or-nothing proposition." Nero nodded and was about to reply when their conversation was interrupted by Rose. "Did you really level again? That's like 2 levels in less than a week. What are you now?" she asked in wonder. Nero offered her a smirk and said, "I'm level 12. Don't worry about it. I just level fast." Rose seemed too shocked to be offended or jealous. Just then, Sergeant Wesker walked up and said, "All right, Walker, it's time for your first watch with Averett. Wake us in 4 hours, then you can get some rest. Congrats on your level. Try not to let anything eat us while we sleep." With that delightful pep talk, the man crawled into his sleeping bag, then laid his shield over his chest. Nero chuckled, but stood up to take over the watch. Nick and Rose gave him the nod, then went to their respective sleeping bags. For a moment, he wondered why they weren't using tents. Then he remembered the sergeant ordering them to just use their sleeping bags since the weather was clear. Nero's memory seemed a little fuzzy. He really hadn't been paying attention for the past few hours. He really needed to up his game. Turning away from the fire, Nero looked into the dark forest and spread out his field to monitor for any threats. He was ready to face the horrors once more, and this time he wouldn't flinch. There was nothing here he couldn't handle. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. Chapter 94. Being an Adventurer. Captain Angelton used a shield construct to hold up the large planks, while Peyton hammered large dowels connecting the planks to the ceiling runners. If they kept up this pace, they should have the barracks finished by morning. The captain couldn't help but be impressed with Peyton's agility as he saw the man lightly stepping across the posts that made up the wall. Once they ran out of planks, Peyton jumped down from his perch and flipped the hand axe he had been using as a hammer over and held it ready for combat once again. The man had said that if he was going to use a tool, then at least one side had to be sharp enough to kill something. The captain had thought the saying was catchy enough to include in the report he was compiling. As they both stared at the nearly finished building, Specialist Howard walked up to them. "Captain, the last team has left my range. If you want me to keep watch on anyone, I'll have to be actively scrying," he said, as though it was a question. His face blank of expression, the captain replied, "No, that's fine. The teams are on their own now. Even if you saw something, there isn't anything we can do from here. From now on, you're just on perimeter watch. I'm assuming you can do that while working on the camp?" Nodding, Specialist Howard said, "That shouldn't be a problem. My passive field is large enough to give us plenty of warning, and from what I can tell, the wards are working fine. Nothing is poking around. If anything changes, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I'll head over and help Jackson with the lumber." "Very good. We're almost finished here. Then we'll get the outhouse dug out," said the captain. As Specialist Howard walked off, he said, "Great. I can't wait." Adding some anger to his steps, the man started muttering about how much he hated being in the wilds, and how he should be out killing things, not building crap houses in the middle of nowhere. Both Peyton and Angelton heard him, and exchanged an amused glance with each other. Peyton said, "You ready for another round?" Captain Angelton nodded, and they walked over to collect a few more planks that were ready and waiting for installation. Nero was awoken by Rose. She gently shook his shoulder and said, "It's dawn, my lord. Sergeant Wesker wants to get moving soon." Awkwardly pulling an arm out of his sleeping bag, Nero rubbed his eyes. It took a second for Nero to realize where he was, but he quickly shook off any feelings of drowsiness. Without bothering to fold up his bag or his pillow, he sent them into his personal space and summoned his canteen along with a ration bar. No one seemed to care about fixing up their campsite or clearing any signs of their presence, so it only took 5 minutes for everyone to be ready to go. The sergeant didn't bother with a speech or any kind of morning greeting. He just said, "Ward's going down. Everyone get ready." They circled up, facing outward toward the forest. The sun was just bright enough that the visibility wasn't terrible. He watched as the sergeant walked around the campsite collecting the ward stones. Nero didn't know how they worked, but he had put it near the top of his research list for when he got back behind the safety of the walls. But now wasn't the time for questions, so Nero put the mystery of the ward stones out of his mind and focused on the forest. He spread out his psychic field and lightly layered his presence as wide as he could. Unsurprisingly, he sensed several large beasts waiting for them. They must have scented the team's trail, but couldn't figure out where they were. Whispering, Nero said, "We've got 3 contacts, 2 on my side and 1 on Nick's. I can't see what they are." Sergeant Wesker stepped up in front of Nero, and everyone repositioned. Nero summoned his large shield from his personal space. Yesterday, he had discovered the utility of having something to hide behind while casting. It only took a few seconds for the monsters to sense the team, and they converged like a coordinated pack. When they came into view, Nero recognized them. It was the same kind of wolves that had taken his hand the day before. They were the size of mastiffs, but much thicker, and with a lot more fur. Growling, the wolves charged toward the team. Stepping out in front, Sergeant Wesker activated an ability, extending the width of his physical shield. A golden sheen extended several feet from both sides, and he planted his feet to receive the charge. Nero saw that one of the wolves would be out of position, and he decided to do something about it. Even though yesterday sucked, he had learned a lot from the constant combat. In fact, he had gotten very good at estimating how much center he needed to get through an essence field, based on how large an area he felt it covered. As his senses couldn't penetrate an essence field without effort, by not applying any effort, he could map how big the beast's field actually was. He asked Nick how most people did it, and was surprised that Nick couldn't sense what Nero was talking about. Nero had chalked it up to his overly precise mind stats, along with his dense soul. Regardless, it worked well enough. Hiding behind his shield, Nero stepped forward to provide the wolf a target. Peeking over the top, he started casting a large pebble blast in front of his shield. Psychically, he held himself in place and increased the pressure on his mage armor. With his preparations ready, he waited for the wolf to complete its charge. Nero heard the combat start behind him, and the sound of Rose's bow rang out like a silenced machine gun. He felt an explosion from one of Nick's spells. Narrowing his focus, he watched the large wolf in front of him pounce. Leaning back, he hid fully behind the shield and braced for the impact. Slamming down into the shield, the wolf's front paws scraped against the steel, sounding like nails on a chalkboard. Nero felt the heavy beast trying to force him to the ground, but he held his footing with the help of his psychic field. Then he fired his spell point blank into the beast's chest. As he was already inside the beast's essence field, he felt it trying to disrupt his spell. But he had learned well, and his spell form was steady and charged. It fired a concentrated blast of marble-sized rocks directly into the beast's chest. Nero felt the wolf reel back in pain, scrambling to back away from the surprisingly dangerous shield. With a grin, he stood up and planted the base of the shield into the ground,
while peeking around the side. He saw the wolf whimpering in pain, trying to decide if it was worth continuing the fight. Nero didn't want to let it escape, only to have to deal with it later, so he carved another spell form. This time, he created an ice cone, or what he lovingly referred to as a cone of cold.
With a blast, a swirling blast of hungry air shot out, flash freezing anything it touched. Technically, it wasn't cold air. It was heat essence that was stripping the thermal potential from anything it touched. But effectively, it was a blast of cold. The wolf was hit on its left flank, and its entire front leg was rendered inoperable. It howled in pain and collapsed. Nero wasn't a sadist, and immediately drew his sword while dismissing his large, unwieldy shield. He carefully walked forward, wary of any last-minute tricks. He needn't have worried, as the beast was in so much pain, it wasn't paying attention to him any longer. Without any hesitation, Nero stabbed his sword deeply into its neck, then levered it back and forth to ensure the maximum damage. He had learned that if he could kill without a spell, it was better to conserve his center. A sword covered in center was more economical by far. Seeing the beast stop moving, Nero psychically felt its essence field collapse, confirming its death. He pulled his sword free and turned around to help with the other two wolves, but only met the stares of his teammates. Nick looked proud, and even Sergeant Wesker looked happy with Nero for once. Kathleen wasn't paying attention, as usual. She was looking around for any other threats. Rose was blushing for some reason, and Nero refused to speculate as to what she had found so interesting. Quickly and quietly, they collected the essence crystals along with the pelts. In a matter of minutes, they were back into formation and moving forward toward the destination that only Sergeant Wesker seemed to know. Nero spread out his field to search for enemies, while keeping his eyes peeled on his assignment. For the first time since coming into the wilds, Nero was starting to feel like he was an actual adventurer. He did his best not to think about it, and concentrated on the here and now. They continued forward at a solid pace, not too fast, but definitely faster than a normal walking speed. As time went on, Nero did his best to copy Kathleen's walk. She seemed to step lightly, never breaking any sticks or causing any noise. It was like she was gliding through the forest rather than walking. She didn't bob up and down, just kept her body steady while sliding forward. Her feet barely crossed, and she moved sideways. It was hard to copy, but Nero did his best. He hadn't really paid attention yesterday, but now he could see how she really belonged out here. Everything about the woman was comfortable in the wilds. In the city, she always looked stressed, or at least bothered. But here, surrounded by danger, her shoulders weren't tense, and her demeanor was calm. Nero found it beautiful, like watching a panther stalking through the brush. As she was the only one he could see, he could only imagine how Nick and Rose were doing. He wasn't going to turn around to look, as he had a job to do, and today he would do it well. He wouldn't make mistakes, and he wouldn't have to watch anyone die again. The memory of Rose having her throat ripped out was still bothering him, and he didn't think he'd ever forget it. Luckily, that was the only fatality they had suffered, but one was more than enough. As they went through the forest, they fought more engagements. Nero had gotten better at identifying threats, and Nick kept complaining about how Nero shouldn't be wasting his center. Nero didn't have the heart to tell the man that he wasn't really using his center. His psychic field was easy to use as long as he didn't actively do anything with it. Nero had a theory that it had to do with his soul intensity. He knew that was normally one of the lower stats for most people. Typically, it only grew when a psychic field was stressed. It became important when a mage got up there in levels. It took a lifetime to increase, and a star would only usually raise it by a point or two.
But Nero started with a huge lead, and he didn't plan on squandering it. His body was made to suffer level stress, and every star would grow his stats if he was careful. Rather than wasting stars at level stresses around 5 or 10 like most people, he could afford to wait. Nero could conceivably have level stresses in the 30s, consistently. He was only now realizing how ridiculous that was. By the time he was level 50, he would be a monster.
Nero had plenty of time to think while they walked. The intermittent encounters seemed much easier today, but Nero did his best to not let down his guard. Soon enough, they would start getting close to the spawn point, and then there would be monsters aplenty. They moved in silence, no one speaking except to call out threats. In a way, the experience served as a great bonding exercise. They got to know how each person would react. Kathleen would always take a second to allow others to engage, then destroy whatever she targeted. Rose would pepper her targets with her never-ending supply of arrows. Nick would distract and damage. Sergeant Wesker would put himself between the monster and the team, and Nero would act as a sweeper. It was surprising how often Nero ended up tanking things behind his 4-feet-tall tower shield. He didn't have any trouble hiding behind it, as he was only around 5 feet 4 inches. Nero had named it the Portable Wall, and he planned on having that painted on the front of it when he got back to Dorchester. On they went, killing everything that came near them. As time passed, Nero's bag of essence crystals filled, and their coordination improved. Around 1400, Sergeant Wesker called a halt for lunch. Like a well-oiled machine, they broke into their assigned tasks. Nick went to clear a fire pit, while Kathleen stood in the center along with Rose, watching the forest for threats. The sergeant walked a 10-foot perimeter and placed the ward stones. Nero followed behind him, charging the stones. It was incredibly easy, and it barely took any center. All he really had to do was activate them. Then they pulled in essence on their own after being asked to start with his center. Before long, they were sitting around a small campfire, watching Nick warm up some stew. Nero had pulled out his water barrel so it could refill itself. No one spoke, and they just reveled in the temporary peace. Even Kathleen seemed to drop her guard a little bit. Nero broke the quiet atmosphere by asking, "Hey, Sarge, how do you know where we're going? I know how to generally sense a direction, but you seem to know exactly where we're going." Nick was about to say something, but Nero pointed at him and said, "Don't tell me to read the damn packet. I'll get to it tonight." Turning back to the sergeant, he said, "Well?" Showing a rare smile, the sergeant sipped his soup from his cup, then said, "It's not terribly difficult. There are coordinate markers on the map in your packet. Our route was scouted, more or less. There are essence markers that we can follow, along with a general sense of where you are, given to you by the world. You just need to feel for them. But it's easier if you use one of these. They're called direction finders." He then pulled out a small black orb, which looked to Nero like a magic 8-ball. Sergeant Wesker saw Nero staring at it with some curiosity, so the sergeant tossed it over the fire. Nero deftly caught it with his psychic field and brought it over to his hands, while setting aside his canteen and cup of soup. Holding it, Nero could feel the enchantment trying to connect with him. Opening himself up, he felt the little ball tell him which direction several things were. It was like a feeling being implanted, rather felt. He knew which direction the spawn point they were heading toward was, and approximately how far away they were from it. Then, back toward where they came from, he could sense the command camp, which was quite the distance from their current position. Then he felt Dorchester, which gave him a feeling of home. The feeling was really odd. It was like following a hidden trail with a defined endpoint. Like if someone told you directions and you mentally took the route, imagining what you'd see along the way. Nero disconnected from the orb and tossed it back to the sergeant, who immediately placed it in a pouch hidden behind his tabard. Nero looked off into the distance, and he could almost hear the echo of the beacons. While he was really just staring at the trees not 5 feet from him, his mind was searching for that feeling. It was hard, but he could almost sense it. He reached out and tried to feel it.
Nero, stop that, Nick hissed.
Nero's concentration broke, and he turned to Nick.
What? He asked with some annoyance.
Nick gave Nero a stern look and said, "You just tried to mentally scry. That takes a lot of control, and a lot of center. It's not easy to reach out like that. You should start small if you're going to practice scrying." Nick then muttered about stupid prodigies and the general insanity of Nero. Sergeant Wesker asked quietly, "You're telling me that Walker can scry? Can you?" Nick looked affronted. He said, "Of course I know how to scry." And he had no idea what he was doing. He was spilling his center like an idiot. If I let him continue, he'd be dead in a few minutes, lost into the ether like a moron. Kathleen asked, "Then why haven't you been scrying for us? We could use the intelligence on what's in front of us." Nick was obviously getting angry and said, "Because it's a waste of center. If we were in a tower with a scrying aid, there wouldn't be a problem. Why do you think we built the damn things? But you can't just go around scrying everything. It's sending your mind into the ether to ride the essence flows. Do you think that's easy? The fact that he can do it is completely ridiculous. Forget about it." Nervously, Nero opened his identity to see how bad he had messed up. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 12%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 82%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. With a sigh, Nero realized that his brief excursion into the ethereal plane had taken around 10% of his center. Either he was doing it wrong, or he needed a lot of careful practice before he tried again. Instead of rejoining the conversation, Nero ate his food and closed his eyes to center himself like Specialist Howard had taught him. It didn't work as well outside of his soulscape, but this way he didn't have to completely disconnect himself from reality, and it was a fast way to recover some center while he had a chance. His senses were spread out, and he absently lifted his cup of stew as he mentally brought himself back into focus. His companions' voices faded away, and Nero immersed himself in his meditation. A shout of alarm from Rose caused his eyes to snap open. Right in front of him, he saw Kathleen tipping back with an arrow embedded in her eye. To his left, he saw Nick shimmer, then a large spike of dark ice appeared, skewering his chest. Nero froze in confusion as Sergeant Wesker jumped to his feet and shouted, "Ambush! Get to—" Then Nero watched as a dark figure appeared behind the sergeant. Nero couldn't really understand what he was seeing, but when 2 sword points erupted from the sergeant's chest, Nero knew the figure wasn't an illusion. Blood spurted from the sergeant's mouth, and his entire body was lifted up into the air, then thrown off to the side. The dark figure seemed to vanish, like he became so out of focus that he actually disappeared. Rose was screaming, and Nero felt the world lurch. The illusion was everywhere. It was like an overlay was put over reality. Yet he saw what was really happening, but he also saw his companions vanish, and nothing made sense. It had only been seconds,
and almost everyone was dead. At that realization, Nero's hesitation vanished like a candle being blown out, and in its place was only anger.
He stood up and furrowed his brow while watching Rose run off into the forest.
The arrows from the hidden archer, which had been intended for Rose, were flying past her former seat. Okay. Rose either knew this was coming, or her reflexes are crazy. Either way, someone's about to get a plasma lance shoved up their ass, Nero thought to himself, then prepared for some serious ultra-violence. Chapter 95. Fight for your right to res. Jennings sat in his comfy chair, sipping an iced tea. He was currently maintaining 2 holographic screens on the wall. One showed Nero's party setting up their campsite, while the other followed the hunters who had been contracted for the assassination. He had to admit he was impressed with their coordination.
Without taking his eyes from the screen, he said,
"You know, this was actually a really good plan. They accurately predicted the area their target would make camp, while leaving plenty of adaptability in their plan. Then, their mage did a masterful job handling the misdirection ward. And, most importantly, they chose their initial targets well. If they can get close enough without being detected, their plan might actually work."
Mage Adept Newbanks was standing behind Jennings, watching the screens from over his shoulder, with a serene expression on her face. She calmly asked, "Aren't you going to do something? I thought you came to Dorchester to watch over the young man." Jennings just shrugged, then took another sip of his iced tea. He threw his legs up onto his desk and leaned back into his chair. The show would be starting soon. He said, "It's important not to interfere in the little lord's development. This experience has been good for him. He's been a little too casual with his life. Maybe losing some people close to him will be just what he needs. Not to mention, I also really want to see how he handles it." Newbanks gently scoffed, then said, "His enemies had his route, time to plan, a detailed dossier on the entire team, and a mage relaying his team's position in real time. I'm not sure he's going to survive this without your intervention. You may have let this go too far." Jennings shook his head, as though the very thought of Nero dying was impossible. "I'm not too worried. He spent the last week learning how to rebuild his body. If his center holds out, he should be fine. It's not easy to kill a healer." As Jennings finished his thought, the archer on one of the screens fired an arrow. Moments later, they watched it pierce Ms. Averett's head on the other screen. Both Newbanks and Jennings showed surprise, as abilities which could allow arrows to dematerialize, then rematerialize, were rare. The arrow had passed through trees like they weren't there, then solidified right before it struck its target. Jennings hadn't expected that, and muttered, "Huh. Well, that might be a problem." As they watched the little lord's party being taken out one by one, Newbanks responded, "Has anyone told you that thinking you know everything is a character flaw?" Jennings' face took on a frown, but he didn't bother to respond. He just sat in silence and watched the fight play out. Nero's senses clamped down on the ambient essence, almost ripping the control away from whomever was projecting the illusion. Even though the visual overlay stayed, Nero managed to pierce the illusion with his psychic field, and he felt the empty spaces, which most likely contained the soon-to-be dead men. He felt an arrow enter his field when it ripped through his control. Somehow the arrow was disrupting his psychic field, and he threw himself to the side to avoid getting hit. Unfortunately, the arrow seemed to slightly curve, and it struck him near his shoulder. Nero didn't even flinch. He had felt worse pain in the training fields of Dorchester. Coming up from a roll, he summoned the wall and hid behind the shield. His senses couldn't find the archer, but he could track the other two. Not wasting a second, he ripped the arrow out and stamped a healing spell. As the seconds passed, he figured the archer was repositioning, while the man who had killed Sergeant Wesker started creeping forward. Nero peeked around the shield, and saw that the man was still being hidden by the mage who was hiding among the trees. They must not realize that Nero could see through the illusion. Returning behind the shield, Nero tried to make a plan. He didn't have much time before his companions were really dead. If he could end this quickly, there was a chance he could save them.
The spell form for resuscitation was complicated, but he was relatively sure he could do it. Pushing aside his worries, he forced himself to focus on the fight.
As the seconds passed, he watched the man approach slowly, probably trying not to make any noise. Nero felt the pressure building and debated how he wanted to handle this. Deciding that the man with the swords was the bigger threat, he started carving a spell form he was particularly fond of. Nero had a lot of practice casting in front of his shield, and now he put that practice into use. But he'd have to be careful to release the spell while seizing the center. He couldn't allow the other mage to interfere. The swordsman seemed to sense the spell forming and rushed forward, abandoning his attempts at stealth. Nero fired his spell, and a large burst of marble-sized iron balls shot out at knee height. As the spell went off, he clamped down as hard as he could, fighting for control over the ambient essence. Nero felt the mage respond by firming his mental grip, and it only took him a moment to reach equilibrium again. Yet that moment spelled doom for the swordsman. Nero psychically watched the man's legs get ripped to shreds, and he heard the man scream in pain. 50 marbles shot out in a cone-like shotgun blast must have hurt. Nero snorted and muttered, "What a little bitch." Figuring that the archer would soon be a problem, Nero pulled the wall back into his personal space and ran directly toward the mage. He reinforced his mage armor while reaching forward mentally. The mage was carving a spell form Nero had never seen before, and Nero wasn't about to let him finish it. Covering the distance quickly, Nero felt more arrows ripping through his field. Instead of trying to dodge them, he decided to be clever. He summoned one of his little bucklers from his personal space and tried to throw it toward where he sensed the arrows coming. Instead of trusting his aim, his plan was to mentally hold the shield and place it in front of the arrows. It was barely out of his hands when the first arrow hit the shield. Immediately, his control was disrupted, and the shield was knocked out of the air. Grimacing at his failed gambit, he felt the second arrow slam into his left lung through his chest. He felt his mage armor ripple and try to reform. His mage armor had done nothing to stop the arrow. Well, that didn't work, he thought. But he still did his best to stumble forward, intending to close the distance with the mage. Unfortunately, the arrow had slowed him enough for the mage to finish the spell form. Nero's eyes widened as he felt an ice spike launch toward him like a javelin shot from a cannon. He was too close to do anything, and the spike connected with his gut. Nero's forward momentum was completely reversed, and he flew back toward where he started from. This is not going well, he thought. He was no stranger to pain, and he could still function, albeit poorly. When he finally stopped rolling, he summoned the wall again. He needed to regroup. Sitting up, he tried to get his legs in behind the shield, but he didn't make it in time. His calf sprouted an arrow, and Nero grimaced in pain. He had a 3-foot-long ice spike in his gut, an arrow in his chest, and now he had been hobbled. He felt the mage trying to circle around, while the swordsman was crawling off toward the trees. He still couldn't locate the archer, but he knew they were still out there. Coughing up blood, he ripped out the arrow in his chest and tried to cast a heal to close the wound. His spell form worked fine, but the ice spike in his belly seemed to disrupt the healing energies. It looked like he'd have to deal with the ice spike before anything else. His hands were trembling, and he was starting to feel weak, but he managed to take hold of the spike. Fighting through the pain and dizziness, he tried to pull it out, but it had pierced him through the stomach, and there was almost no leverage.
It was like his body was clamping down on the construct. "It's a construct," he angrily thought to himself.
Changing tactics, his mentally reached out to the spike and ripped the control away from the mage who cast it. As it was inside him at the time, he had no trouble taking it over, and then promptly dismissed it. When the spike vanished into the ether, his body nearly emptied through the hole it left in his stomach. Nero felt a lurch, and he nearly passed out. Forcing himself to hold on, he cast the healing spell that had become second nature by this point. Feeling his body re-knitting itself back into place, Nero focused everything on pulling in as much essence into the spell form as possible. It normally took some time to fix basic injuries, but rebuilding organs wasn't what it was meant for. Nero felt the chest wound close along with his abdomen muscles and the skin. He knew it wouldn't be enough. So he redoubled his efforts and tried to carve a second spell form which was meant to heal internal injuries. He lost focus on the mage, but he managed to finish the spell. He felt the wounds heal, and he reveled in the bliss associated with the absence of pain. Keeping hold of the spells, he reached down and ripped out the arrow from his calf. In real time, he watched the wound seal itself. Releasing the standard heal spell, he kept the internal healing spell running while spreading out his senses to find where the mage had gone. Uh-oh, he thought, as his head whipped toward where the mage was standing. The man was carving another spell, standing not 10 feet from Nero, with a clear sightline to his position. The bastard wasn't even hiding behind a tree. The man obviously thought Nero was already done for. While it was true that Nero was injured, and that his mage armor was down, and up until now he hadn't really done much, Nero was still furious at the man's disrespect. Reclaiming what he could from the internal healing spell, he focused all his mental energy on the mage. As the man was only 10 feet away, he was within Nero's control range. Every bit of his control slammed into the ambient essence. Like a pissed-off mother at a department store, he gripped the essence by the neck and forced it under his control. Then Nero watched the man stumble like he got hit in the head with a baseball. Nero's control over the area was absolute, and he stamped a simple iron spike spell form and fired. The spike flew true and buried itself in the mage's head. The man's essence shield hadn't been enough to overcome Nero's construct. He knew that he only had one shot, and Nero hadn't taken any chances. He had made sure that his construct was chock full of his center. Before he could celebrate his victory, he felt another arrow ripping through his field. Rather than try anything fancy, he just let himself fall over. He saw the arrow fly above him and slam into the back of the wall, knocking it over. Nero knew that he was in trouble, and there didn't seem to be any quick solutions. Without any better options, he rolled toward the wall and grabbed hold of the handle. Then he kept rolling. As he flopped over, he took the shield with him. As he landed on his side, he felt 2 arrows slam into the shield, one after another. He could see the tips penetrate his shield, and the arrowheads were inches from his face. Eyes wide with panic, Nero pulled in his legs and tried to reposition. This archer was really pissing him off. Temporarily safe behind his favorite shield, he expanded his field as far as possible, trying to find the son of a bitch that had been treating him like a pincushion. Not finding anything, Nero tried to think of what he could do. He knew the archer had some way to imbue arrows with the ability to overcome essence shields and disrupt his control over the ambient essence. At least he didn't have the mage to worry about anymore, so he wasn't fighting anyone for control. He felt another arrow coming in from his right, and he spun the shield to receive it. It slammed into the shield, penetrating several inches, right below the handle. He had felt the trail it had made through his field. Could he use that somehow? Staring at the arrows jutting out through his shield, Nero cocked his head. The archer must be imbuing their center into the arrows. It's either an ability or some spell, but they must be making a connection. Nero mentally probed the arrows and felt a presence lingering on them. Smiling widely, he thought, "I got you now, you son of a bitch." Reaching out like he did with the sergeant's magic 8-ball, he tried to follow the connection through the arrow. He did his best to narrow his focus and just gently ride the essence trail. He felt part of his mind fly through the trees, chasing the archer. In seconds, he saw them. They were flitting through the trees, running in a wide circle, trying to get into a new firing position. Suddenly, they stopped, then fired another arrow. Nero felt it coming a second after it had left the bow. He spun the shield to receive it, then he felt it pierce his shield. This time, it penetrated almost a full foot before it stopped. Either the archer was getting stronger, or the wall was failing. But Nero wasn't worried, because he now knew where they were. He kept the sense of direction, but let the image fade away. It was like he was holding the connection with 2 mental fingers, rather than his whole hand. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared. Reaching out, he pulled in all the essence he could, and created an essence shield that was stronger than any he had ever made. He felt it vibrating above his skin, and it nearly took all his concentration to keep hold of it. He waited for another arrow, and when he felt it enter his field, he released the wall and rolled to the side. As the arrow ripped through the wall, knocking it down, Nero was already rolling to his feet. He headed straight toward the archer, running as fast as he could. All he could see were trees, but he knew they were out there. He could still feel the connection he had made. Narrowing his psychic field, he extended it in front of him like a sonar wave. Nearly a 60-foot cone of tightly controlled essence paved his way through the forest. He nudged branches out of his way, or just mentally ripped apart anything which would slow him down. The forest's essence seemed to try and fight back, but Nero's control was strong enough to act like a wedge. He felt an arrow breach his field, and he altered course accordingly. The arrow tried to bend, but Nero was moving too fast. Through his field, he saw it slam into a tree right next to him. Nero was closing the distance, and he was ready for this to end in blood. Seconds later, he saw them through his field. They were close enough for Nero to pinpoint their exact location, and he smiled with anticipation. Another arrow fired, and Nero altered course again, this time to his right. The archer could apparently see Nero well enough to respond by running in the opposite direction. Grimacing in annoyance, Nero realized he was running out of time. He felt like an invisible clock was running down, and he needed to end this encounter before time ran out. The archer was faster, but Nero didn't have to dodge around bushes or low-hanging branches, as he just used his psychic field to clear the way. Yet, he couldn't close the distance. Every time he started to gain on them, they would just fire an arrow and then run the direction opposite from his dodge. Nero needed a plan. With a mental chuckle, he decided to try his initial plan, but with a twist. As he ran, he pulled out another small buckler, but this time he imbued it with his center. He made a literal essence shield. "Let's see them shoot through this," he thought. If he understood how their ability worked, then turning his shield into a solidified construct should counter it. He doubted an archer had better control over their center than he did. Soon enough, another arrow was launched. This time Nero didn't dodge. He just pushed his shield out and met it head-on. He held his breath as the arrow slammed into his small buckler. The sound of wood shattering nearly made him stumble, but he kept moving forward. Looking at the shield, he saw that it was perfectly fine. Smiling wickedly, Nero realized that it must have been the archer's arrow that had exploded. Nero lowered his shoulders, pumped his legs, and closed the distance. The archer fired more shots, but Nero could feel them coming and either hopped over them or met them with his shield. Second later, he saw the archer with his actual eyes. Their black outfit didn't hide them as well as they hoped.
Like a freight train, Nero barreled forward, intent on ending this quickly.
Seeing that they had been discovered, and realizing that this was going to end in close combat, the archer put their bow in their personal space and summoned 2 thin swords. While Nero was only 20 feet away, they dropped into a combat stance and prepared to meet his charge. Nero had no intention of fighting with someone who could probably kick his ass, so he did what he always did. Without breaking stride, Nero stamped an iron spike spell form, while also carving a small lightning bolt form. Then, he slowed to a walk before he got too close. The archer saw him approach, panting after the chase. They took a few steps forward and brandished their weapons. When they were only a few paces from Nero, they stopped. Nero heard the archer, which turned out to be a woman, say, "Well, it seems that you were Nero fired the iron spike he had prepped. He wasn't surprised to see them dodge to the side, gracefully avoiding the spike. But while they were in the air, committed to moving to their right, Nero fired his lightning bolt. Before she could even finish her dodge, his spell ripped through her essence field and slammed into her chest. Nero didn't waste any time and started stamping more iron spikes. The archer had taken the spell in her chest, but survived. She rolled to her feet and started to say, "That," but she was interrupted by an iron spike to the face. Before she even hit the ground, Nero had hit her twice more. Looking calmly at the body only 10 feet away, Nero slowly walked up. He mentally checked to make sure the archer was really dead. Happy with what he found, he took a moment to enjoy his victory. Then the thought of his companions lying dead back at the camp doused his enthusiasm. Turning on his heel, Nero left the archer's body and sprinted back toward the camp. He wasn't an idiot, and he had made sure he hadn't gotten lost. In fact, the trail he had ripped open during the chase was easy to follow. Only a minute or two later, he broke through the trees and saw what was left of the camp. The entire fight had taken maybe 5 minutes, and he was confident that he had made it back in time. But before he could start bringing back the dead, he had to deal with the swordsman who had propped himself up against a tree. Nero could see the man was currently applying a tourniquet to his legs. The man looked up from behind his black mask, and Nero stared at him with an evil smile. "Well, what am I going to do with you?" he wondered. Chapter 96. Bring out your dead! Vera Salvatore Verena was not happy. She didn't appreciate having to deal with problems in person. It had taken years, but she had cultivated agents that should have been capable of handling things like this. She walked quickly through the hall, her 2 armed bodyguards walking a step behind her. Vera didn't bother to glance at the bureaucrats clinging to the walls, looking on in fear. As a group, she and her bodyguards were sufficiently intimidating, and everyone had cleared the way without issue. Seeing her destination, she waved her hand while using her authority to override the door lock. The 2 tall doors swung open, and she stalked into the conference room. She locked eyes with the man at the head of the table, and was pleased to see his anger openly displayed. An angry enemy made mistakes. Stopping at the foot of the table, she said, "Why haven't the warehouses been transferred? Is it a matter of incompetence? Or is it sabotage?" The man at the head of the table was the director of Bevan Industries, Lord Clifton. Through his late father, his family was a branch house of House Bevan, and he had served House Bevan for over 40 years. That was until 2 days ago, when House Walker had purchased Bevan Industries. But Vera's spies believed his loyalties were still with his former masters. Lord Clifton's eyes were hard as he stared at House Walker's proxy. He said, "It will take time to accurately assess the inventory. Until the audit is completed, the warehouses still belong to House Bevan." Vera smiled cruelly and said, "House Walker has purchased them. The contents were included in the price. You, as the director of operations, were given copies of the sale. For you to sit in that chair and defend the interests of another house is more than enough evidence to demand a hearing in front of the Economics Disciplinary Board. Are you stalling so your agents can continue emptying the warehouses of valuables?
Lord Clifton shot to his feet and slammed his hands on the table. He shouted,
"How dare you? Do you have any idea how long I've been in this chair? I am the director of Bevan Industries, and I will run it for House Walker with the same professionalism that I gave to House Bevan for the past 50 years. Everything is proceeding within the confines of the law, and you would do well to watch your words. I may take insult at your allegations." His voice carried a warning and threat as he finished.
Vera's cold eyes met his, and she replied,
"Considering you have only been in that chair for 47 years, I'll make my own determination as to your competence. Clearly, your attention to detail is lacking. You are obviously stalling the transfer of ownership, and I don't think you have the intelligence to plan this on your own. Who are you working for? Lord Bevan is already running, so who holds your leash now?"
Furious, Lord Clifton shouted, "That's it! I demand satisfaction. I formally declare a challenge on the grounds of your slander. After I beat you, I want a formal apology from you, along with one from House Walker." He was pointing his finger across the table, nearly foaming at the mouth in anger. The very thought that some commoner would be spouting lies in his presence was too much for him to stomach. He would show her that he wasn't the kind of man who would be pushed around. Vera smiled evilly and said, "1 hour at Arena 3. I already have the location booked. As the recipient of the challenge, I set the conditions. I demand a duel to soul death. If you win, House Walker will offer a formal apology, and you'll receive my death tithe. But when I kill you, your house belongs to me. As the wife of a trial initiate, I declare this a house challenge." Lord Clifton froze in place. What kind of madwoman would demand a duel to soul death? And hadn't her husband left House Salvatore? When had he started the trials? What the hell was going on? Vera watched Lord Clifton's face slip from anger into confusion, and then into panic. She smiled widely, then said,
1 hour at Arena 3. I'll be waiting."
She turned on her heel and walked off into the hallway, closing the doors after herself with a wave of her hand. Her silent bodyguards followed along, staring down anyone who looked at them. When they finally got back into their carriage, one of the bodyguards asked, "I don't understand. You know that he was planning to hide assets through the paperwork transfer. He was siphoning employment contracts and loan payments. I was there when your agents reported their findings. They didn't say anything about the warehouses. How did you know about them?" Vera just glanced at her bodyguard and said, "Lord Clifton didn't do anything illegal with the warehouses. They were all transferred without issue. His anger was completely justified." The other bodyguard said, "So then why accuse him of something you know he didn't do? Why not accuse him of what he is actually guilty of doing?" Vera responded happily. "Because I'm sure he had a plan for that. He could tie us up in legal proceedings for weeks. Who knows how much damage he could do while we fought for control of the company? Or he might have some other counter that I'm not aware of. It is never a good idea to attack an opponent directly. This way, I could accuse him of something he could feel righteous defending against. It caused him to force a confrontation. Now I can remove him quickly, then get back to work. So, instead of having to waste weeks at the Tower of Law, sitting through tribunals, all the while suffering losses as Lord Clifton dismantles the company from within, this way, I'll just kill him and take over his house. The contracts he stole will return to my control, and I'll even get paid for the privilege of ending the threat to my business. In short, he crossed me, so I'll take everything from him." The bodyguards shared a look. Then one quietly said, "Damn, boss, that's brutal." Vera smiled, then looked out the window of the cab and said, "No, that's politics." Nero didn't want to kill the swordsman in cold blood,
Besides, he needed the man to rat out who hired him. But he had to make sure the man was really out of the fight.
As Nero walked up, the man shakily said,
"I surrender. You don't have to kill me."
Nero could hear the fear in the man's voice. But, in a world with healing magic, Nero was wary of a trap.
He asked, "Why haven't you healed yourself?" The swordsman was adjusting one of the tourniquets on his legs and replied icily,
"Your constructs are still in my legs. Was it really necessary to make them so hard to dismiss? And aren't you supposed to be a fresh level 10? How did you do that?"
Nero didn't answer. He just kept walking forward. When he was within 5 feet of the man, he felt the resonance between the little balls of metal he had summoned and his psychic field. The little balls really were still around.
"Huh. I might have gone a little overboard there," he thought.
But Nero knew he didn't have time for this right now. He had people that were waiting for resuscitation. Staring down at the man, Nero had an idea. If the swordsman couldn't even figure out how to dismiss the constructs in his legs, he probably wasn't very talented with magic. So, Nero pulled his sword and coated it with his center, turning it into an essence blade. The man's face was hidden behind his mask, but Nero could tell he was just waiting for Nero to get closer. It wasn't difficult to coat the blade in air and heat essence, making small blue flames dance along the steel. Smiling as cruelly as he could, Nero said, "I've just spelled this blade with an explosive charge. If you follow my instructions, you'll live. But if you pull this blade from the tree, you'll die." The man cocked his head to the side and replied, "What are you talking about?" Nero stalked forward and raised the fire-coated sword. Although the man seemed ready to fight, Nero said, "Don't move. This will hurt, and you don't want me to miss." The man still seemed confused, and Nero took advantage of his hesitation. Lunging forward, he slammed his sword forward into the man's shoulder, pinning him to the tree. The man screamed in pain, and Nero hopped back out of reach. Nero said, "Like I said, if you remove that sword, you die. Just sit there and try not to move. I'll get back to you in a minute." Giving the man one last look, Nero decided that the man bought his bluff. Turning around, he jogged over to Nick's body. Looking down, he could see the construct that killed Nick had dissipated, and the massive hole it left was leaking blood and internal organs. Nero held back a retch and raised his hand to his mouth in horror. The damage was worse than he had feared. Dropping to his knees, Nero went to work. First, he had to fix the body, so that Nick's soul had somewhere to return to. Then he could cast the resuscitation spell and hope that Nick's soul tether was still intact. Firming his resolve, Nero cast the internal healing spell form. He was careful to not waste any more center than was necessary, as he didn't know how much it would take to bring Nick back. It took almost 2 minutes before he was able to switch over to the standard healing spell in order to rebuild Nick's muscles and skin. The spells were familiar, and it was actually easier to fix a body that wasn't alive. Nero tried not to think about Nick's absent essence field. Mentally looking over the body with his spells, he decided that it was time to see if his friend was still hanging around. Nero pulled out the book on healing he had in his personal space. He quickly flipped to the chapter covering the resuscitation spell form. Kneeling next to Nick's body, Nero stared at the spell which could bring back the dead. Banishing any doubt, he carefully carved the spell form. When the spell completed, he felt part of his mind launch into Nick's body. It was similar to the healing spells, but it wasn't targeting flesh. Instead of seeing the internal injuries, he saw an empty space. Nero had read about this. He needed to find the tether which led to Nick's soul. Looking around, Nero started to panic. The tether was supposed to be obvious, but he couldn't see it. Fearing he was too late, he closed his eyes and focused. Delving deeper, Nero reached into Nick's empty soul space, grasping blindly.
There, he thought.
Nero saw a small, foggy tendril leading off into the dark void. He knew he had to be careful. If he grabbed too hard, he could rip it apart and ensure Nick's soul death. Delicately, he took hold of the tether, then funneled his center into the spell form. The spell pulled essence from the surroundings, and everything rushed into the tether. Nero watched the foggy tendril solidify, then start growing. Smiling, Nero increased the flow. When the tendril reached critical mass, it collapsed. As it shrank, Nero could feel the soul space filling with Nick's soul. The feeling of his friend was omnipresent. Then Nero was ejected like a bullet casing.
Nero fell back, his head ringing.
Did it work? He wondered.
Coming back to his senses, Nero blinked away the confusion.
He sat back up and looked over at Nick's body. Like a zombie movie, Nick shot into a sitting position and started hacking. Nero scrambled closer and started patting his friend on the back.
Nick tried talking through his coughs.
What the hell just happened? Did I just fucking die?
He was patting his chest, feeling the giant hole in his robes. Nick was covered in blood and was still as pale as a corpse. Nero didn't have time to coddle the old man, and simply said, "Yep, but you're better now. I have other people to bring back, so take a minute, then tell me if I did it right." Nick looked up at Nero and said, "Huh? What do you mean? Do what right? What are you talking about?" Nero shook his head, then patted Nick on the back one more time. He stood up and said, "Just take a minute. I'll be back soon. And don't go near my prisoner." Stomping off, Nero went to repeat his performance with Kathleen. The sergeant could wait. Hopefully, he'd get to the man in time. Completely confused, Nick watched Nero walk off. He glanced over and saw some dead bodies. Then he saw the swordsman with ruined legs propped up against a tree. Performing a double take, he noticed the sword pinning the man to the tree. What in the hells is going on? He wondered. The last thing Nick remembered was sitting down for lunch. Then there was some pain, then blackness. At the memory of the void, Nick started shivering. That was death. He had died. No matter how many books he had read about the subject, the actual void was something he wasn't prepared to face. He never wanted to experience that again. Nick reached into his personal space and felt around for his custom flask of iced tea. When he found it, he summoned it and immediately started drinking. The cool tea washed the blood from his mouth. Looking down, he examined his ruined robes and tried to figure out what had killed him. From the looks of it, he must have been skewered by an incredibly large spike of some kind. He idly wondered how it managed to penetrate his defenses without any warning. While he ruminated, he heard some coughing. Then he heard Nero shout, "Wait! It's me! God damn it, woman! Maybe next time I'll just leave you dead." Nick looked over to see Nero sitting on his ass while pulling out a knife from his chest. Kathleen was hacking up some blood while trying to stand. Nick started chuckling. She must have reacted to being brought back by stabbing Nero. That woman is one of a kind, he thought. Nick watched as Nero tossed aside the unnecessarily large knife, then nonchalantly stamped a healing spell form into existence. Shocked, Nick watched Nero heal himself as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Is he really that good at healing? He wondered. Looking over at Kathleen, he watched her stretch. She quickly went through some basic moves, checking her mobility. Nick realized that she had provided Nero plenty of practice, and he shouldn't be surprised at Nero's odd familiarity with healing magic. Kathleen looked around, then picked up her spear, which had been laying next to her body. She looked around, offered Nick a nod, then narrowed her eyes at the swordsman stuck to the tree. "Why is that one still alive?" she asked. Nero had finished healing himself and stood up. Planting his hands on his hips, he said,
"That's the first thing you say? I bring your ungrateful ass back from the dead, and the first thing you do is stab me. Then you have the audacity to question my actions with the first words out of your mouth? How about you go sit next to Nick and shut up for a minute? I still have to bring back the moron who walked us into a trap."
Stomping over, Nero started working on Sergeant Wesker. Kathleen kept her eyes on the swordsman, but walked over to Nick. He was still sitting on his ass, drinking his tea. While keeping her eyes on the subdued assassin, she whispered,
"What's the situation?"
Nick looked up at the crazy woman and said,
"The situation? I'm thinking it's pretty obvious that we were ambushed somehow. I have no idea what happened, but Nero seems to have won somehow. Now he's resuscitating us. I'm guessing that once he's done with Wesker, he'll probably start questioning the prisoner that he's somehow stuck to a tree. That's the situation."
Kathleen finally looked down at him. She gave him a stare that would stop water from melting. She said,
"Are there any remaining threats? Is our misdirection ward still up? Where is Rose's body? Was she involved in the ambush? How about you put that big brain of yours to work and start filling in the blanks? Or you could just sit there and let a kid who awakened a few weeks ago do everything for you."
Nick grimaced, but forced himself to stand up. Both he and Kathleen turned to see Nero patting a coughing Sergeant Wesker on his back. Nero said something to Man, then gave him a final pat on the shoulder. Then he stood up, stretched his back like he had just finished a task which had been a pain in the ass. The young man's shoulders slumped, and he walked over to Nick and Kathleen. Nero looked at his two companions and said,
"Look, I've got like 20% of my center left. I feel like shit. You two are in charge." Lowering his voice, he continued, "I told the sword guy that the sword I used to staple him to the tree was spelled with an explosive charge. If he tries to remove it, it would blow up. I need to rest, so you guys do whatever you think is best."
Turning away, Nero went to lay down next to the small fire Nick had started. It was still burning merrily, as the entire encounter had only started around 15 minutes ago. Nero laid down and tried to put everything out of his mind. Everything hurt, and he just wanted to nap. But instead of getting the rest he believed he so richly deserved, he heard the sergeant shout, "Where in the hells is my direction finder?" Nero's eyes shot open, and he stared up into the canopy.
"And now we're lost. I should have seen that coming. I really should have stayed in Dorchester and started my t-shirt company," he thought sourly. Chapter 97. Interrogations are formulaic. The sound of the incoming arrow caused Rose's eyes to snap up from her soup bowl. She looked up just in time to see Ms. Averett's forehead sprout an arrow. As the woman's body collapsed, Rose was already moving.
She had been trained for situations just like this. Her former teacher, Ulrich, had put her through surprise drills many times. At first, she thought the man was a sadist, but over time she had grown to appreciate his diligence. His words, "Be ready for the situation to change at any time," had become a core tenet of her life philosophy. A moment ago she was enjoying lunch, but now she was running for her life.
Instead of doing anything fancy, she just raced for the trees. Running away would just expose her back and make the archer's job easier. And anyone who could kill Ms. Averett with one shot wasn't someone she wanted to run toward. So she made sure to run perpendicular to the archer's position, while doing her best to keep low.
She felt a few arrows fly near her, but didn't pause or look back. She knew how to reduce the likelihood of being hit. Move fast, be decisive, and head directly to safety. In less than a handful of seconds, she was into the trees and hiding among the bushes. Crawling, she moved around the campsite. She knew she needed information on what was happening. Peeking out from under some foliage, she saw Sergeant Wesker fall forward, seemingly killed by an invisible assassin.
Frozen in fear, her eyes darted around, looking for anything out of place. She knew the best way to shatter an illusion was to find the flaws. She saw Lord Walker attempt to fight back. Rose had to admit the little lord could take some serious punishment. She winced as she watched him take an arrow to the chest. He then tried to hide behind that ridiculous shield he always used.
The fight seemed to pause. Then, without warning, she saw the little lord fire that pebble spell he always used. Her eyes widened as she saw a man dressed in black suddenly appear. The spell had turned the man's legs into ground chuck. Choking back some vomit, she watched the man crawl away. Moments later, the little lord emerged from behind his shield, charging toward the tree line. Rose was shocked, as the moron nearly ran straight toward the archer. She wondered what he was trying to accomplish. As expected, the archer punished him for his stupidity, and then she saw the mage appear. As the fight progressed, she couldn't help but be impressed with how the little lord kept getting back up. She had known he was crazy, but watching him face certain death with a look of annoyance on his face was terrifying. Somehow the little lord killed the mage. He actually sent one of those spike spells into the man's face. Rose gasped in shock at the brutality. But the insane little lord wasn't done. He shot to his feet and raced off into the forest. She watched in awe as the forest seemed to rip itself apart to get out of his way. All of the sounds of combat died down as the conflict moved farther and farther away. Her heart was racing, but she remained hidden. She could still hear the man with the ruined legs crawling across the forest floor. It was at that moment a thought occurred to Rose. This must be another attempt on the little lord's life. Now that the danger had temporarily passed, her brain had started working again. Questions started popping into her head. How many assassins were out there? What were their orders? Would they care about a witness? How the hell was she going to get out of here? Looking over her shoulder, she saw the forest looming. Although she could probably follow the path they had made getting to where they are, it would be better if she avoided any obvious trails. Her eyes snapped back to the campsite and quickly found the sergeant's body. As a plan started to take shape, she unconsciously smiled. If there was one thing she was good at, it was surviving. She hadn't let that noble nonsense kill her in Dorchester, and she wasn't going to stick around here and end up as collateral damage. As long as that crazy little shit bought her enough time, she had a chance. Firming her resolve, she raced for the sergeant's dead body. She needed a few things: her weapons, supplies, and most of all, that direction finder. Miro ignored everything going on around him and just focused on restoring his center. Instead of dropping into his soulscape, he used the technique Specialist Howard had taught him. The idea was simple. You just breathe in and out, while mentally working backward through your memories. It wasn't nearly as good as deep meditation, but it was much faster. The most difficult part was trying not to replay moments. The goal was to observe time in reverse. Specialist Howard said that it helped you pay attention to the details and improved retention of something. Nero couldn't remember the specifics, but he had paid close attention to the process. Nero had once heard the quote, "Details aren't nearly as important as results." He didn't remember who said it, and he was 90% sure that he was remembering it incorrectly, but refused to acknowledge the irony. Step by step, he worked through everything he had gone through, but in reverse. And as time passed, he felt himself becoming more centered. The muscle aches along with joint pains slowly vanished, and his thoughts seemed to clear. It was like a hangover recovery at super speed. Miro opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. He still felt some pains in his chest and stomach, and realized that he should probably deal with the patchwork healing job he had done. Checking on his companions, he saw Kathleen, standing a few paces behind Nick and the sergeant, who were over by the swordsman. Next to them were two bodies, the archer and the mage. He was surprised they had bothered collecting the archer's body, Nero could hear them talking, but the crackling sound of the fire right next to him made his comprehension spotty. Since Nero didn't really care what they were talking about, he ignored them. Instead, he crawled over and leaned against one of the small logs they had been using as benches. He pulled out a canteen and took a long drink. The pain in his chest was getting annoying, and he bit back a groan. Carving his internal healing spell, he mentally dove into his body. Normally, he just located the damaged area, and then flooded it with whatever the spell provided. And while he had never half-assed a spell form during training, when he had been in combat, he had just spammed the spell without caring about the details. Now he was paying for it. It took him a few minutes, but he located the problems. The muscles had healed poorly, and the organs were misshapen. Everything was almost correct, but Nero wasn't about to go through the rest of his life with a flawed small intestine. With his eyes closed, he painstakingly repaired everything that looked weird. Using his psychic field, he ripped apart the damaged portions, then let the spell do its work. He had read that the spell used his optimal configuration for the pattern. There was a lot of technical babble, but Nero knew what they meant. His soul knew what his body should look like. Nero called it his spiritual DNA. This world knew about DNA and how biology worked. People here had even isolated the genes for different traits, like hair color and skin tone. Studies were done where they had manually changed those sections of a person's DNA with complicated machines. But in order to make the change permanent, it would require soul surgery. And the only time that was legal was for fixing developmental issues or chronic conditions. Luckily, changes to the soul required a person's consent or acceptance. A person had to let the surgeon into their soul, or it was nearly impossible for the surgeon to accomplish anything. While Nero's mind wandered, he methodically healed himself. When he finally ran out of things to fix, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Standing up, he did some stretches to check his work. Everything seemed in order, but he opened his identity to double-check. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 26%. Tier: 1. Condition: 98%. Age: 14. Center: 62%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. Well, it wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. Time and rest would probably fix whatever he missed. Nero closed his identity, then decided to head over to see what his companions were up to. He was still carrying his canteen, and his smile was wide and confident as he sauntered over to the group. As you got closer, the conversation they were having became easier to hear. Nick was standing with his arms crossed, looking very unhappy. He said, "I can track her. I've been training with her for the past week, so I've got a pretty good read on her essence signature. But is it really worth it? I think we should just head straight for Captain Angleton. He needs to know what happened here as soon as possible. I am more than capable of finding him through a simple scry, and I think Specialist Howard should be able to feel me reaching out if we get close enough. If we leave soon, I should be able to feel them a little after dark, if we manage to maintain the pace we have been keeping." Sergeant Wesker nodded, then replied, "I suppose that is probably the smart play. But it just feels wrong to leave Vikander on her own. The likelihood of her surviving without our help is nearly 0. Kathleen was maintaining watch, her eyes scanning the forest. But she still voiced her opinion without even looking at the two men. "She abandoned us, and we don't know for sure that she wasn't involved. Someone gave away our position, and considering the fact that we all were targeted, she is the most likely suspect." Nero listened with a smile. This entire world really needed to have some better entertainment. No one was capable of thinking like a villain. Anyone who had watched a spy movie, any spy movie, should have realized they had been set up. But just to be safe, Nero figured he should double-check with their prisoner. Walking around the group, Nero approached the swordsman. Someone had healed the man's legs. It was probably Nick, but they had left him still pinned to the tree by Nero's sword. At first, Nero was surprised to see the man still had his knives, but then he remembered personal spaces and figured out why they hadn't bothered to search him. He only managed 2 steps before he heard Nick ask, "Well, what do you think, Nero?" Nero turned to face his companions. They were all staring at him. Everyone looked so serious, and Nero felt a little annoyed at their tone. Scoffing, he asked, "Not even a thank you? Or how about, 'I'm so glad you are so amazing. If it weren't for you being an unkillable badass, then I'd be dead. If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know immediately. I owe you my life.' But I'd settle for a thank you." His rant was met with shocked faces from Nick and the sergeant, but Kathleen just smirked. She said, "Unkillable badass, huh? I'm pretty sure I've put you down enough times for you to be an honorary dead man. I'd keep that pride in check, little lord. It will get you killed." Nero looked at the woman fondly, his smile full of warmth, and said, "If I hadn't pulled an arrow out of your skull a few hours ago, that might have been intimidating. But now, I just find your insults adorable. I'm so glad that you are the way you are." Nick angrily interrupted their bickering. "We don't have time for this. We need to decide what we're going to do. Don't you realize how screwed we are?" he asked in a voice tinged with panic. Nero replied, "Calm down. We're not screwed at all. I heard you can track Rose. She obviously took the direction finder because she thought everyone was dead. I doubt she was involved. She's probably running for her life. But even if we can't find her, we can still locate Dorchester. That's where we have to go anyway." Sergeant Wesker spoke up. "No, we need to head to the captain. He'll have a camp set up by now, along with the communication crystal. And if there are more assassins out here, he'll need to know about them as soon as possible." Nero shrugged as if Wester's opinion barely mattered, and then pointed at the swordsman. The man was still wearing his black mask and sitting in silence. "What did my prisoner have to say?" asked Nero. Nick replied, "Nothing. When I wasn't able to resuscitate his companions, he went silent." Nero turned to the man and smiled. Taking a few steps forward, he looked down at the man. Crouching down, Nero gave the man's masked face a hard stare and said, "You're going to start talking. Right now. Or you are going to be helping me answer some questions about how the human body reacts to several of the obscure spells I've read about. You understand what I'm telling you?" The man squirmed and said, "You can't do that. That's illegal." Nero raised an eyebrow and replied, "You just tried to kill us. More importantly, you tried to kill me. You think I give a fuck about the laws inside Dorchester right now? We're in the wilds. As long as I leave your body for the monsters, who's to know?" The man started looking over Nero's shoulder, trying to see if anyone would speak up in his defense. Nero just kept the smile on his face and let the tension build. This is just like a movie. It's too bad I don't have a table full of knives or something, or the fantasy equivalent of a car battery with jumper cables, he thought. After letting the swordsman stew for a few seconds, Nero hardened his tone and asked, "How did you know where we were?" The man seemed to be debating whether or not to answer. Nero stood up and walked closer. The man froze, and Nero leaned over to stare directly into the mask. He'd seen plenty of cop shows, and the first thing he had to do was strip the man of his dignity before he'd break. Reaching out quickly, Nero grabbed the man's face, slamming his head into the tree trunk. Then Nero ripped the mask off his head and stared into the man's eyes. Nero's cold stare burrowed into the man. "I'm going to ask you just one more time. How did you know where we were?" The man's face twisted between panic and terror. His eyes were darting around, looking for help, but Nero reached out and grabbed the man by his chin and forced him to look into his eyes. Stuttering, the man said through squished cheeks, "We were given your route, along with a communication crystal which connected to a mage who was scrying you. We knew where the probable campsites were, and we just had to wait for you to come to us. Jerry took care of your misdirection ward." Nero pushed the man's head back into the tree, then took a step back to stare down at him. Now that the man had cracked, he had to develop a rapport with him. Without a partner, he'd have to be both the bad cop and the good cop. Internally, he thanked the many hours of Brooklyn 99 he had watched. The key was to act like a bipolar best friend. It was imperative that the man stay off balance. He crossed his arms and asked gently, "Listen, man, you don't have to die. Let's start with something simple. What's your name?" The man's face fell, and he muttered, "Mike. My name's Mike. I'm so sorry. We never should have taken this job." Then the man started crying. Nero watched, surprised to see a grown man sobbing. Holy shit, that actually worked? The guy didn't even ask for a lawyer. I'm really good at this, he thought with pride. It's okay. You can tell me. Sergeant Wesker was not a happy man. This situation was totally unacceptable. His team had been systematically destroyed, and he had been completely outmatched. Never in all his years had he been so thoroughly humiliated. The enemy's plan had been perfect, and if it weren't for Walker of all people, his entire team would be dead. Yes, this entire situation was completely unacceptable. Arms crossed in repressed anger, he watched as the little lord emotionally broke the assassin. With a grimace on his face, he forced himself to keep silent. Torture was grim work, but sometimes it was necessary, and it seemed the little lord had no issues getting his hands dirty. Glancing at the sword nailing the assassin to the tree, he thought, that crazy little bastard stabbed the man into a tree, destroyed his legs, and left him to bleed out. Am I really just going to stand here and watch what he does next? Surprisingly, the assassin answered the little lord's questions without him having to do anything. As the team's leader, he had been given the most detailed information the army had on everyone he would be leading. So he knew all about Nero's mind imprint from a previous life. The report didn't have much detail, but Wesker could read between the lines. The general had been scrying on the young man. Although it was technically illegal, the safety of Dorchester was paramount. Wesker assumed the general justified the spying as an investigation into a potential threat. It hadn't felt right at the time, but now the sergeant couldn't help but think the old man had been onto something. The sergeant couldn't help but wonder if the little lord had been trained in interrogation during his past life. What else could explain the young man's flawless performance? Wesker observed the little lord threaten and comfort the man in equal measure. The longer they talked, the more the man seemed to give up. Sergeant Wesker couldn't help but ponder the implications as the little lord bent the assassin to his will. Nero hadn't removed his sword from Mike, and the man was still pinned to the tree. But Nero had given the man a canteen filled with water, along with a ration bar. He had taken a seat on the ground right in front of him and sat cross-legged as if he were completely at ease. Mike was cooperating. Nero's actions made him feel like he didn't even have a choice. It was as if Nero knew Mike was out of options. Nero's face was calm and carried some sympathy as he said, "So it was really all Heather's idea?"
I understand what you're saying, Mike, and I can see that you didn't have much choice. But you know that I need to find out who her contact was. Without that, I'm not sure how much I can help you.
Mike stared at the young lord, his face filled with hope. Quietly, he asked, "You'll really try to intercede on my behalf? Why would you do that?"
Nero smiled gently and said, "Look, Mike, it's not like any of this was personal. You didn't want to kill me. You were just doing a job. The nail shouldn't be blamed for the actions of the hammer. But without knowing who hired you, there isn't anything I can do to protect you from them. They won't want loose ends. The moment we get to Dorchester, you'll be quietly eliminated. I can't protect you if I don't know who to protect you from."
Mike nodded and absently took a sip from the canteen with his good arm. He matched stares with Nero and said, "If I tell you what I know, I want your word that you will protect me." Nero wasn't sure if there was some kind of law or something that dealt with a noble's word, so he wasn't about to promise anything. His eyes lost their kindness, and he replied, "Let me be clear, Mike. You'll tell me what I want to know, or I'll remove your feet and leave you to the tender mercies of the wilds. Don't mistake my kindness for weakness." Mike shivered at Nero's threat and said, "All right, there's no need for that. I'll tell you everything I know about Heather's contact. Just, please help me." Nero's sympathetic smile returned. "Of course, Mike. You help me, and I'll see what I can do. Now, tell me about the contact," he said. Kathleen was still watching the forest, but Nero knew she was close enough to hear everything they were saying. Meanwhile, Nero could feel Nick and Wesker standing next to each other to the side, intently watching him interrogate the assassin. Mike dropped his head in defeat and said, "Heather met the man years ago. Since then, we've done work for him occasionally. Normally, it was finding out information or spreading the rumors he needed people talking about. He always paid well, and he was a great connection to have. He has contacts in the army, the guard, the hunters, and even business connections. Through him, she got us discounts on gear, and we always found out what was happening before anyone else." Nero's voice was soft. He made sure not to push too hard as he said, "I need a name, Mike. You know this has gone too far. He won't stick his neck out for you. You're a liability now. All of those contacts that he has, they're now going to be coming for you. Tell me who he is." Slumped in defeat and stapled to a tree, Mike whispered, "I'm guessing his son won't let me slip away. You're right. It would just be easier to kill me. I'm a dead man." Nero was getting frustrated, but he forced himself to keep calm. "I'm a new noble, Mike. That means I have royal backing. If you are under my protection, no one can touch you. But I need to know who it is I'm up against." Mike whispered, "Blackwood. It's Lord Blackwood. He's the one who hired us. I don't know the details, but Heather said he needed you killed in a way that couldn't be traced back to him. He provided the plan and the support. We were supposed to report to his son at your main camp if we ran into any issues. We're hunters, so us being out here shouldn't have been suspicious. But if there were no problems, we'd just quietly return to Dorchester. We were going to dump your bodies into a proto-dungeon a few units from here. There wouldn't be anything to find. Ideally, no one would even know we were out here at all." Sergeant Wesker broke the quiet atmosphere. "Gods damn it! This is not good. Lord Blackwood is a consort to the City Lord. Everyone knows that. This is going to be a shitstorm," he angrily hissed. Nero leaned back onto his hands, but kept his eyes on his prisoner. Questions were racing through his mind. Was the City Lord behind this? Why? Could this be someone else framing the City Lord? Maybe he did it on his own, like that idiot son of hers. Then Nero remembered the sergeant who had once given him a tour of the army compound in Gate 7. The man had been avoiding Nero during training, and now Nero knew why. He was surprised at how betrayed he felt. Even though he didn't know the man well, he had gotten along with him. Nero remembered the man's laugh, and he could picture the man's easygoing smile. This is some real medieval betrayal. Princes and consorts plotting the demise of their political enemies. Friends turned into enemies based on their familial ties. If this were happening to someone else, I'd totally watch this show, he thought grimly. Nick spoke up. The Blackwoods are a large family. They have several branch houses and are practically an institution in Dorchester. It doesn't make sense for Lord Blackwood to be personally involved. If he wanted you dead, he'd have someone from the lower families arrange it. This is probably the work of an imposter.
Mike looked up and said, I don't know what else to tell you. As far as I knew, Heather was talking to him directly, but I only have her word on that. She could have been lying, or she was deceived. All I know for sure is that whoever her contact was, he was powerful. Once, Heather had been arrested by the guards for a bar fight where she killed someone. It had only taken a ping for her to have a representative from the Tower of Law petitioning for her immediate release. After that, none of us questioned what she told us.
Sergeant Wesker said, There isn't a noble in Dorchester who could manipulate the law like that. Nero snorted, then looked over his shoulder at the sergeant and said, I doubt they did anything illegal. All it would take is an expedited trial and some careful presentation of the evidence. She probably was let off on the grounds of self-defense or something. Lawyers don't have to break the law to manipulate it. Nero returned his attention to Mike, who looked like he had given up all hope. Even though Nero felt bad for the guy, there probably wasn't much he could do to help him. Their only chance was to get the man into protective custody, or whatever the Dorchester equivalent was. After a few seconds of silence, Nero stood up and took a few steps away from the prisoner. He made sure to keep an eye on the assassin and said, The way I see it, our options are limited. We know for a fact that someone gave our position away. They could be watching us right now. It is entirely possible that Mike is right, and this conspiracy goes all the way up to this Lord Blackwood guy. Taking that into account, we can't go to the camp with Captain Angleton. Sergeant Wesker gritted his teeth, holding back his anger. Trying to keep calm, he asked, Why not? The captain wouldn't be involved in this. Nero just returned a blank stare and said, His sergeant and close friend is named Blackwood. I've met the man, and he was part of the command party. Don't pretend you haven't considered the possibility that Captain Angleton was bought off. Nero watched the sergeant struggling to contain his rage at the possible betrayal. Continuing on, he said, We need to find Rose. She is probably heading toward the camp. If she gets there before us, we have no idea how the captain and Sergeant Blackwood will react. Worst case scenario, they interrogate her and find out that I might still be alive. If they are complicit, they'll start hunting us. Who knows how many people from the recruits are with them. So, first order of business is getting to Rose before she makes it to them. Nick said, It's worse than that, Nero. If we're really being tracked by mages, then they could have already told their agents that you were alive. The camp could be coming for us as we speak. I think we should head directly for Dorchester. Rose will have to take care of herself. Nero gave his friend a complicated look, then replied, You're right. But I don't want to let her walk into what could possibly be a trap. Not to mention that these woods are full of monsters and beasts that will have no problem ripping apart an archer who is not even level 10. Besides, we can't assume that everyone is involved. Paranoia isn't going to help us get through this. The best thing we can do is just deal with what we know. Our immediate issue is Rose, and we're going after her. Sergeant Wesker's voice was hard as he said, I'm the team leader, and I'll be making the decisions. We need— Nero interrupted harshly.
Like hell you will! He was much shorter than the sergeant, but he stared up at the man with no hesitation in his eyes.
Nero's voice was like steel as he said, I may not be a full lord or whatever until I complete the trials, but I'll be in charge of my survival. Until I know better, the only people I trust are Kathleen and Nick. You could be involved, and only killed as a contingency. You might be feeling betrayed by your employer, or by the army, or just thinking about yourself. Taking a step forward, he stared the man down and continued, I don't trust you. I will not be taking any orders from you. You will follow my lead, or the woman behind you will remove you from the equation.
Sergeant Wesker froze as he remembered the terrifying woman who was currently watching his back. He suddenly realized that any semblance of control he had over the group was only there because the little lord in front of him had allowed it. Looking down at the insane young man, he said, Very well. What are your orders? Nero said decisively. Everyone, pack up our gear. We're heading after Rose. Nick, you said you can track her, so find us a heading. Turning, Nero looked down at Mike, who was still attached to the tree. Striding forward, Nero grabbed hold of his sword, then yanked it out of the tree. Mike screamed in pain, then collapsed. Nero cast a simple healing spell and let it do its work. As Mike felt his shoulder heal, he heard the young man who had dismantled his entire team say, Mike, you're coming with us. You now work for me. You will do as you're told, defend us with your life, and cause no trouble. I'll personally deliver you to the Tower of Law so you can make a statement. Right now, I'm your only chance of getting out of this alive. Do you have any objections? Holding his shoulder, Mike looked up at the stern-faced young noble and said, No, my lord. I'll do whatever you say. Nero ran his center along his blade, cleaning off the blood. Giving it a quick look, confirming it was now clean, he then returned it to his scabbard. Turning around, he saw his companions bundling up their supplies, but he couldn't help but notice Kathleen was still keeping an eye on the forest. Nero stood in contemplation, watching Mike go and collect his weapons, while doing his best to avoid looking at his dead friends. Deciding that he better get it over with, Nero looked up into the sky and said, I don't know how many of you are watching. You might be from the Mage Tower with Jennings, or some asshole who is paid to track us. But you better pray to whatever gods you believe in, because if you think you're going to live through this, you're delusional. I'm coming for you, so you better start running. Nero huffed in anger, then went to collect his things. After taking 2 steps, he paused, then looked back at the sky. And Jennings, if you're watching, I know you must have known about this. You're the kind of asshole who would watch this happen like it was some kind of experiment. If you don't have the mage who's been tracking us in custody before I get back to Dorchester, I'm going to start a weekly broadcast on Dorchester's hub. It will cover topics including how to annoy your bosses, why mages aren't that special, and why essence shields are only described as a film by idiots. Don't test me, old man. Nero nodded to himself, as if his threat was enough to ensure Jennings' cooperation. He then went to get his gear together. Well, I wanted an adventure. Now I have to rescue a runaway girl, while making my way through a monster-infested forest, with a man who tried to kill me, a possible traitor, and my magic teacher. And all I have to rely on is a warrior woman who has spent the last week teaching me how to die well. What could go wrong? He thought wryly. Chapter 99. Reunited with my thorny Rose. Rose was in her element. Even though the situation was dire, she had missed this. She had always loved the wilds. It was where she felt at home. The sounds of the forest wrapped around her like a blanket. Like a ghost, she moved along the forest floor in a crouch, alert for any threat. She felt the ambience change, and her surroundings seemed to quiet. Pausing, she quickly found a bush to hide under. Like a rabbit,
she scurried to safety. Her heart was steady, and she waited patiently to see what had disturbed the forest. Lumbering into view, a large, bear-like monster shuffled through the trees. Its snout was in the air, seemingly searching for something. Rose realized that it must have caught her scent. Delicately, she set down her pack. Her eyes never left the hulking monster. Skillfully, she drew an arrow and prepared herself for combat. If the monster had her scent, then any chance of avoiding a fight was already gone. Patiently, she watched the monster approach. Ensconced in a shrubbery, she waited. Her heart pumped steadily, and sweat pooled on her lower back. As a hunter, she knew how to pick her shots. She didn't move a muscle, and her breath was so quiet that she could be confused for part of the landscape. Rose loved this feeling. Her enemy looked right at her, but couldn't see her. She was the one in control of the situation. Slowly, she raised her bow. Every movement was smooth. The sound of her bowstring stretching forced her to pause. The monster's head whipped around, once again staring at her hiding spot. Its snout bared in a silent snarl. Hungry eyes searched for its prey. Calmly, she connected to the arrow like she had been taught. She felt the arrow and became one with it. The process was familiar and comforting. Now, she thought, and released her arrow. It flew true and planted itself in the towering beast's eye. The monster reeled back in pain, and its roar ripped through the forest. There was agony in its call, and Rose's heart leapt at the successful strike. Rather than reposition, she just drew another arrow and waited for the monster to offer its other eye. Seconds passed as the giant monster stumbled around. It used its front paws to break off the arrow, leaving a wrecked and bleeding eye socket. Rose's smirk grew into a smile. Her eyes were sparkling with joy. She was the predator, and her prey was panicking. Seeing an opening, she fired another arrow. Once again, a roar of pain shook the forest, and her prey was blinded. Springing to her feet, she clipped her bow to her baldric, then threw it over her shoulder. Feeling it rest comfortably next to her quiver, she drew her short sword with her right as her left pulled a knife from a scabbard on her chest. While becoming one with her blades, she moved quickly and circled the monster. She approached carefully, as the large beast was flailing around in pain. It was slamming into trees, destroying whatever it happened to run into. Blinded and enraged, it was a terrifying sight. Yet, for Rose, it was a wounded animal that she would soon put out of its misery. Like a viper, she struck out at its legs. The monster's shoulders were taller than her, and she had no issue finding its joints. Soon the beast was hobbled. Its roars of pain had transitioned into guttural whines. Its flanks were covered in wounds, and it was unable to stand. Rose didn't hesitate, and with a running leap, she ascended the mountain of muscle. Perched on its back, she ran up to its neck. Her steps were so light, the monster didn't even realize the danger it was in. Sheathing her knife, she took up a two-handed grip on her short sword. She raised the sword high, then slammed it into the monster's neck, just below its head. She held tight as the beast thrashed around in pain. Her blade sawed back and forth, and the blood poured over her hands. Seconds passed, and the hulking monster came to a stop. Rose was crouched on the beast, patiently waiting to see if the fight was really over. The silence of her surroundings made a sharp contrast to the previous cacophony. Covered in blood, she stood up while wrenching her sword free. Standing on the beasts, she looked around carefully. Rose knew better than to let her guard down. Killing one monster didn't make the forest any safer. Her eyes snapped toward a sound in the distance. Something was coming, and it was moving fast. She looked around and saw that she was high enough to reach the lower branches. Quickly sheathing her sword, she didn't even have time to remove the blood. With a small jump, she took hold of the closest branch. Like a squirrel, she climbed higher, trying to find a comfortable perch. When she found a suitable place, she unclipped her bow and got ready. She could hear feet stamping, along with the familiar sounds of armor. Whoever was coming, they were armed. Taking a deep breath, she drew an arrow and prepared. They would not find her easy prey. She was a hunter.
Tone. Nero was getting annoyed.
Their group was moving quickly through the forest. Rose had a few hours' lead, and Kathleen was determined to close the distance quickly. Everyone seemed to share Nick's opinion of how terribly screwed they were. A great deal of Nero's irritation was due to the fact that the man wouldn't shut up about it.
When they'd first left to find Rose, Nero had contacted Nick over a private connection. When Nero had told Nick his plan, the man had been skeptical. But after some convincing, he agreed to play along. Nero couldn't help but regret the fact that Nick was such a surprisingly good actor. He really played the victim well.
As they moved through the forest, Nick hissed,
"All I'm saying is that you're not thinking this through. If there are really mages tracking us, there isn't anything we can do. I'm not skilled enough in essence diffusion to hide us. There could be multiple teams hunting us as we speak. And if Captain Angelton is involved..." From the front of the group, Sergeant Wesker nearly shouted, "The captain is a good man. He wouldn't be involved in something like this. I'd recommend you watch your mouth, mage."
Nero sighed, but didn't get involved.
He needed the sergeant to be preoccupied, so Nick had made sure to continually needle the man. The two of them had been repeating this fight for the last hour. Nick would slowly complain, working himself into a lather. Then the sergeant would lose it. As expected, Nick's apology quickly followed. Nick held up his hands and said, "I'm not saying that the captain is involved. I'm just stating a hypothetical. I'm sure you're right. The captain is a professional. His service record is impeccable, and I didn't mean to imply anything." The group proceeded forward, following Rose's trail. Occasionally, Nick would direct them to alter course. He was the only one who could follow Rose's essence trail. Nero had tried, but he didn't have anything with her signature to use as a reference. Nick had tried to explain, but they hadn't gotten far, and Nero was in no mood for a lecture. Nero tried to ignore Nick's grumbling. While keeping watch on his side of the forest, Nero's mind tried to piece together what he knew. He hated this. There were too many possibilities. All he knew for sure was that someone with connections had hired a group of people to kill him. Everything else was just conjecture. He couldn't trust the assassin. And the worst part was that he could be under surveillance right now, so he couldn't even think out loud. As Nero's anger at the situation grew, he heard Kathleen say, "Halt! Nick, shut up for a second." The group came to a stop. Nero was breathing hard, but he tried to listen for what had spooked Kathleen. Like a meerkat looking around, she rose to her full height from a crouch. Nero watched her, trying to figure out what she was thinking. Her eyes were furrowed in concentration as her gaze panned around the forest. When she froze in place, Nero felt his breath catch. What is she hearing? He wondered. Crouching back down, she whispered, "There's a fight in the distance. I think someone is fighting one of those monsters we've been seeing." She pointed off into the forest with her spear and said, "It's coming from over there." Sergeant Wesker replied, "All right, let's see who's out there." Nero looked over at Mike and was happy to see the man looking nervously into the distance. It didn't seem like the man was expecting reinforcements. In fact, the man was perfectly happy being ignored. Nero had kept a psychic eye on Mike, and he had been getting better at recognizing the man's emotions. It was a lot like when he was using the link. Nero had found that if you let his psychic field mingle into someone's essence field, he could get a sense of what they were feeling. It was very muted, but still useful. He couldn't affect the essence within their bubble, but he could feel what they were doing with it, and how their psyche affected it.
Nero likened it to reading someone's expressions, but psychically.
Nero's center had almost recovered, and he was ready to see what he and his companions were capable of when they were prepared for combat. If there were enemies ahead, they were about to have a surprise. While the group moved quickly, Nero spread out his senses. He felt the animals running away from the conflict, and the sense of growing danger gave him goosebumps. 10 minutes later, they found the aftermath of the fight Kathleen had heard. Nero looked around and marveled at the destroyed landscape. Trees were destroyed, and the ground was torn up. He tightened his field, looking for anything out of the ordinary. The group spread out, Kathleen taking the middle as always. Wesker approached a large dead monster. It looked like it had died to 1,000 cuts. There were slashes all over its sides, and it was covered in blood. The sergeant looked over the corpse and said quietly, "It looks like someone shot out its eyes. Then they spent a good long time bleeding it to death. This wasn't a quick kill." Nero felt a disturbance in his field. There was a hazy spot up in the trees. Turning his head, he looked up. There didn't seem to be anything up there, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "How many people were involved?" Sergeant Wesker responded, "How in the hells am I supposed to know? All I can tell you is that there was an archer and a swordsman. I don't see any signs of casting, but that doesn't necessarily mean there were no mages here." Nero put the pieces together, then huffed in annoyance. He put his hands on his hips and stared at the hazy spot in the trees. He couldn't see anything, but he was pretty sure who was up there. He shouted, "Rose, get your ass down here. The sergeant needs his magic 8-ball, and we have to get back to Dorchester. Stop being so dramatic." The entire group was startled at Nero's outburst, but before they could say anything, they heard an angry shout from above. "I'm not being dramatic. How do I know that you are really you? The assassins had an illusion mage, and I'm staring at their swordsman as we speak," said Rose, while still hiding in the upper branches. Nero snorted in amusement. Looking over, he saw Kathleen standing comfortably with her spear planted in the ground. Sergeant Wesker was hiding behind his shield, nervously looking around. Nick was crouched, his eyes wide in panic. And Nero nearly started laughing when he saw Mike standing with his arms up. The man apparently realized that an archer was targeting him. Nero replied, "Look, I'm me. No one has the balls to try and impersonate me." He gestured to the assassin dismissively. "And that's just Mike. He and his friends were hired to kill me. His friends are dead, and he has agreed to testify against his employer. We need to get him back to Dorchester. So get your ass down here and let's go." Nick whispered, "Are you sure that we can trust her?" Rose's voice replied from a different tree. Somehow she had moved without anyone having seen her. "What do you mean by that? They tried to kill me too? And how in the hells are you all alive? I saw you die. I'm not going anywhere with you until you prove to me that you are who you say you are," she said, her voice tight with anxiety. Nero rubbed his head in annoyance and replied, "I took care of the assassins and then resuscitated everyone. We came after you to save you, and we need that direction finder you took. But mostly it was because of the saving thing. I don't know how to prove anything to you." Looking around at his companions, Nero asked, "Any of you got any ideas?" Kathleen's voice was cold as ice. "If you don't get down here in the next 2 minutes, I'm coming up there," she said. Rose immediately responded, "Oh, thank the gods. Hi, Kathleen. I'm so glad you're okay." She emerged from the branches, hopping and sliding among the canopy. In less than 30 seconds, she was on the ground again. She rushed up to Kathleen and was all smiles. She looked at the woman and said, "Thank you for coming for me. I really am glad that you're all right." Kathleen offered the young woman a small smile and replied, "It will take a lot more than that to kill me. Now let's get back to Dorchester and get this assassin to the Tower of Law."
Nero angrily walked up and said, "It did not take more than that to kill you. Why is no one acknowledging the fact that I saved everybody? This is starting to feel like a conspiracy." He turned to look at Rose and said, "And why did you just believe her? Why didn't you believe me?" Rose and Kathleen exchanged a look, and Kathleen shrugged as if nothing Nero said mattered. Rose looked down at Nero and said, "I believed her because I know her. And anything that comes out of your mouth should be treated as a lie until corroborating evidence is presented." Nick burst out in laughter, while Nero's face turned red in anger. Nearly hissing, Nero said, "Let's just get moving. And for the record, I'm the only one who believed you weren't an assassin. Just because you're still a spy for the general doesn't mean you had anything to do with this." Nero stomped off, apparently done talking about this. While Nick and Kathleen frowned, Rose looked shocked. Mike seemed completely ambivalent, while Sergeant Wesker said dumbly, "Wait, she's a what now?" Nero shouted over his shoulder, "I've already got a bearing on Dorchester. Everyone shut up and let's get moving. We're losing the light." Dutifully, everyone took their places, with Mike trailing behind the group. Rose kept her head down, pretending to be embarrassed. They left the dead monster where it was and headed off toward the city. Nero kept his senses wide, now paying attention to both Mike and Rose in equal measure. "I shouldn't have said anything. Come on, Nero, lock it down. Don't get emotional, and focus on the angles. If you can't handle wordplay, then you're going to get eaten alive by the nobles," he admonished himself. Chapter 100. On the Road Again. Lord Blackwood was starting to get nervous. The mage he had contracted was not returning his pings. It had been more than an hour since he'd heard from him. The mage had reported that everything was in place, and the ambush would happen shortly. But, since then, the mage had gone silent. Tapping his finger anxiously on his armrest, he thought through the most likely scenarios. The problem was that regardless of what happened during the ambush, the mage going silent was a problem. It all came down to what caused the man to be unavailable. Hopefully, it was an unrelated issue, and he would soon be hearing the good news. His office was simple, and the only window had curtains blocking out the sun. He lived for his work, and any distraction was an unnecessary feature. Normally, he would just work on something else while he waited, but this mission was too important. He couldn't concentrate. Feeling fidgety, he stood up. He started pacing, anxiously waiting for his link to alert him to an incoming connection. Lord Blackwood's heart leapt into his chest when he felt a ping from his door. He furrowed his brow as he didn't recognize the signature of his unexpected guest. Curious, he sent a reply for them to enter and waited to see who was bothering him. The door opened, and he saw the new court mage, Mage Adept Newbanks, along with 2 guards. Surprisingly, the 2 guards were not anyone he knew. She walked in confidently, her face calm, while the 2 guards waited at the door. "What can I do for you, Adept Newbanks?" Lord Blackwood asked with a polite smile. His heart was pounding, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this visit did not bode well for his future. The mage replied in a soft voice, "Archmage Jennings has requested your presence. You are to come with me." Repressing a shudder, he asked, "What's this about?" For the first time, she smiled and said, "He is trying to make sure that he can return to Hennings with his head intact. It seems one of his games got a little out of hand, and there are many people currently unhappy with him. That's all I'm at liberty to say. Are you willing to come with me?" If there was one thing to be said about Lord Blackwood, it was that he wasn't a coward. With his head held high and his back straight, he looked Mage Adept Newbanks in the eye and said, "Of course. I'll do whatever I can to help. Lead on." Still smiling, Mage Adept Newbanks offered a gracious nod, then turned to leave. Lord Blackwood followed her into the hall, and he felt the guards take up position behind him. As they walked down the hallway,
He stared at the mage's back. She seemed completely at ease. But the sound of the guard's heavy footsteps on the tiles behind him felt like the drums of a funeral march. He wasn't sure that they knew anything, but he couldn't help but feel like things were spiraling out of his control. The trip back to Dorchester was just as bad as the trip into the wilds. Even though they had developed a healthy teamwork, it was offset by the suspicious atmosphere which now hung over the group like a cloud. Mike did his best to keep silent. He knew that no one trusted him, and he was running low on options. While he tried to ignore his feelings at losing his two best friends, he couldn't help but be distracted. And every time someone from the group saved him or pulled a beast away from him, he felt his unease clawing at his mind. The cold looks from the people currently escorting him chilled him to the bone. His grief and shame caused him to continuously need help, and it kept getting worse. Rose wasn't faring much better. Her cover was blown, and even worse, it had been blown for some time. She had thought everyone had believed her, but it seemed everyone had always known she was still loyal to the general. What was worse, the only person who was surprised at Lord Walker's outburst was the sergeant. Rather than treating her like a comrade, he looked at her with suspicion. Her anxiety was causing her to underperform, and every time someone stepped in to save her, she felt a little worse. As they traveled in silence, the group only spoke during combat. The sun set, and the hours passed quickly. Eventually, they decided to make camp for the night. Coming to a stop, Sergeant Wesker said, "Here's good. Let's get a perimeter set up, then we can discuss shifts." He pushed the base of his shield into the ground so it would stand on its own. Rubbing a hand over his head in worry, he continued, "I have no idea how we're going to do shifts. This is a disaster."
Nick chuckled, but went to set up the misdirection ward.
Nero used some simple spells to create a small pit and start a fire. Kathleen, as always, kept an eye on the surroundings. Mike and Rose shared a look, then took seats on opposing sides of the fire. Neither wanted to talk, and both were uncomfortable trying to help. Soon enough, the entire group was sitting around the fire, watching Nick prepare some stew. Rose broke the silence first. "I'd just like to say that I didn't betray you all. The general only asked for updates on our training. There wasn't anything that was illegal or anything. It was a condition of my being accepted into the elite hunter program. You can trust me," she said. By the time she finished, she was almost begging. While Nick was falling for it, Nero and Kathleen just stared at her with equally blank looks. Mike kept his head down, as he didn't want anything to do with their inter-party spat. Sergeant Wesker asked gruffly, "Why didn't I know you were still spying for him? I was told that your mission ended when Walker got the other spies kicked out. Was Captain Angelton told? Did he not trust me?" Rose pleaded, "Don't blame the captain. He had nothing to do with it. The general just believed that the fewer people who knew, the less likely I'd be targeted by other noble houses. He was worried that they would try to get me to spy for them." Nero couldn't help it, and laughed lightly. "Oh, I get it. That's a good play. You're going with the whole, 'He was just looking out for me, and I was only there to look out for you.' That's a really good spin. You're surprisingly good at this for someone who says they hate politics. I'm impressed," he said with real admiration. Kathleen nodded in agreement, while Nick looked confused. Sergeant Wesker said, "What are you talking about? What am I missing?" Nero looked across the fire and met the sergeant's eyes. He smiled and said, "She was placed as a spy to report on my training. The general wanted to know more about me. I'm guessing that my existence threw up some flags, and he wanted someone close to me. Who better than a hot girl who was good at reading a room? When her cover was blown, he told everyone that she stopped spying. You suck at lying, and he didn't trust you to keep the secret. She threw herself on my mercy, and I allowed her to stay. Instead of being loyal to me, she kept spying.
I have no idea why, but it doesn't really matter. Everything I've done or said has been reported to the general. I'm an unknown, and he is a politician. He can't plan for me, unless he understands me."
Sergeant Wesker frowned and said, "You're a weird kid. It's not just that you train like a madman. You think weird. You shouldn't be able to do the things you do. You recharge your center too quickly, and you are too cunning. By the gods, man, you took out an entire team of assassins on your own, and still had center to spare to revive us. That's not normal." By the end, he was nearly shouting.
Nero just shrugged in response, but Nick spoke up angrily. "Nero may be a little odd, but that is no reason for the army to have him under surveillance. He has done nothing but help Dorchester since he got here. If it weren't for him, we'd be facing this level threshold with a weakened army after a bloody noble war. Lord Cosgrove would probably be dead, and we'd be led by a traitor. And all he's gotten in return is constant assassination attempts and distrust. This is an outrage."
Nero tried to calm the situation down by saying,
"It's all right, Nick. I've gotten plenty. I'm now rich, been raised to nobility, and I even have an estate somewhere. I also have you and Vera." He looked over to Kathleen, who was staring calmly into the fire, and continued, "Not to mention my warrior woman. She taught me how to take a spear in the gut and keep fighting. If it weren't for you three, I wouldn't be here. So don't worry about it. Let the nobles play their games. Whatever they do, it will just end up with us getting more money and power. If you haven't noticed, they suck at this."
Rose looked abashed, while Sergeant Wesker couldn't help but smile. As much as the kid freaked him out, he was really starting to like him. The little lord just didn't know how to quit. The silence stretched for almost a minute, as everyone digested what had been said. As the fire crackled, Kathleen's solid voice interrupted their thoughts. She kept her eyes on the fire and said, "In the north, there are warriors known as warblades. They are fearless in the face of death. Their training is harsh, and they treat every aspect of their existence as if it were a battle to be fought to the death. Whether it is physical combat, an argument, or even a meal, everything is a battle to be won. Nero embodies that ideal. What you Southerners call weird, I call great. It is a concept foreign to you as you live your life in hiding. The world is out there, waiting. A warblade faces it with steel in their heart and walks their path with purpose." Her eyes lifted to stare at the sergeant and said, "Fear him. Try and destroy him. Stand in his way. You will be nothing but mortar on his path, for you are not an obstacle. You are fertilizer." The entire camp was shrouded in silence. Even the forest seemed to quiet at her grim words. Nero's voice rang out. "God damn it, lady! You are awesome! When we get back to Dorchester, remind me to talk to you about t-shirts." Everyone looked at Nero with confusion and fear, marveling at his wide smile. "What?" he said, surprised at their odd reaction. "You're telling me that didn't get you fired up? That was like something you hear while metal music plays over a montage of my battles. Stop looking at me like that." Nick shook it off first and said, "We need to set a watch. I think that—" Nero interrupted. "I'll take first watch with Rose and Mike. You all can rest easy, and I'll wake you up in 4 hours. You need sleep, after all. You died today." Nero met their stares with a happy smile. Kathleen just nodded, then went to set up her sleeping bag. Sergeant Wesker shook his head as if he were too tired to argue. Nick gave Nero a worried look and asked, "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Nero waved dismissively, ignoring the surprised looks he was getting from Rose and Mike. He said, "Yeah, don't worry about it.
Rose is worried about what might happen, but she isn't a threat. And Mike needs us to get him to the Tower of Law. He knows we're his only chance at getting out of Dorchester alive."
Nick nodded, still clearly uncomfortable with Nero's decision. Nero let them head to sleep, while he went and got another bowl of stew from the pot simmering over the fire. Retaking his seat, he looked over at Mike and Rose. They were both looking uncomfortable. Neither seemed happy with their situation. As he drank his soup, occasionally chewing on a big chunk of meat, he thought about what he should do about them. Rose was crafty as hell, and she was the very definition of a survivor. She probably could have made it out of the wilds on her own, and she wasn't even level 10. That's pretty badass, he thought to himself. Mike, on the other hand, was a follower. From what Nero had gathered, the man thought he ran his team, but it was obvious he was just the most neutral one of the group. He had never made a decision that wasn't reached by committee. He was no leader. But Nero had to admit, the man was really good with a blade. On several occasions, while they were being attacked by random beasts and monsters, the man had shown a lot of interesting abilities. Mike was able to infuse his blades with some kind of essence that made them act like laser swords. They could cut through anything, as if it were butter. That was a useful ability, one Nero would very much like to copy. Figuring it was a good way to pass the time, Nero looked over at Mike and asked, "Hey, how do you do that thing with your swords?" Seeing the man's confusion, he clarified, "You know, where you make them glow kinda red, then they cut through a monster's leg like it was paper. Is that an ability or a spell?" Mike's face looked bleak. Nero could see the man was struggling to not break down and curl into a ball. Poor guy is really white-knuckling it. I hope he can keep it together for a few days, Nero thought. Sighing, Mike said, "It's an ability. My pillar is cutting. I grew up in a butcher shop, and my dad always made me sharpen the knives every morning." Shrugging at the memory, he continued, "It just seemed right to me. I'm not really sure how it works, but I've put a few stars into the pillar's ability. I've focused on imbuing my blades with an edge. A perfect edge." Nero watched as the man got lost in his thoughts. Mike continued, "I think it's the simplicity that appealed to me the most. Every time I've tried something fancy, it failed. But cutting, separating something, that is simple enough that even I can't screw it up." His head fell forward, tears in his eyes. Nero felt uncomfortable. He had never been good with people showing their emotions. This guy needs to bury that shit deep. One should only confront their feelings in solitude. With alcohol, he said to himself. Rose's voice was quiet and tinged with fear as she asked, "Lord Walker, what are you going to do with me when we return to Dorchester?" Nero gave her a questioning look and asked, "Why do I have to do anything? You're the general's lackey. It's got nothing to do with me." Rose looked confused and said, "But you put me under your house's protection, and I violated your trust. Nero held up a hand and interrupted. "Look, I don't know how you guys do the whole honor thing here. As far as I'm concerned, I used you to get rid of the spies I didn't know about and replace them with one that I did know about. I don't care about politics, but compared to people who never watched CNN, I'm a freaking prodigy. I'm not going to do anything to you. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep spying on me. The last thing I need is for the general to get all butthurt and try to figure out some other stupid way to screw with me. You are at least nice to look at, can take care of yourself, and I really enjoy how you keep trying to emotionally manipulate everyone." He offered her a thumbs up and said, "You just keep being you. No complaints from me." Rose blushed and turned her head back toward the fire. Nero looked back over at the silently crying Mike and decided that he should just ignore these two overly emotional people. Spreading out his psychic field, he tried to keep watch on the surroundings. While taking another sip of his soup, he thought, "Why is everyone so worried about this crap?
when we are in a forest filled with monsters the size of elephants. This world is crazy. I love it." He couldn't help but smile at the thought. Chapter 101. Misdirection via Arguing. Archmage Mather's image was hovering in a scry portal facing Jennings' desk. His arms were crossed, and his brow was furrowed in anger. Jennings was thankful that the man was alone, as he didn't feel up to facing the entire Council of Mages at the moment.
"How bad is it?" asked Mathers, his voice full of reproach. Jennings nervously shrugged his shoulders and replied,
"It's not that bad. Things just got a little out of hand. Everyone is fine. No one died. Well, not permanently, at least." Throwing his hands up in exasperation, Mathers shouted, "That doesn't sound good! The entire point of you being out there was to stop things like this. What the hell have you been doing?" Jennings grimaced and took a sip from his glass. He was in his office, and he could feel Mage Adept Newbank's eyes boring into him from the chair across from him. He could take some comfort in the fact that Mathers didn't know he had an audience. "I was just trying not to interfere too much. I didn't know they had such a good plan. I thought it'd just be a few hunters. I mean, come on, it shouldn't have been a big deal. They kill the assassins, then return to see me having already arrested the mastermind. It would have been a great bonding experience. Then I would have a solid argument for saying Nero should come stay in Hennings for a while. This whole level shift is going to get bad, and there is no reason for him to stay here," Jennings said while grumbling. Mathers shook a finger at Jennings and said, "He likes it there. And the king is already going to be sending support. Even the Fate Weavers are predicting that the city will probably make it through the shift intact. You could easily ensure his survival. Hells, man! You could probably single-handedly deal with the shift if you got off your lazy arse. There was no reason to let this happen. The entire Cosgrave line may have to be purged. Do you have any idea how big a mess you made?" Jennings squirmed in his seat and groused. "They weren't supposed to have a mage. I sensed someone watching them, but I thought it was the mage the general had assigned. There are too many people scrying on the boy. It's not my fault. And Lord Blackwood somehow got involved. By the time I realized the city lord's daughter was sleeping with him, it was too late. I figured it would work itself out. And for the record, it did. Everyone is still alive."
Mather's face was red with fury. His voice was like ice as he said, "The only reason everyone survived without you having to blindly try teleporting through an essence pool was that Nero figured out how to resuscitate his comrades. He shouldn't even be able to do that. There was no way you could have known he could do that. Stop trying to say you had things under control. You imbecile. I can't talk to you right now. Just fix it. The council is furious, and there is a petition to move your office into the basement. You better figure something out." And then Mather's image winked out. Archmage Jennings slumped in his chair. It had been a very long time since he had so grossly miscalculated. He couldn't figure out how the situation had gotten so out of control. Everything had started out so simple. It should have been a small hunting team that needed money and would try to assault a professional team of elite hunters. The Cosgraves would be humiliated, Nero would look like a victim, and he would be able to come in and save the day. Mage Adept Newbanks interrupted his thoughts. "So, I have Lord Blackwood waiting outside. Are you ready to meet with him? Or would you like some more time ruminating on what went wrong with your brilliant plan?" Scowling at the young woman, he replied, "Just send the moron in. And schedule a meeting with Lord Cosgrove along with General Branson. This is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with." Standing up, Mage Adept Newbanks calmly said, "You might want to include someone from the Tower of Law. I recommend Lord Bennings, as she is still the director. The ramifications of a house attempting to assassinate a new noble, one who recently provided a Class 5 exploit, might require some legal oversight. Also, what would you like to do with the mage who is providing aid to Lord Blackwood?"
Shooting a glare at his calm and collected subordinate, he said, "Thank you for that. Just confine her to a room for now. I'll deal with her later. If she had any idea of what she was involved in, she's going to have to die." After a sigh at the thought of possibly having to kill the mage, he continued, "And yes, Lord Bennings is a good idea." As though his personal crisis was completely irrelevant, she offered a polite nod, then left to go get Lord Blackwood. Archmage Jennings just watched her leave, stewing in his defeat. He really needed to figure out a way out of this debacle. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to send the entire city's nobility into a frenzy.
Nero and his companions were making good time. They moved through the forest easily, swiftly dealing with anything that stood in their way. If they didn't run into any problems, they would be out of the wild sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Nero's skill in using his psychic field to search for enemies became second nature. He kept his field up at all times, only stopping when Nick got fed up with him. It was difficult for Nero to passively scan, as he had a tendency to grip the essence rather than just let his presence float in the ether. Nick had been a godsend for Nero. Since the wall had been ruined, Nero needed a new shield. As the only shields he had left in his personal space were small bucklers, Nick was kind enough to show Nero how to cast a spell form to mimic one. As a bonus, they were able to use his lessons to annoy and confuse the rest of the party. Currently, the group had paused. After surviving an ambush, they were watching Nero fight a large bird monster. Everyone had agreed to let Nero use the last enemy as a training partner. This was the 5th time they'd done it, and Nero was getting annoyed at how easily everyone had seemed to agree with the idea. Nick stood with the group, surrounded by dead bird monsters. With his arms crossed in annoyance, he shouted, "No, Nero! You're forcing your center too much. Just imbue the shield with your center, then keep a tight grip. If you keep refilling it, you'll just run out of center. The entire point of the shield is to pit your will against the attack. Don't absorb it, block it." Nero was using a buckler as the anchor for his spell form. A gold, hazy film, resembling a 3 feet tall kite shield, was floating an inch in front of it. He was currently fending off a 6 feet tall bird which resembled a velociraptor. In a crouch, Nero hid behind his spell shield. When the squawking beast struck out with its beak, he would firm his grip and face it head-on. It was completely contrary to what he had been taught before. He had been told to distribute the force from an impact, but now Nick was trying to get him to receive the blow firmly. Nero gritted his teeth and felt the impacts with his mind. The beast's momentum would completely halt, but the shock to Nero's mind was vicious. It was like getting a hot spike shoved into his brain every time he blocked. He really wished he was allowed to parry. Getting fed up, Nero sidestepped the snapping beast and slammed his essence-infused blade into its neck. He felt the impact shake his wrist and heard the beast's cry of agony. He took a quick step back and set up for another clash, but it proved unnecessary as he saw the beast collapse. Dismissing his spell, he took several deep breaths while watching the large gash on the beast's neck pour out its lifeblood. Frowning, Nero turned to look at his companions. The sergeant was apparently done collecting the other essence crystals and was wasting no time. He walked right up to the dying monster and finished it with a knife to its eye. Completely at ease with the violence, he pulled out his knife and absently wiped it clean on his pant leg before sheathing it. Kathleen was watching the forest as usual, while Rose was perched on top of a dead monster. Mike was casually leaning against a tree, patiently waiting for the rest of them to get moving.
Nero turned to Nick and asked, "Why the hell is this so difficult? And why can't I just parry with the spell? This is stupid, and you're stupid for making me do it."
Nick glared at Nero and replied, "Before you can learn to parry, you must learn how to keep hold of your center during combat. Close-quarter spell work isn't for everybody. I personally hate it, but this is how you're supposed to train. First you learn to take a hit
while keeping control of your construct. Then you learn how to hold on to your construct and use it as an object. Finally, you wield it like an actual shield. You can't just skip steps. Stop being so difficult.
Nero grunted in annoyance. He was about to reply when he heard Kathleen speak up.
I'm all for training, but don't you two think we should keep moving? This isn't the time to learn a new skill, she said without looking at them. Nick replied, I completely agree. It was Nero's fault. He kept bothering me about learning a shield spell.
Nero propped his hands on his hips and said,
Hey, it's your fault for not being a better teacher. You can't even make a proper shield to demonstrate the principle you're trying to have me replicate. I blame you, and so does everyone else. He spread out his arms, demonstrating that everyone was on his side.
Nick huffed as though he were affronted.
Now you listen here. My spell form is perfect. I just prefer to fight at a distance. The principle is sound. Sergeant Wesker stood up from the corpse and said, Walker, come put these crystals in your bag. We should get moving. He had grown used to their bickering, and now pretended not to hear anything.
Nero went over and collected the essence crystals. His bag was carrying over 50 of them at this point.
He could see how lucrative a career in hunting could be.
Kathleen said,
All right, let's get back into formation. We have a long way to go before we can rest for the night.
The companions took their positions, and they were soon moving again.
Everyone kept their eyes peeled and their senses sharp. But the silence lasted only a few minutes before Nick broke the serious atmosphere.
Nero, loosen your grip. Why do you insist on holding onto the ambient essence so tightly? He hissed.
Nero grimaced in annoyance and looked over his shoulder at Nick's back. He hissed right back, I'm not gripping too hard. You're just being a perfectionist. I bet you could barely feel my presence.
Kathleen interrupted their budding argument by saying,
I swear to the gods, if you two don't stop picking at each other, I'm going to make you walk around wearing gag.
Nero and Nick said in perfect unison,
Sorry, Kathleen. They both returned to their duties, looking like disciplined children.
Sergeant Wesker kept moving forward, while shaking his head in aggravation.
How in the hells can they both be so talented and so childish at the same time? It's like being with my sister's kids all over again, he thought to himself.
The two bickering mages were affecting Mike the worst. He followed along sheepishly, but he couldn't get over the fact that his friends were defeated by a child. Even worse, he couldn't rationalize how the young lord was capable of acting like a spoiled brat one minute, then immediately turning into a terrifying whirlwind of destruction. He had personally seen the little lord brutalize monsters, then turn to his companions and ask if they were edible. How in the hells did I end up here? He asked himself sadly.
Rose wasn't fooled, though. She knew what the little lord was doing. The constant bickering was keeping everyone's mind off the danger they were in. It was a masterful manipulation, but she wouldn't fall for it. She had seen what the little lord was really like, and no amount of childish bickering could make her forget it.
As everyone had their own take on Nero's actions, Kathleen believed Nero was just completely at ease in the wilds. The little lord was treating the imminent threat as a non-issue. She was proud that he could only think about training, and agreed that Nick was being a whiny little bitch. While keeping his outward appearance focused on the forest, Nero kept his connection firm as he asked, Was that too much? Nick didn't show any sign of receiving the message, but replied, No, you're doing great. Remember to keep a firm but light grip. Creating a link like this isn't easy. Don't be discouraged if we lose the connection. Just reach out, and I'll feel it. Think of it like that handshake thing you showed me in my office. We're just reaching out our minds and bridging the gap. Are you sure you don't want to hear how the thought hub was developed from this technique? Nero sent a mental sigh and replied,
Nick, now isn't the time for a lecture. Don't get me wrong, I'm interested, but save it for later. I think everyone is buying it. Well, maybe not Rose, but that chick is sharp.
Yeah, she is something, all right. Are you sure we should sick Vera on her? That seems like overkill. Are you sure this isn't about how attractive you think she is? Asked Nick.
Nero replied easily.
I'm not going to say that's not part of it. She's smoking, but that's not the point. I think she is just really smart. I think she and Vera would either get along great or try to kill each other. Either way, I trust Vera to handle her, and we can't let the General's plan go unanswered. Remember, he flat out lied to us. I was an idiot and let on that I knew, so that's on me. But now we have to deal with the aftermath. I don't know what the General will do with that information, so we have to choose a battlefield. By making this about Rose's allegiance, we shape the conflict around something we don't mind losing.
Nick's concern was clear over their private link. I don't really understand all this political maneuvering, but I trust you. Now, how is your shield really doing? He asked.
Nero replied, No issues. It's not that much different than holding a spell form. But we really need to sit down and go over how to properly form an essence shield. I think I'm missing something.
Nick said, Just be patient. We'll be back in Dorchester soon enough. For now, we have to deal with what's in front of us. This is going to be a complicated few days, and I think we've exhausted our arguments about the shield spell. We'll need something else to focus on, or people are going to start getting suspicious.
Miro asked, How about you try grounding me?
Nick replied, Huh? I don't understand. You know, like how you ground a kid. Tell me that I'm going to be confined to my estate when we get back, as it's too dangerous out here for me, said Nero. Nick's amusement came through loud and clear. Have me really play into the father angle? That's good. Oh, I could say that completing your trials is an unnecessary risk, and that we can revisit the issue when you're older. And then I can say that you should transfer all your assets to Vera, so that we can take care of you. Then you can act like a child and throw a tantrum, he said. Nero sent over a mental chuckle and replied, Well, it looks like tonight might be fun. I really doubt they'll spend any time plotting their moves when they're too busy worrying about us bringing down the wilds on them. Nick said, Well, you're doing fine with your pulling. I can't reach out as far as you can. That last group you found was out of my range. Is it just me, or are the monsters and beasts getting harder to find? No, it's not just you. I think this area has already been cleared. There is still plenty of horrors out there, but it's not as dense as it used to be. Don't worry, though. I'm getting better at telegraphing our position, said Nero. Well, be sure to keep it up. We're making a killing with the essence crystals, and all this combat is keeping them from realizing where we're going. The essence is starting to thin, and it's getting easier to diffuse our presence, he said. Nero replied, That's awesome. Keep it up. I've been watching closely, and I think I can take over for you tonight, so you can finally get some sleep. Don't worry, Nick. I've got your back. Me too, Nero. Once we get in range of the city, we're in the clear. They'll learn what it means to mess with two mages who did their homework, said Nick with pride. Nero replied frostily, Okay, never say that again. The next time Kathleen makes a speech about northern badasses, be sure to take notes. You suck at being inspirational. Noted. Is that why you keep dismissing my t-shirt ideas? Asked Nick. Yes, it is, replied Nero. The entire group moved through the forest, completely oblivious to the two mages' conversation. As far as they knew, they were heading for Gate 15, where they were planning on handing Mike to the local guards. Nick and Nero's plans were proceeding well. Chapter 102. Fireside Mind Games. Lord Blackwood cautiously entered the once familiar office. He had been here many times, but that was when Mage Adept Cranston had been the court mage. Fondly, Blackwood recalled his interactions with the former court mage. That man may have been an idiot, but he had known how to play the game. He had always been available for a favor, and his requests were always simple. Lord Blackwood looked around the room, noticing the changes. Everything was different now. Even the rugs had been replaced.
While he surveyed the room, he locked eyes with the man currently behind the desk. Lord Blackwood felt a chill as he remembered that it was this man who had killed Cranston in a mage duel.
Offering a shallow bow, he said, "Archmage Jennings, I've been told that I may be able to offer some service to you." Lord Blackwood stood up straight and plastered a polite and endearing smile on his face. He had spent countless hours crafting the persona of a helpful gentleman, and he was very good at it. The Archmage's cold eyes held Lord Blackwood in place, and the man snorted in response to the greeting. Jennings raised his hand and offered him a chair while saying, "Take a seat, Lord Blackwood. We have a great deal to talk about." With a polite nod, Blackwood took the offered chair and replied, "I'm eager to be of service, Archmage." Jennings' face was stoic as he said, "I'm sure you are. Now I'd first like to caution you from doing anything drastic. Sometimes people don't think things through, and I'd hate to have to do something drastic in response." At this point, Lord Blackwood was almost positive that the Archmage knew of his plot to kill Lord Walker. Yet he knew better than admit to anything. So he cocked his head to the side and looked at the Archmage as if he had no idea what the man was getting at. "I'm sure I'll be able to handle whatever issue you are dealing with. How about you start by telling me about your problem? I promise to do everything in my power to help you," he said with the utmost sincerity. Archmage Jennings huffed in annoyance and replied, "Look here, Blackwood. I don't have time for these stupid games. But you're right about one thing. I should start at the beginning. I want to know when you started sleeping with Deirdre Cosgrave." The Archmage's voice was full of repressed rage, while his face betrayed nothing. Out of all the questions that Lord Blackwood was mentally preparing to answer, when did he first sleep with Deirdre Cosgrave wasn't even on the list. Lord Blackwood stuttered in shock. What? How did you... We haven't... Archmage Jennings waved his hand in dismissal of the man's evasions and said, "I know for a fact that you have been sleeping with her. What I want to know is when the affair started and the circumstances which led to the affair. I'm trying to understand how I missed it." Lord Blackwood closed his mouth and stared at the ancient mage. Even though Jennings was probably over 700, the man still looked youthful. As he stared into those cold eyes, he realized that the man already knew enough to have him executed. It was now just a matter of the details. With a sigh, Blackwood slumped in his chair. Offering the Archmage a slight smirk, he said, "I thought I had been so careful. It was a mistake. Almost a week ago, after her brother was banished, I saw her crying. All of her plans were failing, and her caretaker had just withdrawn her support. The poor girl was worried about her brother, and she didn't know what to do. She looked just like her mother did all those years ago, surrounded by enemies while trying to keep it together. I wanted to help, so I took her somewhere private where we wouldn't be seen by the staff." His eyes glossed over at the memory, and he continued, "We talked for hours. It had been a while since we had some time to catch up. She has grown into a remarkable young woman. We shared a few glasses of dwarven whiskey, and one thing led to another, and we..." Archmage Jennings's eyebrows shot up as he interrupted. "Where in the hells did you get dwarven whiskey in Dorchester?" Confused, Lord Blackwood came out of his memory and refocused on the Archmage. He replied, "Lord Bevan gave me a few bottles when he was trying to garner support for the early evacuation of the city. He has always been a good friend, and I offered what support I could for his plot. Why does it matter?" Jennings frowned in thought and said, "So you two got drunk and had sex. I'm assuming you both wanted to keep it secret, as I can't imagine either of you wanted her mother to find out. Consorts are usually executed for things like this." Nodding, Lord Blackwood replied, "Yes. We both knew that it was a mistake. It only happened the one time. We were behind a privacy ward, and I made sure there was no chance of conception.
Both of us agreed to put it behind us and move on. How did you find out, anyway?
Archmage Jennings waved away the question, and instead asked,
So after that, you agreed to be part of her plan to kill Lord Walker?
Surprised at the change of subject, Lord Blackwood asked,
Why does that matter?
Some anger leaked into his voice, as Archmage Jennings said,
I want to know your thought process. When exactly did you decide to aid her in the plot to kill Lord Walker? Answer the question.
Shrugging, Lord Blackwood replied, Well, at first I was just going to put her in touch with a fixer I know who works out of Gate 15, while doing my best to discourage her. But considering our situation, I decided to help her out. Her plan wasn't terrible, and I happened to know a few hunter teams who would be capable of doing the job. It all just kinda happened. A very capable team was available, and I already had several contacts involved in the training program. I even had a mage approach me looking for some side work. It didn't take much effort at all. It was as if the plan came together on its own. One of my sons even reached out to me, asking me for a favor. It just so happened that he was on the command team for the training facility where Lord Walker was stationed. He was hesitant to help, but I persuaded him. It all just worked out. Archmage Jennings was nodding along with a thoughtful look on his face. Quietly, he muttered,
Almost as if it were fate, huh?
Suddenly, the door to Jennings' office burst open, and Mage Adept Newbanks walked in unannounced.
For once, her face showed some emotion. She looked worried.
Why aren't you responding to your pings and connection requests? She said quickly. Surprised to see her so flustered, Jennings responded, I didn't want to be bothered for the moment. Why? What's happened? The Mage Council lost their connection to Lord Walker, and now no one can find him, she said, while frowning. Jennings opened up his senses, and immediately had to start swatting away connection requests. Reaching out, he quickly located Nero's essence trail and hurled his mind through the ether. But when he reached the end of the trail, he only saw an empty clearing that nature was in the process of reclaiming. There had been a fight, and he could see some monster remains that hadn't fully dispersed. Yet there were no signs of Nero. His trail ended there. Spreading out his field, he tried to locate the essence tag he had put on the young man. He could tell it still existed, but he could only get a directional heading. It would take some effort to find him, as he could no longer surf the young man's essence trail. Looking at the two curious people in the room, he said, Well, that's an interesting development. Jennings now had a decision to make. He could reach out and probably find the young man, but the entire city would notice his psychic presence. The feeling of pressure would probably cause mass panic, and most likely clog the emergency response teams with pings questioning what was happening. On the other hand, he could keep his touch feather light, but it could take hours to isolate the young man's signature. Rubbing his chin, Jennings considered his options as Lord Blackwood and Mage Adept Newbanks stared at him with confusion. Nero was on watch for what would be, hopefully, his last night in the wilds. If Nick's calculations were correct, sometime tomorrow they should reach the road. Nero was skeptical when it came to Nick's navigational skills, but he didn't really have much choice but to trust him. The entire plan hinged on whether or not they could reach a gate his enemies weren't currently watching. If Nick were to be believed, they had been hidden since they had found Rose. At Nero's request, Nick had been diffusing their signature without letting the rest of the team know. It wasn't easy for him, and Nero had been forced to find reasons to slow their pace because of the stress it had been putting on the poor man. But Nero had finally gotten the hang of it, and had taken over for the old mage. Nero glanced over at his sleeping friend. He couldn't help but feel lucky to have met the man. It was a rare thing to find someone who was completely trustworthy. It was even harder to find a trustworthy person who was willing to lie for you. Chuckling quietly, he returned to scanning his side of the forest. Even though they had their misdirection ward up,
Sergeant Wesker had made it clear that only idiots didn't take their watch seriously. So, Nero buckled down and did his duty. Though, with his psychic field stretched out over the camp, he could tell there were no enemies around.
Part of his attention was being held by the technique for essence diffusion. Nero smiled at the memory of that populator who had told him it would be years before he would be able to hide his presence. He really enjoyed proving people wrong, especially people who were in positions of authority. It will be unfortunate when people stop underestimating him. Nero had learned how to diffuse his essence trail from watching Nick. The concept turned out to be more complicated than the technique. The idea was to shake the ethereal plane in a wide area so that their essence trails were broken up. Over their private connection, Nick had tried to explain to Nero how exactly that happened, but Nero didn't understand what the man was talking about. However, vibrating his psychic field turned out to be pretty simple. It was like humming, but with his mind instead of his mouth. The best part about it was how much room for error there was. Even if he took a second or two in order to readjust his grip on the ambient essence, it wouldn't be a problem. According to Nick, it took around 5 minutes before an essence trail started to solidify enough to be followed. There was a caveat, though. Nick had warned him that if the mage who had been tracking them had gotten close enough, they could have placed an essence tag on them. If that had happened, then there wasn't much they could do about it. Nick had said he was reasonably sure they were clean, but it wasn't his specialty. And even if they were tagged, depending on the distance, it was difficult to find more than a directional heading. Nero could only hope that their efforts proved sufficient. The last thing they needed was another assassin team being told their position. Just 12 hours. We just need to hold out for 12 hours, he thought, with some worry. Opening his identity, he checked to see how he was doing. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 12. Race: human. Growth: 31%. Tier: 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 72%. Body: 3. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 10. Stars: 0. Pillars: 1/1. His growth had really slowed down, but it was his center which had him worried. Typically, sitting around doing nothing caused his center levels to raise, not lower. But keeping the essence diffusion field active was stressful. Nick had warned him, but Nero had been sure he could handle it. Remembering the old man's advice, he tried to firm his resolve. Nick had said it was a matter of concentration and will. The more you kept yourself together, the more center you could hold on to. Clenching his hands into a fist, he scowled at the forest. I got this. Eventually, this will be just like breathing. I won't even notice I'm doing it, he told himself. Through his psychic field, he sensed Rose silently approaching him from around the fire. Turning to look at her over his shoulder, he saw her freeze in surprise. Smiling, he said quietly, "What can I do for you, Rose?" Shocked that she had been caught, she shook her head in amusement. The little bastard is full of tricks. I need to keep in mind who it is I'm dealing with. Don't trust what you see, she reminded herself. Joining Nero on his makeshift bench, she asked, I wanted to touch base with you while everyone is sleeping. Nero nodded, then said, You know Mike is just over there on watch with us. He gestured toward the other side of the camp. Rose smiled and replied, Yeah, but he won't say anything. He's terrified of you. Whenever you pay attention to him, he starts shaking. Nero shrugged and said, Okay, so what do you want to talk about? Pursing her lips in order to look serious, she locked eyes with Nero and said, I want to know why you and Nick are pretending to fight.
Holding up her hands in surrender preemptively, she continued, "I won't say anything. I just want to know what the plan is. I'll help however you want. Tell me what I need to know so I don't screw up whatever plot you have going."
Grinning, Nero said, "I figured you weren't buying it." He checked on the team through his psychic field, making sure that the only person awake was Mike. Keeping his voice down, he said, "We're not heading toward Gate 15. We're going to 14. Nick and I have been blinding the mage who has been tracking us. As far as everyone knows, we're in the wind. Hopefully, we can make it to Dorchester without anyone noticing." Rose's eyes were wide with surprise. She asked, "But why pretend at all? And who's in on it?" Nero turned to look out into the forest, scanning for threats. While keeping his voice low, he said, "Only Nick and I know the plan. We don't know who we can trust. Wesker is an unknown, Mike could have a failsafe, and Kathleen wouldn't care anyways. The argument was meant to be a distraction, along with some misinformation. If they are currently in contact with anyone, Wesker and Mike will report that we were at each other's throats the whole time. And even better, while they are paying attention to the fight, they aren't paying attention to where we're going. That's why Nick is carrying the direction finder and not Wesker. He's acting as the navigator, but only he and I know where we are going." Rose leaned in and asked, "But what about me? I could just report the ruse, and all of this would be for nothing." Shaking his head, Nero said, "You'll wait to say anything until after we're in Dorchester. By that point, it won't matter. The only one who'd believe you is the general, and I'd welcome him getting conflicting reports. Feel free to tell him about this conversation. I'm sure he'll believe you." Rose looked confused and a little worried. "Why wouldn't he believe me?" she asked. Grinning from ear to ear, Nero replied, "Everyone other than me wanted to leave you in the wilds. Think how that will look on the report. Did you get emotionally compromised by your target? Should the general remove you from the team? Or maybe he should keep you here, but put someone into position to watch you. Are you using me? Or am I using you? Or neither? Layers upon layers, my dear Rose. Like I said, misinformation." Rose paled as she looked at the shadowed face of the little lord. In a hushed whisper, she said, "I just wanted to be a hunter." Nero patted her knee consolingly and stood up. Even though he wasn't very tall, he still managed to look down on her as he said, "Keep telling yourself that. I'm sure you don't have a secret control fetish. Anyway, you watch this side. I'll take your old post. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow is going to be interesting." Nero sauntered off to take Rose's place for the rest of the night. She watched him leave with a pit in her stomach. He's got it all figured out. Did he know that I would come talk to him? What's his goal? Was that even the real plan? She wondered. Shaking her head, she did her best to put the little lord out of her mind. She stared off into the forest and resumed her watch. But she couldn't stop thinking about what Lord Walker had meant when he said she had a control fetish. She had never heard the term, but she didn't think she was sexually excited by the idea of being in control. Frowning, all she could do was mull over what might have given him that idea. Chapter 103. On the Road Again. Several teams had already reported in, and the camp was starting to fill up. More hands meant more work being done. Captain Angelton walked around, silently observing the various tasks that were being tended to. The sounds of construction felt like a march toward the civilization of this small stretch of the wilds. By tomorrow, everyone should be here, and then the real work could begin. "Captain, I need to speak with you privately," Sergeant Blackwood said, sounding worried. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the captain asked, "What's wrong?" Gesturing with his head, Sergeant Blackwood signaled for the captain to follow him. They made their way to a small area where no one was working, away from the center of the camp. Captain Angelton's height had him looking down at his longtime subordinate. "All right, Sergeant, what's the problem?" he asked. Sergeant Blackwood sighed and replied, "There was a plot to assassinate Lord Walker. I did The captain took a step forward and loomed over the smaller man. "Explain, now!" he ordered. Grimacing in annoyance, Sergeant Blackwood said, "I was trying to. Just listen for a second. My asshole of a father apparently planned some assassination attempt in the wilds. He blackmailed me with a reassignment out of the wilds and threatened to disinherit me if I didn't go along with it. He had me provide the planned routes for the teams. Also, he told me to look out for a group of 3 hunters and to make sure they didn't make it back to Dorchester if they were captured. Unfortunately, that's all I could find out." Captain Angelton struggled to contain his fury, and with a tight voice he asked, "Why am I just hearing about this now?" Scoffing, the sergeant replied, "Because you keep secrets like an amateur. I love you like a brother, but you're not very good with the political aspects of the game." Reluctantly nodding, the captain said, "Fair enough. I'm assuming you had a plan, and you're telling me now because something went wrong." The sergeant's shoulders slumped, and he said, "That's putting it mildly. When I was creating the information packets, I put something extra in Lord Walker's. I included everything I knew about the plot, and some recommendations on how he should handle it. When he didn't say anything the morning we left Dorchester, I figured he had a plan in place, and I wasn't needed." Running a hand through his hair, he sighed and continued, "But they should be here by now. I tried using the private communication crystal I was given to find out what's happening, but my father isn't answering. By now, the assassins should have already acted. Ideally, they'd be either dead or captured. Now you know as much as I do." Captain Angelton pondered what he had just heard and asked, "Why didn't you just report it?" The sergeant looked at his captain fondly and said, "Until the plot played out, I had no evidence. I needed to get my father caught in the act. Acting prematurely would just result in a slap on his wrist and my complete destruction. I wouldn't be surprised if he had me killed for the betrayal." The captain nodded and turned around to look over the camp. After quickly locating Specialist Howard, he said over his shoulder, "Come on, let's find out what's happening." They made their way through the camp to the grumpy specialist. The man was sitting down on a hastily made chair, reading a book while doing his best to ignore all the work going on around him. Walking up, Captain Angelton said in his command voice, "Specialist Howard, I want you to scry Sergeant Weska's team. I need a situation report." Looking up from his book in surprise, he saw the nervous sergeant standing next to the captain. He didn't know what was going on, but he could tell it was probably important. Shrugging, as it didn't really matter to him, he waved his book into his personal space and closed his eyes. Sergeant Blackwood and Captain Angelton watched as the specialist closed his eyes and concentrated. 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, and then they saw the specialist's face change from concentration to confusion. He opened his eyes, looked up at them, and said, Captain, I can't find them. I think they're using essence diffusion to hide their trail. I can track them to a clearing, but I can't tell you where they went from there." Both Captain Angelton and Sergeant Blackwood looked down at the seated specialist with surprised looks on their faces. The captain asked, "Did you show Walker how to hide his essence trail?" Scoffing, Specialist Howard said, "Of course not. He couldn't do it anyway. It must be Nick. But I doubt even he knows how to do it. He's a researcher. I doubt he'd bother learning a technique that is both a pain in the ass and completely useless outside of the wilds." Sergeant Blackwood asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, it's just stopping people from following your trail. If they know where you are, they can still scry you. I can only tell it's essence diffusion that they're using because I can sense their trail breaking down at the clearing I found. The technique is pointless inside a city. If someone knows where you hang out, they can find you easily enough. It's like I said, the only time it's useful is when you don't want to be tracked while you're covering a lot of ground.
said the specialist. The three exchanged confused glances as they thought about what that implied. Sergeant Blackwood was the first to speak. I don't get it. Maybe some of them are dead and the others are running scared? The specialist said, No, I told you. I felt their essence signatures breaking up. They were all alive in that clearing, and then actively hid themselves. I just don't know why. Captain Angleton straightened up and said, All right. I'm going to report what we know to command. We'll just have to deal with whatever happens as it happens.
Turning to look at Sergeant Blackwood, his face took on a look of pity and said, I'll do what I can to mitigate your responsibility. But if anything happened to Lord Walker, I'm not sure my help will matter much. Sergeant Blackwood looked at his longtime friend and said, I understand, sir. I did my best with what I had available. If it results in my loss, then I have no regrets. Specialist Howard watched the two men have a bro moment. Sighing in annoyance, he pulled his book back out of his personal space and said, You two go deal with your personal matters somewhere else. Just let me know what happened to that little troublemaker. In the meantime, I'd appreciate some peace and quiet. Sergeant Blackwood and Captain Angleton shared a look of embarrassment, then walked off. The captain headed toward the newly built command room to report what he'd learned, while the sergeant followed dutifully along. Their night had passed peacefully, and he had to admit Nick looked much better after some rest. Nero had debated whether or not to use his psychic field to pull in some monsters, but in the end he decided to let everyone get some sleep. They were almost out of the wilds, and the time for mind games would soon be over. As they got closer to the destination, the availability of enemies for Nero to call dwindled. His field was currently about 120 feet in diameter, larger if he pushed it. If anything came anywhere near them, he could feel it. Even so, it had been almost an hour since they had an encounter. Wesker was in the front of their formation as usual, so he was the first to notice the change in the forest. Nero heard him shout, What in the hells? There shouldn't be a road here. Nero and Nick were near the back of the formation, and they shared a look of resignation. It was time to come clean with the plan. As Sergeant Wesker led them through the last of the woods, they emerged onto a wide dirt road. The sergeant checked the road for travelers, but there was no one. Even though the road stretched far into the distance, in either direction, it was completely clear. Nero stepped onto the road and said in a firm voice, Okay, everyone, listen up. We needed to disappear for a while, so I made a plan. For the past day or two, Nick and I have been hiding our essence trail. Without knowing specifically where we are, they can't scry us. I also diverted us, so we didn't head directly toward Gate 15. In fact, this road will lead us straight to Gate 14. I'm sorry if you feel deceived, but you're just going to have to deal with it. It was a matter of, operational security. Yeah, that sounds right. Nick added, We needed to make sure we could get to Dorchester without anyone noticing. Unsurprisingly, Kathleen didn't seem to care. She just kept her eyes on the tree line while tapping her feet impatiently. Nero smiled at her predictable response. He figured if she cared at all, it was about how they would be facing fewer enemies while traveling the road. Nero had read that the main roads were created with an intent enchantment, but it hadn't seemed relevant at the time. And as far as Nero was concerned, he still didn't care how it worked. Mike and Rose both looked interested in what Nero was saying, but were unbothered. The only one who seemed to have a problem with their surprise destination was the sergeant. Operational security, huh? Said Sergeant Wesker through gritted teeth. Nero was pretty sure he'd never seen the man so angry. Even from 10 feet away, he could see the vein pulsing on the man's forehead. Holding up his hands like he was calming a horse, Nero said, Look, Sarge, it's nothing personal. The fewer people who knew, the less likely it was that we'd be discovered. How about you just chalk it up to one of my crazy ideas and move on with your life? We'll be back in Dorchester in no time,
and you can write a scathing report detailing my many failings. That'll make you feel better, won't it?"
The sergeant stared at the young man, who constantly caused him psychological torment, and said, "Fine, let's get moving." Right as he turned around and started marching, Nick spoke up.
"Oh, Sergeant, 2 things. 1, Dorchester is that way." Nick pointed the opposite direction from where the sergeant was stomping off.
The man stopped and seemed to deflate. His head drooped, along with his shoulders. "And 2?" he asked without raising his head. Nero grinned at the sergeant's plight and gestured for Nick to continue. With a hesitant tone, Nick said, "We kind of need to collect everyone's links." The sergeant's anger returned full force as he spun around and shouted, "What?" Nero answered with a smile. "Well, we can't have you all reporting in the moment we get in range of Dorchester's hub, now can we? That would defeat the entire purpose of us heading toward Gate 14. Come on, Sarge, think it through." Without any fuss, Kathleen tossed her link over to Nero, who caught it easily. He turned to Mike and Rose. Rose's face looked sour, but she slowly reached into her pockets to pull out her link. Mike's blank expression aptly conveyed how defeated he was both mentally and emotionally. He didn't need to toss over his link, as it had already been collected from him during his capture, along with the communication crystal he had used to contact the mage who had been tracking them. Rose said, "I'll want this back as soon as possible," then tossed her link over. Nero grinned at her and replied, "Sure thing, Rosie." "Rosie?" she asked with a reluctant grin. Nero shrugged and said, "Just trying out a nickname. Don't worry about it. I'll workshop it." Turning to the sergeant, Nero's easy smile disappeared. Locking eyes with the man, Nero stared him down. Sergeant Wesker looked at Nero like he was contemplating murder. Then his eyes darted around to see everyone staring at him. Reluctantly, he pulled his link out of his pocket and tossed it over to Nick. Nero smiled at the man, then offered an easy nod. His voice was light and unconcerned as he asked, "You wouldn't have another way to contact anyone, would you?" The sergeant bristled and said, "No, I do not." Nero scoffed and said, "See, this is why you had to turn over your link. You're about as trustworthy as a used horse salesman?" Nero took a moment to think over his analogy, and then said, "No, let's go with a noble. You're about as trustworthy as a noble with an agenda." Nodding happily, he added, "Yeah, that works." The sergeant could see Kathleen staring hard at him, while Nick took several steps back. He said, "I didn't contact anyone." Nero said, "I didn't say you did. I just asked if you had something that could contact anyone." The sergeant pulled out a small communication crystal and held it up. "How did you know?" he asked. Nero put his hands on his hips and said, "I didn't know. I just assumed. It seemed unlikely that the army would actually send us out into the wilds without any way of contacting anyone. I'm guessing that is a direct line to either the captain or Gate 15 command?" The sergeant took a moment to look at the communication crystal in his hand, then tossed it over to Nick. He said, "It's an emergency line to Captain Angelton. He has the command crystal. I didn't contact him, even though I probably should have. I don't care what word games you play. That man is trustworthy." Nero shrugged and said, "Maybe so. But why take the chance? Someone close to him might intercept the message, or any number of other scenarios. There is no upside to keeping him informed. It's better for us to just get back to Dorchester on our own." Clapping his hands as if he was concluding the conversation, Nero continued, "Now that that's out of the way, let's get going. We should only be a few hours from our destination, right, Nick?" Nick nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm almost positive this should lead us to Gate 14. I do know that Dorchester is that way." He pointed, then added, "And with some simple calculations, I estimated our route toward Gate 14's first side gate." Nero wasn't sure what Nick meant by side gate, but didn't feel like getting into it.
Instead, he said, "All right, let's stay in formation in case something jumps us. After all, no reason to let our guard down now that we're so close to the finish line."
He saw Kathleen nod seriously at his caution, and he and his companions were soon on their way.
Nero opened a private connection to Nick and said,
"That went about as well as we could have hoped."
Mentally scoffing, Nick replied,
"That's an understatement. Do you think the sergeant has been in contact with the captain?"
Nero said,
"It doesn't really matter. He had no idea where we were. But I think we've kept him off balance enough for him to have kept putting off the decision. He probably didn't report in."
"Do you want me to take over the essence diffusion?" asked Nick.
"No, I got it. It's not that hard once you get used to it. Remind me to ask you about how to actually block scrying."
"But I have a more pressing question," replied Nero.
Interested, Nick asked,
"Oh? What's the question?"
"Why can't I store these links in my personal space?" asked Nero.
Nero could feel Nick's disappointment over the connection as the man said,
"Damn it, Nero. It's obviously because they aren't yours. I know you were smart enough to figure that out on your own."
After taking a few seconds to think about what Nick said,
he realized what he was missing. His link was saturated with his center, which was how the hub knew who he was. And that's why he could store his own link. But other people's links were filled with their center, or their soul signature. Nick was right. It was pretty obvious when he thought about it. True to form, Nero refused to admit his shortcomings and said, "I was just confirming a theory. No reason to be a dick about it. Anyway, we should figure out what we're going to tell Vera."
Mentally chuckling, Nick was kind enough to not focus on Nero's asinine question.
They spent the remaining travel time planning their next moves. They would soon be in Dorchester, and things would transition from fighting monsters to playing politics. The battlefield changes, but the game stays the same. Chapter 104. Inside the walls, the battles are with words. General Branson stormed into the conference room. His day had gone from good to bad faster than he had thought possible. One minute, he was proudly approving the wall upgrades, and the next, he was hearing that one of his pet projects was currently the subject of an assassination attempt aided by members of his army. The audacity of the nobles was unacceptable, and he was out for blood.
"All right, what do we know?" asked General Branson without even offering a greeting.
City Lord Cosgrove was sitting at the head of the table, looking like she had just been told her favorite food was unavailable. On her right was the implacable Lord Bennings, who, as usual, seemed perfectly content to watch the drama around her unfold. And on her left was the only person in Dorchester who was capable of making the general feel small, Archmage Jennings. Next to him was the new court mage, Mage Adept Newbanks. Everyone in the room looked to the city lord, waiting for her response. Meanwhile, the general kept walking into the room. He took a seat next to Lord Bennings and glared at the city lord. Sighing, City Lord Cosgrove said, "It seems my daughter, along with my former consort, Lord Blackwood, have conspired to assassinate the newly risen Lord Walker. Honestly, you probably know more than I do at the moment." The general said, "I received word from Lord Walker's captain. Apparently, Lord Blackwood's son, while serving as a sergeant, tried to be clever, but it seems to have backfired. Currently, no one at the camp knows anything, and they are currently unable to locate Lord Walker's team." Jennings spoke up. "I can tell you that Lord Walker is alive, and he is currently heading toward Dorchester. However, it will take some time if you want me to be more specific."
Lord Bennings interjected, "What of the conspirators? If they've been apprehended, then charges must be decided. You cannot just hold them without filing a reason, along with the corresponding paperwork." Mage Adept Newbanks firmly nodded in agreement, while Jennings just rolled his eyes.
City Lord Cosgrove said, "I've had the guards confine Deirdre to her rooms, but Lord Blackwood's whereabouts are unknown."
Jennings said,
"I have Blackwood, along with the mage he hired to track our little troublemaker.
General Branson said, "And I haven't decided what I'm going to do about Lord Blackwood's son. The investigation into the incident is ongoing." Lord Bennings addressed each of them in turn. "City Lord Cosgrove, you are within your rights to confine your progeny, as she is still of direct lineage to you and hasn't declared her own house," she said to the City Lord. Turning to the General, she said, "General Branson, as Lord Blackwood's son is sworn in service to the army, the military code of conduct will come into play if you desire to punish him further than reassignment. Be aware that any military investigation must be overseen by the Tower of Law, since the incident in question occurred within Dorchester's borders." Her eyes hardened as she looked across the table at the mages. "Finally, Archmage Jennings, you cannot imprison a mage without filing charges, let alone a lord who sits on the Leadership Council. You need to immediately release them into the custody of the Tower of Law and file a statement on behalf of the Tower of Magic. Your records will, of course, be checked for their veracity." After groaning with annoyance, Jennings replied, "Fine. After all, they're the real victims here. Just send some of your goons to the Mage Tower and Newbanksia will hand them over." He waved his hand, and Mage Adept Newbank's eyes widened in shock as she disappeared with a golden pop. Lord Bennings frowned and said, "I really wish you hadn't done that. It's illegal to forcibly transport someone without their consent. I may not be able to stop you, but I will be filing an incident report and sending it to the Tower of Law in Hennings. You can expect to hear from them in the future." Archmage Jennings gave her an unconcerned, blank look and said, "Uh-huh. Noted. Now can we get back to how we're going to handle this bureaucratic nightmare?" Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Lord Bennings said, "What do you mean? The law is quite clear." Face-palming, Jennings muttered, "Heavens above, save me from the idiocy of those around me." General Branson ignored the enigmatic Archmage and asked Lord Bennings, "What does that mean, exactly?" Lord Bennings said matter-of-factly, "Houses Cosgrave and Blackwood have conspired to assassinate a new noble currently under the protection of the royal family. Both houses will be disbanded, their assets seized, the heads of houses executed along with the conspirators, and a formal war for succession of the city seat will be announced for the following week. The Council of Leadership will have 3 days to decide the game they will play, while the army will temporarily take command of the city." General Branson sat in shock, while the City Lord paled in horror. Jennings couldn't take it and shouted, "Absolutely not! With what's currently happening outside the walls, that would be death sentence for the entire damned city. Are you insane?" Lord Bennings looked affronted and said, "That's the law, Archmage. To ignore it is to invite destruction upon Dorchester, regardless of whether or not the wilds are acting up. If we refuse to do our duty, then the populators will wipe Dorchester from the map and rebuild a new city from our ruins." Archmage Jennings's shoulders slumped in defeat. He seemed to sink into his chair, and his entire body went limp. He had really let things get out of hand this time. Just then, he received a ping over the link in his pocket. Recognizing the soul signature, he bolted upright in his chair and accepted the connection request immediately. "Nero, you're back in Dorchester?" he said, both out loud and over the link. The entire room perked up with interest. "Ha! Couldn't find me, huh? Suck on that, old man. I'm guessing some people want to make some deals and offer me some goodies to keep my mouth shut. Consider this a friendly warning. Vera's pissed. Have fun with that. I'll talk to you later. I'm going to find a shower," said Nero happily, as his psyche radiated smug satisfaction over the link, before it disconnected abruptly. The room waited with bated breath, watching the Archmage's face rapidly contort through several expressions. Annoyance, confusion, shock, and amusement all flashed across his face. Shaking his head in exasperation, he said, "Well, I've got good news and bad news." General Branson said harshly, "Speak, man. What's the situation?" Looking at the shot callers of the city, Jennings smirked and said, "Nero's back.
and there may be a way out for us to avoid a total disaster. That's the good news. City Lord Cosgrove's hushed voice asked, "And what's the bad news?" Smiling ear to ear, he locked eyes with her and said, "He told Vera on you." Whatever blood was left in the City Lord's face vanished like underage kids abandoning a rave. She collapsed in her chair, imagining what that woman would demand as compensation. Meanwhile, General Branson and Lord Bennings shared a nervous look. They both knew what was at stake, and both of them worried that Ms. Vera Salvatore Verena knew as well. The road to Dorchester remained empty, and they all shared a sigh of relief at the sight of the exterior town outside the walls. Increasing their pace, they reached the outskirts in just 20 minutes. Nero looked up the giant wall, wondering where exactly they were. He couldn't see a large gate like the one at Gate 15, but he didn't see a smaller one like Gate 7's either. From his vantage point, it looked like the entire wall was solid. Nero reminded himself that they were still probably an hour's walk away from the base of the ridiculously oversized monstrosity. As they weren't hiding their approach, they were quickly met by guards. Luckily, they were within range of the city hub. While Nick contacted Vera, Nero attempted to take control of the situation. Sergeant Wesker smiled in relief at the approaching guards, planning to use his rank to his advantage. But before he could say anything, he heard Walker shout, "I'm Lord Nero Walker, head of House Walker, and I demand to be escorted to the wall. I have just returned." Sergeant Wesker interrupted angrily. "Hey, we're back in Dorchester, and I'm not going to put up with your insubordination any longer. Guards, take everyone into custody. We'll sort this all out at the army compound." As the tensions rose, Kathleen gripped her spear tight, and Rose backed up to gain some distance. Mike looked like he didn't care one way or another. However, Nick just smiled and shook his head. He felt sorry for the poor sergeant. Nero was going to ruin him. Doing his best to sound like a pompous asshole, Nero stood up straight and shouted right back. "How dare you? I'm not one of your men. You were charged with my protection in the wilds during my noble trial, and you led us into an ambush. I was nearly assassinated. As a new noble, I'm under the protection of the House of Oglivok. For you to stand there, after I personally resuscitated you, saving your very life, and have the gall, the sheer audacity, to demand my arrest? You, sir, are a disgrace to your uniform." "Nero," he said, "Guardians of Dorchester, I ask you to aid me in my time of need. As a Lord of Dorchester, sworn to its defense, I must immediately report to the Tower of Law. Make sure this poor excuse for a soldier doesn't hinder me. I have a duty to see done, and I won't stand by and let politics get in the way." The guards all straightened up at Nero's words, and in unison they turned to glare at the sergeant. Flummoxed, the man could only sputter, as his entire face was red with fury. Satisfied, Nero turned to his companions and locked eyes with Mike. He said, "Stay close to me, and don't you dare try and run. I assure you, you wouldn't get very far." Nero watched the man nod quickly, trying to stop himself from shaking in fear. Turning back to the guards, Nero raised his chin and put on his serious face. "Come along, Guardians. We have to get to the Tower of Law before the enemies of Dorchester can make their move." The guards all brandished their weapons and started looking around for hidden enemies. One of them, apparently the leader, started shouting orders. "All right, let's get the Lord where he needs to go. No pings out. Collins, you and Oslo make sure that the sergeant doesn't get any ideas. Let's move, people." As two of the guards took up position around Sergeant Wesker, the group made their way toward the wall. Nero took the lead, walking like he owned the very ground he walked on. He did, however, take a moment to look over his shoulder and appreciate the look of complete confusion mixed with repressed rage on the sergeant's face. Sergeant Wesker couldn't understand what was happening. One minute he was happy to see his fellow men in service to Dorchester. The next, he was being guarded by those same men. As he numbly allowed himself to be led forward, he turned to one of the guards and said, "Look, we need to get to the army compound. I have to report in. That little bastard took my link." The guard gave the sergeant a cold look and replied, "I'm guessing you want us to just kill the Lord right here in the middle of the street and call it an accident, huh? Well, don't you worry. We'll take you where you need to go." On the other side of the sergeant, the other guard spoke up. "A Lord of Dorchester has requested our help in reporting an assassination attempt to the Tower of Law. And you think we'll fall for your tricks? You just keep walking, and don't try anything funny." Nick was walking behind them, relaying to Vera what Nero was up to. He couldn't hide his smile, even though he made a solid effort. Nick hated to admit it, but Nero's antics were fun to watch. At least they were when they weren't happening to him. Rose paid close attention as the events unfolded, marveling at the little lord's masterful display. He had immediately taken control of the situation, while making the sergeant look like a traitor. Rose didn't know what she should do. As she thought through her options, she followed along with the group, wondering if she should sneak off and report in. Kathleen was following along behind Mike. Now that they were back within the city limits, he was the only threat in the area. She sighed at that realization. Looking at the hunter, she didn't see a hunter or an assassin. She only saw a man who'd given up. He was no threat. Looking up at the wall, she grimaced and muttered, "Well, back to civilization. Spending all our time talking and wasting our days debating what to eat." One of the guards was close enough to hear her and said, "Not everyone is cut out for the wilds, like us." She turned. The guard's expression soured, and he rolled his shoulders in offense. But he wasn't stupid enough to say anything. He was well aware how Northerners felt about Southerners. Not that he'd ever admit that they were partially right. Meanwhile, Nero was at the head of their little group, marching toward Dorchester with a smile on his face. He dropped his essence diffusion and felt the tension in his psychic field release. With a sigh of contentment, he mentally stretched. After a few seconds of peace, he opened a connection to the link in his pocket. Ignoring the pings waiting to be addressed, he sent a connection request to his good friend Jennings. After all, it was only polite to let the old man know that Nero was back in town. Nero chuckled as he thought to himself, "I wonder if I can get them to make me a motorcycle. All of this walking is for chumps." Chapter 105. Weaponizing Word of Mouth. Vera was enjoying an early lunch while going over the status reports from her field teams. Taking a sip of her tea, her eyes darted across the hovering screens, assimilating the information with a glance. Her skills in the arena of paperwork were unmatched, and she used them like a master swordsman scything through a sea of never-ending enemies. Yet she never lost sight of the bigger picture. Each and every order she sent out was part of a larger game. She maneuvered her pieces, blocking her enemies while advancing her agenda. She turned their plots and plans against them while inching ever closer to her goal. What that goal actually was, she wasn't entirely sure. She had too many plans and contingencies to focus on just one. Perhaps she would take over all of Dorchester's shipping, or maybe she would take control of the city seat. Maybe she would apply for a charter and found her own city. The details were immaterial, because as long as she came out ahead, she was happy. Tearing her attention away from her screens, she took a delicate bite of her finger sandwich. With a smile, she recalled a conversation she once had with her beloved Nicholas. He had asked what she was trying to accomplish, and she had replied that she simply wanted to win. Vera chuckled at the memory. Nicholas had spent an hour lecturing her on the ambiguity of her goal. For a scientist like him, the concept of an arbitrary victory condition was unacceptable. He had gotten so worked up about it, she couldn't help but take him to the bedroom. Afterwards, She had sent him into a frenzy when she smiled at him and declared, "I win." As she was recalling the good times with her absent husband, she was surprised to feel a connection request from him through her link. Opening the connection, she asked, "Nicholas, are you all right? Shouldn't you still be in the wilds?" She could tell his psyche was stressed, but also more confident than she remembered. Apparently, his recent adventure had done him some good. Nick's calm voice stated, "Vera, my love, unfortunately we had to abandon the army due to another assassination attempt. Nero handled it. Details later. We rerouted to Gate 14. No casualties. Wesker and Vikander are still unknowns. Nero captured an assassin, and we are on our way to drop him off at the Tower of Law. Possible scry tracking. We've taken steps to throw them off. Assassin says that he was hired by Lord Blackwood, so be careful." Vera sat in stunned silence, focusing on every word coming through her link. When Nick finished, she asked coldly, "Needs?" Nick replied, "Loyal guards to ensure our freedom. Give the lead to Nero. He says he's got a plan, although I doubt he's thought that far ahead. Currently, he's dealing with the Gate 14 guards. You'd be proud of him. He's tricking them into providing us an escort while keeping Sergeant Wesker from interfering. He told me to tell you, look up all the relevant laws, figure out worst-case scenarios if we make a big stink, then come up with some compromises that get us paid. Make sure to put the bomb in place so they know we mean business. I'll contact you as soon as I can." That's all he said, and he was reluctant to go into detail. I don't know if he was being mysterious or if he's just making it up as the game progresses. Do you know what he meant by the bomb? Vera's smile turned cruel, and she said, "I know exactly what he means. How long until you reach the gate?" Nick took a few seconds to think and said, "I'm pretty sure we're heading toward a side gate. I don't see Gate 14, but I'm sure we're in the area. Give me a minute." She felt his connection dim, and she assumed he was conferring with one of the Gate 14 guards. Seconds later, she felt his amusement over the link. He said, "Yup, Gate 14, side Gate 1. I barely steered us past Gate 15. Anyway, we should be through the gate in 45 minutes. Do you have any contacts nearby?" Vera's mind worked through the problem as the screens in front of her cycled through her records. She said, "You'll see 10 mercenaries waiting for you just past the gate. The lead is named Natalie Keening. They'll be wearing precision shipping cloaks. As requested, Nero will have command. I'll make sure the local Tower of Law has someone on site to escort you. Code phrase will be, 'I simply want to win.' Let Nero know that the bomb will be ready. Anything else?" Nick chuckled at the memory the code phrase brought to mind. He said, "Really, Vera? I simply want to win? You're terrible. Putting that aside, we don't need anything else. Hopefully our little Lord Walker knows what he's doing, and I'll pass on the message. Be safe, my love." He then closed the connection. Vera smiled at the development. Quickly sending out some pings, she arranged for Ms. Keening to meet her boys. Then she went on to contact the Gate 14 Tower of Law. As she waited for her contact to accept the connection, she thought to herself, "Maybe I should take the city seat earlier than I planned. Nero sure won't want to do it." Tone. As they headed toward the wall, Nero's mind was racing. Although he did his best to project the image of a confident noble, he worried that he had missed something. In the movies, there was always something that the main character overlooked that came back and bit him in the ass. Mentally, he went over his plan, trying to think what his opponents could do to screw it up. He was walking at the front of their column, and next to him was the Gate 14 guard who had seemed to be in charge. Nero looked up at the woman, seeing her stern face along with her wide shoulders. She looked like the kind of person who took their duties seriously. Nero could work with that. Looking back over his shoulder, he assessed the rest of the group. Wesker was still bracketed by the 2 guards assigned to watch him. Kathleen was walking behind Mike, keeping an eye on him. Nick and Rose were walking calmly, while keeping their eyes peeled for trouble.
The remaining guards were on the sides, making sure the crowds stayed back.
That's when he realized that the streets were parting easily for them. At first he had thought it was because of the guards, but now he wasn't so sure. The people all stopped to stare at him. Nero could see them whispering to each other and smiling as his group walked down the street. Frowning in confusion, Nero looked around. Turning his head to the guard who was walking next to him, he asked, "Why is everyone so interested in us?" The guard's face showed a hint of pride as she replied, "They recognize you. You're the little lord that kills with a smile. They just want to thank you for facing the wilds for them. We all appreciate what you do for us." Nero nearly stumbled at her answer. He felt numb and couldn't seem to piece together what she was saying. Slowly looking around, he took another look at the citizens of Dorchester who were stepping aside to let his group pass. The shock didn't let up as he finally recognized the looks on their faces. It was gratitude and pride. Oh my God. They're fans. How in the hell did I get fans? This can't still be about that arena thing, can it? He wondered. The guard was still looking at Nero and seemed to be enjoying his stunned expression. She smiled and added salt to the wound. "We have your poster up at our guard station. They're not going to believe that I got to help you on one of your missions." At the thought of the mission, her smile vanished, and she returned to scanning the crowd for trouble. "Do you have any intelligence on what we might be facing?" Nero's mind stuttered like a car failing to start. Out of all the possible scenarios he had played out in his head, he had never considered using his celebrity. Is that why they just believed him? Was he not a good actor? Did they just recognize him? "My lord, is everything all right?" the guard asked with some concern. Nero turned to look up at the guard, who had a worried look on her face. I'm fine. No problem. I was just thinking through my next steps." Nodding seriously, she returned to scanning the crowd. Nero tried to put a serious expression on his face, while doing his best to ignore the staring citizens watching them pass. "Okay, so I'm a celebrity. Didn't Nick mention something about the army using my image for recruitment posters or something? And then there was that arena thing with the assassin. Well, the first assassin. I guess that makes sense," thought Nero. His mind started to speed up as he came to grips with the new information. If he was a celebrity, then the city lord had even more reason to stop him from getting to the Tower of Law. Or, if not her, then whoever planned the attempt on his life. He needed to take precautions. It was time to abuse his celebrity and start using word of mouth to control the narrative. He turned to the guard and said, "Guardian, what's your name?" She looked down at him, surprised at the question. "Guard Gibson, my lord," she said quickly. Nero tried to look as serious as possible while saying, "It's an honor to meet you, Gibson. As I said before, my team and I were out in the wilds serving with the elites when an assassination team ambushed us." Gesturing over his shoulder, he said, "I don't know who was involved, but the team's sergeant led us right to the ambush spot. That might mean nothing, or it might mean that he was involved. I managed to subdue one of the assassins. It's that man in black behind us. He's agreed to provide information on who masterminded the plot. I won't tell you exactly what he said, because there are some powerful people involved." He watched her surprise turn to anger, and then to fear. "I don't want you or your men to be put in any more danger than necessary. Yet, for the sake of Dorchester, I have to get that man to the Tower of Law as soon as possible. Whatever happens, I must succeed." As expected, the city guard, who probably rarely sees action, reassured him. "My men and I don't fear the nobles." She leaned a little closer and whispered, "Who did he say is behind it?" Nero made a point to look around and ensure that there wasn't anyone listening. He replied quietly, with some venom in his voice. "According to him, the city lord's consort, Lord Blackwood.
Apparently, he wanted to kill me and my team, then leave our bodies to be picked apart by the horrors of the wilds. All because I refused to stand by and let the men and women of Dorchester fight in my place. If anything happens to me, make sure that assassin gets to the Tower of Law. And do what you can to protect my team. They don't deserve to die for some noble's vanity.
Nero could see the righteous fury in her eyes. He made sure not to smile.
By tonight, everyone she knows will have heard the story, and then passed it on, he thought with pride.
You can count on us, my lord. We won't let you down, she promised. Nero gave her a firm nod, showing he believed her.
We should increase our pace. Who knows what they'll try, he said.
She nodded, then shouted over her shoulder.
Let's pick up the pace. We have somewhere to be.
Nero tried and failed to hide his smile as they started jogging. They must have made quite the sight barreling down the street, as the people got out of their way without issue. In fact, Nero could sometimes see groups of them starting to clap for them as the group passed by. This must be how John Cena feels when he goes out for a run, he thought. Chapter 106. Smile for the Cameras. Located below the Hennings Tower of Fate, hidden behind wards and illusions, was the Chamber of Destiny. It was a dark room, built to discuss dark deeds. Rarely did the Masters of Destiny meet, for theirs was a secret order within a secret order. Since its inception, the rules had stayed the same. Only 5 members, and each could only serve for 50 years at a time before they had to retreat from public life for at least 100 years. The sacrifice was to ensure that the Masters didn't use their powers for personal gain. The rules were so stringent because they were the only official secret order within the Council of Fate. The only member to know the identities of the Masters was the High Prophet, for he was the one who oversaw the Masters of Destiny. Unfortunately, the current High Prophet, Director Weatherby, usually let the Masters of Destiny run themselves since he was too busy managing the Council and dealing with running the Hennings Tower of Fate. Yet, he now found himself in the Chamber of Destiny, responding to an emergency summons. Sitting in the dark room, with his ceremonial hood hiding his face, he asked, "What was so important that you had to interrupt my meeting with the Shimmer Shield trade envoy?" Around the small table, shrouded in shadows, were 5 nervous individuals. Each of them were hidden behind their hoods, but Weatherby could tell they were all anxious. He watched them looking at each other, and he could only assume they were having a private conversation about who would be the one to tell him why he was here. As they gestured at each other in silence, the seconds passed without anyone saying anything. Fed up, he growled, "If someone doesn't tell me what's happened, I'm going to do something drastic to each and every one of you." They all slumped in their seats, but one robed individual spoke up. "There's been a problem with Dorchester again."
Director Weatherby, the High Prophet, dropped his head into his hands and muttered,